Chapter 1. Beep 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 beep. Combat Power Index. 990 points. Is this the 2.0 version of the Combat Power Detector? It is far more precise than the first generation, with enhanced functionalities. In order to conceal the full extent of my abilities in the future, I must exert greater mental effort to suppress the fluctuations of my aura. My control over Ki must advance to a higher level. As he toyed with the Combat Power Detector in his hands, Tallet familiarized himself with its new features, exploring the enhancements made in this upgraded version. As a transmigrator, he was well acquainted with such devices. Transmigrated? Indeed, Tallet was not a native of this world, but had crossed over from another realm. It has now been 5 years since that fateful day. He vividly recalls that day 5 years ago. A devoted fan of Dragon Ball, upon learning of the passing of the beloved creator, he sought to commemorate his lost youth by revisiting the Dragon Ball series. From the original saga to Dragon Ball Z, onward to Dragon Ball Super and Dragon Ball GT, including numerous films and side stories. Though he watched them at double or triple speed, focusing on the highlights, after a relentless day and night of viewing, his already fragile health succumbed. Everything faded to black, and he fainted. When he finally regained consciousness, he found himself in this world, reborn as a Saiyan infant. From fear to excitement, from excitement to anxiety, and then from anxiety to confusion, he gradually adapted to his new identity over the passage of time. Fortuitously, he was born with a combat power of 200 points, meeting the threshold for an upper-class warrior. Therefore, from the very beginning, his status surpassed that of lower-class warriors, sparing him the fate of being dispatched to low-level planets for invasion, left to fend for himself. 5 years have passed since his transmigration aside from the first year, spent in a cultivation pod lost in thought and sleep. The second year saw Tallet embark on various endeavors. He feverishly gathered knowledge about the current era and, under the plans he devised, began a gradual journey of self-improvement. Although his infantile body was still quite fragile, the Saiyan physique was exceptionally robust, far surpassing that of ordinary races. Comparing his physical condition from his past life to this one reveals an immense disparity. Of course, this was a sensation bestowed upon Tallet by the inherent strength of being a Saiyan. Setting aside the discussion of power, in terms of physical development, when Tallet was only 1 year old, he had already reached the size of a typical 3-year-old from his previous life. As for whether he could endure the rigors of intense training, it was only through personal experience that Tallet understood why Gohan was so formidable at the age of 4, and why Trunks and Goten exhibited such prowess in their youth. It defied common sense, leaving one astonished. In summary, during these past few years on Planet Vegeta, he grew accustomed to life as a Saiyan and laid a solid foundation through his unique training methods. His combat power surged from 200 points to 990 points. Notably, Tallet had become adept at Ki cultivation without a mentor. Though not particularly proficient, he had managed to control his own power and sense a limited range of aura, a commendable feat in itself. It was precisely because he could control his aura from the outset that his rapid increase in combat power went unnoticed over the years. Had others discovered this, he would have likely become a target for those with ulterior motives. After a moment of reflection, he allowed his aura to decrease, stabilizing the detector's combat power reading at 350 points before finally ceasing to suppress it and stowing the device away. The reason for choosing this level of suppression was simple. He was born with a combat power of 200 points, and, as his body grew, the inherently combative nature of Saiyans ensured that even without training, his power would gradually increase. His contemporaries, similarly classified as upper-class warriors, typically exhibited combat powers ranging from 200 to 300 points, with annual increases of approximately 30 to 50 points. Reaching 350 points by age 5 would neither mark him as a prodigy nor failure. This was a deliberate choice on Talot's part as an adult and a transmigrator. He understood the gravity of this world. Maintaining a low profile was the true path to survival. Otherwise, take Raditz, who, despite being born with the same combat power of 200 points, had already reached 500 points at this stage. Such rapid growth was exceedingly rare within the entire race. It showcased remarkable talent, thus securing him a place among the prince's entourage. Perhaps others viewed this as fortunate or honorable, yet in reality, it was akin to wearing a collar. Nonetheless, it must be said that Raditz was far from inept at the very least. He demonstrated the potential of elite warriors by age 5. Tallet found it puzzling that Raditz only possessed a combat power of 1500 during the invasion of Earth in the original story. A clear narrative contrivance. Previously, Tallet had thought Raditz merely boasted, but upon entering this world, he realized that Raditz was indeed quite diligent, seemingly more committed than himself to enhancing his strength. Snapping back to reality, Tallet stood atop a hillside, gazing down at the sprawling cityscape. While it was called a city, it was essentially just a town in scale. In the distance loomed a grand fortress, the royal city of the Saiyan race, constructed with the aid of extraterrestrial technology in recent years. As an upper-class warrior, he was entitled to reside within the royal city. However, as both his parents were lower-class warriors who had long since passed away, Tallet, like the vast majority of lower-class Saiyans, lived outside its bounds. Only by achieving sufficient merit could he hope to enter the ranks of upper-class warriors. Of course, Tallet was indifferent to such matters. The classification of lower-class and upper-class elites was merely a contest of innate advantages. While innate talent was undoubtedly significant, one's development thereafter was crucial. Possessing ample innate talent without proper cultivation ultimately rendered one insignificant. Take Vegeta from the original story, who despite spending over 2 decades conquering planets and waging wars throughout the universe, remained limited by his narrow perspective, resulting in a mere combat power of 18,000. For Tallet, residing outside the royal city was, in fact, a blessing. At least he enjoyed freedom and was unrestrained. 5 years had passed, and time was running short, yet his combat power had still not surpassed the 1,000-point threshold. As he descended the hill, Tallet mused inwardly. In the past, while watching anime, reading comics and novels, he had thought that as long as he reincarnated as a Saiyan and put in enough effort, his combat power would soar dramatically. Yet now that the moment had come, personal experience revealed the harshness of reality. The enhancement of one's abilities was not merely a matter of hard work. Combat power did not rise simply because one wished for it. Reflecting on those fanfiction stories where characters boasted combat powers in the billions or trillions was utterly absurd. Combat power is not something one can simply will to increase. Despite being a seasoned Dragon Ball fan, well-versed in all aspects of the original plot, and possessing an extensive understanding of the future of this world, including various means of empowerment, the journey of actual cultivation and growth was an entirely different matter. Tallet could not help but sometimes envy the transmigrators depicted in those novels. These individuals arrive in the Dragon Ball universe, often starting as candidates for gods of destruction or trainee angels, with some even befriending the Omni King. Even those without such fortuitous circumstances typically possess systems that grant them benefits, such as signing in for rewards or gaining combat power boosts every second. They effortlessly ascend to unimaginable heights of strength in an instant. In stark contrast, he found himself with nothing. Reality taught Tallet a valuable lesson. Not all transmigrators begin their journey with a meteoric rise to greatness. Those of his ilk could only pursue a path of diligent effort and steady development. To console himself, he found solace in the fact that he had reincarnated as a Saiyan rather than another race. Otherwise, even if he surpassed his peers early on through various means, in the end, it would still be the Saiyans' domain, no matter how exceptional one's talent or how high their realm, that would ultimately fall short against the Saiyans' transformation. Once a Saiyan transforms, nothing in this world shines brighter. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Tallet resolved not to dwell on these thoughts any longer. In truth, he was already quite content. He was not one to reach for unattainable heights. 5 years. No, to be precise, it has been less than 4 years. Indeed, compared to those staggering combat powers in the millions, his modest strength might seem insignificant, but at the very least, he was not worthless. The combat power surged from 200 points to an impressive 990 points, a strength formidable enough to potentially shatter stars. This power, attained through relentless training, instilled in Tallet a profound sense of fulfillment. Moving forward, I must ponder how to judiciously depart from Planet Vegeta. According to the information brought by Raditz a few days ago, Vegeta is soon to lead an elite squad on a campaign against advanced planets. Deep in contemplation, Talot's thoughts turn to the impending crisis. If all goes as anticipated, within 6 months to a year, Planet Vegeta will face annihilation at the hands of Frieza. Consequently, the vast majority of Saiyans will be exterminated, leaving only a scant few to serve as playthings for Frieza. Confronted with this life-threatening crisis, Tallet had once mused that had he been a lower-tier warrior, he would have been relegated to the most inferior pawns, dispatched to invade the most desolate planets. In such a scenario, he would not have to endure the anxiety that plagued him now. However, each situation possesses its own merits. Consider the countless lower-tier Saiyan infants dispatched each year. How many survive? Only those as fortunate as Kakarot bask in the glow of protagonist privilege. Regardless of the circumstances, the situation has reached a critical juncture, compelling him to seek alternative solutions. With his current strength, confronting Frieza head-on is an impossibility. He couldn't even contend with Frieza's subordinates. This is not mere hyperbole, but rather a reflection of his lived experience. Since Frieza usurped King Cold's position and rebranded the army as the Frieza Force, Planet Vegeta has been under intense scrutiny, with numerous elite soldiers stationed there. Claimed to be for the sake of preparedness and to assist the Saiyans in managing planetary affairs, it is, in reality, a mechanism of surveillance and intimidation over the Saiyans' every move. Among these warriors, even the weakest boast battle powers exceeding several hundred, while the more formidable possess powers surpassing 1,000, and some even reach into the thousands. Thus, not only would he be incapable of facing them, but even fully grown Saiyans might struggle in their presence. Battle power is not merely a numerical value, it encompasses experience, skill, and overall combat capability. His thoughts drifted once more. At that moment, an inexplicable sensation enveloped Tallet, causing him to halt abruptly, a feeling akin to encountering a formidable nemesis, sending chills down his spine. What is this sensation? Talot's heart raced, an ominous premonition creeping into his mind. Having trained in Ki, particularly in unconventional direction, his instincts had grown increasingly attuned to impending danger. His body trembled involuntarily. This sensation was reminiscent of encounters with Frieza and Dodoria. Tallet swiftly redirected his gaze toward the distant royal city. Could it be that Frieza has returned? No, that's not right. I cannot sense Frieza's malevolent aura, nor that of Dodoria or the elite commanders. Despite the overwhelming sense of unease, he detected no presence, and the battle power detector offered no alerts. The terror of the unknown was particularly harrowing. In an instant, Talot's breathing quickened, his heart racing. Simultaneously, an inexplicable sensation of suffocation washed over him. There was no doubt this was no illusion. Who could instill such a feeling within me? Wait a moment. Could it be? A surge of realization brought forth two shadowy figures to his mind. The god of destruction and an angel. Indeed, it must be. Otherwise, how could I not sense their presence? Only divine beings can elude my perception. Moreover, they evoke an undeniable aura of dread. Tallet gasped sharply. Memories of the original narrative flooded his mind. Before the destruction of Planet Vegeta by Frieza, had not the god of destruction Beerus and the angel Whis visited the planet for a meal? Although the original depiction was but a fleeting moment, as a time traveler, he possessed an intimate understanding of various information. Since his arrival, Tallet had been preoccupied with the notion of escaping Planet Vegeta before Frieza's obliteration, neglecting to contemplate the underlying reason. Frieza may indeed be the principal antagonist, yet the root cause of Planet Vegeta's impending doom lies in his orders from the god of destruction, Beerus. This prompted his unhesitating course of action, not only to eliminate the Saiyan threat, but also to demonstrate fealty to Beerus. If I reassess the timeline, it is likely that Frieza will act within 2 months. With rising trepidation, Tallet quickened his pace towards home. He needed to ascertain one crucial detail. When would Bardock return? The countdown to planetary destruction began with Bardock's return from invading the planet Cyril. It is worth noting that throughout these years, he had relied on the care of Bardock and Gine, allowing him to grow up without a care in the world. Especially Gine, whose nurturing was akin to that of a biological mother, even more so than her treatment of Raditz. As Bardock and Gine would often say, they shared a bond akin to that of siblings. In the heart of the royal city, within the palace, a scene of profound tragedy unfolded. Upon the throne, emblematic of the Saiyans' supreme authority, sat a gaunt, purple-skinned figure. Leisurely reclining, this was none other than the god of destruction, Beerus. To Beerus' left stood a man clad in distinctive attire, wielding his staff. His demeanor exuding calmness was the angel, Whis. At that moment, a profoundly tragic tableau unfolded beneath the throne. Beerus rested one foot upon the head of King Vegeta, relentlessly grinding down upon it. Faced with such humiliation, King Vegeta knelt, trembling in fear. He dared not resist in the slightest, instead acquiescing to Beerus' every movement. The visage that once radiated authority was now consumed by cold sweat and terror. Never in his wildest dreams did he anticipate that the legendary god of destruction would descend upon Planet Vegeta. Now, he was engulfed in dread, fearing that a mere whim of the deity might result in his obliteration. Fortunately, he had refrained from any rash actions from the outset, extending the highest honors of Saiyan protocol to his guest. Otherwise, he could only imagine his grim fate. Yet, even so, he failed to appease the deity. Instead, Beerus' displeasure over the meal led him to mockingly instruct King Vegeta to procure the finest pillow in the universe. King Vegeta dared not refute, nor could he oppose. He could only instruct his subordinates to prepare. The result is the scene before us. King Vegeta, are you mocking me? The god of destruction, Beerus, with his sardonic expression, exuded an air of merciless dominance over the insignificant. As he exerted a slight pressure with his foot, King Vegeta lowered his head even further until it nearly touched the ground. Please, spare me, Lord Beerus. I shall immediately command my attendants to procure the finest pillow in the universe. King Vegeta's voice had transformed. At this moment, his sole desire was to survive. The dignity of a Saiyan king meant nothing when faced with the prospect of death. Without life, all else was rendered meaningless. Such cowardice, such utter helplessness. Such a scene, if witnessed by other Saiyans, would undoubtedly evoke disbelief. At this moment, however, one individual beheld this spectacle, initially in shock, only to subsequently display a countenance of fury. He was none other than Vegeta, who had come here to discuss the expedition of planets with his father. Cease this at once. In a fit of uncontrolled emotion, Vegeta, despite being merely 5 years of age, emanated an impressive aura as he charged towards Beerus. His courage was commendable, yet Beerus merely cast a fleeting glance in his direction, causing the young boy to become disoriented, staggering forward and collapsing. A mere few thousand points of battle power could hardly compare to that of the supreme god of destruction of the 7th universe. The so-called king of the Saiyans was indeed a coward, lacking even the courage of a mere child. With the spirit of playfulness dissipated, Beerus rose from his throne, his words laced with disdain. As he spoke, he casually crushed Vegeta's head into the ground with a single step, embedding it within. This terrifying power instantaneously rendered him unconscious. What a ludicrous notion, the warrior race of Saiyans. Such a wretched planet is one I wish to leave without delay. Beerus remained utterly indifferent to his actions. For him, refraining from outright destruction of Planet Vegeta was already a gesture of gratitude for the less-than-stellar hospitality extended by King Vegeta. As you wish, Lord Beerus, Whis replied, his expression unchanged throughout. However, before departing, he cast a lingering glance at the fallen Vegeta, who lay powerless and without resistance. With a glance, it seemed as though he glimpsed the future, a moment imbued with profound significance. After a considerable time had passed since their departure, Vegeta, who had collapsed to the ground, finally regained his composure. Once he confirmed that the two individuals had indeed left, he swiftly rose to his feet and rushed to the side of King Vegeta to ascertain the situation. He remained unaware of their identities. He only understood the overwhelming might they possessed was beyond their capacity to resist. The god of destruction, Beerus, imparted the first lesson of life to the young Vegeta, making this prince aware that despite being the heir to the Saiyan lineage, he was, in reality, insignificant. Naturally, this memory would soon be relegated to the deepest recesses of young Vegeta's consciousness, as for the next 2 decades, he would be reduced to a mere plaything for Frieza's amusement. Outside the royal city, in the bustling town, Tarrot hastened back with utmost urgency. Had he been privy to the events unfolding within the palace, his heart would undoubtedly have been heavy with sorrow. For, as he had anticipated, the developments mirrored the narrative he was familiar with. Along the way, Tarrot exchanged greetings with acquaintances on the street, ultimately arriving at the home of Bardock and Gine. His own residence lay adjacent to theirs, creating an inseparable proximity between the two families. Upon entering, Tarrot beheld Gine, engrossed in the task of slicing through a beast's leg. So focused was she that she did not notice his arrival. I'm back, and Gine, he called out. Startled, Gine turned around, her expression shifting to one of warmth upon recognizing him. Little Tarrot, you're home so early today? She teased, skillfully pinching his cherubic cheeks. As a female Saiyan, particularly one who had recently given birth, Gine was not required to embark on missions like her male counterparts. This privilege was, of course, largely due to Bardock's position, allowing Gine to focus solely on logistical duties rather than engage in combat. Tarrot, accustomed to her playful teasing, found himself unable to resist her antics. He could only wait until she had her fill of pinching before he could escape. Aunt Gine, I'm already 5 years old. You can't pinch my face anymore, he protested, covering his reddened cheeks. Oh, so our little Tarrot is growing up and starting to find Aunt Gine bothersome? She feigned a sorrowful expression, her tone laced with mock grievance. This scene, witnessed by outsiders, would surely be mistaken for playful antics between a mother and child. However, for Tarrot, Gine was not merely a mother figure, but rather someone who embodied the essence of maternal affection that he had long been deprived of in his previous life. After a bout of playful frolicking, Tarrot broached a more serious topic with Gine. Aunt Gine, the last time we spoke, you mentioned that Uncle Bardock would be returning soon. Do you know the specific day of his arrival? Gine pondered for a moment, resting her finger thoughtfully against her chin. Let me think. According to our last conversation, it seems to be within the next few days. If all goes smoothly, I believe Bardock should be home either tomorrow or the day after. Tarrot was taken aback. He will return so soon? This completely took him by surprise. He had thought that there would be at least a few days to gather his thoughts. Yet here he was, facing the critical moment. If this was the prologue to the unfolding narrative, he must take action. Noticing Tarrot's peculiar expression, Gine felt somewhat puzzled and inquired, Little Tarrot, do you need Uncle Bardock's assistance with something? Upon hearing Gine's retort, Tarrot suddenly realized that he had overreacted. He quickly waved his hand and steadied his emotions, responding, It's nothing, I was just surprised to hear that Uncle Bardock is returning so soon. I had thought it would take several more days. I see. I thought you were pondering something strange in that little head of yours, Kine replied nonchalantly. Tarrot was indeed unique, a fact that Kine had recognized since childhood. Generally, Saiyans who met the power threshold, especially upper-tier warriors, were always striving to ascend further. For instance, her eldest son, Raditz, had always sought to showcase his abilities, to the extent that now, as a prince's attendant, he seldom returned home. Perhaps only 2 or 3 times a month. Tarrot, however, displayed a more mature demeanor and possessed an intellect unmatched by his peers. This disparity often led Kine to compare Tarrot with other children. Despite the genetic memory inheritance technology that had been applied, the differences were stark. While there were indeed some lower-tier warriors like Tarrot who were similarly low-key, none matched his intelligence. Furthermore, Tarrot was an upper-tier warrior, embodying the essence of a combat-focused Saiyan. Aunt Kine, you carry on with your tasks. I shall check on Kakarot in my room, Tarrot said, eager to avoid revealing his emotional turmoil by continuing the conversation with Kine. Once Kine nodded, Tarrot swiftly retreated into the inner room. As he exited Kine's line of sight, a look of confusion flickered across her face. For some reason, despite Tarrot not displaying any particularly odd behavior, she felt that he was acting strangely today. Perhaps it was merely her overthinking, or perhaps the child was genuinely growing up. Upon entering the inner room, Tarrot's gaze immediately fell upon the incubation chamber in the corner. The child within appeared quite large, despite having a mere combat power of 2 upon birth. However, his physique was unlike that of an ordinary human child. We meet again. Kakarot, it's a pity you are still asleep, Tarrot murmured softly as he approached for a closer observation. Each visit evoked a sense of wonder. After all, this child was extraordinary, the protagonist of the original tale. Having been reborn into the world of Dragon Ball, it was hard to fathom that a mere 6-month-old infant, the lowest-ranking warrior of his race, would not only revive the legend of the Super Saiyan, but also ascend to become one of the universe's most formidable warriors. Memories surged, particularly that unforgettable line, when Kakarot transforms into a Super Saiyan, all the anime in the world pales in comparison. What was once an animated narrative was now a reality for Tarrot. After reflecting for a while, he retrieved his power detector. Although he already knew Kakarot's combat power value, and had previously measured it with an older model, Tarrot still adjusted the new device to gauge Kakarot's power level. Beep 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 beep. Combat power index, 2. As expected, there was no change, it remained at a mere 2. However, the detector also displayed danger levels and some basic information. Of course, such data was of little significance. Soon, he would be sent to Earth, embarking on his own journey. Tarrot kept these thoughts to himself, knowing that he needed not to dwell on Kakarot's future, for he was already aware of the plot's trajectory. As long as he refrained from intervening, everything would remain unchanged. Kakarot's future was bright, filled with carefree growth and the eventual formation of friendships with a multitude of others. As he sought the Dragon Balls, trained under various masters, and continuously evolved. In contrast to Raditz, Vegeta, Nappa, and others who survived under Frieza's tyranny, as well as those scattered across different planets like Tabor, Broly, and Paragus, Kakarot undoubtedly led the most comfortable life. At times, Tarrot found himself envious, even wishing to trade places. However, as days passed, he began to cultivate his own thoughts. Speaking to Kakarot in the incubation chamber, he was indifferent to whether the infant could hear or comprehend him. After uttering these words, Tarrot turned away without a trace of reluctance and headed outside. Upon exiting, Tarrot did not leave immediately, but instead engaged in a few more exchanges with Kine before bidding her farewell and returning to his own home. The 2 neighboring houses were modest. Tarrot's abode was small, but adequately equipped. For him, it was just right. Living alone, he required little space. As long as nothing essential was lacking, that instinctual feeling of dread had finally dissipated, indicating that the 2 presences must have departed from Planet Vegeta. Tarrot let out a sigh of relief before focusing his attention. At present, he had neither the capacity nor the inclination to contemplate deities or angels. Once Bardock returned, he would be able to ascertain the extent of the plot's progression. Leaning against his bed, Tarrot found himself lost in thought. Ultimately, he could only extrapolate the narrative based on what he already knew. As a time traveler, he understood that during this period, several divergent timelines were unfolding. A detailed analysis would reveal 2 primary timelines. The first originated from the early Dragon Ball Z setting, where Bardock, on a mission to invade planet Kanasa, fell victim to a scheme by its inhabitants, temporarily granting him the ability to foresee the future. This foresight gradually led to Frieza's machinations against the Saiyans and the destruction of Planet Vegeta. The second timeline emerged later with the introduction of the Dragon Ball minus concept. This alteration of time can be better described as a distinct narrative unfolding in an alternate parallel universe, where Bardock and other Saiyans embark on an invasion of Planet Cyril. Through this mission, they uncover Frieza's intentions to eliminate the Saiyans, prompting them to send Kakarot away ahead of time, thereby setting the stage for the unfolding plot. In truth, Tallet is increasingly convinced that the world he inhabits closely mirrors the timeline of the original Dragon Ball Z series. Kakarot has only been born for 6 months, while Vegeta, Raditz, and he himself are all 5 years old. The current year is indeed 737 in the Age of the Dragon. In the original timeline, Kakarot was already 3 years old by 737, having arrived on Earth at the same age, not accounting for the time spent traveling from Planet Vegeta to Earth. It must be said that Tallet's understanding of the narrative from the Dragon Ball era is limited to the vague allusions found in the original work, lacking precise details. Thus, to grasp the entirety of the story, one must traverse this historical landscape. This is also the reason why Tallet must await Bardock's return. Understanding the circumstances of Bardock's current mission and the objectives of the next one is essential for making a judgment. It is certain that at least the God of Destruction and the Angel have just departed from Planet Vegeta, even if they were to seek out Frieza next. The annihilation of Planet Vegeta would not occur in the immediate future. Moreover, prior to the planet's destruction, Frieza specifically summoned all the Saiyans engaged in battle elsewhere to accomplish the simultaneous extermination of both the planet and its inhabitants. For the time being, it is best to set aside these convoluted thoughts and focus on how to leave Planet Vegeta smoothly. The narrative of the current world is, to put it plainly, far more intricate than what Tallet initially comprehended. He has been diligently attempting to establish an accurate timeline, primarily to seize every opportunity, for as a traveler from another world. This is his greatest advantage. It is indeed vexing. If only he possessed some sort of cheat, he wouldn't have to think so hard. As a time traveler, it is somewhat embarrassing. Although the Saiyan lineage is the greatest advantage in itself, there is no time for development. If he were free from this constraint and on Earth, the paths to power would be numerous. By effectively utilizing the opportunities afforded by the original storyline, he is confident he could rapidly grow stronger. While he cannot control Bardock, it is preferable to leave Planet Vegeta with Aunt Gine. Murmuring to himself, he reflects that one must not be ungrateful. All along, Tallet has held this notion. Otherwise, had it been solely up to him, he would have had 1 or 2 opportunities to leave Planet Vegeta alone 6 months prior. In the original tale, Gine perished due to Bardock's indecisiveness. In truth, even if the relatively weak Gine had left Planet Vegeta alongside Kakarot, it would not have raised suspicions. Furthermore, there are similar instances in the original story, such as Paragus brazenly coercing a companion to steal a spaceship to search for his exiled son Broly. Of course, there are many entanglements involved, but it must be said that once one reaches another planet, as long as the connection is severed, no one would know whether one is alive or dead, nor would anyone genuinely seek them out. Moreover, one does not possess any absolute value. Over the years, Tallet has diligently practiced, while simultaneously studying the piloting techniques and intricate functionalities of various spacecraft. His aim is to acquire sufficient knowledge to facilitate a seamless escape from Planet Vegeta, thereby severing any tracking efforts. Time has steadily passed, and after contemplating several methods, Tallet has continued his training in energy manipulation as per usual. It must be said that this round of training has afforded him a remarkable enhancement, with his combat power undoubtedly surpassing the significant threshold of 1,000 points. He almost lost control of his energy, dangerously close to revealing himself. Whether it is the looming threat or the intensified pressure from the presence of the Destroyer and Angel, one cannot ascertain. In any case, it is clear that various factors have converged to awaken his latent potential. As night fell, Tallet instinctively visited Gine for dinner, after which they engaged in a lengthy conversation. On that particular night, Tallet experienced one of his rare bouts of insomnia. Despite the looming crisis of the planet's impending destruction, it had yet to come to pass. Thus, even when contemplating such dire circumstances, he seldom allowed himself to be consumed by worry to the point of sleeplessness. Furthermore, he had always maintained a rigorous exercise regimen, training daily, which ensured that he would typically fall into slumber as soon as the hour arrived. By midday, having endured a night without rest, it was not until the first light of dawn that Tallet finally succumbed to sleep. He awoke only at this late hour, rising with a lingering fatigue. After splashing water on his face, he gradually regained his full awareness. Indeed, one cannot harbor excessively heavy thoughts. Otherwise, even with formidable strength and mental fortitude, one will ultimately be affected. He engaged in some simple movements within the confines of his abode, loosening his muscles and easing his tension. At this moment, Tallet finally released his energy, acclimating to the advancements brought forth by yesterday's breakthrough. Beneath the surface, an immense aura was suddenly sensed by Tallet, causing him to pause momentarily. Was that Bardock's energy? Had he returned? The surprise escaped his lips, although he had already learned the specific timing from Gine. The abrupt awareness of the energy upon waking was indeed unexpected. Indeed, I remain insufficiently sensitive, too dull, to have such a formidable presence nearby and only now to become aware of it. With a sigh, Tallet recognized his own weakness. For a fleeting moment, he felt a sense of living in complacency. Meanwhile, within Bardock's home, the returning Bardock had already partaken of Gine's cooking and engaged in conversation to grasp the recent happenings in the household. Subsequently, under Gine's guidance, he entered the room to behold his youngest son, Kakarot. Kakarot, this little one, has already been asleep for 6 months, yet he remains unawakened? Bardock murmured to himself as he activated the power level detector. Beep, 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 beep. Power level index, 2. It appeared that indeed it was a mere 2, unchanged since birth. A hint of disappointment crept into Bardock's words. His eldest son, Raditz, was an elite warrior, having barely crossed the threshold, yet at least possessing a power level of 200. The fact that this younger son had only a 2 meant he was even below the most basic support-type Saiyans, though Bardock, as a lower-class warrior, understood that a Saiyans' power at birth did not dictate their future prowess. Kakarot had yet to offer him a glimpse of potential. Bardock, while Kakarot's power level is undeniably low, he remains our son. You must not harm him, Gine interjected, fearing Bardock might act rashly. As a mother, she was indifferent to her son's weakness. Rather, Kakarot's frailty intensified her instinct to protect. Where are your thoughts wandering, Gine? I am not the sort of heartless individual who would harm his own child, Bardock replied, casting a glance at his wife. Simultaneously, he silently lamented. With the experiences of this recent mission weighing heavily on his mind, his concerns grew ever more pronounced. Kakarot's weakness might not be entirely detrimental. At the very least, he would attract no attention. Even if noticed, his power level of only 2 would lead others to disregard him. In recent years, Bardock's pressures had mounted significantly, with numerous voices arising within the clan. Consequently, his son Raditz had been assigned to Prince Vegeta, a seemingly honorable position, yet in truth, it was a means of using his son as leverage. As a lower-class warrior, despite Bardock's considerable strength, he could not defy the king's orders. Though he may harbor discontent and personal emotions, to resist would be tantamount to rebellion. Thus, even though King Vegeta commanded Raditz to remain by the prince's side, he had no choice but to acquiesce. Fortunately, his son had exhibited promise, although still far inferior to the elite warriors or outstanding upper-class warriors. He had demonstrated sufficient talent to avoid being looked down upon by those who perceived themselves as superior. The Saiyan race prized strength above all. To possess formidable power was to wield substantial influence. The hierarchy categorized Saiyans into upper, middle, and lower tiers. One must continually grow stronger to ascend and earn recognition, even achieving superiority. Bardock's relentless battles and efforts to strengthen himself were driven by the desire to possess enough power to truly seize control of his destiny. He held firm to his beliefs, and reality had proven that as long as he remained powerful, even elite warriors would have to yield to him. The vast majority of upper-class and elite warriors would only dare to gossip behind his back. Who among them would confront him directly? Through sheer determination, he had earned the respect of King Vegeta, compelling the king to acknowledge him. After scrutinizing Kakarot for a considerable time, Bardock and Gine finally exited the room. Their brief separation had served to deepen their emotional bond. As they conversed, Tallet, having donned his attire and hastily consumed some jerky, approached them. Their eyes met, both bearing smiles, particularly Bardock, whose grin was even more pronounced, exuding an innate warmth. It must be said, this is the countenance of a protagonist. Tallet recalled the instant he first laid eyes on Bardock, an involuntary fondness blossoming within him, and the same held true for Gine. In a sense, Bardock and Gine could be considered the protagonists of this era. Bardock, uncle, you have returned. Indeed, young Tallet, you have grown quite a bit. Bardock replied as he stepped before Tallet, casually activating the power level detector. Beep, 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 beep. Power level index, 350. Remarkably, after 6 months, not only had Tallet surpassed 300, but he had reached 350. Observing the value on the detector, Bardock offered his commendation. Although this figure still fell short of Raditz's previous year's power level, Tallet's attainment of 350 without external training or battles was commendable for his age. How much power had he possessed at that age? Among upper-class warriors, he would have been deemed average, but within the lower-class ranks, it was indeed impressive. It is worth noting that many Saiyans would struggle throughout their lives to achieve such a power level. Bardock remained unaware that Tallet's current power level had already exceeded 1,000. Had he known, he would have been astounded. Such talent surpassed that of any Saiyan in history, far beyond what elite warriors could compare to. However, there was one who outshone all, Vegeta, who now possessed a power level of 3,000. Given Vegeta's birth power level of 2,000, he had elevated his strength by 1,000 within 5 years. This rapid ascent was largely due to the ample resources available to him. Had Tallet been afforded the same opportunities, he could have achieved even greater heights. Bardock, uncle, you flatter me. This power of mine is merely trivial, Tallet humbly replied. Curiously, he added, Bardock, uncle, your own power level must have grown stronger since 6 months ago? I can sense the formidable aura you exude. With that, Tallet activated his own power level detector to gauge Bardock's strength. As anticipated, Bardock's power level had indeed surpassed 10,000, reaching an impressive 10,500. Truly, Bardock, uncle, 10,500 power level. Few, if any, elite warriors can surpass that. Tallet's tone conveyed heartfelt congratulations. Elite warriors? Humph. They are merely a bunch of pretentious fools, Bardock scoffed, seemingly harboring disdain for the term elite. However, he did not delve further into that topic, choosing instead to redirect the conversation. You arrived at the perfect time. I happen to have matters to discuss with you. As the words were spoken, Bardock addressed Gine, saying, Leitai should be returning tonight. Please prepare an abundance of food. I wish to have a private conversation with little Tarble. Gine's eyes sparkled with joy at the mention of Leitai's returning. How wonderful. It has been over half a year since our family last gathered. With that, she promptly left to prepare, her spirits soaring. Tarble remained silent beside them until Bardock beckoned. Come, little Tarble. Tarble nodded in response, following suit. Such solitary communication was precisely what he desired. Only in this manner could he grasp the entirety of the situation. Soon, the two arrived in another room. After a conversation ensued, it was predominantly Bardock who conveyed certain matters to Tallet. He spoke of the fact that he had already reached the age of 5, and according to the Saiyan custom regarding the protection of elite warriors, he must venture forth to conquer other planets once he surpassed this age. This is the destiny of a warrior, as well as the fate of a Saiyan. The origin of the title fighting race partly stems from this reason. Uncle Bardock, feel free to speak your mind. In my heart, you have always been my elder. Maintaining a demeanor of humility and courtesy, Tallet wished to hear Bardock's plans. Since he had proposed it, he must have had certain thoughts in mind. In truth, I sincerely hope you can accompany Raditz and join Prince Vegeta on his expedition. This way, not only will your safety be assured, but you will also gain considerable merit from the endeavor. Bardock's words momentarily startled Tallet. He had not anticipated such an arrangement from Bardock. Tallet had considered this before, and even Raditz had invited him to join. Uncle Bardock, if I choose not to go, are there any alternative arrangements? Tallet replied with a question rather than a direct answer. At this, Bardock seemed to have anticipated his response, smiling knowingly. I knew you would refuse, you rascal. The opportunity to accompany Prince Vegeta on his expeditions is a coveted dream for every Saiyan. However, it is evident to anyone with a modicum of sense that once such a team embarks, those of lesser strength are destined to become mere fodder. Indeed, his son is among those who may face such a fate, yet due to their relationship, Prince Vegeta would ensure his safety, thus securing his life. His initial plan was to have Tarrot accompany him, thereby resolving the dilemma that had troubled him for quite some time. If you are reluctant to follow the prince into battle, I can assist you in applying for the independent conquest of a mid-level planet, Bardock remarked, keenly observing Tarrot's reaction. He continued, with your current combat prowess, capturing an ordinary mid-level planet should pose no challenge. Upon finishing his statement, Bardock felt an even greater sense of satisfaction with Tarrot's response. This composed and steady demeanor, this unflappable mindset, had it not been for Tarrot's remarkable maturity from a young age, Bardock would scarcely believe that a mere 5-year-old could exhibit such poise. There is no need to rush your response. Contemplate carefully, and when you have reached clarity, simply inform me before my next mission. I understand, Uncle Bardock, but I believe I will not be joining the prince's entourage. Tarrot, well aware of Bardock's concern, could hardly be oblivious to it. Bardock, understanding him well, thus arranged an alternative path for his training. Indeed, he nodded slightly, having anticipated such a response. However, although Tarrot had made a choice, Bardock would not hasten to solidify it. There remains ample time, and as he mentioned, there is no urgency. Not wishing to prolong this topic, Bardock suddenly recalled something else and inquired, by the way, upon my return, I heard some troubling news. It is said that a group of intruders appeared in the palace yesterday, resulting in the deaths of several guards. Are you aware of this? Upon hearing Bardock's words, Tarrot momentarily paused, then shook his head, indicating his ignorance, and retorted, is that so? While his outward demeanor suggested ignorance, inwardly, he had already formed a definite suspicion. His intuition had not failed him. He surmised correctly. It must surely be the handiwork of the god of destruction, Beerus. Unbeknownst to Tarrot, Beerus had neither taken lives nor caused any destruction the previous day. The fallen guards were warriors who may have witnessed King Vegeta's humiliation the previous day. In a bid to uphold the dignity of the monarchy, King Vegeta executed all the warriors on duty that day. It was a case of preferring to wrongfully slay 1,000 rather than allowing a single traitor to escape. Indeed, the number of those privy to this information was limited, likely suppressed by force. Among the slain were elite warriors boasting a combat power of 5,000. Bardock sighed, his expression growing notably grave. The palace of the Saiyan clan had been invaded by an unknown adversary, who effortlessly dispatched elite guardians with a combat power of 5,000. One can only fathom the formidable strength of such an enemy. Furthermore, the absence of any drawn attention indicates that the adversary had almost instantaneously eliminated all of their warriors. Bardock contemplated a troubling possibility. Frieza had begun covert operations against their Saiyan race. This intelligence was fortuitously acquired during his recent mission. Although it remains unverified and shrouded in skepticism, he can only entertain such thoughts given the present circumstances. The atmosphere grew heavy. Tallet observed the conflicted expression on Bardock's face and inquired, Uncle Bardock, have you come to any realizations? No, it is merely perplexing. Tomorrow, I shall seek an audience with King Vegeta. Perhaps I shall glean the truth, Bardock replied. He then seemingly sought to alleviate Tallet's concerns, offering a smile and diverting the conversation to other matters. Tallet, however, felt it inappropriate to delve deeper. Even if he harbored suspicions, he could not voice them openly. Seizing the opportunity, Tallet began to inquire about Bardock's experiences during this mission and whether any intriguing events had transpired. This had always been Tallet's custom, and thus Bardock naturally recounted the details of his recent endeavor. Initially, it was a task of little difficulty, though a few minor incidents arose. My strength experienced a breakthrough on Cyril, surpassing 10,000 in battle power, Bardock articulated, narrating the events of the mission. Of course, he only provided a broad overview without delving into excessive detail. Nevertheless, Tallet gleaned the information he sought. Undoubtedly, Bardock's account of the events on Cyril left Tallet astounded. The narrative of the Dragon Ball saga had, indeed, unfolded. This is truly unexpected, for he had long since designated this timeline as the Z timeline. What is perplexing is that, by this reckoning, Kakarot should be 3 years old. Yet, Kakarot is merely 6 months old. When will Uncle Bardock return to undertake his missions after this visit? Tallet endeavored to steady his emotions and inquired once more. It was evident that Bardock was concealing some matters, not wishing for him to be involved. True to his character, Bardock approached every action with utmost caution, though occasionally indecisive. He always sought to clarify the entire situation before making any decisions. You, my boy, are perhaps worried that your time is limited, leading you to contemplate such thoughts? Bardock chuckled. Upon hearing this, Tallet felt embarrassed, responding with a mix of amusement and exasperation. What wicked thoughts could I possibly have? I merely asked out of curiosity. Furthermore, if I am indeed to conquer a planet, I wish to know how much time remains to prepare. Bardock nodded, not withholding information. While others may not be privy to this, I can share it with you, provided you do not disclose it carelessly. I returned swiftly upon receiving a royal command from King Vegeta. A highly valuable planet has been discovered at the front line. However, we are short on high combat personnel, necessitating my leadership for this mission. That planet is called Kanasha, and its inhabitants possess considerable strength. Otherwise, I had originally intended to bring you along for this task. For your safety, it is more prudent for you to remain on a mid to low-level planet. As for the departure time, I must meet with King Vegeta tomorrow to confirm. It should not exceed half a month. Bardock laid out the details. The prospect of departing for Kanasha in half a month invigorated Tallet, as it revealed that the real Dragon Ball world he inhabited intertwined all the events from the original narrative. Reevaluating the timeline, it seemed there were merely 2 to 3 months left until the crisis of planet destruction. Although uncertain of Kanasha's distance, it was likely not far. Reflecting on Bardock's encounters in the original storyline and the time taken to conquer Kanasha, Tallet realized he must leave before Bardock's departure. Furthermore, it was certain that Bardock would arrange for Kakarot to go to Earth in the coming days. No wonder he sought me out to discuss the mission. It was to help me avoid this impending turmoil. Bardock must have known of Frieza's intentions towards the Saiyans. Yet he remained unaware that Frieza initially only harbored thoughts of attacking the Saiyans, not intending to annihilate them entirely. However, he had since received orders from the god of destruction, Beerus, to obliterate Planet Vegeta and the entire Saiyan civilization. Tallet mused silently. Then I shall take my leave. Uncle Bardock. After an extensive exchange with Bardock, during which he gleaned all the information he sought, Tallet bid farewell. Remember to come for dinner early tonight. As he watched Tallet depart, Bardock refrained from uttering further words. Following Tallet's exit, he involuntarily glanced towards the chamber housing Kakarot's incubation pod, his thoughts growing heavy. He had deliberately skirted certain topics, only revealing inconsequential details of the mission to Tallet. Yet, he alone understood that a great storm was on the horizon for Planet Vegeta. A single misstep by the Saiyan tribe could lead to their obliteration in the annals of history. Is there truly such serendipity in this world? Perhaps I am merely overthinking it, Bardock whispered to himself. Although that Elec fellow was somewhat unreliable, the intelligence he provided, coupled with the recent attack at the palace, led Bardock to piece together events, suspecting Frieza of orchestrating a scheme against the Saiyans. After careful consideration, Bardock reached a resolution. Regardless of whether the claims made by the members of the Zeta organization were true or false, he must take precautions. If they were indeed true, he needed to make all arrangements beforehand. At the very least, he must ensure Kakarot and Tallet were sent away. If false, he could retrieve the 2 children later, which would incur no loss, merely a waste of time. As for Raditz, he was set to depart with the prince's squad soon, so there was no need for concern. Could it be that King Vegeta had also received reliable news? Thus, he directed Prince Vegeta to lead a team to conquer a planet at this critical juncture? Bardock began to harbor doubts. In hindsight, it seemed there was an intention to shield Prince Vegeta from the impending storm. After leaving Bardock's residence, Tallet no longer wavered as he had before. Back at home, he meticulously began to calculate everything necessary for his departure from Planet Vegeta. At this pivotal moment, lacking the power to change his fate, he knew he must go with the flow. In this world, only by wielding sufficient strength could one pursue their desires. With his current rank, access to a large spacecraft was unattainable. However, as a higher-ranking warrior, securing a medium-sized spacecraft through Bardock's connections should pose no issue. This foundation would enable him to transport ample supplies. Most crucially, he needed to procure healing potions and medicinal liquids, ideally acquiring some raw materials as well. Having raw materials for research would ensure an inexhaustible supply in the future. As Tallet muttered to himself, his once scattered thoughts coalesced into a coherent plan. Ah, perhaps I should also obtain some cultivation seeds. Their combat power is an impressive 1,200 points, and they are entirely obedient to the commands of their cultivator, making them the most loyal of subordinates. As thought stirred within him, Tallet found himself revisiting past reflections. However, that particular item was not accessible to all elite warriors. Only the C Army de la C Army among the upper echelon possessed the privilege of utilization. Yet, just because he could not obtain it did not mean others were equally hindered. Bardock likely had a means, and even Raditz, with his current status, might manage to procure it. In the original narrative, Raditz indeed faltered, but the present Raditz enjoyed a rather prominent standing. It must be acknowledged that having a father with combat prowess exceeding 10,000 made it nearly impossible for him to remain inconspicuous. Moreover, as an upper-tier warrior, his status was inherently elevated. Tallet had even overheard some flattering remarks directed at Raditz, such as how his father's status as a lower-tier warrior could yield such formidable strength, suggesting that Raditz would inevitably surpass Bardock in the future. Surpassing Bardock, Raditz harbored such aspirations, had the Saiyan race not faced the cataclysmic threat of annihilation. Allowing him time to mature, such a possibility might have been plausible. Alas, in the original tale, after the destruction of Planet Vegeta, he was left to his own devices, ultimately becoming a mere shell of his former self. It was not until 2 decades later that his combat power reached a mere 500. Nearly tenfold less than his father's peak. Time slipped by, and after more than an hour of meticulous selection of the necessary items, Tallet's thoughts wandered to other matters. Most crucially, he pondered how to escort Aunt Gine away. Speaking of which, as an upper-tier warrior, he had the authority to summon several lower-tier warriors to assist him during missions. Yet, therein lay the conundrum, he was still but a child. This undertaking involved the conquest of a medium-sized planet, and under such circumstances, it remained uncertain whether he could request additional personnel. If all else failed, he would need Bardock's intervention to advocate on his behalf. Aunt Gine, upon realizing that he wished for her company to care for him, would likely not refuse. Muttering to himself, Tallet considered that Aunt Gine's greatest concern was undoubtedly Kakarot. However, once Kakarot was dispatched, she would be unencumbered. Following him would not only allow her to accompany him, but also provide an opportunity to visit Earth, which she would likely view as a coveted prospect. Regrettably, Bardock's rescue seemed an insurmountable task. There was no possibility of him leaving, especially in light of the impending destruction of Planet Vegeta. Once he learned of it, he would undoubtedly choose to remain and confront the formidable foe. Even if he revealed his identity as a time traveler and divulged everything, it could very well backfire. There was even the risk that exposing this identity might result in Bardock turning against him. It was crucial to remember that without his transmigration, the original identity was that of Bardock's son. Without a doubt, Tallet would be branded an invader. Well, it would suffice to seek refuge on Earth or locate Namek and wish for Bardock's revival using the Dragon Balls. He continued to devise strategies, acknowledging that Bardock was undoubtedly not someone he could take along. This fact was beyond dispute. Ultimately, it came down to his own insufficient strength. Were he to possess formidable power, surpassing Bardock, he could simply incapacitate him and carry him away. Moreover, he would not need to ponder excessively. As long as he desired to leave, no one on Planet Vegeta would be able to impede his departure. Reality was harsh. Frieza, with a battle power of 530,000, required no transformation. A mere energy blast from him could obliterate Planet Vegeta. If the Saiyans were aware of Frieza's power level, they would likely not entertain any rebellious thoughts. Regaining his focus, Tallet took a deep breath and sat cross-legged on his bed. After a breakthrough in his training the previous day, he sensed Bardock's aura today. Following some exchanges and personal reflections, he seemed to have gained new insights into the cultivation of ki. Thus, time slipped away unnoticed into the afternoon. As night fell, Tallet concluded his consolidation of ki training. His abilities had likely seen some advancements, particularly in the application of ki. Rising slowly from his bed, Tallet concentrated, channeling his ki into his palms. The pure white energy could morph into any shape under his mental command. While this level of ki bore no destructive capacity, it reflected his current mastery over his own energy. He could not claim to wield it with absolute freedom, but after 2 days of contemplation, his proficiency in ki had vastly improved compared to before. As his command over ki became increasingly adept, his body seemed to internalize this sensation, with energy coursing through him, fortifying his physique, meridians, and vital organs. Having completed his self-assessment, Tallet moved his hands in a circular motion, reminiscent of martial arts practitioners honing their skills. Surprisingly, this movement yielded some effect. He could sense the flow of his ki, as if it were a stagnant pool transformed into a lively stream under his influence. Not to mention, his strength appeared to have intensified following this breakthrough. His battle power was now estimated to be around 100 points, if not more. A desire to ascertain the extent of his battle power began to form within him. Tallet activated his battle power detector, carefully controlling his energy to remain within a specific range. Ultimately, the detector revealed his current battle power, 150 points. It seemed his path was indeed the correct one. Achieving such a significant breakthrough in merely 2 days would have taken months previously. Truly, greater pressure leads to greater progress. As a Saiyan, one inherently thrived under duress, growing stronger in the face of adversity. After this self-reflection, Tallet once again restrained his ki, now at 360 points instead of 350. As he matured and encountered more experiences, his strength would naturally increase. Although the difference between 350 and 360 points was negligible, gradual improvements felt more organic rather than a sudden leap that would evoke greater astonishment. That presence, could it be Aunt Gine? Suddenly, an aura approached, instinctively capturing his attention. This automatic perception, although previously achievable, has seemingly attained a higher clarity following a breakthrough in the mastery of energy. Tallet casually expanded his awareness, and in the next moment, he sensed the presence of Raditz. He has returned. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed, accompanied by Janae's voice calling from outside. Little Tallet, it's time for dinner. Upon hearing the call, Tallet promptly approached and opened the door, maintaining a smile as he said, I apologize, Aunt Janae. I didn't sleep well last night and have been resting. I didn't even realize how late it had gotten. I guessed you were asleep. Janae nodded at Tallet, then playfully remarked, it seems you were indeed quite eager for Bardock's return last night. Little Tallet has grown up and developed his own thoughts. This remark caused Tallet to feel a touch of embarrassment. I have no secrets, he replied, and Ginia, you are overthinking. Upon noticing his reaction, Ginia chuckled softly and said, all right, I won't tease you any longer. By the way, Raditz has returned, and it has been quite some time since you last met. He is quite curious about how much your combat power has increased. With her husband and eldest son back home, the family reunion she had always longed for was finally happening. As for Tallet, in her eyes, he was also like a son, and they were indeed one family. Is that so? I, too, am quite curious about how much Raditz's combat power has improved after spending these past few months training with Prince Vegeta. The last time we met, I recall it was already at 500 points, Tallet casually responded. The two shared laughter as they made their way next door. At that moment, Raditz was circling around Kakarot's incubation chamber, examining his younger brother from head to toe. It wasn't his first encounter with him, but this time he had been away from home for 2 or 3 months. Kakarot still appeared as small as the last time they met. Kakarot, when will you grow up? Raditz mused, noting that the combat power remained unchanged at a mere 2 points. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment as an elder brother. Yet, this feeling dissipated quickly. After all, as the older sibling, regardless of being a higher-class warrior, familial bonds took precedence. A younger brother would always be a younger brother. If his brother was weak, he would simply become a supporting Saiyan in the future. Having him as an elder brother to shield him from life's storms was more than sufficient. At this moment, Raditz differs significantly from the Raditz of later years. Enveloped in the warmth of a harmonious family, his small heart bears the weight of profound responsibility, a lesson imparted by Bardock. Grow swiftly, Kakarot, whatever transpires in the future. Your brother shall protect you. Raditz's words seem to possess an enchanting power. In an instant, within the incubation chamber, Kakarot appears to have heard them. His tiny frame quivers slightly, and he unexpectedly opens his eyes. As their gazes meet, Raditz exclaims with exuberance. This also drew in a few individuals who happened to overhear Raditz speaking. Bardock and Gine were quite pleased with Raditz's performance, and they felt joy at the sight of Kakarot having opened his eyes. Tallet, on the other hand, was somewhat taken aback by Raditz's unexpected words. However, he did not display any outward signs of surprise. Instead, he silently critiqued the situation, noting that Raditz, at that moment, exuded a sense of righteousness akin to a protective older brother safeguarding the vulnerable. The transformation from his childhood to his adult self could only be attributed to the environment in which the future Raditz was raised, which had undoubtedly distorted his psyche. As Kakarot once again closed his eyes to return to slumber, the group gradually exited the room. At the dining table, Bardock, seated in the prominent position, marveled at his son. It seems that being by Prince Vegeta's side has significantly contributed to your growth, Raditz. His previous concerns had dissipated entirely. His greatest fear had been that his son would fall prey to the influences of those so-called elite superiors, leading to arrogance and ignorance. Hey, Kakarot is my brother. Is that not expected, father? Raditz replied succinctly, his seriousness evident, devoid of any pretense. Bardock nodded in agreement, while Gine's happiness grew even more. Despite the considerable differences between the brothers, it was fortunate that no disdainful feelings toward one another existed. You have truly exceeded my expectations. I had anticipated you would become quite self-important. Tallet couldn't help but interject at that moment. The words reached Raditz's ears, inciting his displeasure. You make it sound as though I must conform to your expectations. Raditz's retort left Tarrot unable to respond, but it instead prompted hearty laughter from Bardock and Gine. Their laughter was not born of mockery or sarcasm. Rather, it stemmed from an endearing appreciation of Raditz's demeanor. Simultaneously, Bardock and Gine found amusement in Tarrot's overly mature behavior. Having always perceived Tarrot's maturity as the norm, they were only now jolted into realization by Raditz's playful reminder. The 5-year-old Tarrot, teasing Raditz with his adult-like demeanor, evoked a sense of youthful mischief. The atmosphere transformed with the laughter, and Tarrot seemed to grasp the essence of the moment, joining in the mirth, which in turn infected Raditz. For a time, joyous laughter filled the air. After dinner, Gine took on the responsibility of tidying up, while Bardock retreated to the bath, leaving Raditz and Tarrot to share a meaningful gaze. Let me see the extent of your combat power now, Tarrot. Previously, with their parents present, Raditz had been less eager to ascertain this, but now that dinner had concluded, he felt inclined to stretch his muscles and assess Tarrot's abilities. I am quite curious about your combat prowess as well, although Tarrot likely gauged Raditz's power based on the intensity of his aura. The accuracy of such an assessment remained debatable. Both parties activated their power level detectors. As the beeping sound echoed, two values swiftly appeared on the screens before them. Raditz felt a surge of joy as he noted Tarrot's combat power finally beginning to rise. I told you, at the very least, your initial battle power matches mine. So you wouldn't fall behind. Now you've finally caught up. However, you still lag far behind me, so you must strive harder. Raditz's words carried a hint of pride, evoking a unique emotional response from Tarrot. It must be said that while Raditz exhibited considerable arrogance, his words and inner thoughts undeniably reflected a concern for his family. This also instilled in Tallet a profound sense of shame. They were not truly family, yet they genuinely cared for him. In contrast, he had been greatly influenced by the original plot, to the extent that he had never considered whether to take them along, thus altering the course of events from this moment onward. Lost in thought for a brief moment, Tallet suddenly regained his awareness. While he felt sentimental, it was not the time for such reflections. I am not like you, he articulated succinctly, echoing Uncle Bardock's sentiments. Even though we are both elite warriors, you have your path to tread, and I have mine. Tallet expressed his resolution in a straightforward manner while deftly shifting the subject. Your combat power has reached 550 points. You must have undergone considerable training over these past few months. Not bad. I am not the only one following Prince Vegeta. If I do not strive to showcase exceptional talent, I will surely be looked down upon. Raditz's candid remarks revealed that his own circumstances were not particularly easy either. However, he likely found some enjoyment in it, as his limited perspective constrained his imagination, leading him to believe that Saiyans must be loyal to their king. Prince Vegeta was destined to be the future king, and Raditz's current aspiration was to become Vegeta's trusted ally. Striving for strength is commendable, but do not easily forsake your original intentions. Surrounded by a cadre of elites, you should understand this. Tallet pondered for a moment before offering a word of caution. Wise beings often waver in their youth. Even adults can change due to their environment and various influences. Do you even need to say that? Of course, I am aware. Raditz retorted. How about a spar? I 1T bully you. I'll match your combat power, just as a post-meal exercise. Raditz appeared unburdened by ulterior motives and seemed confident in his abilities. A spar? I'm indifferent, Tallet replied without refusal, having spent most of his time in solitary training. He occasionally simulated battles against imaginary opponents, but actual combat opportunities were rare. After all, he resided among lower-ranked warriors who dared not challenge him, and being young, adults would not engage him in battle. Then let's proceed. We cannot fully unleash ourselves here. Raditz chuckled, rising with enthusiasm. Tallet nodded, following closely behind him. The two exchanged a brief farewell with Gine before stepping outside to an open area. The number of Saiyans was inherently limited. Although nearly 2,000 lower-ranked warriors resided in this region, they still felt sparse across the vast expanse of land. Come on, Tallet. Feel free to attack, Raditz proclaimed, standing with hands on his hips, showing no intention of defense or initiating an offensive against Tallet. This individual genuinely believes that the disparity in strength between the two is vast, rendering any serious effort unnecessary. Indeed, a power level of 360 points compared to 550 points is, in essence, a chasm of difference. In this hierarchy of strength, not only a difference of 1 or 200 points, but even a mere 30 or 50 points can effortlessly lead to the defeat of the opponent. Thus, one must proceed with caution. Tallet did not hesitate, meticulously regulating his own power to remain at the 360-point mark. In this battle, he was indifferent to the outcome, merely wishing to gauge his combat prowess and physical reflexes against Raditz, even if it meant he had to concede defeat or feign being vanquished. It was of little concern to him. As he charged forward, Tallet transformed into several afterimages, effortlessly crossing the distance of over 10 meters in the blink of an eye. He unleashed a powerful punch aimed at Raditz. Faced with such a rapid onslaught, Raditz remained unperturbed, skillfully raising his hand to deflect Tallet's fist. Without missing a beat, he retaliated with a punch of his own. The attack was parried, and Tallet countered with a thrusting punch from his other hand. A resounding thud echoed as their small fists collided, and a struggle ensued between Raditz and Tallet. Not bad at all. The strength he exhibited was considerable, yet it paled in comparison to my own. Raditz's grin carried a hint of mischief, a facet Tallet had long since grown accustomed to. Is that so? The measure of combat isn't solely about raw strength. Without revealing his full potential, Tallet utilized Raditz's force to retreat and seek an opportunity. Observing this, Raditz launched a ferocious assault with fist and feet. The intensity of the attack momentarily left Tallet feeling overwhelmed. Fortunately, he was not merely wasting time. Despite lacking practical combat experience, he possessed a lifetime of memories and the insights garnered from imaginative meditative practice. The exchanges of blows continued, accompanied by a series of dull thuds. The combat zone shifted as their fists and feet clashed. At a glance, the situation appeared one-sided. Undoubtedly, Tallet, wielding only 360 points of combat power, was being relentlessly pursued by Raditz, who boasted 550 points. At one point, Tallet found himself in dire straits. Yet in a crucial moment, he managed to turn the tide. Engaging in genuine combat allowed him to reflect on his past training and the application of various techniques, retaining the beneficial while discarding the superfluous. As the battle progressed, Tallet experienced a sense of transcendence. Although he was primarily on the defensive against Raditz's advances, he discovered the joy inherent in combat. It was no wonder that Saiyans were known for their battle frenzy. The thrill of fighting ignited their blood, fueling their desire to grow stronger and experience the exhilaration that came with newfound power. You managed to fend that off. It seems you haven't been idly wasting your time. You've been training, haven't you? Raditz maintained his offensive, his voice laced with provocation. He had initially believed that his displayed strength would suffice to secure victory over Tallet, only to be surprised by Tallet's resilience. I certainly have not been wasting time. Observe my technique, Tallet replied, a smirk gracing his lips. In the blink of an eye, his form transformed into afterimages, swiftly surrounding Raditz. This was not the original afterimage technique of the Turtle School, but rather a variant inspired by it. Through his understanding and refinement of the technique, Tallet had cultivated an effect akin to a super-speed shadow clone. Raditz, taken aback, was astonished by the speed of Tallet's technique, to the point where he could not discern the location of his true self. So, this is a technique you've developed for survival? A warrior who merely evades is hardly a worthy opponent. Raditz's eyes darted left and right as he sought a flaw. The sound of Tallet's voice enveloped him, disorienting his senses. Any technique's efficacy lies in its application. This move serves more than mere evasion. A trivial skill, since I can't pinpoint your true self. I'll simply eliminate all these afterimages you've created. Raditz's decisiveness earned Tallet's admiration. He swiftly launched an attack, and within moments, he shattered numerous afterimages conjured by Tallet. I found you. Though some afterimages lingered, Raditz appeared to have located Tallet. Little did he know, this was merely a ruse orchestrated by Tallet. As Raditz's fist obliterated one of the afterimages, it seemed that all had vanished, yet he felt no tangible resistance. This is bad. Sensing something amiss, Raditz instinctively looked up. Prepare yourself. A flying kick descended from above. Raditz raised his hand to block it but was still sent flying by the overwhelming force, tumbling over 10 meters before regaining his footing with a series of backflips. Since your strength cannot match mine, you've resorted to harnessing the momentum of your descent to amplify your power. You're quite clever, Raditz remarked, shaking his aching arm. This tone, laden with criticism, would undoubtedly provoke discontent among most listeners. However, Tarrot remained unfazed. He had always concealed his true power, and no matter what Raditz proclaimed, he maintained his composure. Thus, I asserted that battles are not solely determined by strength, Tarrot casually remarked, and in an instant his aura transformed dramatically, akin to a fierce tiger emerging from the mountains. As he launched an assault on Raditz, inspired by Tarrot's formidable presence, Raditz too ignited with a fervent fighting spirit. Driven by his competitive nature, he summoned forth even greater strength. The conflict between the two escalated into a fierce confrontation, intensifying with each passing moment. At this juncture, neither combatant was aware that their clash had drawn a considerable audience, who began to offer their judgments. Among them was a strikingly beautiful girl named Sibling, also 5 years old like Tarrot and Raditz. However, her combat power was merely 100 points, categorizing her as a low-level warrior. Fortunately, due to this limited strength, she was not deemed expendable. Instead, she remained by her parents' side as she grew up, fostering a childhood bond with Tarrot. Yet, as an adult reincarnate, Tarrot showed little interest in her. Raditz, on the other hand, was quite bothersome. Upon his return, he sought to assert his prowess, bullying Tarrot, which instilled a dislike for him in Sibling. The reason was simple. Raditz had always conducted himself with an air of superiority, particularly after aligning with Prince Vegeta. Meanwhile, Bardock, too, was keenly observing the battle. Aware of the confrontation, he concluded his bath and hurried outside to assess the situation. Even though such juvenile skirmishes might seem trivial to a warrior of his caliber, this was a clash between his son and his nephew Tarrot. This boy, he mused. I underestimated him. With a power level of merely 360 points, he can exhibit such prowess. Bardock regarded Tarrot with admiration and curiosity, pondering how he had grown stronger and mastered his abilities to this extent. While Raditz was indeed stronger, in a direct confrontation of equal levels, he might very well fall short against Tarrot. Raditz knows he possesses an advantage of 200 points, yet he shows no restraint, Gine remarked anxiously. Overconfidence can lead to downfall. Bardock replied reflectively. Although Raditz has matured considerably, his understanding of combat is still lacking compared to Tarrot. Bardock was somewhat impressed with Raditz's strength, yet disapproved of his fighting style, which was typical of foolish elite warriors who excessively pursued overwhelming power to crush their opponents. Gine, intrigued, turned to Bardock and asked, "Are you suggesting that Raditz might lose to Tarrot? It seems that Tarrot is on the verge of being overwhelmed." "I am not asserting that Raditz will lose," he clarified. However, Raditz could achieve victory more effortlessly. His relentless aggression, even if it leads to a win, is a loss in another sense. To triumph over an opponent with lesser power, one must utilize a higher level of skill, especially when the energy expenditure is so substantial. In a life-or-death struggle, Raditz would find himself with no escape. Bardock, having grown through countless battles, saw Raditz's shortcomings clearly. Although Gine could not fully grasp Bardock's insights due to her own power level of only 600 points, she trusted her husband's judgment. The battle concluded with Tarrot intentionally conceding to Raditz, all the while learning, adapting, and recognizing his own flaws during combat, having achieved his objective without revealing his true strength. Tarrot's defeat was neither shameful nor indicative of weakness. After all, he had engaged Raditz for an extended duration with a power level of 360 points on the surface. It appeared that had he not exhausted his energy, he might not have lost so swiftly. Although Raditz emerged victorious, he did not savor the triumph. He was genuinely surprised that Tarrot had managed to endure for so long under his assault, while others may have been oblivious. He recognized that he had exerted roughly 80% of his power, equivalent to over 450 points. Had Tarrot continued to withstand his attacks, he would have been forced to unleash his full potential. Next time, I shall not struggle so much. I must discover a quicker method to defeat you, Raditz resolved inwardly. This reflection revealed that Raditz possessed considerable intelligence, contrary to his portrayal in the original narrative. He acknowledged his own shortcomings in battle. Realizing that he did not need to exert himself so greatly, yet was unwittingly drawn into an extended engagement by Tarrot's strategy. Of course, he remained unaware that from the very beginning, Tarrot was merely toying with him, using the encounter to familiarize himself with his own strength and enhance his practical experience. Had he unleashed his full power, Tarrot could have easily dispatched Raditz in a single blow. As the contest concluded, numerous onlooking Saiyans began to voice their admiration. While the majority were low-level warriors, there were also two high-level ones among them. Regardless of whether they were praising Raditz or Tarrot, all were filled with awe, even extolling their virtues to the heavens. Naturally, Bardock's connection played a significant role in this admiration, for he was not only Raditz's father, but also Tarrot's uncle. The combat prowess of this low-ranking warrior has ascended to over 10,000 within just a few short years, establishing him as a legend in the eyes of all low-ranking fighters. As the saying goes, dignity is earned through one's own efforts. Bardock has garnered profound respect from even the elite warriors through his sheer strength. However, Bardock harbors a disdain for such flattery, fully aware of the treacherous intrigues that pervade the Saiyan ranks. The upper-class and elite warriors are excessively driven by fame and fortune, rendering them selfish and, in some cases, resorting to underhanded tactics against their own comrades. In contrast, the majority of lower-ranking warriors retain their humanity. Despite their overwhelming weakness, they are, at the very least, individuals. Bardock has no desire to curry favor with the powerful and shies away from high-class venues. Consequently, elite warriors often whisper behind his back, branding him merely as a low-ranking soldier. Even with considerable strength, he cannot escape the stigma of his rank. It is only after Bardock's subtle words that the surrounding crowd gradually disperses. Raditz and Tarble also break free from the throng and approach Bardock. "Are you all right, Brother Tarble?" Sierra inquires, her concern rendering Tarble somewhat bashful. "I'm fine, merely fatigued," Tarble replies. The young girl, typically quite haughty, rarely reveals such overt concern. However, this display cannot be feigned. Celery is genuinely worried for his safety. For Gine, such behavior is commonplace. And Bardock is well aware that Celery has been close to Tallet since childhood. Thus, he pays little heed, merely reflecting on how much the girl has grown in the 6 months since their last encounter. Noting her combat power has reached an impressive 180 points. Celery maintains a fundamental friendliness towards Bardock and Gine, yet her gaze towards Raditz is piercing, almost as if she could devour him whole. This also left Raditz somewhat displeased, as he retorted, "Hey, I did not truly exert myself. Is such ferocity necessary? This is merely post-meal exercise." "Humph, you are doing this on purpose. Who does not know that you have been training alongside Prince Vegeta, surrounded by so many elite instructors? If Brother Taro had access to your resources, he certainly would not be outmatched by you." Celery showed no fear of Raditz whatsoever. Such a character is undeniably quite obstinate and unreasonable, yet Tallet cannot voice any objections. This is because Celery is merely assisting him in reclaiming his dignity, even if Tallet perceives it as entirely unnecessary. After all, it is he who has concealed his true abilities. Raditz, filled with indignation, felt his face flush with anger. "My strength is the result of my own training. Do you think that being close to the prince grants you free advantages?" A single phrase from Celery ignited a flame within him. Undoubtedly, his efforts felt invalidated, and Raditz was acutely aware of the discomfort that arose from it. Despite his maturity, he remained but a 5-year-old child. However, Celery continued to regard him with disdain, clearly implying that Raditz was merely using the opportunity to showcase himself by defeating Tallet. Nearby, Gine wished to defend her son but found herself at a loss for words. As Celery had grown up under her watchful eye, Bardock shook his head at Gine, signaling that he actually perceived this situation as a positive development. He discerned that his son harbored repressed negative emotions, which could be released through this encounter. Moreover, he hoped his son would endure more trials and thus gain a deeper understanding. Being misunderstood, targeted, and distrusted is not always a bad thing. It is through such experiences that one can grow and ultimately withstand the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune. He himself had traversed a similar path. Scoundrel! Tallet, do you claim that I have sought your life? Did I unleash my full power? Raditz demanded furiously. Tallet, momentarily taken aback, grasped Salari's wrist and said, Salari, you have indeed misunderstood. Raditz merely engaged me in a casual match. He did not use his full strength against me. Otherwise, I would have lost from the very beginning. Upon hearing Tallet's words, Raditz felt a degree of relief. Salari acknowledged this statement, but continued to harbor animosity towards Raditz, rooted in their long-standing rivalry. Raditz was about to speak again when Gine could no longer contain herself. However, she cleverly refrained from defending Raditz directly. Instead, she seized his ear with a firm grip. Isn't it true that you often bullied Salari in your arrogance when you were younger? It's no wonder she dislikes you so much. Ouch. Mother, please let go. My ear is going to come off, Raditz whimpered, tears welling in his eyes as he begged for mercy. Bardock sighed and interjected. Enough, it was merely a friendly spar. Raditz won, but in a sense, Tallet did not lose. Salari, you need not be so harsh on Raditz. You are both still young and do not comprehend many things. When you look back on this in the future, you will realize that much of it was inconsequential bickering. It is entirely normal for children to have their squabbles. But one must learn to let go. Bardock's words resonated like the counsel of an elder, proving effective not only in enlightening Tallet, but also in easing Salari's hatred towards Raditz. Of course, such animosity would not dissipate overnight. Girls tend to hold grudges. Tallet found himself somewhat helpless, as he understood Salari well. Despite her tender age of 5, she possessed an extraordinary level of emotional maturity. In the stillness of the night, Tallet returned home and lay on his bed, contemplating the complexities of life. The clash with Raditz had yielded significant insights. Although minor incidents had occurred, they were ultimately inconsequential. Reflecting on Bardock's words to him and Raditz, Tallet came to a profound realization. Even if he could engage in combat beyond his level to challenge Raditz, it was merely a clever tactic. Should they battle again, Raditz would undoubtedly exploit any weaknesses with remarkable speed. Unless Tallet were to alter his strategy once more, Raditz would likely defeat him even more swiftly and with less effort. In summary, Tallet recognized that there remained vast areas for improvement and that he would need to accumulate combat experience through practice and gradual breakthroughs. What surprised Tallet was Bardock's announcement that he would be instructing both him and Raditz in combat techniques over the coming days. This was once deemed impossible. Even Leitais had previously beseeched Bardock, yet Bardock had consistently rebuffed him. The sudden initiative to speak of it now led Tarrot to surmise that Bardock was aware of an impending storm. Thus, he was decisively imparting knowledge during this time to enhance their self-preservation capabilities, even including Sibling. Although they had grown up together, Bardock's straightforwardness was rather shocking. Did he genuinely believe that I would take an interest in this young girl? Sibling is indeed beautiful, yet she possesses a rather assertive nature. And I have no inclination towards youthful maidens. Tarrot found himself in a state of despair. Sibling's affections for him were evident to any discerning observer. Frankly, Tarrot had pondered this matter on numerous occasions. He was reluctant to cultivate deep emotions and wished to avoid entanglements with too many individuals, as he was acutely aware that he could not save everyone. In recent days, he had not ceased to ponder over the young girl. Yet he remained uncertain whether his plans were indeed feasible. Overthinking would yield no results. Seizing the opportunity presented by Bardock's guidance in their training, he resolved to methodically put his plans into action. After uttering these words, Tallet engaged in meditation for a while before succumbing to a deep slumber. The following morning, Tallet awoke with renewed vigor. After a brief wash, he stepped outside to find Celery awaiting him. It appeared that Bardock's promise of mentorship from the previous night had stirred her excitement. After all, Bardock's stature among lower-tier warriors was immense, his prowess undeniable. Celery, too, harbored aspirations of strength, distinguishing herself among her peers of the same rank. As a female, she could have easily assumed a supportive role as an auxiliary Saiyan. Yet her fierce determination compelled her to pursue a more assertive path. This tenacity, perhaps, was influenced by the tragic loss of her parents during a mission the previous year, which contributed to Tallet's perception of her formidable nature. Soon, Raditz emerged from his home, still appearing somewhat dazed from sleep. The trio exchanged greetings, though Raditz and Celery remained reticent. Upon entering the house, they found Gine had prepared an abundance of food, for Saiyans are known for their hearty appetites, consuming vast quantities at every meal. After breakfast, Bardock led the three to his small hill outside the city. I must visit the royal palace with Raditz in 2 hours. So our time today is limited. I can only impart some fundamental techniques for power control and breathing exercises, Bardock declared, initiating his distinctive teaching mode. It must be said, the effectiveness of his approach was apparent. However, the 2 hours were spent solely on basic power control techniques and the rhythms of breathing during physical activity. For Raditz and Celery, this knowledge was invaluable, but for Tallet, who had already cultivated his energy to a certain level, it was merely a matter of time before he grasped the concepts completely. Thus, the emphasis on mastering energy cultivation in the original narrative holds true. Once one achieves a certain proficiency in this domain, the learning of any technique accelerates significantly, even as the Dragon Ball Super era emerged. Overshadowing the methods of energy cultivation with divine power practices, it remains undeniable that the cultivation of energy will never become obsolete. Reaching a sufficiently high level in this art can rival even the most advanced divine techniques. After bidding farewell to Bardock and Raditz, Tallet and Celery chose not to return home, but to remain and continue their training. This led to Tallet assuming the role of instructor for Celery. It was a peculiar situation, as Tallet effortlessly mastered the techniques while Celery struggled to grasp them, leading Tallet to find her attempts rather disheartening. With Tallet's assistance, however, Celery gradually came to understand the principles imparted by Bardock. Little did Tallet know that his seemingly unintentional gestures were winning the young girl's heart. In the royal city. Within the palace, Bardock, after parting ways with Raditz, approached King Vegeta for a private audience. During this meeting, aside from King Vegeta and Bardock, no one was privy to the specific details discussed. Despite Bardock's status as a low-ranking warrior, King Vegeta afforded him ample respect and consideration. After exchanging some trivial pleasantries, the conversation naturally gravitated towards the Frieza Force and the challenges Bardock encountered during his mission on Planet Cyril. Bardock, not holding back, expressed his heartfelt sentiments to King Vegeta. Upon learning the intricate details, King Vegeta was consumed with rage yet felt utterly powerless. Ultimately, he suppressed his fury and proceeded to assign Bardock his forthcoming tasks. Regarding Planet Kanasha, it is imperative for you to be particularly vigilant about Frieza's urgent desire to acquire this planet. We Saiyans shall not remain subordinate to Frieza forever. Over the years, we have fought tirelessly for him, only to be met with schemes and betrayals. Bardock, after you complete this mission, I shall secretly summon all the elite warriors and top fighters. Once you have secured Kanasha, I will present Frieza with a grand surprise. The ambition of King Vegeta is unmistakable, for he has long coveted the throne of the Cosmic Emperor. Yes, King Vegeta. In half a month, or rather, in 10 days, I shall set forth, ensuring the swift conquest of Kanasha, Bardock vowed. King Vegeta nodded with an air of authority and continued, rest assured about your son. I have made all necessary arrangements. In 1 week, I plan to have Vegeta lead a team to invade Planet Ramp, where your son will receive the utmost protection. Planet Ramp, understood, Bardock acknowledged, refraining from any objections. King Vegeta, perceiving Bardock's sentiments, opted not to engage in further futile discourse, unless there is anything else. You may take your leave. Use this time to cherish moments with your children and wife. I have heard that your youngest son possesses a combat power of merely 2. Do not dwell too much on that. With a blend of sternness and leniency, King Vegeta exhibited his prowess. Yes, I take my leave, Bardock replied, bowing respectfully before exiting the royal palace. As he observed Bardock's retreat, King Vegeta's gaze grew increasingly ominous. The nature of human hearts is profoundly unpredictable. Bardock harbored deep respect and unwavering loyalty towards King Vegeta, yet the latter continued to perceive Bardock as a potential threat. In his view, Bardock had, in some sense, jeopardized his position. The mere reverence of lower-ranking warriors towards Bardock was a challenge to his authority. Unbeknownst to Bardock, his desire to excel only served to elevate his achievements to a level that threatened to overshadow his king. Indeed, the fundamental issue remained that Bardock was merely a low-ranking warrior. In the eyes of King Vegeta and all the elite warriors, a lower-class fighter is simply that, lacking even the privilege to engage in dialogue with them. To the lofty elites, lower-ranking warriors are but ants to be commanded and toyed with at will. Once Frieza is dealt with and I ascend to the throne of the Cosmic Emperor, that will be the true reckoning. King Vegeta's eyes glinted with murderous intent, swiftly concealed. Were it not for Bardock's formidable strength and his continued utility to King Vegeta, he would never allow an uncontrollable element in his ranks. Upon leaving the palace, Bardock chose not to return home immediately, but instead sought out Raditz within the palace grounds. Time was of the essence. He was to depart in 10 days, and Raditz was to accompany Prince Vegeta on the expedition in 7 days. Thus, he needed to impart knowledge daily. Additionally, there were matters he wished to discuss privately with Raditz, preferably without Kin's knowledge. After some time, Bardock located Raditz in the training grounds at the outermost perimeter of the palace, where he also encountered Vegeta. As a subordinate, despite his power reaching tens of thousands, Bardock still respectfully addressed him as Your Highness. He disregarded all others present. Firstly, he had the strength to disdain these elite warriors. Secondly, he held them in contempt, even though his son would soon serve under them. However, with King Vegeta's promise of Raditz's safety, these warriors would not dare to act recklessly. Should they choose to do so, he would ensure they faced the consequences. This is the pressure brought by strength. After departing from the palace with Raditz, the following days could be considered as Bardock assisting Raditz in requesting leave from Vegeta. Otherwise, as the personal guard of Prince Vegeta, Raditz was expected to be by the prince's side almost all the time, except for rare occasions. Bardock's request would not be denied by Vegeta. Of course, Raditz's own initiative to request a few days off did not particularly concern him. To Vegeta, Raditz's presence or absence made no difference. Initially, He found it perplexing that his father would assign a comrade with a mere combat power of a few hundred to be his companion. It was only later that he gradually understood his father's intentions. Although Vegeta was only 5 years old, his intellect was far beyond that of an average individual. As a prince, he observed many aspects, not merely his status, but the most crucial being the level of combat power. It was natural for him to hold a lofty opinion of himself, yet he also possessed self-awareness. Watching Bardock and Raditz depart, a glimmer not typical for his age sparkled in Vegeta's gaze, his expression solemn. One of the sycophants could not refrain from inciting him. Your Highness, you should not show Bardock, that scoundrel, any goodwill. He has grown increasingly arrogant, relying on his combat prowess. Indeed, Prince Vegeta, just now, he did not even regard you. As the two superior warriors with a combat power of 3,000 spoke, Vegeta's eye sharpened, not directed at the departing Bardock, but at the two beside him. If you possess the capability, refrain from whispering behind my back. Such behavior only leads this prince to perceive you as ineffectual. With this declaration, Vegeta turned and strode towards the grand hall of the palace. His combat power had already surpassed 3,000, thus even without the title of prince. He could confront these two without hesitation. Faced with Vegeta's cold derision, the two superior warriors turned ashen, their expressions grim. It must be said that Vegeta exhibited more magnanimity and discernment than King Vegeta himself. When comparing Bardock to the useless individuals around him, he leaned towards Bardock. For Bardock was a lower-class warrior who had become strong solely through his own efforts. Strictly speaking, as a lower-class Saiyan, Bardock was the only one Vegeta had remembered since childhood. Even in the later stages of the original storyline, Vegeta would recall Bardock. As Bardock and Raditz walked through the bustling streets of the royal city, observing the surrounding architecture and various extraterrestrial beings, they engaged in conversation. According to King Vegeta, I am to embark on an expedition to Planet Rampa with the prince in 7 days? Upon hearing Bardock's words, Raditz exclaimed in delight. For him, he had long anticipated this day. Unbeknownst to him, this expedition would mark the beginning of his tragic life. In 7 days, you will accompany the prince's elite squad on the expedition. A few days after your departure, I too shall embark on a new mission. Raditz, you are my son. And as my son, you shall bear a burden far heavier than that of an ordinary Saiyan. During your time by the prince's side, I trust you have come to understand the brutal nature of our Saiyan clan. In truth, this principle applies to every race, survival of the fittest. Bardock rarely indulged in heartfelt conversations, yet at this moment, he felt compelled to impart some profound truths to his son. Perhaps there was some cosmic connection at play. Or Bardock had long desired to share these thoughts with Raditz, but previously lacked the time, or perhaps Raditz was simply too young to comprehend. Father, your demeanor today is somewhat. Raditz hesitated, unable to articulate his confusion regarding his father's behavior. Bardock smiled gently, ruffling Raditz's hair. It is indeed peculiar, isn't it? Some things may not resonate with you now, but in time, you will understand. You will grow and forge your own path. Raditz nodded, bewildered. Bardock continued to share many thoughts, an experience unlike any other since Raditz's birth. It was their first extensive conversation. Once Bardock had expressed all his thoughts, he left Raditz with a final remark. If I am no longer here, then please take care of your mother, younger brother, and Tallet. Raditz readily agreed to Bardock's last request. It must be said that without having endured any severe trials or faced harsh realities, the straightforward and confident Raditz had no inkling of the challenges that lay ahead. In his mind, he believed himself to be invincible and assumed the role of the family's pillar, willingly shouldering the responsibility. Bardock was satisfied with his son's demeanor, yet he did not impose any expectations. As long as Raditz remained the way he wished to see him at this moment, the future could only be entrusted to time. Having experienced countless ups and downs in life, Bardock understood that people change. Frankly speaking, had Bardock known the unfolding of future events, he would undoubtedly feel a sense of lament, for everything would transpire as he envisioned. No, it would be even more brutal than he imagined. Unbeknownst to the passage of time, afternoon arrived. Having procured numerous supplies in the royal city, they had delayed considerably. During this time, Bardock also encountered members of his team. Although they were unaware of when or where their next mission would take place, their long-standing association with Bardock had ingrained a sense of habit. Thus, having returned yesterday, they were now preparing the essentials for the impending expedition. Bardock and Raditz returned home, where Tallet and Celery had already arrived. After discussing their training progress, Bardock was astonished by the talent displayed by Tallet and Celery. Simultaneously, this left Raditz, who had yet to formally begin his training, feeling somewhat disheartened, prompting him to rush off to practice. Well done, but the fundamentals I have taught you require time to solidify. Do not become overly proud simply because you believe you have mastered something. To prevent Tallet and Celery from developing a sense of arrogance, Bardock issued a warning. They would inevitably face the battlefield, and excessive pride could lead them astray, convincing them of their superiority when, in reality, they were not. Rest assured, Uncle Bardock. Understood. I will work even harder, Uncle Bardock. Tallet and Celery nodded in unison. Having received the desired affirmation, Bardock then outlined the upcoming arrangements. For the next 7 days, from morning until night, He would dedicate all his time to teaching them how to become stronger. He would even employ practical combat scenarios to instruct them in the art of true battle. Not only Cellari but Tallet also eagerly anticipated this. After all, in terms of strength, even if Bardock was not the strongest among the Saiyan race, he was certainly among the elite. It was easy to imagine the outcome of a contest against someone with a combat power exceeding 10,000. However, there is no doubt that the improvement brought about by practical experience will be far greater for them. Having settled the matters of cultivation, Tallet did not hesitate to inquire about Bardock's experiences at the palace, disregarding Cellari's presence. After all, Cellari had already been drawn into this small collective. They would be spending the next few days together, if not living under the same roof, at least sharing the majority of their time. There was no reason to be secretive. Moreover, even if Cellari became privy to certain information, it would not pose a problem. The exchanges between him and Bardock were merely trivial matters, not confidential in nature. If it were something truly secret, Bardock would certainly refrain from disclosing it to Tallet. Just as he had concealed the most significant upheaval, the scheme of Frieza against the Saiyans, during his recent encounter on Cyril Star. So, is it settled that Raditz and Prince Vegeta will embark on their expedition to Ramstar in 7 days? And Uncle Bardock will set off for Kanashastar in 10 days? Tallet could not help but interject. The pace was swift. Had he not anticipated the worst possibilities over the past couple of days, he would have felt anxious. So, are you beginning to regret this decision, little Tallet? Bardock chuckled as he regarded Tallet. In response, Tallet shook his head vigorously and, with an awkward smile, declared, "Once a decision is made, I shall not regret it." However, there are numerous considerations to weigh. If I were to invade a medium-sized planet alone, it may seem simple, yet it is far from easy. What dubious ideas are you contemplating? Share them with me. Bardock was well aware of the underlying implications in Tallet's words. Despite the perception that the Saiyan warriors were merely brawn without brains, this was not an accurate representation. In truth, many Saiyans possessed considerable intelligence. They often did not overthink matters that could be resolved through strength. Upon hearing this, Tallet laughed genuinely. "Uncle Bardock, you truly know me well. I said nothing yet you discern my thoughts." Bardock shook his head helplessly. Despite their long separation of over half a year, he was intimately familiar with Tallet's character. Meanwhile, Cellari, overhearing their conversation, trembled internally, her mind fixated on 2 words: expedition. Everyone was heading out, and as a lower-class warrior. Though she had reached the age of 5 and could join the main force in combat missions, she had no autonomy to choose her own future. The proud and self-respecting girl subconsciously lowered her head, clenching her small fists tightly. Tallet, sitting beside Cellari, instantly noticed her unease. With a sigh in his heart, he turned to Bardock and said, "Uncle Bardock, I know you have already made arrangements for me. However, I would like to bring 2 individuals with me on the expedition. What do you think?" This was a tentative inquiry, a chance to gauge Bardock's true intentions for him. Upon hearing this, Cellari lifted her head, her eyes silently questioning Tallet if he intended to include her. "You wish to take Cellari with you, don't you? As a superior warrior, you are indeed entitled to 3 slots, provided your companions are lower-class warriors and agree to your summons," Bardock replied. "However, you must remember one crucial point. Based on merit points, conquering a medium-sized planet only earns between 10,000 to 100,000 points. Should you choose to bring subordinates along, you will have to pay at least 10% of the merit points for each person. Furthermore, if any lower-class warriors in your team perish, you will incur a deduction of double merit points." Bardock's response solidified Tallet's determination. "That works for me. I do not mind the merit points. Moreover, if I do not take Cellari with me, she is unlikely to want to engage in logistical duties or join another team, which puts her at significant risk of death." Tallet smiled. To Bardock, these seemingly casual words revealed Tallet's commendable character. Merit points symbolized honor for the Saiyans and served as essential currency for survival. Clearly, in Tallet's eyes, the value of life outweighed that of merit points. "You rascal. In that case, I shall not say much more. Over the next few days, I will assist you in submitting the application and lend you some merit points to acquire a medium-sized spaceship. Remember to repay me double upon your return." Bardock grinned. "Double? Uncle Bardock, that's rather unfair." Tallet replied, amused yet exasperated. Time flowed like a river, never to return. Over the course of 7 days, Tallet, Raditz, and Cellari underwent rigorous training under Bardock's guidance. Not only did their strength see a remarkable enhancement, but their perspectives and thoughts also broadened significantly. Of course, for Tallet, his growth was more in combat techniques. His battle power did not see much advancement. From the outset, he had controlled his energy, keeping his power below 400. The apparent enhancement merely allowed him to partially unleash his hidden battle prowess, showcasing his growth to Bardock. In Tallet's words, it was simply a matter of going with the flow. Notably, Cellari's talent flourished under Bardock's tutelage. In a mere short span, her combat power surged from 180 to 240, averaging an astonishing increase of nearly 10 points daily, a truly terrifying rate. Raditz's improvement mirrored Tallet's modest gains, rising from 550 to 580, though it seemed only a 30-point increase. Achieving such growth in 7 days was commendable. At Bardock's home, it was now noon, and everyone sat around the table enjoying the meal prepared by Gine. Unlike the previous days, the atmosphere was rather somber as Raditz was about to embark on his journey to report to the palace following the conclusion of their intensive training. Goodbyes were often tinged with reluctance. However, for the Saiyans, such partings had become routine over the past decade or two. It was akin to the ordinary individuals of Tallet's past life venturing out to earn a living. The only difference this time was that it marked Raditz's first true departure from Planet Vegeta to undertake a mission. In other words, it was his first genuine foray into the world beyond home, amplifying the family's concerns. Make sure to come back stronger, Tallet. When I return, I will definitely be stronger. And we shall have a grand battle. Before departing, Raditz did not forget to express his anticipation for the future to Tallet. This also stirred a deeper sentiment within Tarrot. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that if the narrative had unfolded as it did in the original work, Tarrot, had he not traversed dimensions, would have either departed from Planet Vegeta or perished on the impending conquest of the medium-sized planet, rendering any possibility of a reunion utterly impossible. However, with Tarrot's arrival, he supplanted the original protagonist. Everything has changed. Tarrot is resolutely convinced that he will survive. Yet, when their next encounter will occur remains a mystery. Unless he takes the initiative to reach out, he must await the unfolding of the original plot, anticipating a meeting with Raditz upon his arrival on Earth. This period has spanned a full 20 years. Very well. Upon our next meeting, let us engage in a true battle, Raditz. Responding to Raditz's words, Tallet extended his best wishes to him. After bidding farewell with a wave, Raditz also said his goodbyes to Gine, as well as to Sibling, who remained indifferent towards him. Despite the 7 days of camaraderie having eased tensions considerably, the barriers from their childhood were deeply entrenched and could not be altered in such a brief time. I hope you can embrace my reminders and strive to grow stronger, so as not to mirror the fate depicted in the original narrative. Watching Raditz's receding figure, Tallet added a silent thought in his heart. Turning around, Tallet noticed Gine's reluctant expression, yet he refrained from offering words of comfort. Some matters must be gradually accepted and adapted to on one's own, and soon enough, he would have to leave Planet Vegeta with Gine. At that time, the emotional turmoil resulting from the planet's destruction would be most intense. After a considerable time had passed, and once Raditz and Bardock were completely out of sight, the group returned home. Gine's capacity for acceptance was commendable. She swiftly gathered her composure and busied herself. Tallet and Sibling, relieved to see her well, ventured to the nearby market to procure supplies. In recent days, Bardock had taken the time to procure a medium-sized spaceship for him, also lending him 10,000 merit points as preparation. While this sum may not seem vast, it was indeed substantial. Despite Bardock's insistence that he would be repaid double in the future, it was clear that this was a gesture of care towards him. When converted, 10,000 merit points equated to a staggering 1 million in the world of Tallet's past life. One could easily imagine how an ordinary individual would react upon suddenly acquiring such a fortune. It was undoubtedly a windfall. Merit points were not easily obtained. Conquering a low-tier planet alone would yield only between 1,000 to 10,000 merit points, depending on the planet's value. Most lower-tier warriors, lacking superior warriors to lead them, could only collaborate in small groups, often targeting low-tier planets for years. Upon conquest, the merit points earned would have to be evenly distributed among them. Thus, to put it plainly, the majority of lower-tier warriors were impoverished. Possessing thousands or even tens of thousands of merit points would classify one as wealthy. Individuals like Bardock could be considered the epitome of affluence. Even spending 100,000 merit points on a medium-sized spaceship would merely cause him a momentary pang of discomfort. To draw a comparison, Bardock resembled a billionaire from Tallet's former world, casually purchasing a luxury sports car worth hundreds of millions. Tallet, is it truly necessary to prepare so many items? Sibling looked at Tallet, astonished by his relentless procurement of supplies. To her, they were merely embarking on a mission. Even if the duration might be lengthy, Tallet's preparations over the past few days had far exceeded reasonable limits. Just the food alone was sufficient to sustain them for an entire year. Although the medium-sized spaceship was not overly large, it was spacious enough to fill the entire cargo hold, indicating an intention for a prolonged deployment. Rest assured, we will need it, and in addition to you, I intend to bring another person, Tallet replied with a smile. Another person? Sibling's expression shifted slightly, her mind racing with possibilities. Tallet nodded, clarifying his future intentions for the first time. I hope Aunt Ginia can accompany us to Planet Iyun. Aunt Ginia? But what about Kakarot if she joins us? Sibling questioned, surprised by the mention of Aunt Ginia. That remains uncertain. We'll discuss it the day before we depart. Please don't mention it to Aunt Ginia, Tallet responded, opting not to delve deeper into the matter to avoid any unforeseen complications. Sibling felt somewhat bewildered by Tallet's words, but she harbored no doubts, only curiosity. The two continued to wander through the market, acquiring any items Tallet deemed necessary. Truth be told, their expenditures over the past few days had been considerable, leaving them with only a few hundred merit points. However, for Tallet, failing to spend it all before departing Planet Vegeta would render it nothing more than a meaningless figure. In fact, Had it not been for the need to purchase the 5 seeds of the cultivation people and the healing liquids, he would not have spent so much. The opportunity to acquire the cultivation seeds stemmed from an event a few days prior. Bardock had taken him to the royal city to buy the spaceship and register for their mission. During this time, they fortuitously encountered Bardock's team members. Thus, under the encouragement of those few, Bardock took Tallet to a tavern for leisure. It was within that establishment that Tallet inadvertently witnessed an elite upper warrior clandestinely exchanging cultivation seeds for merit points. Seizing the opportunity, he procured the 5 seeds at the same price. From that moment, Tallet realized that Saiyans engaged in such discreet transactions. The tavern appeared to serve as a venue for such dealings. This incident imparted a valuable lesson to Tallet. Subsequently, he faced a reprimand from Bardock, who lectured him on the principle of not flaunting wealth. Tallet understood this well. Yet when he saw something he desired right before him and recognized his ability to obtain it, he failed to consider the implications. Ultimately, it stemmed from his youth and relative weakness. At this age, wielding several thousand merit points without any attempt to conceal one's identity is a bold move. As Bardock would say, if one were truly targeted by those with ill intentions, their life could very well be at stake. Fortunately, Bardock's presence ensured that Tallet's transaction proceeded smoothly. Regarding the cultivation seed traded for Tallet, Bardock did not delve deeply into the matter. Perhaps for him, it was of little consequence. At one point, Tallet even considered that he need not expend these merit points for clandestine exchanges. A mere request to Bardock could yield some assistance. In retrospect, Tallet recognized this reckless behavior as a case of the observer being blinded by their own involvement, nearly resulting in a debacle. Aside from the cultivation seeds, there were also the special medicines and healing liquids, which were relatively easy to acquire, essentially requiring only the expenditure of merit points. Under Bardock's guidance, Tallet conducted several transactions at legitimate establishments using his own merit points, as Bardock refrained from covering any of his expenses. This seemed to serve as a practical lesson for Tallet, indicating that Bardock had already rendered his aid, and from henceforth, it was up to him to navigate his own path. After meandering through the marketplace with Celery for quite some time, Tallet eventually parted ways with her. The young girl had proven to be rather clingy, and her presence hindered Tallet from accomplishing many tasks. Freed from her persistent company, Tallet swiftly returned home to calculate the time. His initial plan was to seize the opportunity while Bardock was absent in the afternoon to seek out Aunt Ginia, testing whether she would be willing to accompany him on a mission, thus luring her away from Planet Vegeta. However, upon entering the house and discovering that Kakarot had emerged from the incubation chamber, Tallet was compelled to temporarily shelve this idea. The timing was indeed inappropriate, with Kakarot present. It would be unreasonable to take him along on a mission. Even if Tallet were to agree, it was unlikely he would be permitted to register such an endeavor. The thought of secretly taking mother and son aboard a spaceship? This is indeed acceptable. However, if discovered, it would not be a trivial matter. For nearly an entire afternoon, Tallet remained by Gine's side, as well as by Kakarot's. Perhaps it was due to the awareness that Kakarot was the protagonist that Tallet felt an inexplicable stir in his heart when near him. It even led to the emergence of a rather peculiar thought. When the time comes for their reunion, he could boast with ease, casually remarking, "Kakarot, I once held you as a child. Back then, you were so frail that all you could do was weep." As night fell, Bardock returned from the royal city quite late. Ideally, he should have seen off Raditz by evening. It was only upon seeing the small single-person spacecraft that Bardock had brought back that Tallet realized the plot had officially begun to unfold. The scene that unfolded before him was a stark repetition of events from Dragon Ball's narrative. As an observer, he was granted permission by Bardock to witness it, ultimately bidding farewell to Kakarot. Kaiatsu was heartbroken, yet utterly powerless, for it was Bardock's design. Bardock would not deceive her, nor fabricate stories. After seeing Kakarot off, the trio did not return home immediately but gazed into the starry sky, lost in thought. After a considerable silence, Bardock finally broke the stillness, speaking with a gravity that resonated in the air. "Little Tarrot, there were many matters I could not disclose to you before, but now the time has come for you to be informed." Upon hearing this, Tarrot's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. He no longer feigned ignorance. "Uncle Bardock, having overheard your conversation with Aunt Kaiatsu, I surmise that Frieza intends to take action against our Saiyan race. Am I correct? This is why you have returned so decisively, not only to send away Raditz and Kakarot, but also to send me away." As the words hung in the air, Tarrot locked eyes with Bardock, whose wise gaze filled him with admiration. "You are indeed astute. It remains only you. Do you believe you can complete all preparations within 2 days? Before I depart, ensure your celery is ready to leave Planet Vegeta." Bardock's tone was resolute, allowing no room for Tarrot's dissent. Kaiatsu, perceiving Bardock's excessive worry, interjected, "Must we be so cautious? Bardock, even if what you say holds truth." Before she could finish, Bardock interrupted her. "Trust me, Kaiatsu. Furthermore, I have resolved that you shall leave Planet Vegeta alongside Tarrot to evade this impending tempest. If all turns out well, that would be splendid. However, if unimaginable calamity were to strike, we would be grateful for our foresight." Bardock's fervent declarations left both Kaiatsu and Tarrot astounded. Kaiatsu was taken aback that Bardock would allow her to accompany Tarrot. An inexplicable wave of panic engulfed her mind, rendering her breathless, even struggling to inhale. Tarrot, equally stunned, had not anticipated Bardock's decisive choice before he had a chance to voice his thoughts. Aunt Kaiatsu is leaving with me, but what about you, Uncle Bardock? Tarrot inhaled deeply, contemplating the possibility of altering circumstances so that Bardock might refrain from returning to Planet Vegeta after completing his mission on Kinesa. Yet, he understood the impossibility of such a notion. After all, the original tale would not resonate with the legend of a lone warrior standing against adversity. Bardock's sense of duty was unwavering. In a moment where the survival of their race hung in the balance, he would not cower in fear. Do not worry about me. Remember, my fighting power exceeds 10,000. Even King Vegeta would find it difficult to best me. Bardock chuckled. Indeed, with a fighting power surpassing 10,000, it seemed plausible that even King Vegeta might struggle against him. However, the true adversary was neither King Vegeta nor any other Saiyan. Tarrot found himself at a loss for words to express the turmoil within. Perhaps Bardock genuinely believed in his formidable strength, possessing a certain capacity to turn the tide. Yet reality proved harsh. The moment Frieza revealed his pre-transformation fighting power of 530,000, the true terror of this cosmic tyrant became apparent. Tarrot reflected solemnly. To speak candidly, in his previous life, upon first encountering Dragon Ball and learning of such staggering power disparities, he was left utterly speechless. This was merely the onset of fear. Initially, he believed Frieza's 530,000 was enough to challenge the heavens. However, as the narrative of Namek unfolded, that figure escalated to an astonishing 120 million, utterly shattering his previous worldview. In the face of 530,000, how trivial did 10,000 seem? And in the presence of 120 million, what significance did 530,000 hold? Due to Bardock's unwavering resolve, Kaiatsu and Tarrot had no choice but to acquiesce. Tarrot understood, and Kaiatsu recognized that her husband was striving to protect her. Nevertheless, she yearned to contribute, unwilling to watch her husband confront a potential catastrophe alone. Bardock's rationale was straightforward and utterly compelling. Their presence would only serve as a liability. With the decision to depart in 2 days confirmed, the trio continued to admire the beauty of the night sky. The nights on Planet Vegeta were breathtaking, adorned with countless stars. However, Saiyans typically refrained from enjoying the night scenery. Once exposed to a full moon, lit by over 17 million units of Blutz waves, they would undergo transformation into great apes. Though the moon of Planet Vegeta only emitted such potent waves on a few nights each year, most Saiyans, aware of their inability to control the transformation, would restrain themselves from venturing out at night. Of course, some Saiyans could indeed master this transformation, such as Bardock and Tarrot. The original narrative suggested that higher-tier warriors possessed the ability to maintain consciousness during the Great Ape transformation, and indeed, many lower-tier warriors could as well. Though they were exceptional talents among their ranks, Kaiatsu silently prayed for Raditz and Kakarot's safe passage on their inaugural cosmic journey. This is her way of finding solace. As a mother, her capabilities are limited, and thus she must resort to this. Rest assured, Raditz will undoubtedly return unharmed. Once the tempest has passed, I shall personally retrieve Kakarot, Bardock said as he embraced Gine's shoulders. At this moment, Tallet seemed to be an unnecessary presence. However, Tallet did not shy away. After all, they had not refrained from being affectionate in his presence before. Unless engaged in such acts, Tallet would prefer to leave the scene unseen. The scene shifts to the cosmos. At this moment, the elite team of Vegeta has already departed from the vicinity of the small star system that houses Planet Vegeta aboard their spacecraft. In just half a day, the distance from Planet Vegeta has become quite considerable. Such is the navigational speed possessed by the spacecraft of this era, which, in a few decades, will become even more astonishing, particularly under the modifications made by Bulma and her father, Brief. The velocity of the vessel will reach a level so extraordinary that words will fail to encapsulate it. Within the confines of the spacecraft, a congregation of Saiyans gathers in the cockpit, each one reveling in the breathtaking vistas of the cosmos. 3 elite upper-class warriors are tasked with piloting the vessel, with Raditz and 2 other relatively youthful warriors positioned on either side of Vegeta. Beside Vegeta stands another elite upper-class warrior, none other than his loyal bodyguard, Nappa. Unlike the Nappa of the original tale, this version is still quite young and possesses a full head of hair. In just 1 hour, we shall commence our hyperspeed traversal, and approximately 1 month later, we anticipate our arrival at Planet Ramp. The directive from Prince Vegeta's father did not impose any time constraints, allowing this expedition to be perceived as a mere exercise in experience and leisure. His subordinates shall ensure safety, eradicating any potential threats. Nappa dutifully reports this information to Vegeta. Contrary to his original portrayal as simple-minded, he is, in fact, quite astute, adept at flattering Vegeta. Vegeta responds succinctly, offering little further acknowledgement. For him, there is no concern regarding this mission. As he departed from Planet Vegeta, his father had assured him that this was merely a straightforward trial. Vegeta's innate prowess is indeed remarkable, His combat power has now surpassed 3,000 points, a figure that stands exceptionally high among upper-class warriors. Under such formidable power, even if Planet Ramp is a superior planet, what challenges could possibly arise? Thus, even without the title of Prince, and despite Vegeta being merely 5 years old, he can still be regarded as the unequivocal powerhouse within the team. Among those with combat strengths exceeding 3 or 4,000, there exists only the elite warrior Broccoli, who boasts a combat power of 5,000, marking him as the strongest fighter for this mission. As for the current Nappa, his combat strength merely parallels that of the present Vegeta. In fact, aside from his imposing physique, he pales in comparison to Vegeta in other respects. With merely an hour remaining until the onset of hyperspace travel, Raditz and the other 2 younger elite warriors gazed intently at the cosmic spectacle outside. For them, this marks their inaugural venture beyond Planet Vegeta into the vast expanse of space, observing the scenes beyond the protective transparent layer, the universe. Though shrouded in darkness, especially at such speeds, reveals little in the way of beauty. Nonetheless, for those experiencing it for the first time, a sense of exhilaration naturally arises. The encounter with novelty and the sight of a broader horizon engenders an overwhelming anticipation that leaves them somewhat adrift in their own identities. At this moment, they remain blissfully unaware that Planet Ramp is far from an ordinary superior planet. This invasion shall also witness the demise of companions, particularly the 2 younger elite warriors, whose combat prowess barely reaches several hundred points. Under the unaltered circumstances of the narrative, their fates are sealed on the planet Rampu. This sensation is truly extraordinary. It mirrors the words of that fellow Tallet, who once likened it to an endless abyss. Raditz could not help but utter a profound reflection. The words resonated with the other Saiyans. Even Vegeta couldn't help but cast a glance in his direction. An endless abyss? That description seemed rather apartment Tarrot. Who is he? Vegeta inquired. At this, Raditz perked up. Your Highness, Tarrot is an elite warrior born around the same time as I, residing next door to my family. I see. Vegeta replied, nodding in acknowledgement. He chose not to delve deeper into the matter and leaned back in his spaceship seat, wearing a nonchalant expression. Observing this, Raditz had initially intended to offer some kind words, but seeing Vegeta's complete disinterest, he decided against it. As Vegeta's spacecraft departed from this star system in the opposite direction, a solitary round spaceship swiftly left Planet Vegeta and headed towards the galaxy. Undoubtedly, this was the very vessel that Kakarot occupied, equipped with the necessary life support systems. The ship posed no threat to the safety of Kakarot, even during extended journeys, given that he was merely half a year old. The destined child of this world, Kakarot, upon his arrival on Earth, shall herald a new era. No, that is not quite accurate. It is from the moment he departed from Planet Vegeta that the narrative began to unfold. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, in an unknown galaxy or perhaps within an obscure star domain, a planet suddenly erupted without warning. The resplendent light burst forth like a magnificent display of fireworks, dazzling and brilliant. Amidst the flames of the explosion, 2 figures gradually emerged, none other than the god of destruction, Beerus, and his attendant, Whis. They traversed the cosmic void, entirely unaffected by the vacuum of space or the myriad of adverse conditions surrounding them. This is the destroyer. Behold the angel. And this planet, which has already met its explosive demise, is undoubtedly the handiwork of Beerus the Destroyer. How it nauseates me. How dare such refuse be deemed cuisine? How infuriating. I never anticipated that even the most fundamental cravings would remain unfulfilled before my slumber. It vexes me to no end. Beerus, wielding a slender steel toothpick, nonchalantly picks his teeth while voicing his dissatisfaction. Yet, this predicament is somewhat understandable, for Lord Beerus has existed for an eternity, having sampled nearly every renowned delicacy the universe has to offer. Whis, with a cheerful demeanor, interjected and swiftly shifted the conversation. Although we might not discover superior culinary delights this time, perhaps upon Lord Beerus's next awakening, numerous planets will have cultivated a plethora of exquisite dishes. While a few decades may seem insignificant, for a civilization that revels in life, it can yield countless marvels. As Whis concluded his thoughts, Beerus appeared entirely indifferent. This statement has been heard from Whis more than 10 times. Yet, each occasion is filled with anticipation, only to end in disappointment. Never mind. I am too lazy to seek out tastier food. Continuing this pursuit would merely squander my time, Beerus mused to himself. Then, shall we return to the realm of destruction? Lord Beerus? Whis maintained a cheerful demeanor, awaiting Beerus's response. Not so fast. Before we head back, I must have a word with that Frieza fellow. Did you not mention that he has become increasingly unpredictable of late? Beerus yawned, speaking nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Whis discerned the underlying meaning in Beerus's words and chuckled. Ho ho ho. It seems that not only does Lord Beerus not disapprove of Frieza's antics, but he also considers him quite suitable to be the true agent of destruction. What do you mean? Having been seen through, Beerus shot Whis a glance, as if questioning how he had deduced it. Whis smiled even more openly. If Lord Beerus had no such intentions, he would surely say that Frieza is too unruly and should be dealt with before returning to sleep. Receiving this insight, Beerus straightened his expression. You are partly correct. Visiting him is also a means to keep him in check. After all, it was my words that elevated this insect to the status of the current emperor of the universe. The title of Universal Emperor truly belied Frieza's audacity, even his father. King Cold merely referred to himself as the ruler of the galaxy. Beerus's words seemed to serve as a defense, unwilling to admit that Whis had completely unraveled his thoughts. Is Lord Beerus not concerned that Frieza, upon receiving your command, will only become more unruly? That is of little consequence. At his level, causing chaos merely results in the destruction of a few more planets. At worst, I will eliminate him once I awaken. Beerus stretched lazily, showing no concern. Very well, as long as Lord Beerus has made his decision. Whis nodded. In truth, he was not overly concerned. To them, Frieza was merely a minor nuisance with limited power. As Beerus said, what could happen if he caused a ruckus? Then let us be off, Whis. Beerus placed his hand on Whis' shoulder. Indeed, Lord Beerus. Whis was already prepared, pinpointing Frieza's current location. With a powerful surge of mystical energy, a brilliant spectrum of light enveloped the two. In an instant, they transformed into a radiant beam of color, traversing the cosmos at an unimaginable speed, vanishing from this expanse of space. Meanwhile, in a distant corner of the universe, a colossal spaceship belonging to Frieza's army was sailing through the void. This is the flagship of the Frieza Force, a vessel that exclusively belongs to Frieza himself. Within the confines of the command room, the diminutive Frieza reclines in his unique infant carriage, cradling a goblet in his hand, the vibrant crimson liquid swirling gracefully with the movements of his wrist. Flanking him on either side are two newly promoted elite fighters, boasting combat power just exceeding 15,000. They now stand as Frieza's most formidable warriors, second only to Zarbon and Dodoria. Frieza has commanded their presence until Zarbon and Dodoria return from their mission. The efficiency of those Saiyan monkeys is indeed commendable. Once again, they have assisted in conquering over 1,000 planets, reporting numerous valuable worlds. Were it not for that unfounded legend, Frieza might have hesitated to take action against them. However, it is still too premature to annihilate the Saiyan race. Once this mission concludes, he plans to reward them handsomely on Planet Vegeta. Ha ha ha. Frieza's sinister laughter reverberates with an unsettling charm, instilling a profound sense of dread even among his closest subordinates. To serve him is akin to dancing with a tiger. His capricious temperament and brutal nature render him unpredictable, capable of lethal violence at any moment. If given the choice, they would prefer to venture out on missions rather than endure the constant anxiety of being in Frieza's presence. Naturally, such thoughts remain unvoiced, for to express them would be to court death. The atmosphere in the cockpit hangs heavy with an oppressive silence, as none dare to engage Frieza in conversation. This is also what Frieza despises the most. Indeed, once Sabo and Dodoria departed, I found myself devoid of subordinates with whom I could share my joy and converse. Frieza let out a casual remark, which sent his two already terrified subordinates into a cold sweat. This intangible deterrent is exceedingly lethal. Before they could respond, in the very next moment, two figures materialized unexpectedly. There were no warnings, nor any fluctuations to indicate their presence. No one noticed, not even Frieza himself. The god of destruction, Beerus, and the angel, Whis, silently appeared behind him. Oh, it has been a while, and it seems you have been living quite comfortably, Frieza, remarked Beerus, as he entered Frieza's spaceship, observing the ostentatious display of Frieza's demeanor, while lazily digging in his ear and speaking in a teasing tone. As that familiar voice echoed, Frieza's smile abruptly vanished. Simultaneously, everyone within the cockpit turned to face the source of the sound, their expressions a portrait of terror. One could not help but wonder who had arrived and how they had done so. The audacity of the speaker was tantamount to courting death, and the implications were dire for them all. As for Frieza, upon laying eyes on Beerus and Whis, his pupils constricted sharply, and an involuntary shiver coursed through him, as buried fears surged to the surface. In the next moment, he performed an act unimaginable to all present, utterly shattering their worldviews. Swiftly, he leaped from his seat, knelt upon the ground, and prostrated himself before Beerus. For anyone, even in a dream, such a spectacle would be deemed absurd beyond belief. Behold the fearsome cosmic sovereign, Frieza, Lord of Destruction, I beseech your forgiveness for my inadequate greeting. Frieza bowed his head low, his voice trembling, as cold sweat cascaded down his face, a testament to the terror that gripped his heart. He was utterly bewildered by how his visitor had infiltrated the spacecraft without warning. The dread of the god of destruction had taken root in him since their first encounter, a memory that would haunt him for a lifetime. That overwhelming power, enough to annihilate him with but a glance. Beerus remained silent, leisurely strolling within the confines of the spacecraft, further exacerbating Frieza's anxiety. What could be the purpose of Beerus's unexpected visit? In an effort to alleviate the tension, Frieza raised his gaze to his still-dazed subordinates. Words were unnecessary. The sheer terror in Frieza's eyes left them gasping in shock. Two elite warriors quickly grasped Frieza's intent and prudently knelt before Beerus. We pay our respects to the Lord of Destruction. It must be noted that reaching the esteemed rank of elite warrior and earning Frieza's favor to remain by his side is no mean feat. Such individuals are far from being mere brutes devoid of intellect. Following their lead, the rest of the crew soon followed suit. You have certainly gathered two commendable subordinates, Frieza, Beerus quipped, a hint of amusement lacing his tone, imbued with an undeniable aura of authority. Frieza mustered the courage to suppress his fear and anxiety, swallowing hard before slowly raising his head to meet Beerus's gaze. Lord Beerus, I am humbled by your praise. Might I inquire what tasks you require of me during your visit? Please, command me. Beerus stepped closer, while Whis maintained his poised demeanor at the side. I have heard whispers of your arrogance in recent years, even declaring yourself the cosmic sovereign. TSK, you are quite clever, using my name to bolster your own stature. Although I find this rather displeasing, I must admit you possess the potential to serve as my temporary emissary. I have come to see you for two reasons. Firstly, my period of slumber is fast approaching, and I require a suitable proxy for the ensuing decades. Secondly, there are numerous planets in the universe that demand destruction. And I trust you understand what to do? Upon hearing Beerus's words, Frieza was momentarily taken aback. The fear in his eyes dissipated, replaced by sheer elation. To ascend to the throne of Cosmic Sovereign, one must possess considerable intellect. Initially, he had feared that Beerus sought to reprimand him for leveraging the God of Destruction's name for his own gain. Yet, it became evident that beneath the surface, Beerus was bestowing upon him a form of authority. To be recognized as the true proxy of destruction meant that during Beerus's slumber, he would effectively embody the God of Destruction. The God of Destruction. This was the pinnacle of existence in the universe, no matter who one might be. They would be reduced to insignificance before the God of Destruction. To be a proxy meant that he could traverse the cosmos unimpeded, with no one possessing the right to hinder his path. In other words, sanctioned annihilation. What an honor for a mere mortal to earn the favor of Lord Beerus. Rest assured, during your slumber, I shall not disappoint you. Frieza's tone shifted, brimming with eagerness and excitement. Excellent. Given your resolve, I shall observe your performance. However, I must caution you, do not abuse this power. Should I awaken to find you have overstepped your bounds, I will not hesitate to obliterate you. With a narrowed gaze, Beerus conveyed both his authority and his warning to Frieza. Understanding the gravity of Beerus's words, Frieza promptly assured him, I understand, and you have my word. When you awaken, I shall strive to create a universe that will exceed your expectations. At this moment, it is merely a time for heartfelt expression. For him, this represents an opportunity to dominate the universe. Beerus did not delve deeper into the matter, nor did he concern himself with how Frieza intended to proceed. As long as the planets of the universe were not destroyed during his slumber, that sufficed. By the way, I have heard that you have recently been investigating the legends of the Saiyans, particularly that of the so-called Super Saiyan, correct? Are you contemplating taking action against their lineage? Suddenly, Beerus shifted the topic. This abrupt change startled Frieza, instilling a sense of foreboding within him. The strategy against the Saiyans was known to very few. And to his astonishment, the God of Destruction Beerus was aware of it. In that instant, Frieza felt a chill beneath his feet and a prickling sensation at the nape of his neck. Was Beerus issuing a warning to me? This passage reflects the innermost thoughts of Frieza at this moment. Undoubtedly, his clear words convey that he is aware of every action taken, with no choice but to respond. Frieza could only concede. Yes, may I inquire, Lord Beerus, how should we handle those Saiyans? Uncertain of Beerus's intentions, Frieza sought to discern his will. If the God of Destruction wished to spare them, then despite his dissatisfaction, he could not act against them. At most, he could only suppress them. However, should the God of Destruction desire to eliminate the Saiyan race, then plans would need to be expedited, an outcome that aligned perfectly with his desires. Recently, he had visited Planet Vegeta and witnessed the so-called warrior race of Saiyans, who, at their core, were merely simple-minded brutes. A race lacking both power and culinary delights. Their continued existence was nothing short of a farce. Since you are already taking action, the Saiyan race shall be entrusted to you. There is no necessity for their continued existence, nor for the survival of Planet Vegeta. As Beerus spoke, a profound purple light flickered in his eyes. The divine pressure accompanying his words was released ever so slightly, causing Frieza to hold his breath, his body trembling instinctively. Rest assured, Lord Beerus, I shall know what to do. Frieza forcibly suppressed his inner excitement, feigning a serious demeanor in his response. Though he feared the God of Destruction, Beerus, his newfound role as Beerus's agent implied they were allies. In truth, his heart brimmed with an indescribable joy. At the very least, Beerus's intention to eradicate the Saiyans did not conflict with his original plan. In fact, Beerus was even more terrifying, ready to obliterate Planet Vegeta at a moment's notice. Excellent. For the time being, he would fulfill his role as an agent. With the objective accomplished, Beerus retracted his divine presence and turned to Whis, stating, the matter is complete. We may return now, Whis. Very well, Lord Beerus, Whis replied with a calm smile, as he raised his angelic staff. The power of the angels enveloped them in a dazzling spectrum of rainbow light. Before long, the brilliance faded, and the two had vanished from the spaceship as if they had never been there. With their departure, the fear that had gripped Frieza's body and soul finally dissipated. The God of Destruction's agent. From this day forth, Frieza was sanctioned to dominate the universe. No one, regardless of who they were, could ever usurp this position from him. Oh ho ho ho. In a jubilant mood, Frieza suddenly burst into boisterous laughter. The two elite warriors beside him exchanged glances, a sense of foreboding creeping into their hearts. Today, their worldview had been upended. They had come to realize that such terrifying entities existed in this world. The god of destruction, Beerus. Even their king Frieza was compelled to bow and scrape before him. Surely, he would not kill us, would he? Even if King Frieza sought to silence witnesses, it would be impossible for me and Saris to be on that extermination list, given our battle power of 15,000 points. We're the elite among elites. They continued to reassure themselves, indulging in fantasies. However, that ominous premonition soon manifested. You two are indeed my loyal subordinates. Even praised by Lord Beerus himself. Yet, how unfortunate, Frieza suddenly turned, a rich murderous intent flashing in his scarlet eyes. Decay and Saris were immediately consumed by dread. Their expressions shifting drastically. Being quite astute, they instantly began to plead for mercy. They understood Frieza's intentions if they could not perceive this. They would not have climbed to their current positions. Please, King Frieza. No, don't. King Frieza, spare us. We saw nothing just now. They struggled in their desperation. Why not resist? One could only say that they were acutely aware of the disparity in strength. Oh, it seems you are quite perceptive. I haven't even stated my intentions. Yet you already know that I wish to eliminate you to silence you. It appears you truly can fathom my thoughts. As Frieza spoke, a benevolent smile graced his lips. This game of cat and mouse brings him endless amusement. Dursa and Solace seemed to believe they had narrowly escaped peril. Yet, in the next fleeting moment, two beams of energy shot forth from Frieza's eyes without warning, piercing the hearts of the two within a mere 0.01 seconds. A warrior with a combat power of 15,000 met a ruthless demise at Frieza's hands. The king, however, does not mind being the subject of his subordinate speculations. Yet, subordinates who, despite discerning his thoughts, still cling to a glimmer of hope, hold no value in his eyes. Those incapable of understanding the gravity of the situation are indeed foolish. It is, after all, Sabo and Dodoria who truly comprehend the king's essence. With these words uttered, Frieza cast his gaze toward the others within the spaceship. At this moment, all present swallowed hard in terror. They were unfortunate witnesses to the sight of Frieza groveling before Beerus, and thus, they were doomed to perish. Blood splattered, staining the entire cockpit, while severed limbs and entrails lay scattered about, emanating a foul stench. The scene was gruesome and merciless. Yet, for Frieza, such horrors were commonplace, only fueling his bloodlust. Given that even the god of destruction, Beerus, had issued orders, it was imperative for him to hasten the annihilation of the Saiyan race. Before proceeding, he intended to extract one last measure of value from the Saiyans. Frieza reclined once more in his infantile pod, his demeanor utterly cold, as if all prior actions bore no weight upon him. It was only when his subordinates sensed something amiss that one of them entered. Upon witnessing the scene within the cockpit, even seasoned warriors could not suppress a gasp of disbelief and horror. Shock, fear, and incredulity enveloped them. However, Frieza would not grant them ample time to react. He needed to establish contact with his loyal subordinates. After a brief cleanup by his underlings, the personnel in the cockpit were replaced, and Frieza made contact with Dodoria and Zarbon, who were currently on a mission. The plan to obliterate Planet Vegeta was officially set in motion. Yet, prior to that, Frieza needed to devise a more detailed and comprehensive strategy. He aimed to eliminate all Saiyans in one fell swoop, rendering the legend impossible while fulfilling the destructive task set forth by Beerus. Returning to Planet Vegeta, the night deepened, and by midnight, Tarrot, Bardock, and Gine finally returned home. It was a night of sleeplessness. None of the three could find a moment's rest. The rapid changes had been overwhelming. Raditz had departed first, followed closely by the farewell to Kakarot. Then, 2 days later, Tarrot and Sariel would leave Planet Vegeta with Gine. Bardock's considerations were notably thorough. By taking Gine with him and drawing the main attention, he could deftly avoid the gaze of many, who, after all, would concern themselves with a child possessing a power level of merely 400, accompanied by two subordinates with power levels only in the hundreds. As they ventured forth to invade planets, this also prompted Tallet to recall a forgotten memory from the original narrative. Indeed, Gine had mentioned to Bardock that if they were concerned about Frieza's potential actions against the Saiyan race, they could simply escape with Kakarot from Planet Vegeta. Bardock, however, had firmly asserted that such a course of action was impossible. Given their combat prowess, should they attempt to flee from Planet Vegeta, they would undoubtedly attract the attention of Frieza's forces. Even King Vegeta would likely take notice, leading to relentless pursuit and potential extermination. As a new day dawned, Tallet pondered what Bardock and Gine might have discussed the previous night. Engaging in self-reflection, he prepared himself a modest meal to stave off hunger, all the while mulling over the intricate details of their predicament. Bardock's considerations were indeed meticulous, yet certain risks persisted. Even if they successfully departed Planet Vegeta, Tallet had to exercise utmost caution to fabricate a FAAD suggesting they had perished en route, thereby eliminating any possibility of surveillance or detection. In the preceding years, he had invested significant time delving into various technological disciplines, ensuring that it had not been in vain. At the very least, The combat power detector he now possessed had been modified under his own guidance, rendering it immune to external monitoring and tracking. Although there was a considerable gap between the combat power detector and a spacecraft, Tallet had already familiarized himself with the intricacies of a medium-sized spaceship, complete with comprehensive schematics. In simpler terms, during his spare moments over the past few days, Tallet had located and marked the positioning devices and monitoring modules, once dismantled or destroyed. These alterations would not only preserve the spacecraft's operational integrity, but also create the illusion of a catastrophic explosion. Perhaps he was overthinking the situation, for even though both he and Aunt Gine were connected to Bardock, it seemed unlikely they would genuinely be pursued. Even if King Vegeta harbored reservations about Bardock, Raditz had long been under his control, living in the oppressive atmosphere of Planet Vegeta, where the law of the jungle prevailed. One was perpetually beset by the looming threat of danger, leading to a tendency to overthink. Analyzing from another perspective, countless Saiyans embarked on and returned from missions daily. 2 5-year-old children accompanied by a lower-ranking logistics soldier, with their combined superficial combat power barely exceeding 1,000 points. Who would truly take notice? It is essential to recognize that a competent adult lower-ranking soldier, particularly one with combat capabilities, would typically possess combat power in the hundreds, if not exceeding 1,000. Notably, there were numerous exceptional lower-ranking soldiers boasting combat powers of 1 to 2,000, akin to the formidable warriors within Bardock's team, each possessing immense strength. This brings to mind Raditz, who, upon his introduction in the original work, was labeled as a weakling and a failure. Reflecting on the original character design, the early portrayals by Toriyama indeed rendered Raditz as one of the weakest fighters. Upon arriving on Planet Vegeta, Tallet comprehended that a combat power of 1,500 could only be deemed somewhat remarkable among lower-ranking warriors, if not for the later, more comprehensive character developments introduced by Toriyama. Who would have surmised that Raditz had been allowed to languish in mediocrity? The so-called association with Vegeta and Nappa prevented him from undergoing genuine bloodshed, thereby stunting his growth. Even when opportunities for battle arose, they typically devolved into one-sided massacres, with Raditz seldom called upon to engage against a stronger foe. Setting aside these musings, Tallet composed himself, donned his attire, and stepped outside. He had already prepared everything in the preceding days. Now, he simply needed to check the spacecraft docking area for any remaining necessities, and, in the process, become more familiar with the vessel. Upon exiting, he noticed Sellar waiting for him outside. In recent days, she has been arriving early to await their training sessions, a routine she has adopted even after the training has concluded. Habitually, she seeks him out. Fortuitously, Tallet seizes this opportunity to inform her about their impending departure in 2 days. To this news, Sellar responds with uncontainable excitement, her innocent heart brimming with anticipation for the cosmic voyage that promises to unveil new worlds. Tallet, desiring to alleviate any psychological burden she might bear, refrains from divulging too many details. Together, they make their way to the docking station of the spacecraft. After verifying their identities, they enter the ship, meticulously accounting for their supplies while reacquainting themselves with the vessel's interior. Time drifts by until a sudden commotion erupts from outside the spacecraft, heralding the arrival of Bardock and Gine. Bardock has thoughtfully prepared gifts on Gine's behalf, sparing them the last-minute rush on the day of departure. Although Gine has not embarked on a mission for quite some time, she is no stranger to such endeavors. After all, she once invaded other planets, but as she matured, her combat prowess waned, and under Bardock's insistence, she ultimately remained on Planet Vegeta to undertake logistical duties. Naturally, her previous pregnancies, first with Raditz and then with Kakarot, also contributed to her current role. After a brief yet enjoyable exploration of the spacecraft, the group emerges, laughter echoing around them. It is at this moment that Tallet realizes Bardock had already orchestrated Gine's departure from Planet Vegeta when he purchased the medium-sized spacecraft. No wonder everything has unfolded so seamlessly. Bardock has clearly been contemplating this more than he let on. Moreover, Tallet suspects that Bardock has been observant of his recent actions, choosing to remain silent about them. Tallet reflects on Bardock's remarkable wisdom, which underscores his extraordinary nature. It is no surprise that he is recognized as a central figure of his era. In another parallel universe, he even fortuitously traversed through time due to the explosion of Planet Vegeta, landing in a primordial era of Planet Plant, which had yet to be renamed following the Saiyan invasion. There, he not only became the legendary Super Saiyan, but also vanquished an ancestor of Frieza, the space pirate Zild. As these thoughts swirl in Tallet's mind, he instinctively shakes his head. Should such events truly have occurred, it seems implausible that even the Dragon Balls could summon them back. Although time travel may seem fantastical, Tallet himself, having transcended worlds to become a Saiyan in this realm, wonders what else could be deemed impossible. Seemingly sensing Tallet's introspection, Bardock glances up, their eyes meeting. Startled, Tallet shivers slightly before regaining his composure. Is something amiss, young Tallet? Bardock teases, unaware of Tallet's thoughts. No, it's just that I find myself overwhelmed with emotions, pondering what the future holds. Tallet responds, his words inadvertently causing Gine to grow quiet as well. Each of them harbors their own thoughts, yet none possess the ability to discern the inner workings of another's mind, leaving them to speculate. There's no need to dwell on such matters. The future will reveal itself through genuine experiences, Bardock advises. After uttering these words, the previously tranquil atmosphere shifts once more. Tallet nods, choosing not to respond further, while Gine opts to place her trust in Bardock. Cellari, though still young, exhibits maturity in certain aspects, yet she remains oblivious to the subtleties of emotional nuance. Time passes swiftly, and before they know it, 2 days have elapsed. While it seems fleeting for Tallet and Gine, these days have felt prolonged, and their sleep has been restless. In contrast, Cellari has replenished her energy, unaffected by the impending journey, as her ignorance shields her from such concerns. Gathering at home, under Bardock's farewell, Tallet, Cellari, and Gine board the spacecraft. Their departure, chosen for the early morning hours when the sun has barely risen, goes largely unnoticed. Remember, unless I reach out to you, do not respond. This is Bardock's final request, to inform Tallet and the others. Even though they have departed from Planet Vegeta, it does not guarantee absolute safety. During their last farewell, Tallet chose not to disclose his intentions to Bardock. Having made this choice, he could not afford any hesitation. He must first eliminate the threats alongside Cellari and Gine before contemplating anything else. The spacecraft soared through the void, leaving Planet Vegeta behind and venturing into the cosmos. For Tallet, his era had finally arrived. He could now liberate himself from any threats and oppression, no longer needing to conceal his true strength and live in constant fear. In simpler terms, the sky is vast for the birds to soar, and the sea is boundless for the fish to leap. From this moment forth, he was free to pursue any desires he harbored, and most importantly, after departing from Planet Vegeta, he possessed no less than 10 methods to enhance his power. Naturally, he would not disclose this to Gine and Cellari just yet. At present, Planet Vegeta had not yet suffered Frieza's destruction when that day came. It would be time for a true confrontation. Rising from the pilot's seat, Tallet stretched his weary limbs, appearing visibly fatigued. He could not deny that he had felt immense tension before leaving, fearful of encountering complications at a critical moment. Now, having safely departed, the mental strain of the past few days began to dissipate. However, it was still too early to claim true safety, so he could not afford to rest. Looking back at the immense Planet Vegeta from the cosmos, the sight was beyond anything he had ever experienced in animated series or comics. Even the imagery crafted in science fiction films paled in comparison. It had been 7 or 8 years since he had last set foot on Planet Vegeta, and it remained as breathtaking as ever. After years without such sights and a long absence from the cosmos, Gine's previously calm demeanor gave way to a sudden unease. When she finally uttered the word beautiful, her voice trembled slightly, betraying her emotional turmoil. Perhaps it was simply that Gine had grown too accustomed to a tranquil and comfortable existence, and now, faced with the prospect of drifting through the cosmos once more, she felt a loss of grounding. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone but herself, it was not solely this that left her feeling empty. An inexplicable sensation lingered within her, suggesting that her farewell to Bardock might indeed be their final meeting. Aunt Gine, you can consider this mission as a cosmic journey. You have worked hard for so many years, think of it as a well-deserved vacation, Tallet quipped, attempting to shift the topic. Since arriving in this world, he had observed that while Gine seemed to handle logistical tasks, her role was far more demanding. Each day, she balanced responsibilities while caring for them, epitomizing a life of ceaseless toil. For Saiyans, such a lifestyle might be the norm, but for any sentient being, it could lead to significant psychological strain. Upon hearing Tallet's words, Gine smiled. Then it seems Aunt Gine is fortunate to bask in your glow, little Tallet. I hope that Planet Ayun lives up to the data we have. It is said to be a truly beautiful world. The more beautiful a planet, the more it invites invasion. Tallet could not help but interject. The recent incursion on the planet Ayun is more than twice the size of Planet Vegeta, though its gravity is quite similar. The indigenous inhabitants have not developed a technological civilization. However, the pressures of their primitive existence have endowed them with formidable combat capabilities. In simple terms, without the support of technology, they rely solely on their physical strength to accomplish tasks. Thus, for the survival and propagation of their race, the Ayun people possess not only massive physiques but also an average combat power ranging from 100 to 300 points. Moreover, the other life forms on planet Ayun are predominantly colossal species. Upon first learning of the circumstances on Ayun, Tallet's initial thought was to draw upon his past knowledge to assess that this planet exists in a prehistoric era, perhaps even more ancient than that. This suggests that the planet is capable of nurturing numerous large species, akin to the era on Earth in Tallet's previous life, when gigantic creatures, such as dinosaurs, once reigned supreme. Indeed, dinosaurs are remarkably prevalent in this world. They are not only found on Earth, but also on Planet Vegeta, where the Saiyans refer to them as beast dinosaurs and consider them a food source. Tallet, how long will our cosmic voyage take to reach Planet Ayun? Sealer asked at that moment. Previously, she had been captivated by the beauty of Planet Vegeta, but now, as it transformed into a mere star in the distance, it was no longer visible. Space travel can be rather monotonous, with only a fleeting sense of anticipation and novelty at the outset. According to the speed of a medium-sized spacecraft, they would likely arrive in about 2 months. After responding to Sealer, Tallet returned to the control panel. Skillfully operating the spacecraft as holographic projections displayed all pertinent data before him. Planet Iyun is not particularly far from Planet Vegeta, although this distance is only manageable with such advanced spacecraft technology. However, compared to the distance to Planet Ramp, which Raditz and the others need to invade, it is indeed twice as far. Thus, Tallet hypothesized that by the time they reached Iyun, Raditz and the others would have completed their invasion mission. In accordance with the original storyline, the completion of their invasion would signify the destruction of Planet Vegeta by Frieza, which would be falsely portrayed as a result of a catastrophic meteor impact. Yet, he pondered whether the narrative would unfold differently this time, given the intertwining of 2 timelines. Why dwell on such thoughts? I am now free from all constraints. Once the hyperspeed mode is activated, I will dismantle those surveillance modules in a few days and will need to reprogram the spacecraft system to sever all communication functions completely. On Planet Vegeta, as Tallet, Sealer, and Kine departed in their spacecraft, and the combat power detector lost its signal, Bardock finally breathed a sigh of relief, as if a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders. Given the combat capability of the Iyun planet, their lives would not be in jeopardy. Sealer and Kine are entrusted to you, Tallet. With your intelligence, caring for them will pose no challenge. I hope this storm passes swiftly. As soon as I ascertain that nothing significant occurs here, I will come to find you. After uttering these words, Bardock turned to depart. At this moment, Tallet had also left Planet Vegeta with Kine and Sealer, free from any lingering concerns. He could now unleash his full potential without hesitation. The mission on Planet Kanasha is certainly not as straightforward as it appears. Even King Vegeta has instructed me to investigate Frieza's motives thoroughly. Is there truly a hidden secret on Kanasha? With the last day at hand, I must prepare additional resources. Shaking off these thoughts, Bardock made his way home. The sky was brightening as the sun rose, and most people were finally rising to greet the day. Upon seeing Bardock, they greeted him one by one. In this region, who does not know Bardock, and who does not hold him in high esteem? This is indeed the embodiment of a lower-tier warrior, and the most formidable among them. Before long, Bardock returned home. After spending some time organizing his equipment, he departed without a hint of nostalgia. In a certain sense, this place felt like home to him. Yet in another, it did not. In his understanding, a home is where family resides. Without them, it is merely a dwelling. Just as he was preparing to journey to the capital in search of companions, an inexplicable sensation caused Bardock to furrow his brow. He turned to survey his surroundings, ultimately fixating on a shadowy corner for an extended period. His instincts hinted that someone was observing him. Strangely, if his senses were accurate, the power detector should have registered a response. Was it merely an illusion? Or had the mental strain of recent days rendered him overly sensitive? Muttering to himself, Bardock unleashed his energy and soared into the sky, heading toward the capital. As Bardock departed, from the very shadow he had scrutinized, a figure clad in specialized battle attire emerged. That was close. He nearly got caught. Bardock, indeed, was a warrior with a power level exceeding 10,000. His battle instincts exceptionally sharp. Fortunately, I had a signal jammer. Had I been detected just now, it would have been troublesome. No, now is not the time for reflection. I must report Bardock's family situation to the king. In the next moment, this Saiyan swiftly altered his course, heading towards the royal palace of the capital. Meanwhile, within the palace, King Vegeta reclined on his throne, while an elite warrior stood before him, relaying recent intelligence. The essence of the report indicated that Frieza, wary of the legendary Super Saiyan from their Saiyan lineage, was preparing to target them. There were even reliable whispers that Frieza had ordered his subordinates to secretly assemble, intending to descend upon Planet Vegeta in the near future. Just as I suspected, Frieza fancies himself the Emperor of the Cosmos, believing he controls everything. Yet he fears the power spoken of in our Saiyan legends. How laughable. He thinks he has me at his mercy, but in truth, I have long been preparing to confront him. King Vegeta scoffed disdainfully, a hint of pride lacing his final words. The Cosmic Emperor fears the Super Saiyan. This serves as proof that the Saiyan elite should rightfully reign over the universe. The elite warriors stationed outside are gradually returning, and it will not be long before nearly 80% of them are back on schedule. Upon hearing this, King Vegeta felt a surge of joy. Excellent. Since Frieza intends to suppress us this time, I shall ensure he remains trapped here. By uniting the strength of all elite warriors, Frieza is but a trifling opponent. Even if his battle power reaches 100,000, and with King Cold at his side, we shall conquer them both. With these words, the arrogance of King Vegeta was palpable. He would remain blissfully unaware of how naive his thoughts truly were. At that moment, the grand doors of the palace swung open once more, abruptly shifting the atmosphere within the hall. Not only King Vegeta, but also the elite warrior displayed a grave demeanor. King Vegeta signaled with a glance, and the warrior vanished from the hall without a trace. Turning to the newcomer, King Vegeta straightened his posture, his eyes filled with authority, and said, Arida, your haste to see me suggests you bear significant news? The visitor was indeed the elite warrior assigned by King Vegeta to monitor Bardock and his family's movements. My king, the latest intelligence confirms that Bardock has, as you anticipated, sent his wife and children away from Planet Vegeta. He has now arrived in the royal city, presumably to seek out his subordinates. Upon hearing this, King Vegeta nodded slightly. He was indifferent to Bardock sending away his family, for they were merely low-ranking warriors with minimal battle power. Particularly, Bardock's youngest son possessed a mere power level of 2. It seemed Bardock had some sense, at least not intending to flee with his family. His arrival in the royal city to find his subordinates likely indicated preparations for an invasion of planet Kanasa. After this brief analysis, King Vegeta took a deep breath, reclined in his throne, and declared, "There is no need to continue monitoring him. You may withdraw. As you command, my king." At the sound of King Vegeta's order, the elite warrior felt as if a great weight had been lifted and quickly exited the grand hall. This task was inherently deceitful. He was oblivious to King Vegeta's intentions. As Arita departed, King Vegeta turned his gaze elsewhere. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows. He inquired whether there had been any reports regarding the planet where Bardock's family resided and subsequently sought updates on a particular matter. Afterward, he dismissed the individual, retreating into solitary contemplation. In the vast, empty hall, only King Vegeta remained, enveloped in solitude. Could the fabled Super Saiyan truly be that young boy? King Vegeta's emotions were tumultuous. Recently, whispers of the legend had proliferated, compelling him to engage in profound introspection. Reflecting on the past, his son Vegeta was born with a power level of 2,000, shattering and establishing the highest record for a Saiyan's birth. He had anticipated that his son would embody the legend, believing Vegeta's potential to be unparalleled among the Saiyans. Indeed, Vegeta did not disappoint him. However, just as he envisioned his son achieving the legendary status, an even more formidable newborn emerged, surpassing Vegeta with an astonishing power level of 10,000, a power level of 10,000. Throughout the annals of Saiyan history, how many beings have exceeded such strength? Even among the elite, even he, King Vegeta, possessed far less power. Vegeta fell short by 800 points. He was unwilling to accept this, feeling aggrieved on behalf of his son. Thus, he resolutely opted to exile the child to a desolate planet, leaving its fate to chance. Super Saiyan, even if the legend holds true, it should rightly pertain to me and Vegeta, of royal lineage. King Vegeta rose, his aura erupting, reverberating throughout the grand hall. In his mind, he hoped that child had perished, along with the defector Paragus. At least according to the intelligence he had gathered, Paragus and Broly had no chance of survival. The hall fell silent once more, as King Vegeta continued to sit upon his throne, seemingly gathering strength. Unbeknownst to him, at this very moment on planet Vampa, 2 Saiyans, one large and one small, were struggling to gather sustenance amidst the harsh climate. They were none other than Paragus and Broly. Stranded on this planet due to a damaged spacecraft, they were unable to escape or communicate with the outside world, forced to survive in dire circumstances. Broly fared relatively well, his demands minimal, and he lacked a concrete grasp of many concepts. However, for Paragus, even after just a few years, the situation had become nearly unbearable. Despite not yet reaching 30, he had already begun to sprout numerous gray hairs, a testament to the immense psychological toll he had endured. He had regretted coming here to seek his son more than once. Yet, such thoughts would swiftly be extinguished, for deep within, he steadfastly believed that his son was the most exceptional Saiyan, born with a power level of 10,000. Convinced that Broly was the Super Saiyan destined to appear once every millennium. While transporting supplies, they hurried towards a concealed cave. This year's planetary storm was more ferocious than ever before. "We must hurry, Broly. This is our last trip. I hope this storm passes quickly," Paragus urged. Although he was an adult, he was far outmatched in strength by Broly. Broly replied, responding to his father's words, and subsequently exerted himself even more. After a considerable time, they managed to drag several enormous barrels into a hidden underground cave. Only in such a place could they barely shield themselves from the fierce external storm. Despite their formidable strength, they were, in a sense, powerful enough to obliterate a planet. However, the storm's ferocity, generated by the planet's movement, could tear apart anything in its path. Even they could not endure it for long. In simple terms, any object, no matter how incredibly hard, would be shattered under the onslaught of such winds, explaining the barren, pockmarked surface of the planet. This, however, is not the most terrifying aspect. The truly dreadful reality is that this climate phenomenon occurs every 12 months, lasting approximately 4 to 6 months. Take a moment to rest, Broly. I shall handle the rest from here. Paragus remains deeply concerned for Broly, as he is, after all, merely a child, despite his formidable strength. The tasks at hand involve gathering supplies, transporting them, and now organizing them. In truth, without the onslaught of a storm, this is quite manageable for Paragus. After all, he possesses a battle power exceeding 3,000. In the vastness of the cosmos, a spaceship is hurtling through space at an alarming velocity, heading towards a specific destination. Without a doubt, this spacecraft belongs to Tallet. Time has swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 10 days have elapsed. Within the confines of the spacecraft, A tense situation is unfolding. With the departure time having come and gone, Tallet has commenced his actions. Are you certain about this, young Tallet? Should destruction occur, not only will we lose the ability to utilize the detector, but without communication capabilities, we would be unable to send a distress signal should we find ourselves in peril. In the cockpit, watching Tallet dismantle the combat power detector and meticulously disassemble the modules on the circuit board with delicate tools, and Gine expressed her anxiety. After all, the combat power detector had become an indispensable tool, relied upon by all users. To be deprived of its usual functionalities would be akin to losing one's sight for the vast majority of users. To put it more simply, it would be like a smartphone suddenly rendered inoperative, unable to make or receive calls, incapable of being located, and devoid of internet access. Such a device would serve little purpose beyond casual handling, occasional calculations, or jotting down notes. Aunt Gine, I have mentioned before that this is also a directive from Uncle Bardock. There are many things he refrained from disclosing to you, fearing it would cause you worry. Now that we have been away from Planet Vegeta for 10 days, we have reached a relatively safe distance. Thus, I must begin to implement the matters agreed upon with Uncle Bardock. Tallet continued his operations while responding. In recent days, particularly as he prepared to execute his plan, Tallet had attributed all his actions to Bardock's arrangements. Everything was under Bardock's command. Thus, it was not his concern. He was merely ensuring safety and following orders. However, this seemed rather reckless. Without a communicator, how would Bardock be able to reach us? Gine wished to intervene, yet felt powerless to do so. She trusted that Tallet would not deceive her. Since this was Bardock's idea, it must be acted upon. Rest assured, Aunt Gine, the module for receiving messages will not be destroyed. We simply will not be able to respond to others or be located, Tallet assured her. Thus, this was merely to placate Gine, but in reality, it could only receive messages akin to mass notifications. After all, the positioning module had been dismantled, leaving the detector in a state of both existence and non-existence. It could not actively locate, yet its serial number remained listed among the host's records. This was the very aspect that left Tallet in awe upon discovering this technology. Logically, such a situation should not exist, yet here it was. Well, you must be cautious, he advised. Upon hearing this, Gine finally calmed down. Within less than half an hour, Tallet completed the modifications to Gine's combat power detector. Only after confirming that all other functions remained unaffected did Gine breathe a sigh of relief. In truth, Aunt Gine, there was no need for such anxiety. Even if it were to malfunction, it would not matter. Once I finish all the modifications, I shall teach you and Sylar a method to control your own aura and power. After mastering this, you will not only become stronger but also be able to sense and lock onto your targets, discerning their strength and whether they pose a threat to you. As Tallet continued to modify Sailor's combat power detector, his words astonished Gine once more. Little Tallet, where did you acquire such skills? Not only can you modify detectors, but you also possess this ability, which even Bardock lacks, Gine inquired. Tallet nodded. There was no longer any need for concealment. He demonstrated his aura control ability. In truth, I have always hidden my strength. Now, I will reveal all that I am capable of. And Gine, you may use the detector to assess my current combat power value. Upon hearing Tallet's words, coupled with the abrupt shift in his aura, Gine was initially taken aback before she activated the combat power detector once more. Beep, 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 beep. The detector displayed a combat power index of 1200. As this value appeared, Gine's astonishment rendered her speechless. 1200 combat power. Is this what you meant by controlling aura and power? You could even deceive the combat power detector? Does Bardock know? Gine pressed on, her curiosity piqued. After all, for a Saiyan unfamiliar with such matters, this ability was nothing short of extraordinary. While power could be manipulated, the detector would still reveal their true values, as it did for other beings. Yet Tallet had managed to conceal it entirely. Bardock uncle does not know. I must apologize to you all, for I have been deceiving you in this regard. Furthermore, I have long been aware that Frieza might target our Saiyan race. I even know that King Vegeta has been monitoring us. Thus, I have concealed my training and hidden my strength. As Tallet spoke, he dared not look at Gine, appearing engrossed in dismantling the combat power detector, though his heart was in turmoil. This has been his inner turmoil, concealed within his heart all along. Now, seizing this opportunity to voice it, he finds a sense of relief. Upon hearing this, Gine was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated that Tallet's thoughts were so mature, that he had pondered so deeply and possessed such insight. In contrast to her ignorance, the 5-year-old Tallet resembled an adult, shouldering burdens akin to those of Bardock. After a prolonged silence, neither Tallet nor Gine spoke. The atmosphere became profoundly tranquil, just as Tallet resolved to express more. He suddenly became aware of the warmth emanating from Gine's body as she embraced him from behind. This sensation is both warm and familiar, yet distinctly different from previous embraces. Tarrot, dear Aunt Gine always perceived you as still being young. Only now do I realize the burdens you have silently borne. I should have recognized this sooner. So you wouldn't have to face it alone. I believe that Bardock discerned this as well, which is why he insisted that I adhere entirely to your directives. Gine's gentle words soothed Tarrot's previously anxious heart. Bardock, indeed, noticed such intricate details and communicated his intent to follow your guidance. As expected, during our farewell, Uncle Bardock's gaze towards me was unusual. I should have anticipated this. Tarrot inhaled deeply. Aunt Gine held Tarrot tightly for an extended moment. You need not exhaust yourself so. Any pressures you face can be shared with Aunt Gine. In my eyes, you are as much my son as Raditz and Kakarot. Her heartfelt declaration caused Tarrot to shudder slightly. In both this life and the next, Gine has truly provided him with ample maternal affection. I am aware of this. And now, I wish to confide in Aunt Gine about certain matters. Once I finish modifying the power level detector, I must also upgrade various components of the spaceship. Only then shall we be genuinely secure. With this emotional burden lifted, Tarrot felt unencumbered. Gine remained by Tarrot's side, her face radiant with love and barely concealing her delight. It seemed that Tarrot's candidness had deepened the bond between them. As time passed, less than 2 hours had elapsed, and through adept maneuvering, Tarrot completed the modifications on all power level detectors, including those stored. After conducting tests to confirm their functionality, just then, Sibling emerged from the resting quarters, yawning and rubbing her eyes. Brother Tarrot, Aunt Gine, haven't you both rested? The novelty of space travel had waned, leaving only monotony. Aside from eating and sleeping, the only activities available were simple training sessions within the confines of the spaceship. Entertainment options were virtually non-existent. No, there were some. For instance, Tarrot had crafted a few simple games from his past memories, like cards and board games. You've been growing increasingly lazy these past couple of days, Sibling. You've been asleep for nearly 20 hours. Tarrot teased her. Upon realizing the duration of her slumber and being playfully chided by Tarrot, a flush crept across Sibling's cheeks. I simply didn't rest well before, so I was drowsy. Humph. Is that so? Of course. All right. Sibling is a girl, Tarrot. You should be more considerate, Gine interjected to alleviate Sibling's embarrassment. Sibling approached the workbench, observing a jumble of parts and fragments, her gaze landing on the power level detector. Her expression turning inquisitive. Brother Tarrot, have you dismantled the power level detector? Upon hearing this, Tarrot nodded and briefly explained the situation to Sibling, mentioning only that it was for safety and to avoid being monitored. Tarrot was unaware that his seemingly simple words intensified Sibling's admiration for him. Meanwhile, Gine observed Sibling's unreserved closeness to Tarrot, her smile widening. She recalled her own efforts to approach Bardock, which mirrored the current dynamic between Sibling and Tarrot. In the past, she had expended considerable effort to connect with him, ultimately softening Bardock's heart, which had previously been indifferent to matters of love. In Gine's eyes, Tarrot was exceptionally talented and intelligent, yet she felt he was even more oblivious to emotional nuances than Bardock. So, you mean to say that Brother Tarrot's actual combat power is 1,200 points? How impressive. Stars sparkled in Sibling's eyes. In response to such praise, Tarrot remained modest, possessing a clear self-awareness. Honestly, I'm not that remarkable. It's just that I progressed quickly after mastering the techniques of energy cultivation. Tarrot attributed his achievements to his training. Having expressed some of the thoughts he had long held within, Tarrot found himself more open with Gine and Sibling. No longer hesitating or speaking in half-truths. He no longer needed to conceal himself or dwell in fear. After completing the modifications on the power level detectors, Tarrot proceeded to enhance the spaceship. The engineering challenges were undoubtedly more complex. However, aided by the blueprints, Tarrot had already marked the locations of the modules, allowing him to effortlessly eliminate potential hazards. Ultimately, he reset the spaceship's systems, erasing all prior records. During this phase, there was a self-check procedure, but the absence of certain modules nearly prevented the system from recovering, startling Tallet. The sudden sense of unease he experienced bore a striking resemblance to the sensation of impending death. However, Tallet was not truly acquainted with the feeling of mortality. In that fleeting moment, his mind went blank, and cold sweat poured down, leading him to believe that he was on the brink of demise. Upon completing all these tasks, Tallet genuinely felt a sense of freedom for the first time. Subsequently, he began to formally explain some foolproof details to Gine and Kakarot, naturally leading to a discussion on the cultivation methods of Chi. After all, he had already resolved to impart this knowledge to them. Had it not been for the exceedingly extraordinary nature of the techniques, which could attract undue attention and peril, Tallet would have shared them with Bardock long ago. Over the years, his low profile has rendered him averse to any risks. Now, having freed himself from the constraints of his own grasp, he has begun to act with reckless abandon. As for the methodology of harnessing energy, Tallet has adopted the technique imparted by Son Gohan to Biddy Lee and Son Goten during the latter part of the original narrative, specifically in the Majin Buu saga. His own successful mastery of energy was also achieved through this method. It must be acknowledged that Son Gohan is indeed a prodigy for conceiving such an approach, although it is plausible that his ingenuity was influenced by his training with Piccolo. Reflecting on the early chapters of the original story, it becomes evident that the true attainment of energy manipulation commenced only when Son Goku ascended to the sacred realm. Prior to this, Earth's martial artists, despite their considerable experiences and insights, some even capable of launching energy-based attacks, merely utilized their innate powers effectively. Thus commenced the training of Gine and Kakarot, who remain unaware that such training will be transformative for their futures. As an observer and participant, Tallet has likewise embarked on his own training. In fact, over the past 10 days, he has consistently worked on harnessing energy. Otherwise, his combat power would not have risen from 1170 to 1200 points. 1170 points? Indeed. Under Bardock's rigorous training in the preceding days, Tallet's strength has significantly improved, though his actual combat power index has only increased by a mere 20 points. In the span of 10 days, a modest increase of 30 points may seem insignificant, yet it is sufficient to bring joy to Tallet. For having truly embarked on the path of cultivation, even the slightest advancement signifies progress. As Tallet's strength escalates, he becomes acutely aware of a vital truth. If he neglects to refine his skills and solidify his power, even if his combat prowess reaches a certain threshold, a lack of training will inevitably lead to a decline in strength. Numbers are subject to change. Moreover, after experiencing several significant breakthroughs in combat capability, Tallet comprehends that unless one achieves a transformative insight or a moment of enlightenment, any incremental advancement, even if it appears to loosen the boundaries of one's realm, will be minimal. Regarding other forms of cultivation, aside from refining his chi, Tallet finds himself unable to pursue alternative practices for the time being. After all, the activity space within a medium-sized spaceship is quite limited. Even a solitary individual engaging in vigorous exercise would find it confining, let alone 3 people. Interestingly, Tallet has contemplated the idea of equipping the spacecraft with gravity devices, which would allow for basic gravity training. Under increased gravitational conditions, even simple exercises such as push-ups or sit-ups could yield substantial benefits for his physique. Alas, despite his aspirations, he finds it beyond his reach. In this era, individuals aspire to enhance their abilities and maintain their peak performance. However, much of their strength primarily stems from inherent genetic advantages. Even if scientists were to develop gravity devices, they would not conceive of their application in training. In essence, times change, and so do perspectives. Tallet now aims to instill the concept of strengthening through training in Gine and Kakarot, thereby empowering them further. Although Gine and Kakarot possess unparalleled strength on Earth, it remains insufficient. At the very least, they must attain a level of self-defense capability. Beyond that, Tallet does not impose further demands. Time flows relentlessly, and during their extensive cosmic journey, they find purpose and engage in novel endeavors, liberating Gine and Kakarot from the shackles of monotony. In truth, they could enter a state of hibernation, yet Tallet refrains from doing so, as it would leave her alone on the ship. For a typical Saiyan, solo spacecraft travel often equates to sleeping through the journey. A mere blink separates the moments of consciousness. As the cultivation of energy progressed, on the 3rd day, Gine was the first to perceive the existence of energy and successfully control it within a defined range. Kakarot, perhaps hindered by age or strength disparities, struggled in comparison to Gine, who had a combat power of 600 points. Kakarot made evident errors, viewing perception as a necessity to exert force, focusing excessively on techniques to generate power, thus falling slightly short. It was only on the 5th day, under Tallet's careful guidance, that she sensed the tangible presence of energy and achieved basic control. Is this slow? Not at all. In fact, it is quite extraordinary. After all, one cannot equate the present age with the future. Gine and Kakarot's rapid sensitivity and ability to control energy are a testament to their pure intentions and innate Saiyan strength, allowing for a high utilization of their powers. After cultivating energy, their abilities noticeably increased, and their potential far surpassed their previous selves. Naturally, their combat prowess grew stronger, though they found it challenging to engage in battles within the confines of their limited space. Nevertheless, they can now easily regulate their combat power levels, with Tallet's simple guidance enabling them to lower their combat power to below 100 points. As time swiftly passes, 2 months have elapsed since their departure from Planet Vegeta. In the Dasa star system, the planet Ayun orbits a scorching star as the 6th of 12 planets in this small system. Aside from Ayun, the other planets, despite possessing atmospheres, are lifeless. In the vastness of space, a swift beam of light pierced through the tranquility, heading straight for Ayun. Upon reaching the planet's atmosphere, the light ceased, revealing the spacecraft's form. Shortly thereafter, it broke through the atmosphere and landed on the colossal primitive planet. Undoubtedly, this vessel is the medium-sized spacecraft carrying Tallet, Kakarot, and Gine. After 2 months of travel, they finally arrived safely at their destination. The spaceship landed atop a flat-topped mountain, and as the hatch slowly opened, Tallet, Gine, and Kakarot emerged in succession. The sensation of solid ground beneath their feet was exhilarating. They were finally free from the confines of the cramped space. After stepping out, Kakarot stretched her limbs, releasing the pent-up discomfort endured during their confinement in the spaceship, feeling an urge to burst forth with energy. The air was fresh, and the climate was warm. This planet was even more primitive than she had imagined. Perhaps they had landed in the heart of an untouched forest? Having previously accompanied her companions in the conquest of numerous planets, Gine immediately began to assess various factors. According to the data, Ayun should predominantly feature such an environment, lacking technological advancement and environmental pollution, with lush vegetation and unexpectedly large species. Tallet shared his thoughts with Gine, marveling at the wonders of Ayun. Despite having prior information, witnessing it firsthand was truly astonishing. With the naked eye, no animals were visible, yet the towering trees and dense foliage created a labyrinthine landscape where an ordinary person could easily become lost. To put it simply, it was as if normal individuals had stumbled into a realm of giants. Tallet's perception of energy extended outward, encompassing hundreds of miles around him. Countless life forces entered his awareness, each unique and previously unknown to him. It appeared that Ayun was even more perilous than he had anticipated. The intelligence provided may have been inaccurate, as the most dangerous species exhibited combat power exceeding 400 or 500 points. Among the energy signatures he sensed, several possessed combat power reaching 500 points, and in the northwest, approximately 300 miles away, there was an exceptionally powerful presence, likely exceeding 600 or 700 points. Speaking to himself, Tallet informed Gine and Celery, ensuring they understood that their arrival on this planet did not guarantee absolute safety. Indeed, they possessed sufficient strength to survive here. However, conquering the planet would be nearly impossible with their current power. Only during a full moon, when they could transform into great apes, would they have a brief opportunity for effective invasion. Yet, even if the transformation lasted a long time, given the planet's vastness, a month of continuous transformation would likely be insufficient. With such a limited number of personnel, it was no wonder that there were no time constraints on the invasion of this planet. Even with Tallet's recent energy cultivation enhancing his combat power to 300 points, he estimated it would take at least a year to traverse every corner of the planet. However, even if he managed to explore the entirety of Ayun, conquering it would remain an unattainable goal. In simple terms, his singular strength was inadequate, unless his power exponentially increased in the forthcoming period. Reaching thousands of points within a year, subduing the planet without any resistance would be an exceedingly arduous task. With such high combat power and a multitude of formidable beings, Ayun could not be classified as an ordinary medium planet. It likely ranked among the lower tiers of advanced planets. Although Gine had also cultivated energy, granting her some perception, she habitually relied on a combat power detector for exploration. Observing the precise data displayed on the device, cold sweat beaded on her forehead. I fear there are those who wish for our demise, Tallet mused, recalling that Uncle Bardock had not specified the source of the intelligence regarding this planet. Upon hearing this, Gine's expression shifted. Are you suggesting Bardock was deceived? Tallet nodded thoughtfully and responded, if Uncle Bardock merely intends to train me, there is no need to conceal such information. The only one capable of doing this, I believe, is the king of our Saiyan race. Are you suggesting that King Vegeta secretly altered the information about this planet and then had it conveyed to Bardock through others, with the intention of leading us to our demise here? Gine questioned, perplexed. But why? As lower-ranking warriors, we have always been loyal to King Vegeta. Power and authority. Tallet articulated. Uncle Bardock is exceedingly formidable, with a battle power exceeding 10,000. As Bardock's prestige has grown over the years, King Vegeta must perceive him as a threat to his own position, much like how Frieza views us Saiyans as a danger and intends to act against us. King Vegeta possesses no tolerance for rivals. Anyone who threatens him will surely be annihilated, whoever you may be. Tallet recalled from a fan-made comic he had seen in his previous life, where King Vegeta had a son named Reg, born with a battle power of 50,000. Due to fear of being overshadowed, King Vegeta had exiled him to a distant planet early on. Of course, this was merely a fictional tale, and whether it transpired in this world remains uncertain. Yet, it serves to illustrate King Vegeta's narrow-mindedness. Tallet, do you think it's possible you are overthinking this? Raditz is still out there fighting alongside Prince Vegeta, and Bardock has never defied King Vegeta's orders, Gine countered, demonstrating her intelligence. In truth, Tallet had entertained similar thoughts and secretly wished he was merely overthinking. However, certain matters are indeed chilling upon deeper reflection. Let us hope that's the case. Regardless, at least for now, we are not under surveillance, Tallet affirmed. According to Tallet, at least a month and a half prior, any data feedback from this spaceship would undoubtedly indicate lost contact. In the vastness of space, losing contact typically signifies the destruction of the vessel. The spaceship had been well concealed and equipped with robust protective measures. Unless subjected to an extraordinarily powerful external force, it would not be easily damaged. It is worth mentioning that Tallet had often found it absurd that, despite the advanced alien technology and the might of the Frieza Force, they could not even produce a simple space capsule. By this time, universal capsules were becoming increasingly commonplace on Earth, and within a decade, they would be integrated into various industries. Let us proceed. All functions are now activated. Should any unusually powerful energy fluctuations occur within a 10-kilometer radius, we will be promptly alerted, Tallet declared as he led Gine and Celery Having left Planet Vegeta for this new world, they were under absolute freedom. And regardless of the danger level of this planet, they must venture forth. If they remained timid and hesitant now, all their preparations would be in vain. Perhaps I should stay behind? There is only one spaceship, and if it were to be damaged, we would be trapped on this planet. Gine expressed her concerns. Though her worries were not unfounded, they were indeed Tallet's greatest fears. Nevertheless, she was being overly anxious. The main issue was that the danger index of Alien Planet far exceeded their estimations. Fear not. This is merely a close-range reconnaissance. We shall not exceed 1,000 kilometers. Should we embark on a long-distance exploration next time, I will utilize my ability to create clones. That way, a clone can remain here to safeguard the spaceship, Tallet explained. The ability to create clones was the only solution Tallet could conceive. There was no need to employ it now, as they were merely taking a short excursion. Even if anomalies occurred near the spaceship, they could return swiftly. As for the cloning ability, it bore resemblance to the four-way split technique. No, that is not quite right. It was more akin to the later technique of Piccolo's magic clone. Given Tallet's current strength and familiarity with this technique, creating a clone would require him to expend at least a third of his power. Of course, he could allocate less. But doing so would diminish the clone's battle power to a level insufficient to match his full capacity. As for the duration of the clone's existence, as long as it was not engaged in full-scale combat, it could be sustained for a considerable time. You ask why I do not use seedlings? It is not that I do not wish to, but Bardock has warned me that while they obey the cultivator's commands, their nature is savage. Without sufficient strength to suppress them, the seedlings may turn against their master. Thus, not all Saiyans utilize seedlings. Only those with battle powers exceeding 2,000 to 3,000 dare to employ them recklessly. Certainly, Tallet did not doubt his ability to defeat the seedlings. However, as Bardock had cautioned, if he needed to engage in battle to compel the seedlings to obey, they could escape once he departed. Moreover, they posed an absolute threat to Cellari and Gine. Yet, the inability to use them now did not preclude future possibilities. At the very least, possessing such power was a form of strength, with a battle power reaching 1,200. How impressive. Brother Tallet, you can create clones? I wish to learn, Cellari exclaimed. Captivated by Tallet's mention of cloning, her curiosity for new experiences was insatiable. When the time is right, I will teach you. For now, you must continue honing your control over Ki. Once your battle power surpasses 500, I will impart more skills to you, Tallet replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Cellari eagerly agreed, not even contemplating when she might surpass 500 in battle power. In truth, she was on the verge of a breakthrough. Her current battle power already at 290. With further mastery over Ki, she would undoubtedly exceed 300. Gaining 50 points in battle power over a month and a half may seem modest, yet it is quite commendable. At just 5 years old, Cellari had learned the cultivation of Ki under Tallet's guidance. Now that they were in this vast expanse, increasing her battle power would be even simpler. As for Gine, her progress was even more remarkable, boasting a battle power of 700. She was nearly on par with Tallet. Of course, Tallet's advancement was far more arduous. Given his higher level of power, making further progress inherently more challenging. With their worries set aside, the three of them soared through the skies. Employing the flying technique of the Saiyans, the feeling of soaring through the heavens brought an unparalleled sense of spiritual liberation to the three of them. After 2 months of cosmic travel, their negative emotions were finally dissipated at this very moment. They raced forward, unencumbered and free from worry. In fact, a thought began to blossom in Tallet's mind. With their formidable strength, they could easily remain on this planet for a lifetime and establish themselves as its absolute sovereigns. Tallet, Aunt Gina, look over there. There are so many colossal beasts, exclaimed Cellari as she spotted something during their flight. Tallet and Gina gazed in the direction Cellari indicated, and an awe-inspiring scene unfolded before their eyes. In the distance, countless gigantic beasts were engaged in a fierce battle for some unknown reason. Each of these creatures was immense, the smallest measuring several meters. Is it a struggle for territory, or are they vying for something? Gina wondered aloud, her curiosity piqued. The scene is undeniably gruesome, however. As a Saiyan who has invaded other planets, Gine is merely momentarily taken aback. Even without personal involvement, she has encountered far more brutal sights. The principle of survival, the law of the jungle, where the weak are devoured by the strong, and nature selects its champions, applies universally wherever life exists. Observing Gine, who remains largely unaffected and even appears intrigued, Tallet cannot help but reflect on the stark contrast presented before him. In stark juxtaposition stands Cellari, cowering and panicked behind him. The disparity is striking. Thus, even Gine, in a certain sense, cannot be deemed a virtuous being. To put it simply, the world is devoid of absolute good or evil. It merely hinges on whether a target is perceived as good or bad from one's perspective. For Tallet, Gine is akin to family and thus classified as good. Yet, for the invaded and victimized, she represents unequivocal malevolence. The Saiyans are brutal, bloodthirsty, and indiscriminately murderous. Hence, the protagonist Goku's poignant remark during his confrontation with Frieza resonates profoundly, awakening many to the harsh reality. It is precisely because of the Saiyans' rampant slaughter of the innocent that their extinction ensued. This world is undeniably cruel. It is now apparent that this place lies deep within a primordial forest, teeming with colossal beasts that render it unsuitable for the habitation of the Alien people. Combining the information at hand, Tallet began to analyze. Regarding Alien Planet, our knowledge is currently non-existent. The Alien people dare not contest the living space with these monstrous creatures, indicating that these beasts pose a greater danger than the Alien themselves. The preceding intelligence can be disregarded. They must rely on their own efforts to uncover the truth. Step by step, although it remains uncertain whether the Alien people are as described in the reports. The absence of any encounters despite traversing such vast distances suggests two possibilities. Either this forest, or rather this continent, is devoid of Alien inhabitants, or the Alien people, much like the Saiyans, reside in secluded areas of the planet, with the rest of the territory dominated by these beasts. Tallet began to grasp why the invasion mission aimed to eradicate all species with a threat index rather than solely targeting the Alien people. The real challenge lies with these formidable creatures. Gine nodded in agreement and added, from her perspective, that perhaps we have seen too little of this land. And given our swift aerial movement, many densely forested areas remain beyond the reach of our scanners. Alternatively, advancing further might lead us to the forest's edge, where the outside world starkly contrasts with this realm. Upon hearing Gine's remarks, Tallet expressed his concurrence. After all, any sentient life is entirely distinct from the beasts. Setting aside the Alien issue, I find myself intrigued by the nature of this place. Gine, and Cellari, please exercise caution as I proceed to investigate, Tallet declared. The fierce battle among these colossal beasts must have a reason. In this primitive world, aside from the struggle for territory, it is also a conflict between opposing forces. However, the variety of gigantic creatures suggests that there is no leading beast among them. Thus, another possibility arises, as GNEI has just speculated. Perhaps they are fighting over something. Tallet, perhaps it would be wise to refrain from taking risks. Such turmoil occurring upon our arrival on this planet, and being caught in the fray, GNEI instinctively cautioned. It's all right. Even if these beasts possess combat powers of 200 to 300 points, they cannot harm me. Moreover, GNEI, do not forget that my combat power stands at an impressive 1,300 points. Although these creatures are massive, their fighting capabilities are relatively insignificant to me. As he spoke, Tallet prepared to take action, but Serari, standing nearby, seemed to have noticed something. Brother Tallet, GNEI, look over there. Beside the giant snake and the fearsome beast, there is a peculiar tree. Serari's words shifted the attention of Tallet and GNEI, who turned their gazes toward the other side. In their excessive focus on the battle, they had overlooked the area littered with corpses. Amidst the gruesome pile of flesh and bone, 100-meter-long white giant snake and a fearsome beast several dozen meters in size had just mercilessly crushed two approaching creatures. A bit farther away, a modest fruit tree stood tall. In this blood-soaked battlefield, where the forest had been ravaged, this tree remained untouched by the stains of carnage. Could it be that these two beasts are guarding this tree? Upon the branches of the fruit tree hung strange blood-red fruits, emanating a radiant glow under the sunlight. Treasures of nature? In a fleeting moment, myriad thoughts flooded his mind. The world is vast, filled with wonders. The fruits that could incite such fierce competition among the beasts must certainly be extraordinary. It was likely that the fruits on this tree had sparked the violent clash. The moment the thought crossed his mind, Tallet shot forward. GNEI had no time to utter a warning, while Serari nestled closely beside her, managing only to say, "Be careful, Brother Tallet." As he descended from the sky, drawing ever closer, Tallet's thoughts multiplied. Possessing an intricate understanding of the Dragon Ball universe, he found himself utterly unfamiliar with this world. Everything about this planet was a mystery to him. Even regarding Earth and Planet Vegeta, despite appearing knowledgeable, he realized he truly knew little beyond the original plot. Ultimately, his grasp of this world was but superficial. The fruits indeed possessed an allure, seemingly drawing him closer, as his instincts urged him to consume them. Astonished, Tallet soon hovered above the fruit tree. The blood-red fruits, visible to the naked eye, appeared to be absorbing the surrounding essence of blood, nourishing themselves and becoming increasingly plump. Were it not for the absence of any detectable presence, with the combat power detector yielding no signals, Tallet would have suspected this tree was sentient, alive. Is this an absorption of life energy? Are you then the one orchestrating the brutal combat of these colossal beasts to nourish yourself? Or is it the temptation you present that compels these giants to fight for your favor? With suspicion brewing in his heart, Tallet continued to approach. At that moment, a vague memory surfaced in his mind, the spirit tree. Although this tree pales in comparison to the grandeur of the spirit tree, it bears a striking resemblance. Both are capable of absorbing life energy, however. While the spirit tree draws sustenance from an entire planet, this tree only siphons the life energy of these formidable creatures. If it is akin to the spirit fruit, then perhaps this blood-red fruit could also enhance its strength. Tallet's heart began to race with anticipation. If that were the case, he would undoubtedly have stumbled upon a treasure. Nevertheless, caution was paramount. As he drew nearer, just as Tallet was fixated on the blood-red fruit, a sudden roar erupted. and the enormous commotion unleashed a tempest that forced him to halt his advance. Had he been so preoccupied with a trivial target that he failed to notice before? Or had he finally been detected? Murmuring softly, Tallet turned his gaze to the colossal serpent and the fearsome beast, as his combat power detector automatically assessed their fighting capabilities. Serpent, 390 points. Fearsome beast, 380 points. With combat power below 400 points, they posed no threat to him, aside from their imposing size and intimidating presence. In that moment, the scene was particularly terrifying. Tallet, merely a 5-year-old child standing at about 3 meters tall, resembled an ant in comparison to the serpent and the beast. Logically, one would expect him to be afraid. Yet, he felt no fear. Instead, a thrill coursed through him. Perhaps it was the inherent warrior spirit of the Saiyan blood that rendered him immune to fear. Of course, it was not solely that. His own combat power of 1,300 points instilled a profound sense of confidence within him. Roar! Howl! The two deafening roars reverberated, and the tempest conjured by their cries seemed capable of toppling everything in its path. Yet for Tallet, it merely provided a refreshing breeze, devoid of any lethal force. Little did they know how foul their breath truly was. Pinching his nose, he found that to be the greatest insult of all. Indeed, this colossal creature, reminiscent of prehistoric behemoths, wields its tusks and maw as formidable weapons during combat, primarily feasting upon raw flesh. Thus, it is not surprising that the noxious gases exhaled from its nostrils are accompanied by an indescribable stench emanating from its entire being. When confronted by Tallet, the gigantic serpent clearly did not anticipate that such a minuscule being, nearly imperceptible to its eyes, could withstand its assault. Without hesitation, it lashed out with its massive tail, casting a shadow over Tallet's diminutive form. However, despite the intimidating appearance of this attack, it bore little actual force, and its speed was remarkably sluggish. Tallet deftly evaded the strike with a swift turn. On the other side, witnessing Tallet's successful dodge, the terror beast was caught off guard. Yet, it did not falter. Instead, it lunged forward, intent on crushing Tallet with its bite. But such a task was far from simple. This time, Tallet did not evade. He raised a hand to meet the beast's upper jaw, while his feet firmly pressed against its lower jaw's fangs. Regardless of the beast's exertion, Tallet remained unyielding. Clearly, size did not equate to an overwhelming strength that could overpower him. With a decisive motion, Tallet lifted his other hand, conjuring a radiant energy orb. With a resounding pop, the orb was released, striking directly into the terror beast's throat. In mere moments, the creature's eyes widened in agony, its body convulsing violently as it emitted a continuous roar of torment. Ultimately, once Tallet withdrew from the gaping maw of the beast, a cataclysmic explosion erupted within its body. The colossal terror beast, measuring several dozen meters in length, was obliterated, its remains reduced to a bloody mess, the scene gruesome and indescribable. Beside this chaos, the serpent's eyes widened in alarm. With the demise of the terror beast, it became increasingly vigilant, facing Tallet and bracing for an impending assault. Originally, Tallet had no intention of engaging them. However, given their aggression towards him, with the intent to kill, they must brace themselves for the consequences. The law of the jungle, where the weak are devoured by the strong, reigns supreme. With a blood-curdling roar, the serpent once again surged forward. Yet, it exhibited a modicum of intelligence. Recognizing that Tallet was not easily consumed, it circled around him, its massive form coiling, before delivering a sweeping strike with its tail. Despite its cunning, the serpent's barbaric assault lacked finesse. This marked the second encounter. If it refused to retreat, then it would face Tallet's wrath. Gathering strength in his right fist, Tallet prepared to counter the oncoming tail strike. With a resounding thud, he unleashed a punch filled with formidable power. The terrifying force did not merely repel the serpent's tail, but shattered it into a cascade of blood and flesh, scattering throughout the air. The serpent's anguished wails echoed as its massive body writhed in agony, now missing a portion of its tail, crashing amidst the carcasses on the ground. As the threat loomed over the crimson fruit tree, Tallet acted decisively, releasing an energy wave that extinguished the serpent's life. With the demise of both the serpent and the terror beast, the thick, metallic scent of blood was absorbed by the blood-red fruit tree, creating an eerie atmosphere. Simultaneously, with the absence of both the serpent and the terror beast, other colossal creatures, driven by greed, ceased their conflicts and surged forward en masse. This scene left Tallet utterly astonished. If my conjecture holds, this colossal serpent and the fearsome beast serve as the guardians of this fruit tree. They were on the brink of devouring the fruit, only to be vanquished by me. Consequently, the deterrent effect on other gigantic beasts has been nullified, making a straightforward inference. Tallet did not hesitate and swiftly descended before the fruit tree. Standing at 20 meters tall, the tree is indeed imposing, yet when compared to other flora, it appears relatively diminutive. Hovering before the crimson fruit, Tallet exerted control over his body, steadfastly resisting the allure of primal desire. Even if consuming the fruit could augment his strength, he would refrain from partaking in such an enigmatic object until he comprehended the potential risks. Should it prove toxic? Or worse, if it possessed the capacity to manipulate one's mind, he might find himself reduced to a mere shell of his former self. Thus, It was imperative to procure the fruit and utilize the detection instruments aboard the spacecraft for analysis, seeking any records pertaining to this fruit within the vessel's extensive database. Or perhaps conducting biological tests. The Frieza Force, a successor to the Kurdish army, had dominated the galaxy for countless years, amassing a wealth of data on the flora and fauna of various planets. While they lacked comprehensive intelligence on the Aoyun star system, many celestial bodies, despite their diverse species, often exhibited similarities. However, the challenge remained: how to transport such a large quantity of fruit back home. With one hand resting on his chin and the other crossed over his chest, Tallet pondered the situation. Surely, uprooting the tree to carry it away was not a feasible solution. Before long, the sounds of roaring and the tremors of the ground reached his ears. Giant beasts were approaching. Yet this time, he need not intervene. Gine and Kakarot had arrived, having dealt with the serpent and the fearsome beast. And now they were engaged in subduing 3 grotesque creatures that drew near. Did I not instruct you to remain above? It is far too perilous, Aunt Gine, Kakarot, Tallet admonished. The colossal beasts here pose a significant danger. However, due to their formidable strength, they do not threaten him. Gine possesses considerable power, enough to easily crush beasts with a battle prowess of 200 to 300. Yet, Kakarot lacks such capability. Her strength is insufficient to effortlessly deal with these creatures. Should she face an onslaught or sustained attacks, her life would undoubtedly be at risk. Isn't this a concern for your safety? Gine remarked. Do not worry, Brother Tallet. My strength is formidable as well. I can at least ensure my own safety and will not hinder you, and Aunt Gine, Kakarot replied, clearly understanding Tallet's intent. With her words, and her evident lack of initial fear, Tallet relinquished his overly protective instincts. Saiyans possess remarkable adaptability. Often, a single experience can lead to significant growth. Perhaps witnessing him effortlessly vanquish the colossal serpent and the terrifying beasts, seemingly unfazed by the bloodshed, served as a catalyst for Kakarot's courage. Ah, so this is the fruit in question. No wonder it seems familiar, Gine exclaimed upon closer inspection, surprising Tallet momentarily. Aunt Gine, do you recognize this fruit? Tallet inquired, noting the hint of delight in Gine's expression. Clearly, this crimson fruit must possess some value, though I cannot recall its precise name. I am certain it is the same fruit that Bardock and I have consumed. Tallet, it seems we have stumbled upon something quite extraordinary, Gine responded, her voice tinged with excitement. Upon hearing that Gine and Bardock had consumed it, Tallet's initial doubts and worries dissipated entirely. At the very least, it would not be toxic, nor would it affect one's mental faculties. There was no risk of parasites manipulating them. Otherwise, Gine would not have made such a statement or displayed such enthusiasm. Tallet chose not to interrupt Gine's reminiscence. Encouraged by her words, Kakarot boldly stepped forward. Aunt Gine and Uncle Bardock have eaten this. Does that mean it is truly safe to consume? Can I eat it, Brother Tallet? Let us first allow Aunt Gine to finish her thoughts. There is no need to rush. Tallet gently held Kakarot's hand, momentarily pausing her eagerness. This young lady can indeed be quite audacious at times. Very well, Tarrot interjected, prompting Kakarot to reluctantly withdraw her hands. Her body instinctively urged her to consume the crimson fruit, as if doing so would bestow upon her immense benefits. Fear not, Tarrot. This fruit is safe to eat. Not only does it have the capacity to heal wounds, but it also enhances one's combat prowess. It is worth mentioning that this memory dates back quite some time. During my missions on foreign planets alongside Bardock, we stumbled upon this fruit by chance. Back then, both Bardock and I were still youthful, and driven by instinct, we consumed the fruit. To our astonishment, not only did we lose the sensation of hunger, but our strength also saw an elevation. Regrettably, we discovered only a solitary tree bearing such fruit on that planet, with merely a handful of fruits available. Upon realizing the fruit's effects, Bardock and I even endeavored to cultivate the tree on Planet Vegeta, but our attempts ended in failure. The reason being that the fruit contained no seeds, and once harvested, the tree would wither away rapidly. Gine shared the information she possessed, further expressing her surprise that such a fruit-bearing tree could also exist on planet Aoyun. This revelation led Tallet to understand that the blood fruit was indeed akin to the fruit of the spirit tree. Nature is truly wondrous and inscrutable. One wonders if, apart from this singular tree, there might be others on the Aoyun planet. Tallet mused, if there is one, perhaps there could be two. Unless, of course, this was merely the result of an alien race fortuitously passing through this planet and inadvertently leaving behind seeds that eventually sprouted into fruit-bearing trees. Tallet remained unaware that he was merely a step away from the truth. His constrained thinking limited him to this solitary conclusion. In reality, the fruit trees were far from ordinary. They were not the kind of flora that could naturally thrive on just any planet. Much like the fruits of the spirit tree, these offerings were divine delicacies, reserved for the gods, and belonged to the realm of the forbidden. The presence of this fruit tree on various planets is indeed a matter of chance. It is akin to the tree before Tallet, which came into existence when the god of destruction, Beerus, carelessly discarded half-eaten fruit upon passing this planet centuries ago. Consequently, the current fruit tree emerged. Within the fruit of each generation, seeds reside, allowing them to germinate and yield this second generation of fruit. and even a third. The fruit consumed by Gine and Bardock is merely a product of the later generations. Thus, it bears no seeds and cannot be cultivated artificially. Can we eat it? Salary, standing nearby, was already tempted. Now that Gine had finished her explanation, her gluttonous demeanor was unmistakably endearing. Knowing the fruit's purpose, it was, of course, permissible to indulge. However, there were at least 2 or 3 dozen fruits here. It was impossible to consume them all at once. Even if we could, we ought not to squander the effects of the fruit, Tallet remarked. While eating was certainly an option, the pressing concern was how to transport them all. Those fruits, each the size of a basketball, would be difficult to carry. Even if they could manage to take 2 or 3 by hand, the 3 of them would still be unable to transport even half. Moreover, colossal beasts were advancing towards them. Once again halted, Salary showed no signs of displeasure. She was sufficiently obedient, completely compliant with Tallet's wishes. Gine understood Tallet's intentions. How about I return to pilot our spaceship? That way, we can take these fruits with us. Tallet's eyes brightened at her suggestion. He had not considered this possibility. Then I shall entrust this to you, Aunt Gine. Salary should return with you as well. I will remain here to guard the fruits, Tallet declared. Gine nodded in agreement and took hold of the somewhat reluctant Salary. As the two departed, Tallet's expression shifted with determination. The colossal beasts were drawing closer. Without hesitation, he unleashed his entire aura, a battle power of 1300 erupting in full force. In that instant, a tremendous aura surged forth, radiating an overwhelming sense of intimidation. In this region, the colossal beasts, driven by an insatiable greed for the sanguine fruit, found themselves momentarily paralyzed, hesitant to make a move. Yet, the allure of the crimson fruit was simply too potent to resist. Although the majority of the weaker beasts ceased their movements, those of formidable strength merely paused for a few moments before recklessly charging forth, risking their very lives. A resounding roar echoed as a gigantic creature, reminiscent of Godzilla and towering like a small mountain, barreled towards Tallet from 100 meters away. It trampled over all the bloody corpses in its path, reducing the already chaotic forest to mere rubble. A cursory assessment revealed that its presence was far beyond that of an ordinary beast. The combat power detector emitted a warning signal, indicating that this behemoth possessed a combat strength of 600 points, one of the formidable auras he had sensed earlier. The ferocity of such a beast represents a cataclysmic threat to Gine and Kakarot. However, before Tallet, it merely exhibits a modicum of strength. Indeed, formidable titans typically make their grand entrance at the climax, withholding their presence initially to allow the weaker giants to engage in mutual destruction, ultimately reaping the rewards as opportunistic victors. Tallet remained unfazed by the imposing aura of this colossal creature. Roar, roar, roar. In but a fleeting moment, the beast had arrived before him, seemingly disregarding his presence entirely, with its sole focus fixated on the sanguine fruit. As he took a bite, could he possibly consume the entire tree? Seeking death, a glint of murderous intent flashed in Tallet's eyes. His breath surged. An energy coalesced in his hand through precise control of his chi. With a swift motion, he unleashed a golden wave of energy that erupted forth, striking the colossal beast with tremendous force. Boom! The explosion reverberated, shaking the earth and igniting flames that soared into the sky. The once formidable and ferocious creature, rushing forward with great menace, was instantly reduced to fragments, a mist of blood enveloping the space. The apex predator was obliterated in an instant, and in that moment, Tallet grasped the immense potency of the energy wave he had unleashed with nearly all his strength. This scene thoroughly intimidated the colossal beasts that still harbored ambitions of seizing the crimson fruits. A few of these titanic creatures, initially charging forward, suddenly found themselves nearly unable to halt their advance due to the terrifying explosion. One beast, resembling a lion-tiger hybrid, managed to stop but was subsequently knocked down by another beast behind it, tumbling to the ground not far from Tallet. Fear permeated the heart of the lion-tiger creature, leaving it shivering in trepidation as it retreated swiftly, akin to a child desperately trying to conceal its misdeeds. Simultaneously, dread spread among the beasts. When temptation is sufficiently alluring, it can indeed conquer fear. Yet, when fear looms large enough, all allurements lose their charm. The effect of intimidation had taken hold. Tallet stood in the air, arms crossed, exuding an invincible presence. From his diminutive frame emanated an extraordinarily terrifying pressure. To approach him was to court death. Tallet had never been one to show mercy. No, even if he were inclined to kindness, it would depend on the individual. Those who infringed upon his interests would find themselves at odds with him. In this world, where the weak are devoured by the strong, cruelty reigns supreme. Thus, time trickled by. Before long, Gine returned with the spacecraft to Tallet's side. According to their previously devised plan, they harvested all the crimson fruits from the tree, placing each one into the spacecraft. The vessel, already compact, was filled to capacity with 24 enormous fruits, making the confined space feel even more cramped. However, this was of little consequence, for the value of these fruits far outweighed the limitations of space. Moreover, Being situated on this planet allowed for mobility at any moment, unlike the prolonged immobility of interstellar travel. As they gathered the last of the fruits, Tallet observed the tree with his own eyes wilting at a visible speed. Just as Gine had previously articulated, the tree existed solely to nurture the fruits, serving as a bridge for nutrient absorption and provision. Yet, this was merely the surface. In Tallet's view, the fruits bestowed meaning upon the tree's existence. Essentially, as long as the fruits remained, the tree could endure. Once the fruits were harvested, the tree lost its reason for existence, much like a person stripped of their value and no longer needed. With a reflective sigh, Tallet boarded the spacecraft once more alongside Sailor and Gine, while the colossal beasts could only lie prostrate, their eyes watching helplessly as Tallet and his companions departed. This brutal slaughter, for them, has reached its conclusion. Otherwise, they would have continued to vie for the ownership of the sanguine fruit. Within the spacecraft, Tallet skillfully navigates, ensuring a steady and stable course until they discover a more suitable location for landing. Here lies a flat valley, a sanctuary where the melodious chirping of birds harmonizes with the fragrance of blooming flowers, accompanied by flowing rivers and a quaint waterfall. It is difficult to fathom that such a paradisiacal retreat exists within this pristine forest, unless one beholds it with their own eyes. What astonished Tallet and his companions the most was the presence of a remarkably large wooden cabin. Though simplistic in design, the structure is incredibly sturdy, having withstood the test of time despite being overrun by vegetation and cloaked in dust, indicative of many years of neglect. Yet, it remains uncorrupted. It is reasonable to surmise that it was constructed by the lost inhabitants of Alyun, for such an expansive dwelling would not have been necessary otherwise. Before this wooden edifice, Tallet and his companions appeared diminutive, akin to small creatures. Having confirmed that the surroundings posed no imminent danger, Tallet suggested they temporarily settle here to rest and absorb the essence of the blood fruit. Gine did not oppose, nor did Cellari. In truth, since their departure, Tallet had been subtly instilling in them the notion that concepts of invasion were of little consequence. This subtle transformation led both Gine and Cellari to believe that their purpose was not to invade and conquer this planet. They extracted the blood fruits from the spacecraft. Under the sunlight, the fruits shimmered with a unique luster once more. A total of 24 blood fruits were present, perfectly dividing into 8 for each of the 3 individuals. Naturally, the actual effects would depend on whether one could push their limits. With the intention of taking the initiative, Tallet instinctively decided against allowing Gine and Cellari to take any risks. Crack, crack. Without the initial hesitations, as he bit into the fruit, the sanguine flesh entered his mouth, transforming into a refreshing sensation that permeated his lungs. The taste was sweet, reminiscent of strawberries, yet significantly larger in size. The flavor lingered delightfully, leaving a fragrant essence in his mouth after consuming the flesh. This sensation was astonishing. A coolness began to envelop his entire being, an extraordinary feeling that rendered Tallet unable to resist. It was no wonder his body craved this. This was a genuine purification, a fortification. Without further hesitation, Tallet swiftly devoured more, aware that the flesh would soon be absorbed by his body. If he paused, that refreshing sensation would dissipate rapidly. After consuming a massive fruit, Tallet closed his eyes to savor the experience. It was not until the coolness completely faded that an overwhelming warmth surged throughout him. His strength had increased. His body had been enhanced. Activating the combat power detector, Tallet witnessed his power index soar from 1,300 points to 1,500 points. 1,500 points. This was the power level that Raditz possessed at the beginning of Z. Merely by consuming a single fruit, his combat power had augmented by 200 points. Such a surge in intensity is no wonder those colossal beasts yearn for it so desperately. Consuming a single fruit is sufficient to mold a fearsome creature of the Oyun planetary dominance. Nearby, as Tallet remained unresponsive, Gine and Cellari were both curious and anxious. Tallet, are you all right? Gine inquired. Cellari quickly followed with concern. Are you okay, Tallet brother? Tallet shook his head, then smiled. This blood fruit indeed enhances power and fortifies the body. My combat strength has now reached 1,500 points. Hearing this, both Gine and Cellari were taken aback. Is it really that much? I recall that when Bardock and I consumed the fruit, our combat power only increased by about 100 points. Gine was still reminiscing, seemingly questioning her memory. Perhaps the blood fruit we found absorbed more life nutrients, resulting in a greater enhancement, Tallet casually offered as an explanation. In addition, we must observe how much Gine and Cellari can elevate their strength after consuming it. If the outcomes differ, it would indicate that the fruit's effects vary from person to person. Aunt Gine, Cellari, you should each have one as well, and see how much your strength can increase. Tallet said, retrieving 2 more blood fruits from the spaceship, handing one to Gine and the other to Cellari. As Gine and Cellari consumed the fruits, exclamations of delight followed, and in a brief moment, both felt their bodies invigorated by the unique power contained within, enhancing their strength. Just by sensing their auras, Tallet could tell that both of their powers had significantly increased. Even if it wasn't to the same extent as his, it certainly exceeded 100 points. The combat power detector swiftly provided accurate readings. Gine had a combat power of 830 points, an increase of 130 points. Sailari had 440 points, an increase of 150 points. That's incredible. This is my current strength, Tallet brother. My combat power has reached 440 points. Moreover, my perception of energy has become increasingly clearer, Sailari exclaimed, her excitement palpable. In her mind, as a lower-class warrior, she could never compare to higher-class warriors. Yet, with her current strength, even if she fell short of the exceptionally talented higher-class warriors, among her peers, her combat power was undoubtedly remarkable. To put it simply, such a value was nearly impossible within the realm of lower-class warriors. Especially considering Sailari was only 5 years old. I never expected my combat power to surge so dramatically, Gine reflected, recalling that her previous combat power was only 600 points. Unchanged for years. Now, merely 2 months later, she had broken through to 840 points. Was it luck? Indeed, it was fortunate. However, she felt it was Tallet who had brought this change. Had she not accompanied him, had she remained on Planet Vegeta, she would still be as she was before. Gine, Sailari, can you still eat more? As Gine and Sailari reveled in their self-assessment, Tallet's voice resonated once more. The first consumption yielded this effect. So we must try a second. After all, we are uncertain how long these fruits can be preserved, so regardless of the outcome, it is best to consume them in the shortest time possible. Gine and Sailari nodded in agreement, and Tallet swiftly retrieved more blood fruits from the spaceship. The second tasting was simpler and more direct than the first. Having already known the flavor and effects, they consumed with greater determination. Tallet, combat power 1580 points. Gine, combat power 900 points. Sailari, combat power 510 points. Just as I anticipated, consecutive consumption yields differing results. I wonder if the effects decline. Or if there are other reasons. Tallet pondered, analyzing the situation. He considered various possibilities, initially thinking that the enhanced strength and fortified bodies were the reasons. For instance, elevating from 100 to 200 points signifies a 100-point increase. However, when one reaches 1,000 points, adding another 100 points might represent only a minor increase at that level. Perhaps the fruit's efficacy diminishes with increased consumption. Yet, based on the current circumstances, the sensations from the body after 2 tastings did not indicate significant changes, suggesting that the former reason held greater weight. Afterward, they consumed a third fruit, and once again, their combat power increased, albeit with a diminishing effect. The energy absorbed from the fruit during the third consumption was noticeably less intense than in the previous 2. Thus, the efficacy indeed waned. Or perhaps the body developed a tolerance to the blood fruit. Subsequently, Tallet, Gine, and Sailari ceased further consumption. Firstly, they did not feel hungry. In fact, after consuming 3 fruits, they felt quite full, affirming Gine's assertion that the fruits could suppress hunger. Otherwise, given their Saiyan appetites, 3 fruits would hardly suffice. Secondly, Tallet conceived an idea he wished to attempt. Would consuming the blood fruit after intense exertion or rapid depletion of energy enhance its effects? Thus, unbeknownst to them, Tallet, Gine, and Sailari had remained in the valley for several days. They had consumed a total of 24 fruits over multiple sessions, significantly elevating their powers. Tallet's combat power reached 1850 points, Gine surpassed the 1,000-point threshold, currently at 1120 points, and Sailari exhibited the most remarkable growth, now boasting a power of 890 points. Today marked the 8th day since their arrival on this planet. In the depths of the valley, Tallet was engaged in combat training with Gine and Sailari. Everyone's strength had experienced a tremendous surge in such a short span, with increases exceeding 500 points. The rapid enhancement necessitated foundational training. Without it, their newfound strength would quickly diminish. This not only solidified their own abilities, but also facilitated Gine and Sailari's advancement, ensuring they would not possess strength without the knowledge of how to harness it. Ultimately, Tallet had underestimated Gine entirely. He had long perceived her as merely a logistical support figure, nearly forgetting her combat prowess. To his surprise, her actual fighting capability was far from negligible. Furthermore, in instances where their strengths are comparable, Tallet occasionally finds herself subdued by her counterpart. This may indeed be attributed to their physical differences. After all, Gine is an adult. Whereas Tallet, despite her exceptional development, stands merely at a height of 1 meter and 30 centimeters. As for Sailor, her performance has been remarkably impressive. Ultimately, Tallet concludes that she feels rather inadequate in comparison. Although their abilities do not quite match his, there was a time when he possessed a similar prowess. And at that point, he was indeed inferior to them. With this realization, Tallet embarks on a more rigorous training regimen. Her focus is primarily on cultivating her energy, alongside physical conditioning, skill refinement, and combat training, among other pursuits. Following a battle, the trio takes a moment to refresh themselves by the stream before resting. Truly impressive. And Gine, your prowess continues to grow. Were it not for my superior combat ability, I would hardly be your match, Tallet praises. Where do you get the notion that I am so formidable, Tallet? I am merely assisting you and Sailor in enhancing your capabilities. However, I must admit, I never anticipated our skills would reach such heights, Janae responds. Sailor, overhearing Tallet's compliments towards Janae, feels a pang of jealousy and begins to act affectionately. It is undeniable that Sailor has become increasingly bold in recent times. Her behavior has grown so intimate that Tallet finds himself somewhat taken aback. Perhaps this illustrates the inherent differences between genders. When a man exhibits physical affection towards a woman, it may be deemed inappropriate. While if a woman displays similar affection towards a man, any discontent is seen as a lack of understanding. Unbeknownst to Tallet, his prior perception of Sailor as a nuisance has gradually shifted. He has become accustomed to her presence and no longer resists her. After a generous outpouring of praise, Tallet has effectively elevated Sailor's spirits. For the young girl, the number of individuals she truly cares about is limited, with Tallet being the sole person she recognizes as her closest companion. To put it more directly, Sailor has come to regard Tallet as her significant other. After an extensive exchange, Tallet and Sailor assist Janae in preparing their meal. Following a hearty feast, Tallet finally broaches the topic of exploring the Saiyan planet. In recent days, although the trio has been meandering nearby, they have predominantly remained within the valley. After all, they needed to search for any other bloodfruit trees. Regrettably, aside from the singular tree they discovered, no others have been found. Perhaps it is the only one, or maybe there are others on different continents. At this point, they have become intimately familiar with the terrain spanning several hundred miles in proximity. Thus, it is time to venture beyond this primordial forest. Even though their current intentions are not aggressive, having come this far, they cannot remain confined to this area. They must explore the outside world and encounter the inhabitants of Saiyan Star. Frankly, Tallet understands that their stay on this planet will not be prolonged. Saiyan Star was merely a transit point from the outset. After completing their exploration of Saiyan Star, Tallet intends to proceed directly to Earth. The pivotal moment arrives with the news of the explosion of Vegeta Star. Following a discussion, with the agreement of Gine and Kakarot, Tallet leaves a clone to safeguard the spacecraft, and the three then depart the valley to embark on their journey further afield. On one side, the exploration of the planet Saiyan is underway. On the other, the trio from Tallet remains oblivious to the profound changes occurring on Planet Vegeta. King Vegeta has summoned nearly all elite warriors in preparation for a desperate battle against the impending threat of Frieza. Meanwhile, Frieza is secretly amassing his forces. And during this time of gathering, he has summoned the Saiyans, who have been wandering the cosmos, back to their home planet. His intent, of course, is to annihilate the Saiyan race in one fell swoop. Among them, those with formidable strength are dispatched to face execution at the hands of Frieza's trusted subordinates, particularly the exceptional combat talents regarded as the backbone of the Saiyan warriors. In the cosmos, on a planet named MIT, devastation reigns supreme. The entire surface of the planet has been reduced to a desolate wasteland, flattened by overwhelming force. As one gazes upon the landscape, all that remains are endless ruins and billowing smoke. Beneath a pile of debris, a figure is trapped, emitting a silent and feeble roar. This figure is none other than Bardock. Mere moments ago, he engaged in a fierce battle with the elite forces of Frieza's army. Although he managed to eliminate those adversaries, he ultimately fell victim to the overwhelming might of Dodoria, who descended upon him. Buried beneath the rubble, he narrowly escaped death, yet this has become his greatest torment. Struggling in despair, his consciousness fluctuates wildly. As his mind drifts into a haze, he seemingly enters a hallucinatory state. Before him, he witnesses Tallet arriving at Saiyan with Sailor and Gine, embarking on their exploration with great success. The scene shifts, revealing his son Raditz fighting valiantly alongside Prince Vegeta's elite squad. Finally, he sees Kakarot, aboard a spacecraft, heading towards the vastness of the stars. In this moment, he glimpses the blue planet before him, foreseeing the future and momentarily glimpsing the visions that lie ahead. This is precisely the moment after the successful conquest of planet Kanesa, when Bardock was momentarily endowed with the mystical power of the Kanesa people through their magical fist. The Kanesa people also foretold the impending doom of the Saiyan race, destined to meet the same powerless fate as they did. Tallet, Kakarot, Raditz, and Jin. At this juncture, Bardock's consciousness was suddenly jolted, awakening him from the illusion. An unknown force surged from his gravely injured body, enabling him to extricate himself from the rubble. Nearby lay the lifeless bodies of his comrades, Toma, Celepa, Dodoria, and Pizinbu. Once valiant companions who fought alongside him, they had all been ruthlessly slaughtered by Frieza's minions, leaving Bardock as the sole survivor. Damn Frieza. We, the Saiyans, fought for you. Yet you treat us as mere ants to be toyed with. Consumed by a sense of injustice, Bardock seethed with rage over the loss of his allies. He then dragged his battered body onward, his blood-stained face a canvas of sorrow and fury. He had believed that the Kanesa people's knowledge, even if they possessed some insight, was merely an illusion. Yet now, he was compelled to accept that what he had witnessed could indeed be true. The ominous premonitions he had harbored were beginning to manifest. Frieza had not only attacked them, but his next target would be their comrades on Planet Vegeta. Thankfully, he had managed to send them away. The rest would be left to him. He was resolute in his ability to rectify the situation, especially with King Vegeta's presence. Bardock chose to believe in the future he had glimpsed. He had faith that Tallet, Jin, Raditz, and Kakarot would remain unharmed. as he walked toward his fallen comrades. Bardock gritted his teeth against the searing pain coursing through him, burying each body with care. At last, the white cloth he adorned upon his head was soaked in crimson. A testament to his grief. I will avenge you. Leaving this vow behind, Bardock made his way to his spaceship, pressing a button that opened a concealed compartment. Inside lay the much-needed restorative drugs and healing liquids he had meticulously prepared for emergencies. While these supplies would not fully heal him, they were sufficient to restore a substantial portion of his vitality. Without hesitation, Bardock injected the healing liquid into his body and consumed the restorative pills. As the effects took hold, the pain began to dissipate, allowing him to finally catch his breath. Damn it, I never anticipated that Dodoria would be so formidable. But next time, it won't be so simple. My current battle power has actually surged significantly due to my injuries. Bardock murmured to himself, activating his scouter. The numbers fluctuated wildly. The anguish from his comrades' deaths, coupled with the brink of death, had catalyzed a breakthrough. In that moment, Bardock's battle power soared to nearly 20,000. It felt as if he was experiencing a resurgence, an explosive awakening. Under ordinary circumstances, Bardock would be elated. For this newfound strength had shattered the barriers that constrained the Saiyan race. I wonder how King Vegeta is faring. I must return to Planet Vegeta immediately to regroup. Starting the spaceship, Bardock closed his eyes to rest, conserving his energy. At such a moment, he felt an overwhelming impulse to reach out to his wife and son, as well as to Tallet. However, he was acutely aware that such actions were not permissible, particularly regarding Tallet, ever since the signal was severed over a month ago. He had been consumed by worry, yet now he found solace in the notion that perhaps it was for the best, likely orchestrated by that young rascal Tallet. A day later, on Planet Vegeta, the majestic flagship of the cosmic tyrant Frieza descended upon the surface. The plans of both Frieza and King Vegeta commenced in earnest. It could be said that Frieza had intentionally landed his spacecraft on Planet Vegeta, bestowing upon King Vegeta the opportunity to showcase the extravagant banquet he had meticulously prepared for him. For Frieza, this was merely a chance to toy with these disobedient and presumptuous Saiyan monkeys. King Vegeta remained oblivious to the fact that Frieza had not only come to subjugate them, but also harbored intentions of annihilating the Saiyans and obliterating Planet Vegeta. He had long prepared for this moment, believing that seizing this opportunity would allow him to overthrow the reign of Frieza and Cold in one fell swoop. His confidence bordered on arrogance. Once the overall strength of his faction reached a certain zenith, he inexplicably felt a sense of entitlement to the universe. King Vegeta's confidence stemmed from the elite warriors he had gathered, whose combat powers soared to nearly 10,000 points at their peak, with the lowest still surpassing 5,000. Although their numbers barely totaled a few dozen, the combined might of these Saiyan elites promised to grant them overwhelming dominance should they infiltrate Frieza's flagship, striking a decisive blow against him. Even if Frieza's combat power genuinely exceeded 100,000, they could transform into great apes together. The strength of one individual may be insignificant, yet when dozens transformed into great apes, each could attain a combat power in the tens of thousands. Especially for him. He was confident he could contend with Frieza's 100,000 power. King Vegeta's actions were swift and resolute. So much so that even the soldiers of Frieza's army stationed on Planet Vegeta remained unaware. Along their path, any Frieza soldiers who attempted to obstruct them fell victim to King Vegeta's prowess in an instant. Shortly thereafter, under King Vegeta's command, they arrived at the entrance of the flagship's main control room. The situation appeared to be set, but just as King Vegeta was about to breach the control room, Zarbin and Dodoria swung open the doors, blocking their advance. How dreadfully slow. King Vegeta, and you foolish Saiyan monkeys, Dodoria taunted with a sinister grin. His expression rife with disdain, completely disregarding King Vegeta and his loyal confidants. After we reassigned all our elite warriors, it still took you this long to breach our defenses. With such feeble strength, you dare defy King Frieza? The ignorant are often fearless. Zarbin, maintaining his composure, cast a glance over King Vegeta and his warriors. Upon hearing this, King Vegeta did not respond with anger, but with a mocking smile. Are you still clinging to bravado at this point? Dodoria, Zarbin, I acknowledge your formidable combat power. But it is time to recognize the reality. We are the most elite warriors of the Saiyans, each boasting a combat power exceeding 5,000. Even if we are not your match individually, we hold an undeniable advantage in numbers. At King Vegeta's command, his elite warriors could no longer contain their fervor. In that moment, all were convinced that the era of Frieza had come to an end. A combat power exceeding 5,000? Dodoria, do you truly consider that impressive? Zarbin jeered. A combat power surpassing 5,000 is indeed remarkable, nearly a quarter of my own, Dodoria feigned ignorance, playing along with Zarbin's mockery. Together, they treated King Vegeta and his loyal warriors as mere jesters. As rage surged within King Vegeta and his confidants, they prepared to strike down Dodoria and Zarbin. However, in that instant, a looming presence approached from behind, radiating an unmistakable chill. This scene made every onlooker tremble. Frieza sat nonchalantly in his infantile contraption. Sabo Dororia, allow King Vegeta and his entourage to enter. I must witness this grand spectacle with mine own eyes, Frieza proclaimed, his voice laced with unyielding sarcasm. A cruel and malevolent smile creeping across his treacherous visage. Sabo and Dodoria, taken aback by the command, hesitated for but a moment before promptly parting the way for King Vegeta and his companions, obeying Frieza's directive without question. Humph. Even your master has discerned the reality of the situation, yet you dare obstruct our path. King Vegeta, though anxious, stood resolute and unafraid. However, as he entered the main control room and prepared to speak, a mere glance from Frieza instilled an inexplicable sense of trepidation within him. Oh dear. How many elite Saiyans we have here? King Vegeta, are you so confident that you can overthrow my reign? Frieza mocked with a sardonic grin. These words struck deep within King Vegeta's heart. Cease uttering such meaningless phrases, Frieza. From this moment forth, I shall reign as the sovereign of the universe. Enraged and ashamed, King Vegeta clenched his teeth and unleashed an energy wave towards Frieza. He sought to establish his authority through this attack, striving to embody courage. As the saying goes, in a narrow confrontation, the brave prevail. All advantages lay in his favor. Retreat was not an option. However, this mere energy wave, despite its thousands of battle points, was effortlessly dismantled by Frieza with a mere glance, dissipating into particles that floated through the void without even an explosion. What? Upon witnessing this, King Vegeta's pupils dilated and his heart trembled violently. The Saiyan warriors behind him mirrored his shock, their faces etched with fear. Ah, it seems you have indeed resigned yourself to death. Thus, I find no reason to continue this charade. Frieza's smile morphed into a sinister grin as he nonchalantly raised his hand. In an instant, 2 death rays shot forth from his fingertip, piercing through King Vegeta's knees. Consider this my gift to you. With his knees punctured, King Vegeta emitted a painful wail, collapsing uncontrollably before Frieza. This scene elicited gasps from all present, their throats involuntarily swallowing air and saliva. The disparity was insurmountable. Dodoria and Zarbin observed Frieza's display with cold indifference. Ah. Now this is more like it. You Saiyan monkeys are destined to kneel before me for all eternity. I am curious, what courage do you possess? Is it derived from your so-called legend of the Super Saiyan? Being swayed by such a trivial tale, you truly are beyond redemption, King Vegeta. Frieza gracefully descended from his hovering throne, his diminutive form exuding an aura of absolute menace, looking down upon King Vegeta with disdain. How infuriating. Frieza, your targeting of our Saiyan race stems solely from your fear of the birth of a Super Saiyan among us, one who would ultimately bring about your demise. Even if I were to fail, your future shall undoubtedly fall to the hands of a Super Saiyan. King Vegeta, seemingly aware of his fate, let out a grotesque laugh. In that moment, he truly exhibited the spirit befitting a king. Upon hearing those words, a surge of murderous intent welled up in Frieza's eyes. Ha. You truly have caught this king's attention, daring to engage in a debate even at the brink of death. The chilling laughter reverberated throughout the control room, making it difficult for everyone to breathe. At this moment, the temperature within the main control room plummeted dramatically, enveloping everyone in an overwhelming chill that penetrated to the core. Both Zarbin and Dodoria, trusted aides of Frieza, were struck by this formidable aura, not to mention the so-called elite warriors of the Saiyan race, who, in that instant, even regretted their rebellion alongside King Vegeta against Frieza. You claim that this king fears your kind of Super Saiyans. Such a notion is merely a tedious jest of your own fabrication. Before your demise, allow me to reluctantly reveal a secret. My battle power stands at 530,000. How much do you believe your legendary Super Saiyans possess? Frieza's voice, akin to a sinister melody, encircled King Vegeta. At this juncture, King Vegeta's pupils constricted sharply, and his mind fell into a void. All Saiyans felt their hearts momentarily cease for 3 seconds. The previously speculated battle power of merely 100,000 was utterly eclipsed by the staggering revelation of 530,000. The elite Saiyan warriors began to harbor feelings of animosity towards King Vegeta. This is leading them to their demise. 530,000. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. King Vegeta forced himself to maintain composure, yet deep down, his mind had already accepted this grim reality. Fear was inevitable. Even a Super Saiyan, one would fear, could hardly possess a fighting power of 530,000. Could they? What an exaggerated figure this is. Beyond their wildest imagination. Do you still refuse to believe it? Very well. In light of your impending demise, I shall reveal a secret to you. On the foundation of a combat power of 530,000, I am capable of transforming. Frieza's sinister smile seemed to beckon one into the depths of hell. You can transform again? King Vegeta gasped for breath. The mere thought of 530,000 was already unfathomable, and if he could indeed transform, it suggested a potential power that could even reach 1,000,000. Witnessing King Vegeta lose his last shred of composure, Frieza, with a heartless demeanor, declared, My transformations can occur 3 times. 3 times. Everyone stood in stunned silence, including Dodoria and Zarbin, particularly Dodoria, who had come to fully comprehend the secret of King Frieza. Zarbin, on the other hand, was rendered speechless with terror. Although he was aware that King Frieza could transform and that his power must exceed 1,000,000, he had no inkling of the possibility of 3 transformations. It was over. The notion was not solely birthed from the minds of Dodoria and Zarbin, It echoed in the thoughts of all present. Had the spirit of resistance been utterly extinguished? How tedious. Frieza nonchalantly raised his right hand, a beam of death coalescing at his fingertip, amplifying the terror of his derisive visage. King Vegeta had succumbed to despair, his will to fight utterly vanquished. With a swift whoosh, the death ray pierced King Vegeta's heart, claiming his life on the spot. His loyal followers, gripped by fear, abandoned all thoughts of rebellion. Upon witnessing their king's demise, they fell to their knees, begging for mercy, pledging their loyalty, and even shifting blame onto King Vegeta, claiming he had instigated their rebellion. Ah, your king is a feeble-minded monkey, and you, his subordinates, are hardly commendable, Frieza scoffed. With this proclamation, Dodoria and Zarbon, without needing further instruction, acted in unison. In mere seconds, they executed a brutal display of slaughter, dispatching all elite warriors with ruthless efficiency. Blood stained the control room, the air heavy with the metallic scent of carnage. Indeed, they were the elite guards chosen by the king. Now, clean this mess up, Frieza commanded, indicating the need to prepare for the final phase. At his words, Dodoria and Zarbon trembled slightly but quickly set to work, knowing that their lives were secure even after learning Frieza's secrets. With their prearranged subordinates, they swiftly cleared the scene of bodies and blood. The spaceship ascended, soon reaching the outer atmosphere of Planet Vegeta. It had been ages since Frieza had witnessed the splendid spectacle of fireworks. He felt a pang of nostalgia as he gazed at the visually appealing Planet Vegeta. In truth, had it not been for the command of the god of destruction, Beerus, he might have hesitated to obliterate this world. Rarely did he find a planet as suitable as Planet Vegeta to serve as his private garden. A sinister smile crept across his face, prompting Zarbon and Dodoria to realize Frieza's intent to annihilate Planet Vegeta immediately. Lord Frieza, many of our subordinates remain on Planet Vegeta. Should we not instruct them to evacuate? Zarbon inquired. Zarbon, excessive mercy merely burdens oneself. The ones stationed on Planet Vegeta are insignificant and useless. Let them perish alongside the planet. Only thus can we conceal the truth of Planet Vegeta as destruction, Frieza replied, his tone cold. After all, it is prudent to leave a few foolish Saiyan monkeys alive. Take our dear little Prince Vegeta, for instance. He shall serve as an amusing plaything for me. Frieza chuckled darkly as he spoke. The god of destruction, Beerus, had tasked him with annihilating Planet Vegeta in the Saiyan race. Yet he found himself wanting to preserve a few, especially the young Prince Vegeta, whom he found quite intriguing. It was a delightful game of nurture. He envisioned Vegeta serving his father's murderer, his people's annihilator, and the destroyer of his planet, under the guise of a meteor strike. Gradually, he would unveil the truth, leading Vegeta to despair and total submission. Frieza's arrogance led him to believe that everything lay firmly within his grasp. The words struck a chilling fear into the hearts of Dodoria and Zarbon. This was not their first encounter with the annihilation of planets. In fact, they had orchestrated the destruction of numerous worlds themselves. Yet, witnessing Lord Frieza take matters into his own hands only intensified their terror. Most alarming was that this time, Lord Frieza had even gone so far as to eliminate all his subordinates stationed on Planet Vegeta. Meanwhile, an unassuming single-pod spacecraft traversed the skies, making an emergency landing at the designated docking point on Planet Vegeta. As the hatch opened, Bardock emerged, his body smeared with blood. The proximity of Planet Meat to Planet Vegeta allowed for a swift round trip, less than 2 days, with a one-way journey taking under a day. At long last, he had returned. Having injected himself with a healing serum and consumed a special medication, combined with the Scion's remarkable self-healing capabilities, Bardock's mortal wounds had mended. Not only that, but his strength had surpassed its previous zenith. After a day of rest, and the explosive potential unleashed in dire circumstances, his combat prowess had ascended to an unprecedented height of 30,000. This formidable might instilled in Bardock a profound sense of confidence. He could not fathom how he had reached such heights, but he understood one thing. This power was his alone. As he strode from the landing area of the spacecraft, Bardock's appearance drew the attention of numerous fellow Saiyans, causing the personnel present to tremble in apprehension. The reason was simple. While many warriors returned with injuries, none bore the ghastly appearance that Bardock did, drenched in blood. Ignoring the inquiries from the staff, Bardock chose to dismiss them, aware that their intentions were far from benign. His foremost priority was to locate King Vegeta and ascertain the current situation. An hour prior, the communication function of the power level detector had been rendered inoperative, and his greatest fear was that King Vegeta and the others might have acted without waiting for his return, or worse, had already encountered calamity. As he pressed onward, an unforeseen burst of foresight from the magical fist overwhelmed him, nearly causing him to faint from the pain in his head. He envisioned Planet Vegeta under attack by Frieza, a cataclysmic explosion unfolding before his eyes. No, Bardock gasped, jolted back to reality, drenched in cold sweat. The haunting voice of the Namekian echoed in his ears, forcing him to draw ragged breaths. Feel the helplessness of your Saiyan kin as they face annihilation. The future shall not unfold like this. I will alter the course of destiny, whether it be my fate, or that of Gine and Raditz, or even Kakarot and Tarrot. The fate of the Saiyans shall not be one of destruction. With clenched teeth, Bardock vowed to change everything. He continued forward, swiftly making his way to the royal palace. His bloodied presence astonished all who laid eyes upon him. Upon confirming that King Vegeta was not present in the palace, and that several elite warriors were also unreachable, a tightening sensation gripped Bardock's heart, solidifying his darkest fears. The prophecy had come to fruition. Frieza was indeed outside Planet Vegeta. He inhaled sharply, realizing the imminent danger they were in. It was only now that the gravity of the situation dawned on him. Gritting his teeth, he sprinted towards the most prosperous area of the capital, seeking out the grandest entertainment venue. Here lies a place where many Saiyans come to unwind, regardless of their rank. Whether elite warriors or lower-tier fighters, those who can indulge here possess considerable worth. However, no amount of worth is of consequence now. Bardock seeks assistance here because, in the realm of Saiyans, considerable worth is synonymous with formidable strength. Otherwise, one would not accrue such significant merit points. Upon his arrival, Bardock encountered familiar faces from the past and recounted his plight, along with the ominous news of Frieza's intent to target their race. Yet, the response was disheartening. Not only did no one believe his words, but they also dismissed the notion that the Saiyans were in grave peril. They assumed he was jesting. And even the elite warriors mocked him mercilessly. A group of irredeemable scoundrels. May you all descend into hell. No longer placing hope in them, Bardock turned away. As he departed, the gathering of Saiyans continued their derisive remarks. At the pinnacle of the royal city, Bardock had arduously made his way, striving to maintain his composure. The brief 10-minute journey from the entertainment venue had nearly caused him to faint multiple times. For him, those 10 minutes felt like an eternity. Visions of the future incessantly flashed before his eyes, leading him to feel as if he were living in a time yet to come, with scenes unfolding right before him. Now, he glimpsed a distant future, over 2 decades ahead. He saw the grown-up Tallet, as well as his son Kakarot. Opposite them stood Frieza. Tallet, Kakarot. Bardock clenched his fists tightly. He yearned to reach out and grasp their shoulders, urging them to turn and see him, but in the next moment, everything vanished. He gasped for breath, attempting to stabilize himself. He vigorously shook his head, striving to cast aside all distracting thoughts. Fate should not unfold this way. The destiny of the Saiyan race must not be so. Bardock's voice erupted in a fervent shout. This future was unacceptable. Though Tallet and Kakarot stood before Frieza in that envisioned future, he remained steadfast in his conviction. With his full power unleashed, his aura blazed like flames, enveloping him in a protective barrier. He was determined to thwart all calamities and eliminate Frieza. With a deafening roar, Bardock soared into the heavens, a brilliant star that none could impede. Beyond Planet Vegeta, Frieza observed the final moments of the planet from his spaceship. Through the special transparent material, he gazed down upon Planet Vegeta, feeling as if everything lay within his grasp. This is where it ends. This planet has become tiresome for me. Frieza reclined back into his baby carriage, appearing utterly nonchalant, as if he felt no attachment whatsoever. This is the universe's sovereign, Frieza, cold and merciless. Following closely behind him, Dodoria and Sabo exchanged a glance, bracing themselves. Just as they were about to depart from the main control room, a soldier piloting the spaceship suddenly exclaimed, capturing the attention of the trio. The essence of his message conveyed that an extraordinarily powerful Saiyan was charging towards them. That individual is the last Saiyan I defeated on Planet MIT. Dodoria was taken aback upon recognizing the figure on the virtual screen. He should have been dead by his hand. How could he still be alive? You have been careless, Dodoria, Sabo reminded him, somewhat pointedly. At this, Dodoria broke into a cold sweat, his expression frozen, betraying his terror of Frieza, fearful that the failure of this mission might cost him his life. Normally, Frieza would indeed be enraged, for he detested his subordinates returning without completing their tasks. However, the occurrence of such an event at this moment intrigued him. Particularly, the sight of that furious face ignited an inexplicable excitement within Frieza. Among the Saiyan monkeys, there are indeed some unexpectedly formidable individuals. I am quite intrigued. Send the combat personnel to engage him, Frieza commanded with a teasing tone. Yes, Lord Frieza. As you wish, Lord Frieza, Dodoria and Sabo responded promptly, setting their orders in motion. Before long, the hatch of the spaceship opened, and Frieza's elite combatants surged forth to confront Bardock. The ensuing battle not only shattered everyone's understanding, but also astonished Sabo and Dodoria, while delighting Frieza unexpectedly. Who would have thought that a mere lowly Saiyan could unleash such formidable power? Especially Bardock's astonishing combat prowess, which was incomparable to that of King Vegeta and those so-called elite warriors. 100 elite warriors with battle powers nearing or exceeding 10,000 were effortlessly dismantled by Bardock. Sabo and Dodoria were left dumbfounded. Was this truly the weak Saiyan they once knew? Particularly Dodoria, who found himself questioning his very existence, for on Planet MIT, this individual had been nothing more than an ant beneath his heel. Now, this newfound strength had surpassed his own. Sabo, open the spaceship. I wish to meet this Saiyan in person. Frieza's expression subtly shifted. Understood. Sabo nodded swiftly and led Frieza to the hatch at the top. Dodoria stood trembling, too fearful to utter a word. Outside the spaceship, Bardock pressed forward, having swiftly closed the distance to Frieza's flagship. Despite being in the vastness of space outside the atmosphere, Bardock, protected by his own energy, could sprint through the cosmos for a brief period. This point can be easily achieved as long as one's combat power exceeds several thousand. Frieza, come out, I command you. A shout, accompanied by the transmission of energy, surged towards the spacecraft as Bardock descended further into madness. Despite being forcibly restrained by numerous warriors, he remained undaunted. The hatch atop the spacecraft opened, and Frieza, seated in a baby carriage, slowly appeared. All the elite warriors of the Frieza force immediately ceased their actions, turning their gaze towards this cosmic sovereign. Frieza wore a mocking expression, his sharp eyes radiating a deadly intent. Saiyan, I hold great admiration for your prowess. Your king and those so-called elites are but mere shadows in comparison to you. It is a pity that you are a Saiyan, otherwise, I would warmly welcome your allegiance. Despite his evident appreciation for Bardock, Frieza's tone dripped with sarcasm. All Saiyan monkeys must perish, especially this one before me. The more I admire him, the more he must die, for he has made me acutely aware of the Saiyan potential that is truly extraordinary. Why? We Saiyans have always followed your commands, relentlessly aiding you in conquering various planets. Why must you seek our complete annihilation? Bardock's fury erupted as he questioned. Upon hearing such words, Frieza remained unfazed. Yet the elite warriors around him were gripped by fear. You Saiyans are simply too unruly. The cold words echoed in Bardock's ears. In the next moment, Frieza hesitated no longer. A blood-red light flickered at the tip of his right index finger, manifesting a fireball the size of a grain of rice. Damn it, I will never let you escape. Rage fueled Bardock's power once again, and he felt as if he had touched a barrier, possibly even capable of breaking it. Energy surged within his palm as white light flickered, and after gathering a formidable force, Bardock hurled an energy blast infused with his wrath. Everything will change, the fate of Planet Vegeta, my destiny, the destiny of the Saiyan race. Ha ha ha, it seems I have heard your foolish proclamation. And Frieza's mocking laughter became even more pronounced. The blood-red energy ball at his fingertip rapidly expanded, 10 meters, 100, 1,000. It completely absorbed Bardock's ultimate technique. The energy blast swelling further, its might escalating swiftly. What? Seeing his attack utterly ineffective, Bardock's hopes shattered. Frieza flicked his finger, and the planet-destroying blast descended with unrelenting force, sweeping away many elite warriors of the Frieza force who were unable to evade in time. Before him loomed a colossal energy blast capable of obliterating everything, and behind him lay Planet Vegeta. Bardock had nowhere to retreat. He could only confront it. A brilliant blue energy wave erupted from his hand, racing toward the energy blast. But what could he achieve, even exerting all his strength? The disparity was simply too immense. Exhausted of all his power, Bardock was consumed by the planet-destroying blast. The terrifying energy ravaged his body, ushering him into the realm of death. Visions of the future once again invaded his mind. He should have lost consciousness, lost awareness. Yet at this moment, he felt astonishingly clear. The future relies on you, Kakarot. Tarble. His desperate cries could only be heard by Bardock himself. Boom. The planet-destroying blast pierced through the atmosphere of Planet Vegeta, causing all beings and life on the planet to look up in horror. The Saiyans, who had been indulging in leisure, finally realized the arrival of annihilation. But even now, resistance was futile. Observing from space, the planet-destroying blast took less than 10 seconds to crash into the core of Planet Vegeta. Under the terrifying destructive force of the blast, the entire planet cracked with countless fissures. Undoubtedly, these fissures were gaping chasms, from which magma erupted. The planet twisted and fragmented, ultimately meeting its demise. Boom. Planet Vegeta exploded, transforming into resplendent fireworks in the cosmos. Ha ha ha. What a magnificent sight. Zarbin, Dodoria, such beautiful fireworks are truly a rare spectacle. Frieza's laughter was sickly, his brutal nature fully exposed at that moment. Zarbin and Dodoria, situated within the spacecraft, felt a chill run down their spines. Yet they could not show a hint of discomfort. They had witnessed many planet explosions, but Frieza's destruction of a planet was the most shocking of all. Thus, Planet Vegeta was obliterated, becoming non-existent. Everything continued on its predetermined course. No one knew that at the moment of the planet's explosion, an invisible force carried Bardock, who was on the verge of being completely dissolved by energy across time. Planet Vegeta became mere cosmic dust. Even though the final explosion was incredibly brilliant, it was but a fleeting moment. As Planet Vegeta met its end, Frieza led his subordinates aboard the spacecraft away from the area, now filled with planetary debris. To him, it seemed of little consequence. One day later, amidst the ruins of Planet Ramp, the smoke and the acrid scent of blood combined to emit a nauseating aroma. A glance revealed endless remnants of walls and corpses scattered everywhere. Undoubtedly, this was the handiwork of the Vegeta squad. Leading the charge was Vegeta, accompanied by Nappa, Raditz, and other warriors, who had spent an entire month slaughtering every last inhabitant of Planet Ramp, completely conquering it. Now, the Vegeta squad rested in a relatively clean area among the ruins. They gathered around a campfire, consuming the flesh of peculiar creatures to stave off hunger. Just then, their scouters simultaneously received a message from the Frieza force. Nappa was the first to read the contents, causing his pupils to constrict as he exclaimed in disbelief. The two warriors beside him exhibited the same reaction, equally startled. Prince Vegeta. News from the Frieza force indicates that our planet Vegeta exploded a day ago due to a massive meteor impact. The vast majority of Saiyans perished in the explosion, and those who survived, aside from us, are likely few in number. Nappa approached Vegeta to relay the message. In just a month, Vegeta's power had surged rapidly, unleashing his potential through bloodshed. It was said that his battle power had exceeded 4,000, even nearing 5,000. Upon hearing Nappa's words, Vegeta coldly bit into the roasted meat in his hand, unaffected, his demeanor icy. What can be done now that it has been destroyed? As long as we are still alive, the Saiyan race will never perish. Vegeta's response left Nappa and the other two Saiyans astonished. Vegeta's ruthlessness shattered their perceptions. Recently, the deaths of 3 companions were viewed by Vegeta as the sorrow of the weak. In this present age, even the cataclysmic explosion of a planet could not sway Vegeta's heart. Terrifying. These 2 words echoed in their minds. Even Broccoli, an elite warrior, could not suppress a gasp of astonishment. He was not only an elite, but also a guard of the king. Vegeta's merciless demeanor mirrored that of King Vegeta. To put it plainly, he was indeed the son of King Vegeta, almost a perfect replica. Due to Vegeta's indifference, no one dared to approach him with warmth. The group engaged in hushed discussions, seeking to determine their next course of action. With the destruction of Planet Vegeta, they found themselves without a home, akin to being utterly homeless. And what of Vegeta? He paid no heed to the conversations of his subordinates, lost in his own thoughts. The absurdity of a meteorite collision leading to the planet's annihilation. If such coincidences existed in this world, there would be no reason to remain oblivious. Moreover, even if a planet were to collide with theirs, they could simply obliterate it. Vegeta was unaware of the truth. Yet he grasped one thing. The messages relayed by Frieza's army were utterly untrustworthy. Without Planet Vegeta, devoid of resources and support, he wrestled with his inner turmoil for an extended period before arriving at a bold and significant decision. Even if Frieza were to become his adversary, even if the obliteration of their planet and the demise of the Saiyan race were intrinsically linked to Frieza, he had no choice but to submit and bide his time for growth. Meanwhile, Raditz sank into profound despair. How could this happen? How could Planet Vegeta have exploded so suddenly? His parents, Tarrot, Saiyan, and Kakarot, what had become of them? Raditz found it unbearable to accept this reality. Yet, he was compelled to do so, as after receiving the news, he immediately attempted to reach out via communicator, only to be met with incessant busy signals. His family had perished alongside the cataclysm. The abruptness of it all left him utterly defenseless. No, wait. 2 months ago, his mother had mentioned that Kakarot had been sent to a planet called Earth. Could it be that his parents had foreseen this? This was not mere misfortune. It was a conspiracy, and Tarrot should have left Planet Vegeta long ago. Raditz's thoughts became increasingly lucid. Whether it was his own burgeoning awareness or the influence of Tarrot over the years that had spurred his growth, he could not tell. Casting his gaze towards Vegeta, then to Nappa, Broccoli, and Darcy's, he hesitated, ultimately swallowing his words. Some things could be voiced, while others remained unspoken. He was not foolish. He recognized the ambiguity of the situation, the absence of a support system, and the necessity for utmost discretion. Otherwise, he too might meet the same fate as the other 2 superior warriors of his age, discarded without a second thought. In the blink of an eye, another day slipped away. On planet Saiyan. In recent days, Tallet, accompanied by Gine and Kakarot, has embarked on a comprehensive exploration of the Saiyan planet. Although their journey merely consisted of traversing various locales on the planet, they have acquired a thorough understanding of its general topography. Ultimately, the exploration of Saiyan planet serves 3 primary purposes. First, to seek the bloodfruit tree. Second, to locate the Saiyan people. And third, to ascertain whether any unique powers or extraordinary beings exist on this planet. After 3 days of endeavors, they found neither the bloodfruit tree nor anything of significant value warranting deeper investigation. However, they did encounter the Saiyan people. Contrary to initial expectations, these beings do not inhabit the forests, which is why Tallet and his companions had yet to meet them. The Saiyan people possess humanoid forms, albeit of considerable size, resembling merfolk, with gills that enable them to breathe underwater. The intelligence reports regarding their stature were indeed accurate. However, all other details seemed fabricated and arbitrary. Since there was no hostility, Tallet, Janae, and Sailari quickly forged a friendship with the Saiyan people. In the absence of invasion or exploitation, peaceful coexistence was possible. The Saiyan people belonged to an exceptionally benevolent race. Despite the harsh realities of nature, They possess advanced intelligence, but have yet to cultivate their own high civilization. It is believed that, given sufficient time or guidance from extraterrestrial technology, they will soon flourish. Of course, the advancement of a race inevitably entails enduring unimaginable trials. A moment's carelessness could lead to their obliteration in the annals of history. As dusk descended, dark clouds loomed overhead, and thunder rumbled, casting an ominous pall over the sky, reminiscent of an impending apocalypse. Within the forest, fierce winds howled, causing trees and flora to sway violently. Following this prelude, torrential rain fell, enveloping everything in sight. In the serene valley, Tallet, Gine, and Kakarot sought refuge inside their spacecraft from the onslaught of the storm. Unlike the storms of other planets, this tempest was truly formidable. The raindrops and intensity were beyond comparison. As the saying goes, it felt as though the heavens were pouring down water. Had Tallet not been assured of the spacecraft's resilience, he would have already piloted it away from the surface. Inside the vessel, as he observed the world outside being ravaged by the downpour, Tallet's thoughts began to drift away. Unbeknownst to him, nearly 2 hours had elapsed. As the rain subsided to a gentle drizzle, Tallet contemplated stepping outside for some fresh air. Just then, the combat power detector received a message from Frieza's army regarding the destruction of Planet Vegeta. The suddenness of the news left Tallet momentarily stunned. Finally, it has come, he murmured to himself, emotions that had been brewing for a long time now surfacing. Since arriving at Alien Planet, no, since the day of departure, Tallet had been meticulously calculating time. He had prepared too early, causing him to gradually forget. He pondered whether Bardock perished in the explosion or if his mind involuntarily gravitated toward the tales of the past. If Bardock had indeed died in the planetary explosion, he would surely wish to use the Dragon Balls to resurrect him. However, if Bardock had traversed into a past time-space continuum as depicted in those tales, that would be an entirely different matter. Tallet had long contemplated this scenario. Should Bardock truly have crossed over, regardless of whether the dragon's abilities could bring him back, Tallet was reluctant to alter the course of events. As he delved deeper into his thoughts, Gine and Kakarot burst into the cabin. Clearly, they had just seen the news from the combat power detector. Tallet, did you receive it? Planet Vegeta exploded due to a massive meteorite impact, Gine exclaimed, her expression tense and her tone urgent. The tremor in her voice revealed her shock, alongside an underlying panic. Undoubtedly, she was worried for Bardock. As they departed Planet Vegeta, she had harbored a peculiar feeling. Now, that ominous sense of possibly having seen him for the last time had materialized. Her emotions grew increasingly complex, and anxiety rendered her pale. Beads of sweat forming on her brow, while her eyes glimmered with unshed tears, signaling a loss of emotional control. Just as Tallet had anticipated, Gine's emotions were on the verge of eruption. I too received the news of Planet Vegeta's destruction. However, Gine, do not panic. If the information is accurate, the event has already occurred, and we must not lose our composure. Instead, we should feel fortunate, as both Bardock and I anticipated this. At least we have evaded the catastrophe of the planet's explosion, Tallet reassured her. But Tallet, you and Uncle Bardock anticipated this? Kakarot interjected. Why didn't you tell me? This statement clearly expresses a grievance regarding Tallet's concealment of the matter. It is evident that Kakarot is momentarily struggling to comprehend the situation. Although she is only 5 years old and has few concerns, she possesses a remarkable maturity. Given the enormity of the issue that has been kept hidden, her indignation is entirely justified. It is as if everyone is aware of an impending significant event. Yet you are the only one excluded from the knowledge within your own household. Even the most obtuse individual would sense their alienation. It is my fault for not confiding in you. I feared that sharing this burden would weigh heavily upon you as well. Furthermore, during this period, there has been no notable turmoil on Planet Vegeta, and we have not received any ominous news. Thus, I naturally assumed my concerns were unfounded. Tallet is guiding Kakarot, indirectly comforting Gine. Kakarot is easily pacified, but Gine is not so easily soothed. Fearing Gine's reproach, Tallet resorts to this manner of speech, distancing himself from the situation. At the very least, he conveys that he cannot ascertain the gravity of the circumstances, thereby preventing Gine from harboring negative feelings towards him, allowing him to proceed with his plans. I suddenly feel as though I am caught in a dream. Tallet, you assure me that Bardock will surely be unharmed, correct? Gine repeatedly breathes deeply, striving to maintain her composure and avoid succumbing to despair. She craves an unequivocal answer. At this moment, she regrets allowing Tallet to modify all the power level detectors. Now, without communication capabilities, they can only passively receive information. I believe Uncle Bardock must have had a plan. And besides, he had set out on a mission shortly after we left Planet Vegeta. In such a brief span, the mission should still be ongoing. Unable to reveal the truth directly, Tallet resorts to a benevolent falsehood. Nonetheless, he cannot truly ascertain whether Bardock is alive or dead. After hearing Tallet's words, Gine manages to regain a semblance of tranquility. This is a form of solace, allowing her a moment of respite before the truth unveils itself. I can empathize with Aunt Gine's current emotions, and I understand that she may yearn to return immediately to ascertain the veracity of the news. However, I must insist that I cannot escort you back at this moment. This was a stern admonition from Uncle Bardock prior to our departure. Unless he reaches out to us directly, we must refrain from responding or taking any independent actions. Moreover, I suspect that the explosion of Planet Vegeta was not merely due to a meteorite impact. It is likely that Frieza orchestrated this calamity from the shadows. If we were to return now, we would undoubtedly face annihilation. Let us stifle any fantasies in their infancy, Tallet persistently reassured. It is imperative that Gine understands the necessity of remaining concealed. They cannot betray all of Bardock's meticulous preparations. Yet, Gine trembled, her delicate form quivering. Internally conflicted, she recognized Tallet's words bore truth. Brother Tallet, must we truly refrain from returning? If Planet Vegeta has indeed perished, we would be left without a home. The melancholy lilt in Celery's voice was palpable. No, as long as we are together, any place can be our home. Tallet sighed deeply, fully comprehending the weight of such sentiments. It is akin to his eternal inability to return to the earth of his past life. That very earth is, in the deepest recesses of Tallet's heart, an unspoken sanctuary he regards as home. This is something that cannot be altered, even after spending 5 years on Planet Vegeta. It has been over half a month since the planet's explosion. To calculate the exact duration, it has been precisely 3 months since Tallet departed from Planet Vegeta with Gine and Kakarot. Following the news of the planet's destruction, Tallet has made it his daily endeavor to soothe Gine and Kakarot, while also guiding them towards acceptance. Women are inherently sentimental, particularly when they are anxious about someone whose whereabouts remain unknown. Were it not for Tallet's persistent interventions and his strategic use of Bardock's words from before their departure as a barrier, Gine would have long ceased to heed his counsel. Tallet finds himself compelled to extinguish Gine's yearning to return to Planet Vegeta. It is not out of cruelty, nor is it from fear. After all, over half a month has passed. Even if they were to return to the coordinates of Planet Vegeta, they should no longer encounter any peril. However, returning would be futile and a waste of time. In summary, Tallet conveys to Gine that they must refrain from hasty actions. They must consider not only their own safety but also that of Bardock and Raditz. It is possible that everyone is safe at present. Yet their proactive return could render them targets, thereby endangering their families. Each time this notion is expressed, Gine finds herself regaining her composure. Over the years, she has been engaged in logistical work, making her acutely aware of the situation. Back then, she chose to remain on the planet to avoid being a burden to Bardock. However, Gine is not devoid of independent thought. She is not merely a puppet of Tallet, possessing a high intelligence quotient and her own opinions. She ultimately compelled Tallet to express that if half a year or a year were to pass without news of Bardock and Raditz, they would take proactive measures. As for what would unfold then, they would cross that bridge when they came to it. Today, Tallet's combat power finally surpassed the significant threshold of 2,000 points. And he intended to embark on the second phase of interstellar travel, not for any trivial reason, but for his own future, to become even more formidable. Time is indeed money. To aspire to possess the strength and status akin to the original Kakarot and Vegeta, he must be one step ahead, or even several steps. In the clearing before the wooden cabin, while savoring the roasted meat prepared by Gine, Tallet suddenly broached the subject of departing from the Ayun planet. There are matters beyond his control, yet there are actions he can undertake now that would disrupt the original agreement with Gine. Actions that she would find difficult to refuse. What? Leave Ayun planet for Earth? No. Tallet, are you jesting? We have not only refrained from invading Ayun planet, but now you suggest abandoning this mission for Earth? What if something unforeseen occurs? With their exclamations, Gine and Celary's attention was fully diverted. After Tallet's explanation, Gine's emotions settled, and Celary gradually calmed down. Tallet, do we truly intend to seek Kakarot on Earth? But what if Bardock and Raditz come to Ayun planet searching for us? If we're not here, might we miss them? Gine was somewhat swayed, yet still found it difficult to decide. She yearned to see her younger son, Kakarot, whose combat power was merely 2, rendering him utterly defenseless. Yet the current circumstances did not seem to favor a journey to Earth. Previously, they had agreed to wait on Ayun planet for Bardock's arrival to retrieve them, while also considering whether Raditz might come in search of them. Hearing Gine's concerns, Tallet anticipated her reaction and promptly articulated a carefully prepared discourse. Aunt Gine, I have pondered the idea of going to Earth for several days. Initially, I shared your sentiments, but I have come to a conclusion in the past few days. Our Saiyan race is undoubtedly facing an impending catastrophe. I believe Uncle Bardock and Raditz are still alive, but they may not be the first to seek us out. Therefore, under the condition that we do not expose ourselves, it may be more prudent to first travel to Earth to find Kakarot. Considering the timeline, it takes only a little over half a year to travel from Planet Vegeta to Earth. While we may not catch up with Kakarot's spaceship, we can still reach Earth in under 6 months. Aunt Gine, you are aware that Kakarot's combat power is only 2, even if Earth is considered a low-tier planet. It is fraught with dangers. The number of surviving Saiyans is dwindling, and should anything unfortunate befall Kakarot. At this point, Tallet refrained from continuing. Weighing the pros and cons, Gine would inevitably acquiesce. As for Celery, her current disposition was to follow Tallet wherever he went. In his absence, she would accompany Gine wherever she chose to go. And Gine, I believe what Tallet brother says is correct. Perhaps Uncle Bardock and Raditz will also head to Earth in search of Kakarot. Celery provided timely support. These words caused Gine's body to shiver slightly. Regardless of whether it was Bardock or Raditz, neither could compare to her concern for Kakarot. After all, the disparity in combat power was too significant. In Gine's eyes, Kakarot was merely an ordinary person among ordinary people. She could not fathom how she and Bardock could have produced a child with a mere combat power of 2. Aside from inheriting Bardock's appearance, it seemed he had not inherited any commendable traits. After much inner turmoil, Gine remained silent, allowing Tallet to seize the moment and continue. The reason I wish to seek out Kakarot is my apprehension that this current crisis may be part of Frieza's scheme, which could place Kakarot in danger of pursuit. After all, his spaceship remains unmodified and can easily be tracked. Of course, this is merely my speculation. With Kakarot's combat power of 2, he poses no real threat. Even if Frieza intends to annihilate our Saiyan race, there is no need to pursue such a child. Upon finishing his statement, Tallet employed an air of undeniable urgency to further stir Gine's heart, urging her to make a decision. Very well, we shall go to Earth, Gine replied, taking a deep breath and nodding solemnly. Tallet's reasoning was sound, and Gine recognized that he was not one to act recklessly. Despite his youth, his intelligence likely surpassed her own. There were many matters she had not considered, yet Tallet had. The insight Gine gleaned from Tallet's words was that neither Bardock nor Raditz could currently be assured of their safety. However, if she were to neglect her younger son's whereabouts, it would be a dereliction of her duty. Little did Gine know, this was merely an excuse for Tallet to venture to Earth. Once there, he would certainly not assist in searching for Kakarot. On the contrary, he would do everything in his power to prevent Gine and Seerer from interfering with Earth's development and Kakarot's life. Otherwise, the original protagonist of the tale would not be Sun Wukong, but Kakarot himself. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 6 months had gone by. Within an inconspicuous galaxy in the North Galaxy, the solar system lay at the edge of this galaxy's corner. A disc-shaped spaceship glided gracefully through the starry ocean. After an unknown passage of time, this spacecraft crossed the sun of the solar system and finally ceased its journey, docking just outside the atmosphere of a blue planet. This azure planet is none other than Earth. The spacecraft belongs to Tallet, Gine, and Celery, who are currently aboard. Inside the vessel, the trio gazes through the protective glass at the relatively modest blue orb before them. At last, we have arrived. Earth, Tallet exclaims, a smile gracing his face. After 6 months of interstellar travel, one might say that it feels as though moss has begun to grow on him. Had it not been for the 2 months spent navigating the cosmos and the unwavering purpose driving them, surviving in such confined quarters for half a year would have been a formidable challenge. Ultimately, it was a reluctance to squander even a moment of time that led them to forego sleep. After all, it is merely the blink of an eye. Throughout this half-year journey, Tallet's prowess has soared dramatically. Before departing from Ayun Planet, his combat strength had surpassed 2,000 points, and now it stands at a remarkable 2,500 points. This enhancement can undoubtedly be attributed to his relentless training in Ki. Similarly, both Gine and Celery have also experienced notable growth in their abilities. While their increases in combat power may not be as pronounced, their mastery and application of Ki have reached new heights. Gine boasts a combat strength of 1,250 points, while Celery stands at 980 points. In comparison, Tallet's advancement is decidedly more substantial. However, Tallet remains humble, recognizing that such progress is, in the grand scheme of things, rather trivial. On Earth, he would be invincible, and even among the majority of planets in this era, he would be considered a formidable force, especially at the tender age of 6. Is this truly Earth? Celery muses, captivated by the planet's beauty. Despite its modest size, its allure is undeniable. After all, planets with such a harmonious ecological environment are few and far between in the universe. Even Ayun Planet, despite its own splendid ecology, falls slightly short in the ratio of land to ocean when compared to Earth. Indeed, it is beautiful, Tallet softly agrees. The sight of Earth stirs long-buried memories within Tallet's mind. Although this Earth is not the one from his previous life, as the heart of the Dragon Ball universe and the birthplace of all, it nonetheless instills a sense of belonging within him, regardless of the circumstances. He has tacitly accepted the notion of settling down on Earth in the future. On the surface, Earth appears to be quite splendid. As a lower-tier planet, its value is sufficient to place it among the ranks of mid-tier worlds, as Gine candidly remarks. However, evaluating Earth solely on its worth seems particularly fitting. I wonder where Kakarot has landed on Earth. Upon Gine's inquiry, Tallet raises an eyebrow. It is no surprise that upon reaching Earth, her first question revolves around this matter. Previously, I attempted to locate Kakarot's spacecraft using our own, but received no accurate information in return. I suspect that either the spacecraft is damaged or Kakarot's landing site is exceptionally unique, blocking all signals, Tallet replies nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Gine appears somewhat anxious. Let us hasten our descent, for if Kakarot is in peril, we must not delay. First, let us sense the key on Earth. I am curious if there are any formidable beings on this planet. Tallet states, with a hint of caution. Be prudent, and remain vigilant. This reflects Tallet's characteristic nature. Gine and Kakarot took this as Tallet's attempt to ensure safety. Thus they refrained from intervening and began utilizing their perceptive abilities to sense the essence of life on Earth. In truth, Tallet was merely putting on a facade. After all, he had never been to Earth and was unaware of its circumstances. Had he possessed an intimate understanding of the planet, both Gine and Kakarot would have found it suspicious. The three of them simultaneously employed their sensing abilities, enveloping a significant portion of the Earth. In an instant, the essences of countless life forms entered their perception. The essence of these energies, if converted to combat power, reveals that the vast majority possess only single-digit values, with some being so feeble as to be undetectable. However, there exist individuals whose combat prowess should reach double digits, placing them among the elite on this planet. As for the exceedingly rare few with combat power in the triple digits, Gine and Kakarot paid them no mind, as Tallet had already surmised their identities. Undoubtedly, they were the notable figures of Earth from the past 2 centuries, Master Roshi, Crane Hermit, Tao Pai Pai, Gohan, and the like. In addition, there were a few other energies emanating from Earth, likely representing reclusive yet formidable warriors. Naturally, none of these captured Tallet's interest, as his gaze involuntarily shifted to the opposite side of the planet. Following the 2 strongest energies from Earth, Tallet discerned their precise location, the Supreme Kai, Piccolo, and his attendant, Bubbles. Tallet vividly recalled that in the original narrative, they were assigned combat power values of 220 and 1030 points, respectively. Yet, upon sensing Bubbles' energy, it appeared to be below 1,000, likely not exceeding 500 points. Judging by the intensity of the aura, it might range from 2 to 300 points, comparable to the Supreme Kai, Piccolo. Upon reflection, Tallet chose not to delve deeper. After all, the 1,030-point combat power mentioned in the original formula was attributed to the arc concerning the Saiyan invasion, where Bubbles, along with Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, and Kaiatsu, had trained diligently for half a year post the arrival of Goku at the Supreme Kai's realm. Even if he had possessed such power before, it only began to manifest after Goku commenced his training there. Brother Tallet, it seems this Earth does not harbor beings of significant combat power, Kakarot interjected, breaking Tallet's reverie. The only formidable energies are merely 2, and their combat power should only be around 2 to 300 at most, Gine added. Tallet nodded in agreement. Their energy signatures were not weak, making it quite natural for them to sense such things. Since we are new here and lack understanding of this planet, why not pay a visit to its strongest warriors? They might assist us, Tallet proposed. Indeed, they might have knowledge of Kakarot's whereabouts, Gine responded. After all, those with some level of strength might be aware of Kakarot's journey via spaceship. Upon hearing this, Tallet's heart tightened momentarily but soon relaxed. In the original narrative, the Supreme Kai, Piccolo, and Bubbles were initially unaware of Goku's true identity, so it was likely that Piccolo did not know Goku's current location either. As Tallet, Gine, and Kakarot reached a consensus, their spaceship, guided by the intelligence system, descended into Earth's atmosphere, heading towards the Supreme Kai's realm. Meanwhile, high above Earth, the Supreme Kai's palace loomed amidst the clouds, resembling a sacred aerial fortress akin to a vast soup bowl. Its unique style exuded grandeur. The platform of the palace was paved with pristine white stone slabs, while one side housed the Supreme Kai's chambers. Being in this place felt as though one had entered a sanctified realm, isolated from the world. At that moment, before the palace, the Supreme Kai, Piccolo, seemed to sense something amiss, beads of cold sweat dotting his aged face. A profound sense of foreboding surged within him, rendering him momentarily weak and anxious. Fortunately, Bubbles, quick to react, supported him, preventing him from collapsing. Supreme Kai, are you alright? Bubbles inquired with concern. In response, Piccolo shook his head, steadying himself before gazing towards the distant horizon. I am fine, Bubbles. Do you feel it too? 3 immensely formidable energies are descending upon our Earth. As he spoke, the gravity of his words deepened. Bubbles nodded in agreement. His own strength was considerable, and he had long mastered the nuances of energy sensing. If Piccolo felt it, he certainly would as well. It remained uncertain whether these 3 outsiders were friend or foe, but if they were adversaries, Earth could face its greatest crisis yet. Piccolo's tone was grave. Having served as the Supreme Kai for 3 centuries, he had never envisioned Earth facing such a threat. Supreme Kai, we have yet to encounter these 3 intruders. Until then, everything remains unknown. Please take care of yourself, Bubbles urged, fully aware that Piccolo was now in his twilight years. Thus, whenever he witnessed Piccolo's emotional fluctuations, he felt a deep-seated worry. Although Piccolo still had 2 to 3 decades to live, Bubbles had personally witnessed the fall of the previous Supreme Kai, and for them, those years were painfully scant. I understand. Do not worry, Bubbles, Piccolo reassured him. The 2 continued to gaze skyward, their emotions etched upon their faces. As time trickled by, Beads of perspiration began to form on their brows. Not only did their senses indicate the impending arrival, but they also spotted a spaceship descending from the heavens. In mere seconds, the saucer-shaped vessel landed steadily upon the platform of the Supreme Kai's palace. Supreme Kai, Bubbles positioned himself protectively in front of Piccolo, his loyalty evident. This is beyond imagination. The energy emanating from these beings is astonishingly potent. A storm of emotions surged within Piccolo. Since his ascension to godhood, this was the first and only time he had felt the chill of death looming close. He could only hope that the three visitors aboard the spaceship were not here to conquer Earth. With a crack, the spaceship's hatch opened, connecting the interior with the outside. Fresh air rushed into the vessel, allowing Tallet, Gine, and Celery to take deep breaths after months of confinement within the cramped quarters of their spaceship. If Tallet and Celery were both adults, their space would have felt even more constrained. It was hard to fathom what force could enable such a vast structure to float so high in the atmosphere. Gine led the way, exclaiming, "Finally, I can stretch out. I thought I might suffocate." Celery followed suit, leaping out of the spaceship. The refreshing environment of the Supreme Kai's palace felt like entering an entirely different world. Lastly, Tallet descended, but while admiring the scenery, his thoughts drifted to the distant figures of Piccolo and Bubbles. His combat power detector activated immediately. Supreme Kai, combat power, 220 points. Bubbles, combat power, 300 points. These figures aligned with his predictions. Just as he was about to speak, Celery suddenly exclaimed, "Hey, this place feels peculiar. I feel so light." Intrigued, Gine echoed her sentiment, while Tallet's memory surged, leading him to realize, "I almost forgot to mention. The gravity on Planet Vegeta and Planet Yardrat is 10 times that of Earth, which explains why we feel so unburdened here." Standing on the altar of the Divine Temple, Tallet moved slightly, realizing, "So that's how it is. I initially thought it was due to spending an excessive amount of time within the spaceship." Gine's expression reflected a sudden understanding. "Does that mean I have become even stronger than before?" Celery exclaimed excitedly, although she had not fully grasped the concept. Her statement held a kernel of truth. In a certain sense, she indeed possessed greater strength on Earth. In truth, we did not feel any significant changes. First, due to the enhancement of our abilities, and second, because we had spent 6 months aboard the spaceship. Our bodies had long since adapted to the optimal survival conditions within that environment. If the gravity were to increase tenfold, we would certainly perceive it immediately, Tallet added. Gine nodded, and Celery, though still somewhat confused, mirrored her gesture. Soon after, Celery turned her gaze toward the distant figures of the divine beings, Piccolo and Bobo. "Tallet, Aunt Gine, are these Earthlings? They look so peculiar, especially that dark-skinned one," Celery remarked. "Peculiar? Indeed, they are," Tallet responded. "Take Piccolo, for instance, and Bobo, who hardly resembles an Earthling at all. If it weren't for his prior residence at the Divine Temple, who would accept his identity as an Earthling?" Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flickered in Tallet's mind. While there was little to be said about Bobo, Piccolo represented a different case. As a time traveler, he possessed knowledge of all the original narrative's details. However, he could not overtly display this knowledge or appear to possess foresight. How would he explain this to Gine and Celery? Nonetheless, there were certain aspects he could feign familiarity with. For instance, he could fabricate a tale about having researched various extraterrestrial species to elucidate the origins and information of the Namekians, thus introducing the concept of Dragon Balls to Earth. The Dragon Balls are certainly one of our objectives. Many matters necessitate the summoning of the eternal dragon through the Dragon Balls to fulfill wishes. Indeed, it is often only when faced with concrete situations that clarity emerges, as what had seemed perplexing for so long proved to be quite simple. Collecting his thoughts, Tallet began to speak to the two, with Gine's curiosity piqued. "Celery reminded me that neither of these individuals bears the appearance of Earthlings. I am unsure of the identity of the dark-skinned one, but the other one seems familiar. He must be a Namekian, but how could he be on Earth?" As these words escaped him, a sense of relief washed over Tallet. He was not adept at lying, but this falsehood was one he was compelled to tell. Upon hearing Tallet's words, Gine gasped, while Celery's mouth fell open in astonishment. "Are you certain, Tallet? Is he a Namekian?" Gine responded, immediately delving into deep contemplation. The existence of Namekians on Earth would imply that extraterrestrial forces had already invaded, a troubling thought for her regarding Kakarot. As Tallet nodded, Gine inhaled sharply, murmuring reassurances that Kakarot would be unharmed. Celery did not delve as deeply into the implications, but Tallet, sensing Gine's discomfort and anxiety, quickly interjected. "According to the information I possess, Namekians are typically beings of considerable combat prowess, comparable at the very least to us Saiyans. Yet, this particular Namekian appears relatively weak. Moreover, aside from them, no stronger energy signatures are detectable on Earth. Could it be that this Namekian, like Kakarot, was sent to Earth as a child, resulting in a diminished power level?" Providing this explanation served to calm Gine, urging her not to panic. Upon hearing these words, Gine regained her composure. Indeed, they had not sensed any formidable energies, nor had their scanners detected higher power levels. Thus, The notion of an invasion by powerful Namekians on Earth was unfounded. The three continued their conversation. Meanwhile, a mere 10 meters away, Piccolo and Bobo felt their heartbeats quicken, sensing the unfolding events spiraling beyond their control. Utilizing his extraordinary hearing, Piccolo caught Tallet's words, plunging him into a whirlpool of memories. The arrival of a woman and 2 children was astonishing, and their immense power was intimidating. Yet, nothing was more pressing to him than the revelation of his true identity as a Namekian. Could it be that I, too, hail from an extraterrestrial lineage? No wonder I bear such a stark resemblance to Earthlings. It explains the trials I endured before being accepted as Earth's guardian. No wonder I have waited so long without reuniting with my family. As the guardian of Earth, I am, in fact, a member of the alien race known as Namekians. Piccolo's thoughts spiraled chaotically. Beside him, Bobo remained oblivious to the fact that his master had overheard the conversation, lost in his own contemplative world. He was drenched in sweat, yet dared not move a muscle. In strict terms, he was merely a subordinate. Without the Divine One's cue, he lacked the authority to speak. The atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. At this moment, the deity Bick, regaining his composure, endeavored to feign a calm demeanor as he strode forward. Despite the turmoil within, his exterior remained composed and unflustered. Welcome, esteemed guests, to Earth. I am the celestial deity of this realm, and this is the temple of the deities, Bick proclaimed. Upon hearing these words, Sealer from Tallet was utterly astonished. A god? Brother Tallet, did he just claim to be a god? Is he not a Namekian? How can he also be a god? Sealer turned to Tallet with her inquiry. The underlying sentiment, however, was one of incredulity. Was a god truly so feeble? Gine also regarded Tallet with a thoughtful gaze. Since departing from Planet Vegeta, Tallet's word had become law. Although Gine was a mature woman, she had relinquished authority and decision-making to Tallet. The vastness of the universe is indeed filled with wonders. A Namekian has ascended to the status of Earth's deity. Tallet feigned ignorance, appearing genuinely astonished. Upon hearing these 2 statements, Bick felt a profound inner turmoil and fully grasped his own identity. Bobo looked on in bewilderment, glancing between Tallet and the deity Bick. At this moment, the previously oppressive atmosphere has dissipated. It is merely a stroke of luck. I never anticipated that I would be an alien. I am grateful for your revelation, which has enlightened me about my identity as a Namekian. The demeanor of the deity, Piccolo, is quite benevolent. Given my limited strength and ignorance of the true intentions of Tarrot and his companions, it is only natural to remain humble and amicable. Observing Piccolo's demeanor and glancing at Bobo, it is evident that Tarrot harbors no intention of suppression. Before I could utter a word, Gine could no longer restrain herself and spoke. You claim to be the deity of this earth. In my understanding, a deity should possess omnipotence, correct? If you proclaim yourself a god, then you must have an intimate knowledge of Earth, yes? Though not entirely omniscient, I, as a deity, do indeed possess a comprehensive understanding of Earth's circumstances. I wonder if there is anything I can do to assist you, esteemed visitors from beyond the stars. Without directly inquiring about their purpose on Earth, Piccolo suppressed his restless heart and indirectly posed the question. Upon hearing this, Gine did not hesitate and candidly stated, I need your assistance in locating someone, my son, who should have arrived on Earth a few months ago. As she spoke, Gine struggled to find the words to elaborate, momentarily at a loss. Observing her predicament, Tarrot gently took Gine's hand, reassuring her not to rush, and continued, Allow me to speak on behalf of you, Aunt Gine. After receiving Gine's nod, Tarrot made eye contact with Piccolo once more. He could sense the unease within Piccolo. There is no need for concern. We come to Earth with no malicious intent. First, let me introduce ourselves. We are Saiyans from Planet Vegeta. The reason for our arrival is that a few months ago, Aunt Gine's son was inadvertently sent to Earth. Now, we must find him, and we seek your assistance in this endeavor. As Tarrot conveyed the specifics, Piccolo began to comprehend the situation. With a clearer understanding of their purpose and origin, he felt a sense of relief. Even though Tarrot and his companions possessed formidable power, it was evident they were not here to wreak havoc, but rather to befriend. To Piccolo's astonishment, he did not expect the spokesperson among the 3 to be this child, rather than Gine. So, can you help us find him? Tarrot inquired again. In his heart, he hoped that Piccolo would struggle to locate the boy. Ideally, it would be best if they could delay finding Kakarot until after a certain incident, ensuring he would revert to the original character he was meant to be. While I am indeed the deity of Earth and possess the capability to survey the globe, the breadth of the information you provided is simply too vast. Even if I were to locate him, it would not be feasible within a short time frame. Piccolo responded diplomatically. Upon hearing this, Gine immediately grew anxious. Clearly, they had arrived on Earth, yet she felt helpless in the search for her son. She grappled with feelings of inadequacy, realizing there was little she could do. If Kakarot had some independence and strength, they could easily scour the Earth and find him in no time. In fact, once he learned of their presence, he might seek them out on his own. Unfortunately, he was still young. Despite being over a year old, he was only marginally stronger than an average Earth child. The atmosphere grew heavy with tension, and Piccolo, seemingly apprehensive about unforeseen developments, spoke again. Might I suggest you grant me some time? It would be ideal to find him. But if that proves impossible, I am willing to assist you in other methods of search. Such earnest words would be accepted by anyone who heard them. Time is not an issue. After all, we will be on Earth for a while, Tarrot replied somewhat reluctantly. However, the sooner they could locate him, the better. If he remained silent any longer, Gine's emotions would undoubtedly affect the entire room, potentially leading to an explosive outburst. Since the destruction of Planet Vegeta, the pressure Gine had been under was immense. Had it not been for her flickering hope, she might have already succumbed to despair. Some matters, it seemed, required the gentle passage of time for healing, and the duration had been too brief thus far. With Tarrot's words, Piccolo sighed in relief, and Gine looked at Tarrot, resigned to the situation. Although she had no understanding of why Tarrot placed his trust in this Namekian deity, she recognized his meticulous nature and knew he would not believe without reason. If she were aware of Tarrot's innermost thoughts at this moment, she would likely be devastated. Thus, Tarrot approached every action with utmost caution. Since you will be remaining on Earth, and I will assist in the search for the child named Kakarot, I propose that you temporarily reside in the sacred land of the gods during this period. This will facilitate our communication, Piccolo suddenly suggested. Allowing Tarrot and his companions to stay in the sacred land did not trouble Gine and Celery. They felt it would be more convenient. Only Tarrot understood that Piccolo was exerting control over them. Keeping them in the sacred land was undoubtedly a measure to prevent any chaos on Earth, while simultaneously gaining further insight into their identities and intentions. However, even if Piccolo harbored such ulterior motives, Tarrot remained unfazed. As a time traveler, he was well acquainted with Piccolo's character. The old man would not easily place his trust in them based solely on such scant words. Ultimately, he merely sought to utilize his capabilities to avert any unforeseen incidents. For the time being, residing here seemed feasible, as we lacked a definitive objective and possessed little understanding of Earth. Might we first be provided with accommodations and given the chance to freshen up? After all, 6 months of cosmic travel has been rather arduous, Tallet remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Upon hearing this, the deity Beak turned with a beaming smile toward Bobo. This is a trivial matter. Bobo shall prepare everything at once, as it serves to welcome you to our abode. Yes, my lord, I shall attend to it immediately. Bobo replied with utmost respect before hastily departing. As time swiftly passed, over an hour elapsed in the blink of an eye. After refreshing themselves, Tallet, Gine, and Celery truly felt liberated. Now, as they savored the culinary delights prepared by Bobo, the exquisite flavors were enough to make one forget their own tongue. Gine and Celery were astonished, for they had never encountered such delectable fare. Tallet, on the other hand, was on the verge of tears. This was food meant for humans. Unconsciously, he reminisced about the diverse array of cuisines from his past life, having been in this world for 6 years. It was only now that he experienced a taste reminiscent of what he once knew. Once they were satiated, the trio languished for a considerable time before finally engaging in some light exercise. Light exercise indeed. However, what they deemed simple movements appeared utterly terrifying to Beak and Bobo. The speed at which they moved was beyond their perception, particularly when it came to their swift kicks and punches. Had they been the recipients of such attacks? A single blow could very well have been fatal. The existence of Saiyans thoroughly upended the worldview of Beak and Bobo. It was truly frightening. This is the reflection of the divine beings, Piccolo and Bobo. As time elapsed and the exertion of their physical activities came to an end, Tarrot and his companions finally breathed a sigh of relief. The warm current that enveloped them could only be described in 2 words: sheer comfort. Tarrot, you have yet to explain why you chose to place your trust in this Namekian deity, Gine inquired, as she sat upon the cool steps of the platform. Gazing at the divine beings, Piccolo and Bobo, who were orbiting the perimeter of the Temple of the Gods. Upon hearing her question, Tarrot did not hesitate, for he had anticipated that Gine would indeed inquire further. He replied, "It cannot be said that I fully trust him. Rather, I am merely curious to ascertain the true extent of this Namekian's abilities, the so-called deity of Earth. If he can assist us in locating Kakarot, that would be splendid. If not, we would incur no loss. Moreover, as it stands, at least we are not enemies, and they have no reason to deceive us." His succinct and clear words articulated reasons that were readily acceptable. Gine nodded in response. "I hope he can find him, though considering the strength of Earthlings, Kakarot should be safe." In the course of those fleeting 2 hours, Tarrot had alleviated half of Gine's concerns, as he had imparted to her the notion that Earthlings possessed relatively low combat capabilities. Even if Kakarot's power level were merely 2, it would still equate to that of an adult among Earthlings. "Tarrot brother, Gine Andy, do you think they can truly locate Kakarot just by circling the perimeter?" Sairai asked curiously, having long wished to pose the question. "They must be able to perceive sights beyond our comprehension, since we have chosen to grant him this time. We cannot harbor doubts. Otherwise, would we not be questioning our own judgment?" Tarrot replied with a smile. Sairai stuck out her tongue, while Gine nodded, saying, "It has just dawned on me that his invitation for us to stay here is not solely to help us find Kakarot, but also to prevent us from causing chaos on Earth. Wouldn't you agree, Tarrot?" Tarrot was pleasantly surprised by Jine's astuteness, realizing she had become quite clever. Grasping the old deity's intentions so swiftly. I share your sentiment, yet it matters not. Should we truly wish to depart, he would not be able to hinder us, Tarrot remarked. Time flew by in an instant. Unbeknownst to them, 3 days had passed since Tarrot and his companions arrived on Earth and reached the Temple of the Gods. Over the course of the past 3 days, under the auspices of the deity Bic, they temporarily resided within the divine palace. Due to an agreement with the god, they remained in the temple throughout this period, never descending to the mortal realm. What may seem a simple undertaking is, in truth, remarkably arduous. As conveyed by the deity Bic, numerous meteors fall upon Earth each day. Many are consumed by the atmosphere, while others, despite landing, lack precision in their descent. Retracing the impact records of the past several months proves to be an exhausting endeavor, particularly as it is imperative that the targets remain undiscovered and unclaimed by those on the ground. In essence, it is a matter of luck, if fortune favors them. They might locate a target swiftly. If not, it may remain elusive. To summarize, it is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. In the central square before the Divine Palace, Tallet and Celery engaged in a spirited sparring session. In terms of prowess, Celery undoubtedly fell short against Tallet. However, the enhancement in skill derived from such practice was markedly significant, rendering Tallet ever eager to continue. Whether sparring with Celery or Gine, or even engaging in bouts against both simultaneously, he had pursued this training numerous times. To be candid, it was due to the absence of superior adversaries. Otherwise, his focus would not solely rest upon Gine and Celery. For Celery and Gine, fighting against Tallet offered substantial opportunities for growth. Notably, Celery's combat abilities finally exceeded the threshold of 1,000, reaching an impressive 10-20 points after 3 days of rigorous training. Following a prolonged period of restraint, the release experienced over these 3 days would undoubtedly catalyze even greater development for her in the near future. As for Gine, her metrics mirrored Tallet's, fluctuating only between 10 and 20 points. Upon concluding their martial exchange, Celery collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Such bold and unreserved actions can only be attributed to Celery. Were it any other girl, she would likely exhibit a degree of restraint, avoiding such recklessness. However, Celery's candid and forthright nature only serves to endear her further to Tallet, fostering an atmosphere devoid of any barriers and unencumbered by the complexities of gender relations. Tallet, you truly are becoming more formidable by the day, Celery exclaimed, her admiration unabated even in her weary state. At merely 6 years of age, one can only imagine the potent declarations she would utter as she matures, perhaps boasting of her choice in men with unabashed fervor. You too are growing in prowess. Over these past 3 days, your mastery of strength has reached new heights, and your understanding of energy has advanced considerably, Tallet remarked with a smile. Upon hearing Tallet's praise, Celery's already rosy cheeks deepened in hue, and a swell of pride surged within her. Unbeknownst to Tallet, her affection for him had deepened profoundly, to the point where his mere commendation could send her thoughts spiraling into daydreams. After a prolonged respite, Celery finally regained her composure and sat beside Tallet on the steps, their gazes drawn to the figure of Gine, standing at the edge of the divine hall. In the past 3 days, although Gine has been calmed and instructed to wait, her anxiety regarding Kakarot has only intensified. This concern differs significantly from past worries regarding Bardock and Raditz. For now, on this solitary planet, she finds herself utterly powerless as a mother. Tallet, do you think Aunt Gina will fall ill if this continues? It has been 3 days. That Namekian deity cannot possibly be toying with us, can he? Kakarot has yet to make an appearance. What should we do next? Celery inquired about Gina with genuine concern, prompting a stir within Tallet's heart upon hearing her words. After so many years of companionship, witnessing Gine in such a state stirred a surge of emotion within Tallet, compelling him to reveal Kakarot's whereabouts. Although Tallet was confident that if he took the initiative to guide Kakarot, he could at least prevent him from becoming an evil Saiyan, he still struggled to overcome that mental barrier. After all, mere guidance could not transform Kakarot into the original Son Goku. What would happen if the original Son Goku were to disappear? Perhaps time would tell. For now, he felt a pang of regret towards Aunt Gine. A decision had already formed in his heart. He must ensure the birth of the original Son Goku. What happened afterward was of little consequence. Since there was currently no news of Kakarot, Tallet suggested to Celery that they explore Earth, as it might yield some clues. The prospect of visiting Earth sparked a unique light in Celery's eyes. That sounds wonderful. Tallet, you have no idea how restless I've become here. Although this place is nice, it lacks everything. Prolonged confinement drives one to madness. Celery was the type of woman who could not remain still. Seeing her so eager, Tallet chuckled, and together they approached Gine. After a discussion, Gine was persuaded. Rather than waiting idly, they might as well search for answers, if only for a glimmer of hope. The supreme god Piccolo could not oppose this, knowing they were only seeking family. To intervene further would likely be counterproductive. However, he felt reassured about Tallet and his companions. After 3 days of interaction, he recognized their immense power, yet they did not seem to embody the characteristics of irredeemably wicked individuals, establishing a basic trust. Of course, Trust is delicate. One must remain vigilant against potential treachery. Thus, the Supreme God Piccolo kept some reservations, having already pinpointed his target without disclosing it to them. His intention was to observe Tallet and his friends closely, as initial impressions could easily be misleading. Their descent to the lower realms would provide him with an opportunity to discern their true nature. Supreme God, now that they have descended, should I follow them? Bobo inquired, clearly concerned despite understanding the Supreme God's intentions. Let them roam freely for now. We shall assess the situation later. You have worked hard these days. Go take some rest, replied the Supreme God Piccolo. Very well, Supreme God. Bobo nodded, yet did not depart, ignoring Bobo's lingering presence. The Supreme God focused his gaze upon the lower realms. He watched not only Tallet and his companions but also a remote, secluded forest on Earth known as Bowsy Mountain. There, he discovered the spaceship and located Kakarot. He withheld this information out of fear and caution, despite Tallet being merely a woman accompanied by 2 children. Their power was formidable. Should they find Kakarot and suddenly turn against Earth, the planet could easily fall under their control. High above, Tallet, Gine and Celery soared through the skies. Upon arriving on Earth, they relished their first escape from the Supreme God's temple, experiencing true liberation as they flew freely. Guided by their senses and the combat power detector, they swiftly identified a nearby human city. It was noteworthy that although the architecture of Earth differed from the world Tallet once knew, there were still familiar elements, unlike the structures of Planet Vegeta or other worlds, which bore no resemblance. The skyscrapers, the streets, even the Earthlings felt comfortingly familiar. The bustling city awakened long-buried memories within Tallet. He found it particularly poignant that the animal-like Earthlings of this era were nearly extinct in later times, save for a few key figures. Furthermore, through his understanding of the city, he realized that the technological level of Earth in the Dragon Ball universe was comparable to that of his previous life. Indeed, the technological progress on Dragon Ball Earth accelerated only after the narrative commenced. He mused quietly. One notable observation was that the vehicles in this city were not the floating cars prevalent in the later narrative. This was not surprising, as while the Capsule Corporation was primarily known for its capsules, it undoubtedly engaged in various other industries, thereby propelling Earth's technological advancements. It was primarily Bulma's stewardship of the Capsule Corporation that catalyzed the onset of significant technological progress on Earth. As they wandered through the streets, Tallet remained oblivious to a crucial issue. Their unusual attire drew curious glances from passers-by, sparking whispers among the crowd. It wasn't until the number of stairs increased that Tallet instinctively became aware of their surroundings. Meanwhile, Gine and Celery felt increasingly uncomfortable, their displeasure growing. Subjected to ridicule like a jester, if not for the intention to accomplish something on this planet, everything here would be utterly annihilated. Aunt Gine, Brother Tallet. These individuals are truly bothersome. Celery appeared as if she might explode with frustration. Gine nodded in agreement, glancing at Tallet, ready to speak when Tallet interjected. It is our peculiar attire that draws attention. Let us endure, for we do not come to invade, nor to destroy Earth. We should first seek a clothing store to change our outfits. Conveniently, I possess some valuable items. Upon hearing this, the 2 women nodded in succession. Soon, through Tallet's adept maneuvering, he exchanged some precious metals and jewels collected on the planet Alien for the currency of Earth. Clearly, Tallet had anticipated the necessity of currency on this planet. Thus, gold and silver gems served as his bargaining chips. Armed with Earth's money, Tallet, Gine, and Celery found a large clothing store. For Tallet, this meant finally shedding his battle attire and oversized linen garments. Donning casual wear, he exuded an air of relaxed masculinity, appearing remarkably handsome. Despite being merely 6 years of age, Tallet's stature and physique stood out amongst his peers. Within the Saiyan race, his development ranked commendably. Unlike Vegeta, who barely reached 164 centimeters as an adult, and Kakarot, who stood at only 175 centimeters, Tallet and Raditz belonged to a different category altogether. If he continued to grow normally, surpassing 190 centimeters in adulthood would be entirely plausible. Indeed, it is not uncommon for Saiyans to exceed 2 meters in height. Take Nappa, for instance, who measures an impressive 247 centimeters. Many others in the original narrative share similar heights, with classic characters like Broly, whose standard height is 232 centimeters, soaring to a terrifying 286, 5 centimeters in transformation. Without delving further into the topic of stature, Gine and Celery also adorned themselves in Earth's fashion. It can be said that they too were charmed by the allure of terrestrial garments. The innate desire for beauty in women, even among Saiyans, is inescapable. After purchasing an array of clothing, the trio exited the store, resuming their exploration of the city. With their change in attire, they garnered far less attention from passers-by. At least, no one scrutinized them with piercing gazes. Naturally, they could not entirely evade curious glances. For Tallet's handsome visage and Celery's adorable appearance were bound to attract attention, even at their tender age. Gine, too, was of striking beauty. As they traversed the city, Tallet and his companions soon departed for other locales on Earth. Time passed gradually. In the blink of an eye, a day had elapsed. The trio wandered from city to city, absorbing the culture and customs of Earth, passing through picturesque towns. When spirits waned, such leisurely jaunts served as a splendid remedy for melancholy. Gine relaxed, no longer fixated on hastily locating Kakarot, largely captivated by the splendor of Earth's prosperity. Though she had visited numerous planets and witnessed various civilizations, she had never encountered a human civilization as harmonious and thriving as that of Earth. Even if the beings here possessed no extraordinary strength, the orderly progression of life exhibited no signs of chaos. Of course, Gine's observations were merely superficial. Every place harbors criminal elements. As light invariably casts shadows, encounters depend on circumstance alone. After meandering, the trio arrived at an exceptionally bustling and grand city. Upon discovering that this city was West City, a memory deep within Tallet's mind was awakened. Indeed, upon arriving on Earth, West City had been his primary objective. For the Capsule Corporation was located here, as was Bulma's home. His purpose for coming was to leverage Bulma and Brief's scientific intellect to create special items, Dragon Radar, gravity training rooms, modified spaceships, and so forth. Were he to embark on this venture alone, Tallet would have no hesitation in revealing his intentions. However, he was not alone. He felt compelled to offer explanations to Gine and Celery regarding his actions. Calculating the passage of time, he mused that he, Vegeta, and Raditz were all 6 years old now, which would mean that Bulma should be around 5. Reflecting on this, Tallet considered Bulma's age. To be honest, he did not know much about other women, but Bulma, and certainly Android 18, were exceptions. This should be common knowledge for any Dragon Ball enthusiast. Especially concerning the female characters. Tallet even recalls the height, weight, and measurements of adult Bulma and Android 18. However, whether this aligns with reality depends on how the world unfolds. Bulma, an almost flawless woman in the original work, beautiful, fit, affluent, highly intelligent, and impeccable, had only a slight tendency towards infatuation and narcissism in her youth, which can be seen as a phase of rebellious adolescence that everyone experiences, including Bulma herself. Tallet, you've been staring over here. Is there something special? Celery inquired, having noticed Tallet's unusual focus. Although the large circular building in front of them appeared odd compared to other structures, it should not have been particularly noteworthy. Upon hearing her call, Gine also glanced curiously at Tallet. He naturally turned around, having already formulated a response in his mind, and said, while walking down the street earlier, I overheard many discussing the universal capsule and praising Dr. Brief's genius in inventing it. I wonder if this Dr. Brief has the capability to create what I desire? His words revealed his thoughts and indirectly communicated his intentions to Gine and Celery. Gine's eyes flashed with surprise as she questioned, Tallet, do you require the assistance of Earth scientists to manufacture something? Although Earth's technology appears impressive, they have yet to achieve interstellar travel. Gine's perspective held merit. Had Tallet not known of Brief's capabilities, he too might have doubted the feasibility. Just as Tallet was poised to respond to Gine's query, the large door ahead swung open abruptly. 2 girls, one tall and one small, dashed out and came into view. The small girl, with blue hair tied into twin ponytails, accidentally collided with Tallet due to her lack of awareness. Instinctively, Tallet caught the little girl, preventing her from being sent sprawling to the ground. Bulma and Tais. Tallet recognized the 2 girls immediately, especially the eldest, Tais, with her golden hair and vibrant demeanor, exuding a captivating charm. Recalling that Tais had revealed her age when Bulma was 5, she was 16 then, Tallet realized that Tais was still on Earth, signifying that her storyline had yet to unfold. His mind wandered to the implications of the original narrative. If Tais remained on Earth, it meant that Galactic Patrolman Gak had not yet arrived, which reminded Tallet of the unforeseen complications Gak would bring, an oversight on his part. Who are you, big brother? Suddenly, Bulma, still in Tallet's embrace, spoke up. Upon hearing her voice, Tallet released her. Before he could respond, Tais quickly pulled Bulma into her arms, apologizing profusely, I'm so sorry. We rushed out and startled you. No worries, but do be careful next time. The streets are filled with vehicles, and accidents can happen, Tallet replied with a smile, his demeanor entirely natural. Reflecting common sense in his admonition, Tais nodded in gratitude before asking, I wonder why you are at my doorstep? Being on the verge of adulthood and possessing keen intelligence, Tais quickly deduced that Tallet and his companions had a purpose for their visit. This prompted Tallet to introduce himself and his companions, Gine and Celery, followed by mentioning his desire for Dr. Brief to create something. Upon learning their identities and intentions, Tais politely invited, since you are here to see my father, please come in, he is at home. Then I shall impose, Tallet responded, pleasantly surprised by the smoothness of the situation. Under Tais' invitation, Tallet, Gine, and Celery entered the spacious circular reception room. Tais instructed the staff to prepare tea, pastries, and fruits to welcome them. She then took Bulma upstairs before notifying her father. Dr. Brief. Seizing the opportunity, Tallet and his companions observed the room's furnishings and decor with keen interest. Gine and Celery were particularly curious. As they were unfamiliar with many aspects of Earth, they were especially eager to know what Tallet intended to create. though they refrained from probing further. Time seemed to crawl as they awaited Dr. Brief's arrival, until Bulma suddenly dashed down the stairs, capturing the trio's attention, especially with the object she held. Tallet's interest peaked, for it was a Dragon Ball. "Little sister, may I borrow the orb in your hand for a moment?" Tallet inquired with a smile. Bulma hesitated, glancing between the Dragon Ball and Tallet, but finding him likable, she graciously raised the orb. "This is my toy. If you want it, big brother, you must play with me." Bulma's voice was sweet and childlike. Tallet accepted the Dragon Ball, scrutinizing it closely, observing it up close. He could clearly see the 2 stars within. Regardless of the angle, it resembled a 5-pointed star, just as described in the original work, truly enchanting. "Let us play, big brother." 5-year-old Bulma, with her candid nature, promptly took hold of Tallet's hand, eager to leave the room. Tallet saw no issue with this. After all, it was Bulma, and establishing a friendly rapport with her could benefit him later. However, to his surprise, Celery abruptly interrupted Bulma and pulled her away from Tallet's grasp. "Big brother wouldn't want to play alone with you," she declared, her words laced with palpable hostility. Celery herself was unaware of why she felt so defensive. As if Tallet were about to be taken from her. "Just because he didn't refuse, how can you assert that he doesn't want to play with me?" Bulma retorted defiantly, her demeanor exuding a newfound assertiveness. "I said no, and that is final," Celery countered, undeterred. The 2 girls clashed in their first encounter, creating an awkward tension. Recognizing the escalating situation, Tallet swiftly intervened, grasping Celery's hand to prevent her from acting impulsively. After all, Bulma was merely an ordinary little girl. Should she provoke Celery further, the consequences could be dire. Bulma's face flushed with indignation, her cheeks puffed as if she were a child denied a cherished wish. "Little sister, I apologize on behalf of Celery. She did not mean to target you. And here, take your Dragon Ball back," Tallet reassured her, returning the orb. Celery's displeasure was evident, yet upon receiving a calming glance from Tallet, she gradually regained her composure. "Dragon Ball? Tarrot, are you familiar with this object?" Gine inquired, having detected the shift in Tarrot's reference to the orb. It was also her deliberate attempt to divert the conversation, easing the tension between the 2 youngsters. Clearly, both Celery and Bulma had ceased to be upset, with Bulma blinking her curious eyes and asking, "So this orb is called a Dragon Ball, big brother?" Bulma was the first to speak, followed by Celery, who echoed, "Brother Tarrot, what exactly is a Dragon Ball? You seem quite astonished and concerned." The interest and questions sparked by them were precisely what Tarrot desired. The seemingly casual mention of the Dragon Ball was, in truth, intentional on his part. Discussing the Dragon Balls inevitably led back to the Namekians. According to the information I possess, the Namekians not only possess formidable combat prowess, but also wield the ability to create Dragon Balls. Had I not laid eyes on this particular orb, I would have deemed such claims absurd. After all, objects capable of granting wishes should not exist in this world. Now, having witnessed it firsthand, I can assert that this is indeed a Dragon Ball, likely crafted by the Namekian deity from the Celestial Palace. At this juncture, Tarrot paused briefly. "Are you suggesting that this small orb, known as the Dragon Ball, can fulfill a person's wishes?" Janae exclaimed in astonishment. Celery, equally incredulous, turned her gaze towards the Dragon Ball in Bulma's hand. This incident thoroughly startled Bulma, who hastily clutched the Dragon Ball to her chest, muttering, "No one can take my toy away." As the second daughter of the Capsule Corporation, Bulma has always had everything she desired since birth. Nothing could be snatched from her grasp, which has rendered her exceedingly assertive in this regard. Celery rolled her eyes, displaying her displeasure, while Tallet found the situation amusing yet perplexing. "As far as I know, there are 7 Dragon Balls, each containing a varying number of stars. When all 7 are gathered, one can summon the Eternal Dragon, who grants wishes. The Dragon Ball in Bulma's possession should be the 2-star one." Tallet pondered deeply, naturally leading to the topic of Dragon Balls, attributing all the information to the now exploded Planet Vegeta. "Is this true? Tallet, where did you acquire this information?" Gine exclaimed in astonishment. Tallet's understanding of Namekians and Dragon Balls. No, there was more than just that. Since departing from Planet Vegeta over half a year ago, Gine realized that Tallet was entirely different from her previous understanding of him. Tallet remained the same, yet his knowledge far surpassed hers as an adult. Despite her having experienced more and traversed numerous planets, she found herself woefully uninformed. In that moment, Gine began to regard Tallet through a different lens. A peculiar curiosity arose within her. How much more did Tallet know? Or rather, what secrets lay hidden beneath the surface of his revelations? "I have only occasionally come across information regarding the Namekians. My curiosity led me to some research." Tallet dismissed Gine's inquiries. Upon hearing this, Gine refrained from further discussion. Yet her thoughts lingered unbidden. Tallet recognized that this was inevitable. Rather than elaborate explanations, it was more prudent to deflect. Reflecting on the storyline of the Dragon Balls, Tallet recalled that the Namekians had long been known to the Saiyans, and Bardock had even encountered the Dragon Balls of Planet Cyril, wishing for his son's healthy growth. As for whether this narrative transpired in their world, Tallet was uncertain. Indeed, when he first learned of this plot, he speculated whether such a wish was the reason Kakarot and Raditz grew up unscathed. until Raditz arrived on Earth. The wish granted by the Eternal Dragon clashed with some unforeseen circumstances, ultimately leading to their mutual demise. However, the truth of the matter remained shrouded in mystery. Is it true that gathering all 7 Dragon Balls can grant any wish? Bulma suddenly interjected, altering the atmosphere. Evidently, her youth rendered her focus narrow, despite her high intellect. Her primary interest lay solely in the Dragon Balls. Tallet was pleased with her reaction, as his intention was to inform her of the wish-granting capabilities of the Dragon Balls ahead of time. Given Bulma's nature, it was likely she would soon devise a plan to locate the remaining Dragon Balls, for the allure of wishing was simply too great, not only for Bulma, but also for Gine and Celery. If the Dragon Balls could indeed summon the Eternal Dragon to grant wishes, could they possibly wish for Planet Vegeta to be restored to its former glory? Suddenly, Celery posed a question that left both Tallet and Gine momentarily stunned. They turned to her, noting a hint of melancholy in her expression. Indeed, for Celery, Planet Vegeta was home, a place that resonated with deep emotional ties. Even after 6 months, the sentiment was hard to forget. Even if wishes could be granted, such an outrageous desire would likely be difficult to fulfill, Gine mused. Finding the notion unrealistic, Tallet interjected, perhaps we could attempt it, though I too harbor doubts about its feasibility. Nonetheless, I have an idea. With the Dragon Balls in our possession, even if something were to befall Uncle Bardock and Raditz, we could summon the Eternal Dragon to wish for their rescue. This was the initial intention. As for whether the Celestial Dragon of Earth can accomplish it, that remains to be seen after attempts are made. Once all wishes have been tried, regardless of their feasibility, one can then pursue their own plans. Upon hearing Tallet's words, both Gine and Celary's expressions shifted simultaneously, with Gine, in particular, becoming suddenly animated. This marks yet another glimmer of hope. Tallet has come to comprehend the significance of the Dragon Balls, summoning Shenron to grant wishes, perhaps even resurrecting the deceased. Thus, the burdens of worry have lifted from their shoulders. However, the vastness of the Earth makes finding the Dragon Balls a daunting task. If only there existed a device capable of detecting their locations, it would feel as if guiding words had fallen upon a select few. Gine and Celary could grasp this notion, as it bore resemblance to a power-level detector, which identifies the presence and strength of living beings. Bulma furrowed her brow, mulling over something for quite some time before abruptly clutching a Dragon Ball and dashing upstairs, presumably to her room, for further study. Tallet, Gine, and Celary fell into silence. The existence of the Dragon Balls and the wish-granting abilities of Shenron igniting their own contemplations. Naturally, despite recognizing the uniqueness and rarity of the Dragon Balls, they refrained from coveting them. The profound influence Tallet had on them was simply too significant. Unbeknownst to them, Gine and Celary had transformed into individuals who would not easily engage in quarrels or seek to unjustly claim another's possessions. Time passed, and a voice suddenly broke the stillness, capturing the attention of the trio. Undoubtedly, the newcomer was Brief. Tallet instantly recognized him. Though he appeared younger than during the original storyline, his attire and appearance were nearly identical. Are you the guest my daughter spoke of? I hear you require my assistance in creating something special, Brief remarked as he entered, accompanied by Ties. The two scrutinized Tallet and his companions, Brief aware that it was the boy who sought his help. Greetings, Dr. Brief. I have heard of your genius as the creator of the Universal Capsule and the most brilliant scientist on Earth. I would like to request your assistance in crafting certain items. Tallet's greeting was warm and inviting. The adage rings true. Flattery may not be the most crucial, but nearly everyone relishes hearing kind words. Not at all. There are many renowned scientists on Earth. I merely excel in certain aspects, Brief responded with modesty. He then took a seat, and Ties followed suit on the couch, inquiring, now that Dad is here, please feel free to ask for any help you need. With her interjection, Tallet seized the opportunity to articulate his request. In that case, I shall not squander time in hesitation. I require Dr. Brief's expertise in constructing a device capable of controlling gravity. Controlling gravity? Brief and Ties both paused, momentarily taken aback. Perhaps my request is difficult to comprehend. Allow me to rephrase. I seek your help in creating a vast chamber that can manipulate gravitational intensity, Tallet explained. Upon hearing this, Brief and Ties exchanged astonished glances. I am curious, what do you need such a chamber for? Brief asked, instinctively lighting a cigarette, a habit that seemed to accompany deep thought. Simultaneously, Gine and Celary were intrigued, unsure of Tallet's intentions. Without concealing anything, Tallet replied candidly, for training. Training? So you consider yourself a martial artist? Ties exclaimed in surprise. Tallet, aware of the implications, did not hesitate to confirm, one could say that. Ultimately, I require gravity to enhance my training and become stronger. Ties was even more astonished. While she may not have been an expert in this field, she understood that training under gravity was an extraordinary undertaking, especially considering Tallet's youth. While I am impressed by your intellect, I must caution you that controlling gravity is no trivial matter. You appear no older than 11 or 12. Enduring gravitational forces exceeding Earth's could endanger your life, Brief warned, his concerns directed towards an ordinary individual. You need not worry, my strength far surpasses your imagination, Tallet declared. demonstrating his prowess by effortlessly lifting a seemingly heavy tea table overhead, leaving Brief and Ties in shock. Rest assured, I would not act recklessly without sufficient confidence. Moreover, we have thrived in environments with gravity exceeding 10 times that of Earth. Thus, enduring dozens of times Earth's gravity is within my capabilities. Surely, as Earth's foremost scientist, you can construct such a chamber? Though Brief was astonished, he contemplated for a moment, extinguishing his cigarette. Creating such a chamber is feasible, yet it cannot be controlled without limits. Even if constructed, the controllable range will be limited. Additionally, the cost will be significant. Financial matters are of no concern. For now, I only require a chamber capable of exerting gravity at 100 times that of Earth, Tallet replied nonchalantly. I am not referring to costs. Acquiring certain materials may prove challenging. Thus, even if it is possible, it will take time. Are you willing to wait? Brief countered. Indeed. Money was merely a number to Tallet. Please inform me of the materials required. I can procure anything available on Earth. Even items beyond our planet can be obtained, Tallet asserted without hesitation. Although he did not state it explicitly, his determination was evident. The gravity training chamber was of utmost importance. If he could not master such a powerful tool, it would be akin to possessing a treasure trove without the means to excavate it. Seemingly swayed by Tallet's sincerity, Brief stroked his chin, contemplating for a while before stating, let me conduct some research first to reach a conclusion. I also have intentions of exploring new domains. This should not take too long, perhaps 10 days to half a month, and I can provide you with an accurate answer. That works, Tallet responded with a smile, solidifying their agreement. Meanwhile, Ties, Gine, and Cellari remained in a state of bewilderment, their minds clouded with confusion. Time swiftly passed, and nearly an hour elapsed. Through casual conversation and philosophical discussions, Tallet, despite his lack of expertise, as a time traveler, offered Brief a wealth of bold ideas and insights from his past life, fostering a beneficial rapport between them. Before parting, Brief cordially invited Tallet and his companions to stay for dinner. No, we have other matters to attend to. We may return in a few days, and perhaps we will even stay with you for a while. Tallet did not accept. After nearly 2 days, not only had their emotions settled, but certain matters had also been indirectly resolved, and soon they would return to the heavenly temple. Before departing, Tallet presented a luminous crystal radiating a blue glow to Brief. Brief's gaze was instantly captivated by the azure crystal. Although he had limited knowledge of such minerals, his years of experience suggested that this blue crystal was unlike any known to him. This is a small token of appreciation. Next time we meet, I shall bestow upon you a grander gift, and perhaps I may require your assistance then. After leaving Brief's residence, Tallet took to the skies alongside Gine and Sili using their flying technique. The sight of the trio soaring through the air left Brief and Ties in awe. Shortly after their departure, Bulma descended from her small room. Upon learning that the trio had already left, her temper nearly flared once more. Fortunately, Ties was there to soothe the young girl. Had Tallet been present, he would surely have been astonished. For the 5-year-old Bulma had already conceived ideas for a Dragon Ball radar. Her urgency stemmed from a desire to inform Tallet, her elder brother, that she could create a device to locate the Dragon Balls. She eagerly anticipated crafting it so that they could embark on a quest to find the Dragon Balls together. As they soared through the sky, Tallet conversed with Gine and Sili. Undoubtedly, Gine found Tallet somewhat inscrutable at that moment. Sili, however, remained unperturbed, as her 6 years of age rendered her emotions less complex. Tallet, given the significance of the Dragon Balls, should we not simply take them? Gine inquired. In the past, such treasures would undoubtedly have been claimed for themselves. Aunt Gine, even if we were to take that Dragon Ball now, it would hold little meaning. It is better left in the hands of that young girl, Bulma. She would likely be quite interested in making a wish upon the Dragon Balls, and perhaps her father, Brief, could help her develop something akin to a Dragon Ball radar. Furthermore, we could consult the heavenly god to see if he could assist us in locating the other 6 Dragon Balls. If he can fulfill that task directly, we would not need to search for them ourselves. Tallet had anticipated Gine's question and responded accordingly. This is also part of his plan. Although he is uncertain whether the Supreme Kai possesses the ability to pinpoint the exact location of the Dragon Balls, speculation suggests that it might be feasible. In any case, it is prudent to inform the Supreme Kai of their awareness regarding the existence of the Dragon Balls, as they will soon require them to summon Shenron for their wishes. That old fellow appears courteous towards us, yet I suspect he harbors ulterior motives. I wonder if he has genuinely assisted us in searching for Kakarot, or if he will aid us in locating the Dragon Balls. A sudden remark from Cellari caused both Gine and Tallet to pause in surprise. It must be said that Cellari has a knack for voicing astute observations. Even Tallet finds himself contemplating whether the Supreme Kai has already located Kakarot, yet chooses to remain silent. Although they may struggle to find him, surely they can identify the landing sites of space vessels. If there is a genuine desire to search, it is improbable that they would overlook even the landing coordinates. Gine inhaled deeply, striving to suppress her emotions. Trusting the Supreme Kai is Tallet's decision. As the guardian of Earth, it is natural for him to be wary of us outsiders. Ultimately, we have refrained from overt hostility. He is courteous, and we must not act rashly. We are no longer the Saiyans who can only survive through invasion or resource domination. The era of such barbarism ended with the destruction of Planet Vegeta. The truth remains elusive, yet a civilization that thrives on conquest can never endure. Regardless of whether this Namekian Supreme Kai sincerely intends to aid us in our search for Kakarot or in finding the Dragon Balls. As long as he does not obstruct us directly, he is not our enemy. After all, we are on Earth, which is his domain. Tallet spoke up. He cannot speak for the Supreme Kai, nor can he allow Gine and Kakarot to act violently towards him. In essence, he can somewhat comprehend the Supreme Kai's perspective. Were he in the Supreme Kai's position, facing uncontrollable extraterrestrial beings, he would likely respond similarly, just as the Saiyans did when confronted by Frieza. After hearing Tallet's words, Gine and Kakarot fell into a contemplative silence. Over the past 6 months, Tallet has imparted considerable wisdom, enlightening them on the fundamental differences between himself and the vast majority of Saiyans. He advocates against invasion and heinous acts. Indeed, no one relishes the notion of destruction and invasion, even though Saiyans possess a fervent love for combat and the exhilarating rush it brings. However, not all Saiyans are irredeemably malevolent. Exceptions do exist, yet such individuals historically struggle to endure within the Saiyan collective. This disparity is a product of differing eras. In the vast cosmos, a Saiyan's mercy can become a double-edged sword, capable of annihilating their race. As they journeyed westward, traversing a continent and then a great sea, they ultimately arrived at the expansive forest located beneath the Temple of the Gods. The experience of low-altitude flight differed vastly from their departure from the temple. This change was intentional, aimed at locating Karin Tower. In the distance, Tallet could already discern a towering pillar rising majestically from the earth, reaching towards the heavens. An awe-inspiring sight to behold. Such a masterfully crafted edifice leaves one pondering the identity of its creator. It is within the realm of Dragon Ball that such structures exist. For Gine and Kakarot, however, this architectural wonder evoked little curiosity. Perhaps the myriad experiences encountered on Earth had dulled their senses. Ascending the stone pillar with unwavering resolve, the trio reached the summit of Karin Tower in less than a minute. While the height may seem daunting to ordinary individuals and martial artists of Earth, for Tallet and his companions, even ascending to the heavens would require no more than a fleeting moment. Upon arriving at the pinnacle, Tallet paused first, prompting Gine and Kakarot to halt in tandem. "Brother Tallet, look at that enormous white figure," Kakarot exclaimed, directing their gaze towards a stone pillar on the inner side of the tower's apex. Was that not the sage? At that moment, the sage found himself engulfed in a state of trepidation and astonishment. Though his exterior remained composed, an undeniable anxiety coursed through him. Who could fathom that these 3 formidable extraterrestrial beings had sought him out? "Ah, welcome to Karin Tower, esteemed guests from beyond the stars. I am the guardian of this tower. You may refer to me as Karin or simply the sage." As he adjusted his fur and demeanor with one claw while leaning on his staff, the sage stepped forward to greet Tallet and his companions. "Is that the sage?" Kakarot's eyes sparkled with wonder, clearly enchanted by the fluffy figure before her. Such a gaze rendered the celestial being profoundly uncomfortable, yet utterly powerless. Imagine, a dignified immortal now reduced to being called, me fearing to incite displeasure in the visitor, he could only endure in silence. Earth is indeed peculiar, hosting both deities and immortals. Yet, are not immortals merely divine beings? Gine remarked casually. Upon uttering such words, the immortal found himself in an exceedingly awkward predicament. Compelled to clarify, I, as an immortal, differ significantly from the esteemed celestial beings. "Oh, and what distinguishes you?" In response to Gine's inquiry, the immortal began to falter, beads of sweat forming upon his brow, for he was at a loss for words. It must pertain to power and authority, perhaps? Tallet stepped in to alleviate the immortal's discomfort. With Tallet's intervention, the atmosphere transformed, and the immortal felt a sense of relief. At the very least, Gine and Kakarot no longer pressed him with the same relentless fervor, as if intent on unearthing every facet of his being. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they had effectively acquainted themselves with one another. Seizing this opportunity, Tallet began to contemplate his own schemes. His purpose for arriving here was singular, the legendary Senzu beans. In the realm of Dragon Ball, there exists no other creation that rivals the extraordinary nature of these beans. This is a unique treasure of Earth, unlike the Dragon Balls, which were created by the Namekians. However, how can one procure the magical beans? He cannot simply ask for them, for how would he explain his knowledge of their existence? Gulyalu. After a lively exchange, as several individuals admired the scenery atop the Karin Tower, a sudden rumble emanated from Kakarot's small belly. Feeling the pangs of hunger, Kakarot's cheeks flushed crimson as she playfully stuck out her tongue towards Tallet and Gine. "Aunt Gine, Brother Tallet, I'm hungry. Shall we hurry back to the heavenly temple for a meal?" Kakarot's innocent charm elicited a nod from Gine, who then glanced at Tallet. Tallet could only acquiesce. "Indeed. We have consumed so little today. Had I known, we could have dined in West City before returning." Upon finishing his words, Tallet turned to the sage, uncertain how to broach the topic. Suddenly, the sage spoke up. "I do not possess anything particularly special to offer you, but if you are hungry, I have a type of food that can quell your hunger. As the sage concluded, he swiftly moved aside, retrieving a large jar. Opening it, he grasped a few magical beans. These are the beans I have meticulously cultivated. Consuming just one will keep a person free from hunger for 10 days. Upon hearing this, Tallet felt a sudden jolt of surprise within him. Is it truly within our grasp? It seems that all the elaborate thoughts he entertained were merely figments of his imagination. A futile expenditure of energy. Gine and Sai La Rue exchanged glances, each taking the mystical beans handed to them by the immortal and examining them with curiosity. A bean that can stave off hunger for 10 days? Such a diminutive object, yet so extraordinary? Sai La Rue exclaimed in disbelief. Is what you say truly the case? Gine had never encountered such a remarkable being before. However, her skepticism waned, for since her arrival on Earth, she had witnessed an array of bizarre phenomena. Now, with the appearance of wish-granting Dragon Balls, it seemed hardly surprising that there existed magical beings capable of satiating hunger. Moreover, they Saiyans possessed a unique variety of seeds for cultivation. Though not edible, they too were small beans, albeit with entirely different functions. The truth would be revealed upon consumption. With an air of pride, the immortal spoke. Upon hearing this, Tallet took the initiative to consume the bean, fully aware of its effects and untroubled by the notion of poison. Witnessing this, Sai La Rue and Gine followed suit, each ingesting the mystical bean. As the beans settled in their stomachs, the previously hungry Sai La Rue was suddenly enveloped by an overwhelming sensation of fullness. Tallet and Gine, too, experienced a revitalizing surge of energy that dispelled their fatigue. Tallet, Sai La Rue, how do you feel? Gine inquired, glancing between the two. And Gine, not only am I no longer hungry, but I also feel an invigorating surge of strength. These beans are truly remarkable, Sai La Rue exclaimed, his delight palpable as he experienced the effects of the mystical beans firsthand. Tallet nodded in agreement, feigning a sense of wonder. Indeed, these beans are extraordinary. They not only alleviate hunger but also restore stamina. Truly impressive. You have discerned their potency after consuming just one, the immortal remarked, pride evident in his demeanor. Indeed, these beans not only provide a sense of fullness, but can also heal serious injuries with but a single bite. The immortal proudly elaborated on the beans' other remarkable effects. In truth, he had not intended to divulge this information, but having been discovered, he felt it was only fitting to share. As a gracious host welcoming those who approached with goodwill. Can they truly heal injuries? Gine's expression was one of astonishment. This diminutive planet Earth is becoming increasingly marvelous. I wonder if there exists anything else that could evoke such awe within her. It appears that I have underestimated the mystical being, capable of nurturing such extraordinary produce. You, esteemed immortal, deserve great respect. Yet, I ponder whether this celestial being could be bestowed upon us. Should you have any desires, feel free to express them, and I shall offer something in exchange. Tallet addressed the immortal. Cultivating a good rapport is indeed the immortal's intent. For him, he has been closely observing the movements of Tallet and his companions over the past few days. Had he not ascertained that they were not malevolent beings, he would undoubtedly refrain from presenting the celestial beings. Bestowing some upon you is of no consequence. While these beings are challenging to cultivate, I have amassed a considerable quantity over the centuries. As the immortal spoke, he led Tallet and his companions down to the lower level of the Tower of Karen. Within this storage, one can find an abundance of celestial beings cultivated by immortal beings, numbering at least a dozen jars. Upon opening a jar, it is immediately evident that it is filled to the brim, and without the need for meticulous counting. One can ascertain that each jar contains no fewer than several hundred to over 1,000 beans. So many celestial beings. In an instant, Tallet felt an overwhelming sense of indignation towards a certain armored Yasuo. Knowing full well how precious these celestial beings were, they had been carelessly devoured as if they were mere snacks. Although he felt anger brewing within him, Tallet knew he must not express it outwardly. Now that he had arrived in this world, especially in this era, he must absolutely avoid such occurrences. In the future, he must keep a vigilant eye on that scoundrel Kakarot. The small jars before him were all filled with celestial beings, each containing approximately 500. They could freely take a jar. If they required more in the future, they could return. However, if they could bring him some fish on their next visit, it would be most appreciated, for as you know, the summit of my tower is devoid of resources, lacking fresh supplies for an extended period. As the celestial being spoke, Tallet was taken aback by his generosity. Despite having his own needs, such a request seemed trivial. Thank you very much, celestial being, Tallet expressed his gratitude. In comparison to a certain Namekian deity, this celestial being exhibited a far greater magnanimity. No need for thanks, no need for thanks. The celestial being replied with a courteous wave of his hand. Suddenly, his expression changed dramatically, as if he had witnessed something dreadful. He hastily called out to stop, but it was already too late. Tallet and Gine turned to look in the other direction, where Sailor, out of curiosity, had opened the lid of one of the large jars. Consequently, Sailor was drawn into the jar by an irresistible force emanating from within. This startled Tallet and Gine, prompting them to hurriedly jog over. Upon reaching the mouth of the jar, Tallet and Gine peered inside, and the sight before them left them both momentarily stunned. In this vessel, it seemed as though another world was unfolding. It was during this moment that Tallet began to recall memories related to the original text. The vessel here, belonging to the immortal, connected various corners of the lower realms. At present, Celery had inadvertently opened a passage and was promptly drawn to a certain location on Earth. Upon seeing that Celery was unharmed, the immortal breathed a sigh of relief, expressing, "Thank goodness, I shall pull you up now. Do not wander off." With that, the immortal intended to grasp his divine staff and extend it downward. However, Celery remained utterly unperturbed. Firstly, her formidable strength instilled her with calmness. Secondly, she possessed the ability to fly. Even without it, she could easily leap to that height. Upon returning to the pinnacle of Corn Tower, the immortal swiftly covered the vessel to prevent any further mishaps. Meanwhile, he elucidated the situation. Gine and Celery were filled with curiosity, pondering how this had transpired. Tallet, having familiarity with the original text, found it less surprising. Reflecting upon it, he realized that he had subconsciously overlooked this previously. Now, with Celery causing such a stir, Tallet recalled the super divine water. The super divine water on Earth was renowned for its ability to unlock an individual's latent potential. While the process was undoubtedly excruciating, those who endured it would experience a tremendous surge in power. In the original narrative, Sun Wukong dramatically increased his strength after consuming the super divine water, reaching a level capable of defeating King Piccolo. Should one procure the super divine water at this moment? The notion had scarcely taken root when Tallet swiftly extinguished it. The potential unlocked by the super divine water indeed showed promise. However, his combat power lingered around a mere 2,500 points. While consuming the super divine water would yield significant enhancements, the accumulation of his potential was still far from sufficient. The strength of potential development is intrinsically linked to the extent of one's potential accumulation, as depicted in the original work. The enhancement of power is invariably connected to one's own circumstances. In fact, the most astonishing instance of potential development is not merely the case of Gohan being empowered by the Elder Kai in the later saga of Majin Buu, but rather the terrifying feats witnessed during the era of the vast universe, particularly on Namek, where Krillin and young Gohan experienced a remarkable surge in strength after the Grand Elder casually unlocked their potential. They catapulted from combat power in the low thousands to exceeding 10,000, and as the narrative progressed, their strength escalated to tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands. In other words, for Tallet, this is not the opportune moment to utilize the super divine water for potential development. It would be prudent to wait until the right circumstances arise, and until he has sufficiently enhanced his strength through gravity training, before employing it. Lost in thought, Tallet's silence was palpable. Nearby, Gine and Sealer remained quiet, while the elder contemplated what Tallet might be pondering. It was only after Tallet regained his composure and exchanged a few more words with the elder that the matter was laid to rest. As they prepared to part ways, Tallet, Gine, and Sealer expressed their gratitude to the elder once more. Subsequently, the trio soared into the sky, heading directly towards the heavenly temple. After bidding farewell to Tallet and his companions, the elder wore a grave expression, muttering something cryptic under his breath before finally exhaling in relief. As for what he uttered, only he knew. At the heavenly temple, as the three figures broke through the air and gracefully descended upon the plaza, Dend and Popo had been awaiting their arrival for quite some time. There was no need for such a prolonged wait. However, it was unforeseen that Tallet and his companions would linger atop Corrin Tower for a while. Upon noticing the jar of senzu beans cradled in Tallet's arms, Dend surmised that it was a gift from the elder. "Welcome back. How was your brief sojourn on Earth?" Dend inquired with a smile, not overly fixating on the senzu beans, for such concerns were pointless at this juncture. He had been attentively observing their activities since Tallet and his companions departed the heavenly temple for the lower realm. To pose such a question is to feign ignorance while being fully aware of the underlying truth. Nevertheless, the Earth has been flourishing remarkably, presenting a plethora of novelties. Most notably, I encountered an object that evoked memories of the unique abilities possessed by the Namekians, specifically, the creation of Dragon Balls. Tallet casually alluded to this before ultimately revealing the matter of the Dragon Balls. Upon the mention of the Dragon Balls, the expression on Kami Piccolo's face shifted slightly. His greatest apprehension had come to fruition. The ability of the Dragon Balls to grant wishes is an undeniable temptation for anyone. When he initially crafted the Dragon Balls, he did not contemplate the implications. However, as he has aged, he has begun to recognize that their existence fundamentally contravenes natural order. In the past, he remained untroubled, for gathering all 7 Dragon Balls was a nearly insurmountable challenge. Thus, over the centuries, the Dragon Balls had never been fully assembled. Now, with their existence brought to light and associated with the powers of the Namekians, Kami Piccolo felt a mixture of shock and relief, realizing that the Dragon Balls were scattered across the earth. So, it is not merely my own ability, but rather that of my fellow Namekians? I am grateful to you for enlightening me with this newfound knowledge, Kami Piccolo remarked diplomatically, as if expressing gratitude while subtly shifting the conversation. Tallet, unfazed by his words, stated plainly, "We require the Dragon Balls to help us fulfill certain wishes. Since you are the creator of the Earth's Dragon Balls, could you assist us in gathering those that are dispersed across the planet? As his words settled, beads of sweat appeared on Cammy's forehead, with Gine and Celery also fixating their gazes upon him, rendering him uncomfortable. Bobo, standing nearby, expressed concern, while Cammy Piccolo struggled to maintain his composure and replied, I regret to inform you that although I am the creator of the Dragon Balls, I possess no means to locate those scattered across Earth. If you wish to utilize the Dragon Balls, you must rely on your own strength to seek them out. He further added as a precaution, should you require my assistance, I am naturally willing to exert my utmost efforts. While he would not obstruct their endeavors, neither could he aid in the search. This clearly illustrated that Cammy Piccolo harbored a persistent wariness of others. As I suspected, our only recourse now lies in the power of technology. Glancing at Gine and Celery, it was evident that their regard for Cammy Piccolo had diminished significantly, bordering on disdain. Their feelings were primarily due to his promises of assistance, which had amounted to mere lip service. It was the same when seeking Kakarot, and now, in the quest for the Dragon Balls. This conversation was far from pleasant, as Gine and Celery no longer held the same expectations for the deity Bic as they once did. Had it not been for Tallet's insistence on remaining, they would have been reluctant to linger here any longer. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed since their return from the mortal realm to the Divine Hall. Throughout the past 10 days, the three of Tallet have largely remained within the confines of the Divine Temple, occasionally venturing out for respite. Naturally, Tallet has taken the lead in their training, as he possesses a clear understanding of his objectives and the heights he aspires to reach. In contrast, Gine and Celery harbored different sentiments. They are uncertain of what the future holds, thus lacking definitive goals. In essence, their time spent within the Divine Temple has profoundly transformed their previous way of life. Or rather, it has brought about an indirect sense of stability. Of course, this stability does not imply that they intend to remain in the Divine Temple indefinitely. In recent days, they have remained within the Temple of the Gods, primarily due to the absence of a more suitable place for them to settle. Additionally, Tallet has decided to stay for a few days to navigate through this period while clarifying his thoughts and preparing for all eventualities. In truth, they could have journeyed to the western capital to seek out Briff. However, Tallet chose to refrain from interrupting his research on gravitational devices and instead opted to wait a few days. Coincidentally, he could continue his cultivation within the temple, while also seeking advice on his training from the god Bic and Bobo. Despite the relative weakness of the god and Bobo compared to them, their understanding of the cultivation of chi and certain insights undoubtedly surpassed theirs. Throughout his training, Tallet engaged in dialogue with god Bic and Bobo, drawing from their experiences, which deepened his comprehension of chi cultivation. This 10-day interaction also allowed god Bic and Bobo to gain a more profound understanding of Tallet and his companions, confirming that they indeed harbored no malevolent intentions. Though they maintained a degree of vigilance, it was no longer as cautious as their initial meeting, where they were overly wary of potential mishaps. Over the course of these 10 days, Tallet was pleasantly surprised to find that god Bic continued to assist in the search for Kakarot each day. In reality, even if he were to fail in his search, Tallet, along with Gine and Celery, would not hold it against him, nor would they impose any demands. After all, he was under no obligation to help them in their quest. Such deliberate actions led Tallet to suspect that he had already located Kakarot, merely pretending not to have found him, putting on an act before them. Tallet was perplexed by his thoughts and utterly baffled by his intentions. Nonetheless, regardless of the underlying motives, it aligned perfectly with Tallet's desires. As long as Gine remained unaware of Kakarot's whereabouts, she would not disrupt Kakarot's recent endeavors. In fact, Tallet had contemplated whether to feign a visit to the Bowsy Mountain on Earth to ascertain Kakarot's current state. It would be impossible for him not to sense anything. Upon his arrival on Earth, Tallet had gradually expanded his aura perception, ultimately locating Kakarot's energy. His certainty stemmed from the striking similarity between Kakarot's aura and Bardock's. Additionally, there was a formidable presence near Kakarot, undoubtedly belonging to Son Gohan. In truth, the auras of Saiyans differ somewhat from those of Earthlings. As for Gine and Celery, their inability to perceive was not due to incapacity, but rather a lack of meticulous attention akin to Tallet's. Today marked the 16th day since their arrival on Earth. Tallet and Gine had packed their belongings and prepared to depart. The previous day, Tallet had conferred with Gine and Celery, as well as bid farewell to Cammy Piccolo and Bobo in advance. At their departure, Cammy Piccolo and Bobo extended a warm invitation for the trio to visit again, even stating that if they could not find suitable accommodation on Earth, they were welcome to return to the Heavenly Temple. These words indeed stem from genuine sentiment. Whether it is a heartfelt desire for the trio to remain, alleviating their solitude in some manner, or the divine being, Piccolo, yearning to maintain control over their movements, only he can truly discern. Gazing into the distance, the three companions piloted their spacecraft away from the Divine Palace, while Piccolo and Bubbles wore solemn expressions, finally exhaling a sigh of relief after a considerable pause. At present, Earth appears to be safe, having undergone numerous tests over these days. Aside from their arrival, no other extraterrestrial beings are likely to intrude upon this realm, declared Piccolo. Bubbles, offering consolation, remarked, Lord Piccolo, After spending these days together, I believe they will not cause chaos on Earth. They are likely here merely in search of the child named Kakarot. If we were to reveal his precise location, perhaps once they find Kakarot, they would depart Earth promptly. Upon hearing Bubble's words, Piccolo's gaze deepened, and he sighed once more. Alas. Initially, I was overly concerned, yet now my worries have intensified. Firstly, they have now encountered elements of Earth, particularly the existence of the sins of beings. Secondly, they have acquired information regarding the Dragon Balls. I fear they will not simply depart. They will undoubtedly seek to obtain more. At the very least, wishing upon the Dragon Balls seems inevitable. I can only hope they are unable to pinpoint their location. With this utterance, Piccolo lifted his eyes to the vast azure sky, so breathtakingly beautiful, it could dissolve all sorrows. Bubbles chose to remain silent, sensing that perhaps Piccolo's concerns were unwarranted. This tendency to overthink is, in part, related to Piccolo entering his later years. As one progresses through life, internal conflicts often arise, leading to contemplation over matters once dismissed. It is only when time reveals the truth that one awakens to the realization that such anxieties were mere figments of imagination. Having departed from the Divine Palace, Tarrot set the target destination and leaned back in the pilot's seat, hands resting behind his head, finally escaping that old coot's domain. If I had stayed any longer, I would have suffocated from boredom, Sealer exclaimed, unable to contain his irritation. After spending these days, she felt she had had enough. Beside her, Gine covered her mouth and chuckled, saying, "You still do not understand Tarrot's kind intentions. It is precisely because we have been training in the Temple of the Gods for the past 10 days that our strength has significantly improved. I am simply curious, Tarrot. How did you know that the Namekian god and Bobo possessed the methods for controlling Ki and even corrected our mistakes in certain aspects?" Tarrot replied calmly. "From my perception of their ability to control their Ki's intensity, I deduced that their training methods were rather unique, akin to my understanding of Ki cultivation. Indeed, I have greatly benefited from them these past few days. My combat power has now reached 800 points, while my own has attained 380 points. And Celery stands at 170. It is hard to believe that when I was Celery's age, my combat power was merely 200. In the backyard of the Capsule Corporation South Private Estate in West City, as Tarrot piloted the spaceship to a landing, Brief eagerly began his examination of the vessel. Not long ago, he had encountered a spaceship and conducted some extraordinary research and experiments, even assisting its owner in repairing it. Through probing discussions, Tarrot learned that the Galactic Patrol Officer Gak had already arrived on Earth, and that particular storyline had unfolded. The last time he saw Ties was due to her decision to wait for Gak to report to the Galactic Patrol headquarters before returning to fetch her. Just 3 days prior, Ties had awaited Gak's arrival, leaving behind a letter before embarking on her cosmic exploration. In her note, she expressed her willingness to forsake her comfortable life to become an exceptional science fiction writer. Tarrot had fortuitously missed this chapter of events and had not anticipated, nor sensed Gak's arrival. Such unexpectedness could only be accepted as it was. Ties had departed, but she held no significant ties to him. At least Brief and Bulma remained. It was poignant to think that having met Ties, it might be decades before they meet again. As far as he knew, according to the original storyline, Ties would never return to Earth. Truly remarkable. No wonder you mentioned that even the resources of the universe could be acquired. This spaceship is indeed advanced. Brief remarked after gaining a general understanding of the ship's structure. Tarrot, with a smile, responded, "In my view, this spaceship is still not perfect. Since you have brought the spaceship here, I hope you can assist us in constructing a larger and more refined vessel. Do you think you can manage that?" To this, Brief was not overly shocked. Rather, he seemed eager for the challenge. He thrived on such endeavors. Gine and Celery, however, exchanged glances filled with concern. "Tarrot, you cannot possibly intend to dismantle the spaceship for research, can you? If it gets damaged, we will be unable to leave Earth." Gine hastily interjected. Previously, she had not intervened when Tarrot modified the power detector and altered the spaceship, but now, with the potential for the spaceship to be irreparably harmed, she felt compelled to speak up. Celery, who initially had not grasped the seriousness of the situation, began to worry upon hearing Gine's words. She was reluctant to believe that Earthlings possessed the technology to create a better spaceship, considering they had yet to achieve such advancements. "Fear not. Even if this spaceship requires research, I trust that Dr. Brief will not need to dismantle our vessel," Tarrot reassured them. Indeed, it sufficed to understand the internal structure and system formulas of the spaceship. Beyond that, it would only involve analyzing certain components, such as the acceleration device and energy systems. However, whether a new spaceship could be constructed remained uncertain, so it would be wise not to place too much hope in it. Brief's words somewhat eased Gine and Celery's concerns. As long as the spaceship remained intact, there was little for them to worry about. Without Gine's objections, Tarrot and Brief delved deeper into their discussions. Currently, Earth's technological level was indeed quite low. However, Tarrot believed in Brief's capabilities. Even if it might take 2 decades longer than it should have, the first spaceship of Earth would emerge from Brief's hands. Relying on only a fraction of the data left by the Namekian spaceship and a few damaged Frieza Army single-person spaceships. Now, with a more advanced and complete medium-sized spaceship as a foundation for upgrades, the process should be considerably smoother. as they exchanged thoughts on the spaceship. Tarrot also engaged Brief in various conversations. Eventually, the discussion naturally returned to the gravity training room and the possibility of integrating a gravity device into the new spaceship. With Tarrot's encouragement, Brief began to innovate boldly. Their conversation continued until Bulma hurried out of the house, bringing their dialogue to a close. Brief's admiration for Bulma was evidently greater than for Ty's. This was clear from Brief's introductions, although his eldest daughter was intelligent. She was not suited to be a scientist, unlike his younger daughter, who thrived on research and innovation. Bulma had become an adept creator, capable of independently developing novel devices. At times, even Brief felt overshadowed by her brilliance. Tarrot understood Brief's pride. After all, with a combined age of over 30 years in this life and the last, he could certainly appreciate the pride that comes from having accomplished children. Even if Tarrot had not experienced fatherhood in his previous life, he could empathize with the sentiment. The arrival of Tarrot and his companions brought immense joy to young Bulma. Her affection for Tarrot surpassed that for anyone else. Perhaps due to his striking looks and the comforting aura of a protective older brother he exuded. Thankfully, Celery did not engage in the same confrontational manner she had during their first meeting. Thanks to Gine's influence, Celery had matured, realizing that her Tarrot brother would not easily be taken away by another girl. Nevertheless, the underlying tension remained. They hardly exchanged words. It is inevitable that time must be invested to establish a foundation of affection. After living together for a while, improvements will naturally ensue. So, is this the signal receiver you have created, Bulma? Tarrot was astounded as he gazed at the rough circuit board and small screen in his hands. Yes, dear brother. By simply pressing the button above, one can directly receive the unique signals emitted by the Dragon Balls, which will then be displayed on the screen, Bulma cheerfully explained. As she spoke, she demonstrated by placing a Dragon Ball on the table and pressing the search button, promptly revealing signal feedback on the screen. Is it not merely the prototype of the Dragon Ball radar? Bulma's genius in crafting such an extraordinary device in such a short span left both Gine and Celery in awe. Their perception of Bulma underwent a complete transformation. Previously, they had dismissed Brief's words as exaggeration, but now they comprehended the truth. Bulma, what is the approximate detection range of this radar? Tarrot posed the most crucial question. The young girl pondered thoughtfully before replying, approximately the size of 100 homes. 100 homes? Tarrot momentarily paused, then felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Indeed, it is still rather limited. Even with a range encompassing 100 homes, it remains a mere fraction of the desired scope. Thus, the device requires further modification and development until it can detect the entirety of the Earth. In the central region of the West City Plains, here lies an endless expanse of desolation, where not a blade of grass dares to grow within a 200-mile radius. Apart from a few exceptional creatures capable of thriving in such harsh conditions, the footprints of humanity are rarely found in this barren land. Naturally, ordinary individuals would not choose to dwell in such a place. However, there are indeed desperate souls, even bandits, who lurk in this desolation, preying upon wayfarers to sustain their existence. Two roads intersect, stretching endlessly in all directions, connecting to other towns hundreds of miles away. In the heart of the wasteland, the winds whip up clouds of sand. Suddenly, a shout pierces the air, accompanied by a tremor beneath the earth. A resounding explosion reverberates with a thunderous bang. A towering rock formation, standing 100 meters tall, is obliterated by an overwhelming force. Simultaneously, a figure weaves swiftly amidst the shower of flying debris, honing both reflexes and agility. This figure is none other than Tallet. Upon arriving in the western capital, Tallet and his companions have settled into Brief's abode. Each day he engages in rigorous training, no longer burdened by the need for restraint or concealment as in days gone by. Time has swiftly passed, nearly half a month has elapsed. Half a month is neither excessively long nor particularly short. Calculating from the day of arrival on Earth, it has been a full month. It can be said that life on Earth has indeed granted a greater sense of freedom, although the initial arrival was fraught with challenges. Accompanied by concerns regarding Gine and Celerito's thoughts during various endeavors, the gradual stabilization of life here has ushered in a positive transformation. In essence, both Tallet and Gine, along with Celerito, have naturally evolved with the passage of time. This transformation can primarily be attributed to the emergence of new aspirations. Gine and Celerito accompanied Tallet to Earth initially with the singular goal of locating Kakarot, or rather, they anticipated Bardock and Raditz arriving on Earth to search for him, thus reuniting everyone. However, upon reaching Earth, they faced a series of events. First, Kakarot remained elusive, and second, there was still no news of Bardock and Raditz. Consequently, their hopes shifted towards the Dragon Balls, which hold the potential to fulfill wishes, although they have yet to locate the other 6 Dragon Balls. Bulma has successfully developed a radar capable of detecting Dragon Balls within 100 kilometers. With continued improvements, this radar will undoubtedly be able to scan the entirety of Earth, making the quest for the Dragon Balls a trivial pursuit. Once they find the Dragon Balls, they can summon Shenron and request the relocation of Bardock and Raditz to Earth. As the last fragments of rock cascaded to the ground, Tallet's figure finally stabilized in midair. Below, clouds of dust billowed chaotically. Yet they evoked no particular emotion within Tallet. Given his current strength, such feats were effortlessly accomplished. Activating his battle power detector, a series of beeps echoed, culminating in a final numerical display, battle power, 3,500 points. A sigh of relief escaped his lips as Tallet withdrew his aura. In just half a month, he had increased his battle power by 700 points, averaging an enhancement of 50 points per day. This remarkable progress was largely due to the weighted training garments crafted by the old Kai, which provided substantial resistance, allowing him to stabilize his foundation while gradually advancing. It is evident that Saiyans thrive under pressure, facilitating swifter progress. Tallet's growth extended beyond mere battle power. His realm of understanding had also elevated. Over the course of half a month, he diligently accumulated strength, paving the way for a more formidable future. With my current prowess, I should be nearing the level of that rascal Vegeta, he mused, contemplating his capabilities in comparison to Vegeta's. Although unaware of Vegeta's current battle power, he was certain it must exceed 4,000 points. After all, it had been over 10 months since departing Planet Vegeta, during which Raditz had informed him that Vegeta's battle power had surpassed 3,000 points. Therefore, if he had left Planet Vegeta with a power of 3,000, considering Vegeta's early exhibited talents, it was reasonable to surmise he had enhanced by at least 1,000 to 2,000 points since then. Even if he fell short of Vegeta, he would certainly surpass the surviving Saiyans. Of course, the legendary anomaly was a separate matter altogether. Not overly concerned, Tallet fully relaxed, only to be interrupted by a sudden communication signal from his battle power detector. Although its original communication function was damaged, Bulma's modifications, along with new modules, enabled the device to establish contact. As the connection was made, Bulma's voice resonated in Tallet's ear. For the sake of Bulma's research, Tallet had provided her with surplus battle power detectors, hoping she could engineer a more advanced version. What? The gravity device is complete? I thought it would take much longer. Tallet exclaimed in surprise. Joy surged within him as he never anticipated the gravity training chamber would be ready so swiftly. Scientific research often unfolds in such a manner, either mired in stagnation or suddenly achieving breakthroughs. Nevertheless, credit must be given to the gravity modulation equipment aboard their spaceship. However, don't celebrate too soon. We still need to test how many times this first-generation gravity device can multiply Earth's gravity. So, hurry back, Bulma instructed. Upon hearing this, Tallet could hardly contain his eagerness. He promptly informed Bulma of his imminent return and, in the next moment, rocketed towards West City. The distance to the West capital is not far, at least for Tallet. With his remarkable speed of flight, he swiftly returned to the West capital and soon arrived at Brive's private research facility. Gine and Kakarot were also present, likely having received the news and patiently waiting. After a brief exchange with them, the three joined Brive in a specially designed expansive training chamber. In response to Tallet's request, the internal space was as vast as 4 basketball courts. Although Tallet still found it somewhat cramped, achieving such dimensions in this era was no small feat. Be certain of your decision. The gravity test is no trivial matter. Are you truly prepared to take it on yourself? Brive expressed his concerns. After all, while Tallet was indeed powerful, reaching certain levels of gravity could be extraordinarily daunting. Fear not, I believe I can withstand it. As long as we do not leap straight to 100 times gravity, Tallet replied with a smile. Gine and Kakarot felt a twinge of worry. Yet considering that Planet Vegeta had a gravity tenfold that of Earth, even a gravity several times that of Earth would only equate to a few times the gravity of Planet Vegeta. They were well aware that Tallet's combat strength exceeded 3,000 points. Under such combat prowess, even enduring a significantly higher gravitational force would pose no mortal threat. Having ascertained this, Tallet remained solitary in the gravity chamber, while Gine and Kakarot accompanied Brief to the adjacent main control room. The gravity training chamber is isolated from the gravitational field. Brief can conduct remote control here, and should any unforeseen circumstances arise, he can directly interrupt the operation of the gravity devices. Are you ready? If so, press the circular button to activate the gravity device. The left button reduces gravity by half, while the right button doubles it. Brief communicated to Tallet through the intercom. Upon hearing this, Tallet nodded and swiftly approached the control panel. The machine appeared rather ordinary, featuring only a small display screen and devoid of any extravagant buttons. As Brief had indicated, there was merely a power switch and 2 buttons for adjusting gravity. As Tallet pressed the gravity activation button, the display illuminated, and the gravity test officially commenced. A resonant hum filled the air as the machine whirred to life, revealing the current gravitational environment. Without hesitation, Tallet pressed the button to increase gravity. The force escalated from 1G to 2G, causing the surroundings to dim slightly. He continued pressing the button to augment the gravity until it reached 10G, at which point he paused. Experiencing 10 times the gravity of Earth indeed mirrored the gravitational levels of Planet Vegeta, perhaps due to having spent a month on Earth and acclimatized to its gravity. Tallet felt a slight heaviness in his body as he re-encountered tenfold gravity. However, given his strength, this level of gravity posed no significant hindrance. Even while donned in weighted clothing, his movements remained relatively unrestrained. The gravity on Planet Vegeta under such weights was merely of this caliber. Having grown up in the gravity of Planet Vegeta, Tallet was well accustomed to such conditions. Hence, the tenfold Earth gravity exerted no pressure on him. and the training effects were not as profound as one might expect. As he felt the sensations coursing through his body, Tallet quickly adapted to and disregarded the tenfold earth gravity, contemplating silently. In truth, the weighted outfit he wore was far from light. Each wrist guard and shoe weighed 50 kilograms, totaling 200 kilograms. The clothing added another 150 kilograms, bringing the cumulative weight from the weighted attire to an impressive 500 kilograms. Under the tenfold earth gravity, the pressure from this weight escalated dramatically to a staggering 5,000 kilograms. Indeed, Saiyans are remarkable. Even under 10 times the gravity, you remain unaffected. Were a human to experience this, they would likely be immobilized. Even if their muscles and bones could withstand it, their internal organs would surely not endure. Briff mused in the main control room. For ordinary humans, tenfold earth gravity is a formidable barrier, and Briff understood that no matter how formidable a martial artist might be, none could remain as unscathed as Tallet. This exemplifies the distinction between Saiyans and humans, for Saiyans are born into such an environment, endowing them with inherent strength that far exceeds that of humans, regardless of their individual prowess. With a subtle smile, Tallet continued to press the button for increased gravity. The numbers on the display ascended steadily, reaching 20G before he halted. 20 times the gravity of Earth. In other terms, this equated to twice the gravity of Planet Vegeta. At this level of gravitational force, Tallet distinctly sensed a change. The pressure enveloping him created a unique resistance, significantly restricting his movements, especially due to the added weight of his attire. It felt as though his body was perpetually bearing the weight of over 10,000 kilograms. This is indeed beyond my expectations. I did not anticipate that 20 times the gravity would elicit such a response, especially given my strength, he reflected, particularly considering the narrative of the original material. In the next moment, he steadied his breath and commenced his actions. He threw punches and kicked, moved rapidly, performed backflips and front flips, glided, and executed various intricate maneuvers. By the time he returned to the control panel, he was already beginning to sweat. In merely 2 or 3 minutes of intense exertion, the body has already begun to respond. On the other side, Gine and Kakarot, observing Tallet's actions, find nothing peculiar. They are well aware of Tallet's formidable strength. Even if the gravity were to escalate to 20 times that of Earth, it would merely equate to double the gravity of Planet Vegeta. While they remain unfazed, Brive is left astounded, at a loss for words. After all, 10 times is the extent of what he could conceive, and the notion of 20 times seemed utterly impossible to him from the outset. Now, his worldview has been broadened, leaving him to ponder the limitations of his previous thoughts. Perhaps Tallet could wholly endure an astonishing 50 times the gravity of Earth. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As Tallet increases the gravity once more, the gravity training chamber transforms. It is no longer merely dim, but the light begins to take on a crimson hue, creating an oppressive atmosphere. The numbers on the display continuously rise, and the weight of pressure upon Tallet intensifies. Unbeknownst to him, he has already reached 30 times Earth's gravity, and his breathing quickens, becoming labored. Under 30 times the gravity, Tallet's movements become noticeably sluggish, and his legs tremble slightly. Only after a prolonged period of adaptation does he manage to stabilize himself, beads of sweat beginning to trickle down his forehead. This is the environment of 30 times the gravitational force, nearly 3 times that of Planet Vegeta, while the difference may appear negligible in reality. When measured against the gravity of Planet Vegeta, each increment is terrifyingly formidable. Kakarot clenched his teeth, formulating a deduction. Indeed, he had not anticipated that a 30-fold gravitational environment would prove to be such a challenge. Reflecting on the early stages of his gravity training, reminiscent of the original narrative where Kakarot underwent gravity training aboard the spaceship, it is evident that there is no basis for comparison. At that time, Kakarot, having recovered from severe injuries, embarked towards planet Namek with a battle power of at least 10,000, possibly even 20,000. At that moment, Vegeta had attained a power level of 24,000. Thus, there is no reason for Kakarot to remain at a mere few thousand. This is one of the reasons why some individuals can dramatically enhance their combat power to 90,000 points after merely a few days of acclimatizing to 100-fold gravity. Ultimately, 30 times the gravity of Earth is not insurmountable for the current Tarrot, but the burden of carrying 500 kilograms indeed renders it quite arduous. It appears that 30 times gravity has reached the limits of what you can endure. I shall now deactivate the gravitational apparatus. Observing Tarot's condition in the gravity chamber, Brief mistakenly assumed that Tarrot was incapacitated and unable to move. As he spoke, he prepared to press the button to turn off the gravity. However, before he could do so, Tarrot's voice rang out. It is not over yet. I can still withstand this 30-fold gravity environment. Such words left Brive momentarily astonished. He truly did not anticipate that Tallet's willpower could be so formidable. However, given the current circumstances, he felt that further reckless actions were inadvisable. No matter how powerful a Saiyan may be, and regardless of Tallet's strength, he was still merely a child. Should they proceed? Forcing the issue could result in irreversible harm. Brive spoke, respecting Tallet's decision, yet he felt compelled to outline the potential consequences. It's fine. Even if I sustain a fatal injury, I have the sins of beings for healing, Tallet asserted. The senzu beans represented his audacious safeguard. Within a fortnight, he had experienced a remarkable increase of 700 combat points, with the senzu beans playing a crucial role in that advancement. At this moment, without allowing Brive to voice further concerns, he initiated his actions once more. If he could not endure this level of gravity, it would be a true embarrassment. After all, his combat power had already reached 500 points. He proceeded to remove all of his weighted gear. As the heavy suit clattered to the ground with a series of thuds, Tallet felt an immediate sense of relief, the pressure alleviating significantly, granting him a sensation of liberation. Of course, training while adorned in weighted attire would yield superior results. Yet Tallet was eager to ascertain the extent of his limits. Under 30 times the normal gravity, he commenced a series of ultra-rapid movements, and as before, it took him 2 to 3 minutes to come to a halt. This scene astonished Briff, leaving both Gine and Celery wide-eyed in disbelief. They were completely unaware that Tallet was clad in such heavy attire, particularly for Briff, who understood all too well that any weighted clothing exceeding 100 pounds would be immensely daunting under gravitational pressure. Little did he expect that Tallet's ensemble amounted to a staggering 1,000 pounds. As gravity intensified, Briff, Gine, and Celery inhaled deeply, bracing themselves for the increasing force. With the numbers on the display fluctuating, the pressure of 40 times Earth's gravity escalated to an entirely new level. Tallet's forehead bore the faint outline of bulging veins. Yet through sheer willpower and the fortification of his breath, he staunchly straightened his posture. Under such an oppressive baptism, Tallet found himself momentarily paralyzed, hesitating to take any action as he allowed his body to gradually acclimate and adapt. Any careless movement could result in muscle tears, fractured bones, or even displacement and hemorrhaging of internal organs. Was the intensity of a 40-fold gravitational environment truly this overwhelming? At last, I can envision the struggles endured by Kakarot in the original narrative, enduring excruciating training while perpetually recovering from severe injuries. It is precisely this relentless pursuit that enabled Kakarot to transcend to such extraordinary heights. Tallet reflected deeply. Offering a candid assessment, the disparity between 30-fold and 40-fold is insurmountably vast. This serves as a pivotal moment. Previously, one could engage in unrestricted activities, but now one must proceed at a languid pace. To illustrate simply, under 30 times the gravitational force, it is akin to an ordinary individual jogging while carrying 2 buckets of water. However, under 40 times the gravitational force, it resembles a person burdened with 2 buckets of water and an additional weight of over 100 pounds. One cannot merely run, but must tread carefully even while walking. Reflecting on the original narrative, when Vegeta returned from Namek and boldly challenged the rigorous training of 300 times gravity, one must consider the sheer magnitude of the burden he faced, despite his battle power reaching millions at that time. The terror of such a load is something that even Tarrot could comprehend. This realization led Tarrot to understand that without effort, one cannot hope to reap rewards. The reason Kakarot and Vegeta continue to grow stronger lies in their relentless pursuit of progress. They never falter in the face of adversity, perpetually pushing their limits and creating possibilities. The path to strength is fraught with challenges. If it were smooth and devoid of even a single pebble to trip upon, such enhancement would be exceedingly fragile. In this lifetime as a Saiyan, Tarrot has resolutely vowed not to yield easily to anyone. The immense pressure has ignited his fighting spirit, sharpening his focus on his objectives and clarifying the direction in which he must advance. Bearing the weight of his burdens, Tarrot gradually summoned the energy within him, waiting until his breath stabilized at a certain level before embarking on the next phase of his endeavor. Onward. 40 times the gravity is not his limit. He yearns to experience even greater gravitational pressure. Without hesitation, Tarrot adjusted the gravity to 50 times. In this scene, the tension in the main control room was palpable as Brief, Gine, and Celery clenched their fists anxiously. They observed Tallet's predicament closely, fully aware that he had already struggled under the strain of 40 times gravity, and now, at 50 times, he was utterly overwhelmed. Time passed agonizingly, second by second. The immense pressure of 50 times gravity bore down on Tallet, yet he managed to endure it. Although movement under such gravitational force was an arduous endeavor, he had come to comprehend the stark contrast between 40 and 50 times gravity. This marked yet another critical juncture. Given his current condition, it was unequivocally impossible for him to adapt to the 50-fold gravity in such a short span of time. What initially appears to be merely the gravitational force 5 times that of Planet Vegeta proves to be exceedingly formidable. It is virtually impossible to move unless one's battle power exceeds 5,000. Only those of a caliber surpassing 10,000, akin to Bardock, could swiftly acclimate to such an environment. After a considerable duration, Tallet finally deactivated the gravity apparatus. He was eager to test even greater intensities, perhaps 60 or 70 times. Yet the current limit remained at 50 times. Nevertheless, 50 times sufficed to significantly enhance his strength, solidify his foundation, and accumulate potential. As the gravity device powered down, the atmosphere within the gravity training chamber reverted to its original state. With all pressure dissipated, Tallet exhaled a long sigh of relief. The main control room's door swung open, and Gine and Celery hurried in, anxious to inquire about Tallet's condition. Observing Tallet consuming a senzu bean to recover, Gine, with a serious demeanor, admonished. You must not be so reckless next time, Tallet. If anything were to happen to you, what would Celery and I do? In this context, it is evident that Tallet is regarded as the cornerstone of our endeavors. Rest assured, Ingenia, I am well aware of what I am doing. Tallet replied with a smile, then turned to Celery and said, See, I am perfectly fine. The testing of the gravity device will be beneficial for our future training and enhancement. Our current strength is insufficient. We must accelerate our growth. Only with adequate power can we face any threat without fear. To be candid, what transpired today exceeded my expectations. It is astonishing that there truly exists someone capable of enduring 50 times the force of gravity. Thanks to your testing, I have acquired invaluable data. Given just a day or two more, I will refine this gravity device. However, if you wish for the device to achieve even greater levels of gravitational force, it will be a formidable challenge in a short time. As the gravity testing concluded, Brive expressed his thoughts. Upon hearing his words, Tallet did not harbor unrealistic aspirations. For the time being, the 50-fold gravity is sufficient for his use. Currently, 50 times the gravity is adequate, yet once the spacecraft is developed, I hope you will continue your research to increase the gravitational multiplier. While I do not seek to reach 1,000-fold, at the very least, it should exceed 100-fold. Tallet remarked. Brive's abilities are indeed remarkably exceptional. How much time has truly passed? Especially in this era. After listening to Tallet's words and undergoing the gravity test, Brief began to embrace the notion of increasing the gravity limits. Nodding in acknowledgement, he then recalled another matter and spoke, before constructing the spaceship. I need you to assist me with a task. While studying your Saiyan spacecraft, I discovered that the materials used in its internal structure are remarkably unique, with no counterparts found on Earth. However, I have located some cosmic ores that bear a striking resemblance, and I require you to retrieve them from the universe. Upon hearing this, Tallet nodded without hesitation. No problem, as long as we can create a more advanced large spacecraft, I can find a way to procure similar materials. That may not be necessary. In fact, I believe using the materials I choose might yield better results, Brief replied. Subsequently, the group conversed as they exited the gravity training chamber. At this juncture, the perceptions of Gine and Kakarot regarding Brief have undergone a transformation. They followed silently, merely listening to the exchanges between Brief and Tallet. Previously, they harbored concerns that Brief might prove as unreliable as the deity Bic, yet within a remarkably short span, Brief had successfully completed the gravity apparatus. Despite the complexities of the spacecraft, Gine and Kakarot began to choose trust in him. Thus, 2 more days elapsed. In accordance with Brief's instructions, Tallet piloted the spacecraft alone into the cosmos in search of the requisite rare minerals. Gine and Kakarot initially intended to accompany him, but Tallet declined their company, suggesting they remain on Earth. It was a trivial matter, and navigating the universe would be cumbersome with them in tow. His confidence in leaving them alone on Earth stemmed from their half-month acquaintance, assuring him that Gine and Kakarot would not act out over minor grievances. It must be noted that upon their arrival on Earth, particularly in the city of West, Gine and Kakarot sometimes exhibited minor tempers in their daily lives. In the initial phase, Tallet guided and restrained their emotional outbursts. Gradually, adapting to human life allowed them to embrace their current circumstances. After all, Earthlings bore no distinction in appearance from Saiyans, and life on Earth was far more agreeable, devoid of the ruthless survival of the fittest ideology prevalent among Saiyans. Consequently, the comforts of their new existence dulled their competitive spirits. Not to exclude Gine and Kakarot, Brief once again shattered Tallet's preconceived notions of him. He truly was a prodigious genius. While the original narrative overly emphasized Bulma's intellectual prowess, it is Brief who exemplifies the true super genius, once provided with a foundational concept. He could amplify it infinitely, even in this era. Reflecting on the original work, much of Bulma's research was conducted under Brief's guidance. Take, for instance, the portable universal capsule, a concept that may not even exist in future times. To ensure Tallet could procure an ample supply of cosmic minerals, Brief meticulously developed this device, which belongs to spatial storage technology akin to spatial rings, with the medium transformed into universal capsules. By employing this tool, the capsules possess sufficient space to contain items, significantly simplifying Tallet's collection process. Within 2 days, he exceeded the required quantity set by Brief. Upon returning to Earth and delivering the necessary materials to Brief, he had already completed the final stability test for the gravity training chamber. The previous gravity apparatus was ready for operation, although it still harbored numerous risks, particularly its inability to remain activated for extended periods. With the addition of various components, such as cooling systems and backup processors, the gravity device could now operate continuously for 10 days and nights without interruption. Eager to embark on gravity training, Tallet could hardly contain his excitement. Gine and Kakarot, inspired by Tallet's relentless pursuit of strength, also developed a desire to grow stronger. As Tallet stated, only by achieving sufficient personal power could one master their fate. He welcomed Gine and Kakarot's participation, acknowledging that although it might slow his training pace, they could simultaneously provide him with a more rigorous training environment. After all, self-improvement was merely one method of enhancing strength. Having someone to assist and apply greater pressure could catalyze even more significant progress. Starting with 10 times the gravity, Tallet instructed. Let us first acclimatize to the gravity of Planet Vegeta. Gine, Sili, are you prepared? After receiving their affirmative nods, he activated the gravity device. As the numbers on the display shifted to 10G, the room's gravity reached the level of Planet Vegeta. The tenfold increase in Earth's gravity evoked a sense of familiarity for Gine and Sili, despite their acclimatization to Earth's conditions. The gravity of Planet Vegeta was ingrained in their very bones, and coupled with their continually rising power, even if they initially struggled to adapt, it would not hinder them. Indeed, the gravity of Planet Vegeta instills a sense of solidity in me. Earth's gravity always feels somewhat insubstantial, Gine remarked contemplatively. Sili, on the other hand, held a contrasting view, relishing the lightness of Earth's gravity. After a brief adjustment period, Tallet began to increase the gravity levels. When it reached 20 times, Gine and Sili's expressions altered perceptibly. They felt a marked increase in their bodily heaviness. However, this 20-fold gravity remained within their capacity to endure. If they could not manage this, it would indicate their inadequacy. After all, this represented Tallet's minimum threshold. Any level below 20 times, even with a weight of 500 kilograms, would yield suboptimal results. Thus, training commenced in earnest. In the 20-fold gravity environment, both Gine and Sili, as well as Tallet clad in weighted gear, found the conditions perfectly calibrated, neither excessive nor insufficient. In truth, Tallet had underestimated Gine and Sili's adaptability. He had anticipated that, despite the gravity being merely double that of Planet Vegeta, they might require some time to adjust. To his surprise, they acclimated in half a day, moving with ease and grace. While even Tallet in weighted gear could manage, the disparity in their strengths was evident. Their astonishment notwithstanding, this proved advantageous for Tallet, as the 20-fold gravity was merely the beginning, intended to uplift Gine and Sili. Should they endure even greater gravitational forces, the training difficulty would naturally ascend to a higher echelon. Of course, Tallet remained unhurried. Training must be approached progressively, as a hasty sprint would not yield favorable outcomes. Simply put, they were neither Kakarot nor Vegeta. Even though they shared the same training regimen, the effects would differ for each individual. Over the course of the subsequent 5 days, Tallet refrained from any aggressive maneuvers, consistently laboring under the 20-fold gravity. His regimen consisted of foundational exercises, including various intensities of push-ups, sit-ups, endurance training, and explosive power drills, interspersed with bouts of sparring against Gine and Sili. Tallet's prowess surged rapidly within these few days. His combat power approached the formidable threshold of 4,000 points. Though he had yet to surpass this barrier, it was merely a day or two away, translating to an impressive daily increase of nearly 100 points in combat power. Had it not been witnessed firsthand, neither Gine nor Sili could have fathomed such possibilities. For them, the constraints of being categorized as lower or upper-tier warriors had long been a reality. However, with the expansion of their understanding, a burgeoning notion took root within them, the belief that they too could ascend in strength. This philosophy had been consistently imparted to them by Tallet, who emphasized that while innate talent and potential play significant roles, diligence and cultivation could elevate anyone's power. The Saiyan hierarchy of lower and upper warriors, even the elite, merely assesses potential based on initial battle power at birth, rather than establishing an immutable standard. A Saiyan born with a battle power of several hundred might be deemed an upper-tier warrior, but their ultimate achievements could be modest, reflecting merely a higher starting point. Conversely, lower-tier warriors are not precluded from greatness, as exemplified by Bardock and his contemporaries, each of whom rivaled elite warriors in capability. With clear goals in sight, the rewards of their efforts grew ever more enticing. As Gine and Sili pursued Tallet's footsteps, their progress became visibly apparent, though not as extraordinary as Tallet. Gine's battle power surged by 120 points, reaching 1,500. This figure was akin to that of Raditz upon his arrival on Earth, while perhaps not directly comparable in true strength. The numerical value spoke volumes. Sili, having increased her power by 180 points to 1,350, exhibited greater diligence and commitment, unwilling to let the gap between her and Tallet widen too drastically. In truth, the disparity was becoming more pronounced. Yet, with her current talent and strength, had she remained on Planet Vegeta, she would have been recognized as a highly promising individual. Unfortunately, the rigid Saiyan hierarchy meant that Sili's status as a lower-tier warrior remained unaltered, much like Bardock, who, despite his exceptional abilities, found it challenging to integrate into the elite circles. The path of cultivation continued unabated, unimpeded by their modest achievements. Gine may have contemplated the necessity of rest, yet Tallet never afforded her the opportunity to voice such thoughts. The journey to strength is fraught with challenges. Pausing at the first sign of progress could lead to rapid regression. Nonetheless, Tallet's training sessions were not excessively prolonged, lasting only 7 to 8 hours daily, after which he largely left Gine and Sili to their own devices. The 30-fold gravity training posed a significant challenge for them, and Tallet wished to spare them from the immense pressures he bore alone. For his part, he dedicated 10 hours daily to gravity training, followed by exercises to refine his energy control. Having received subtle guidance from the Supreme Kai, Piccolo, and Bobo, Tallet made substantial strides in his energy training. Recently, when he sought a weighted training suit from the Supreme Kai, he took the opportunity to inquire further about his technique. Thus, 2 months slipped away in the blink of an eye. Today marked the 1-year anniversary since their departure from Planet Vegeta. On this day last year, they bid farewell to their home. Now, everything had transformed. The trio concluded their training early, and for once, Tallet refrained from further practice, choosing instead to remain by Gine's side. Milestones evoke reflections, and Gine had matured to the point where she no longer required Tallet's deliberate reassurances. She had come to terms with many aspects of life on her own. With their training set aside, the three sought out Brief and Bulma. To their delight, not only had Brief made significant advancements in his spacecraft research, but Bulma had also achieved breakthroughs with her Dragon Ball radar. While it could not yet scan the entire globe, it had made remarkable progress, now capable of detecting objects within a diameter of 1,000 kilometers. Such a range is indeed quite remarkable. Now only the final step remains before the Dragon Ball radar can be put to use. For an ordinary person, the task of locating the remaining 6 Dragon Balls across the globe within a mere 1,000 kilometers would be exceedingly challenging. However, with Tallet's remarkable abilities and his mastery of flight, traversing the world is a trivial pursuit, while he may not find them in mere minutes. A single day's time would certainly suffice. With greater hope on the horizon, not only is Tallet exhilarated, but Gine is equally overwhelmed with joy. This has been her long-held aspiration. After 2 days of waiting during her training, it became evident that neither Gine nor Celery had participated, as they were preoccupied with Bulma, who was perfecting the Dragon Ball radar. Inside the gravity training chamber, the display screen indicated a staggering 50G. 4,497, 4,498, 4,499, 5,000. With the last subdued exclamation escaping his lips, Tallet executed a swift roll and collapsed onto the cold floor, gasping for breath. It must be acknowledged that even with a combat power reaching 8,000 under the weight of 50 times Earth's gravity, he still found it exceedingly arduous. Were it not for the support of the Senza beans, maintaining such intensity for an extended period would have been impossible. With a combat power of 8,000, Tallet now possessed strength comparable to that of a certain future Son Goku returning from King Kai's planet. However, this only reflected a similar baseline combat index. After all, at that time, Son Goku had access to the Kaioken technique and had achieved a staggering combat power of 32,000 during his fierce battle with Vegeta. It is safe to say that these past 2 months have witnessed a remarkable evolution. Training under 50 times Earth's gravity yielded significant progress almost daily. Although not as prodigious as Son Goku's adaptation to 100 times gravity within 6 days as depicted in the original story, Tallet's advancement was nonetheless impressive. Firstly, there is the matter of age and physical condition. Tallet, being merely 6 years old, could hardly be compared to Son Goku of that era. Secondly, the disparity in strength is considerable, compounded by different training methodologies. Son Goku was propelled by dire circumstances to transcend his limits through high-pressure scenarios and multiple injuries, while Tallet's approach was gradual and steady. In truth, Tallet believed he could push beyond his current limits. A single injury followed by the consumption of a Senza bean could potentially elevate his combat power beyond 10,000. However, rather than resorting to such measures at this moment, he preferred to adhere to his principles. He resolved that when the time was right and his body had matured sufficiently, that would be the moment for a true breakthrough. Tallet, brother, Bulma has completed the Dragon Ball radar. Suddenly, a voice echoed through the intercom. Just as Tallet had begun to catch his breath, he hurriedly sat up upon hearing the news and spotted Celery on the other side of the transparent glass, her face radiating joy and urgency. Clearly, she had rushed over to inform him. Rising to his feet, he wearily powered down the gravity device. It was only when the weight of the gravity dissipated that he exhaled with relief, promptly consuming a Senzu bean to replenish his energy. After opening the door to the gravity training chamber, Tallet exchanged a few words with Celery before both swiftly returned to the large circular room in the estate. Bulma, brimming with excitement, was conducting various tests with the radar while Gine stood nearby, seemingly anxious that Bulma might disappear from sight, taking the radar with her. With Tallet's arrival, Bulma eagerly demonstrated the device's functionalities. The primary capability was a range-based scan for Dragon Ball signals, which had already been confirmed 2 days prior. Thus, Tallet was well aware of its workings without needing much elaboration from Bulma. With this, I can gather the other Dragon Balls in the shortest time possible. Tallet clutched the Dragon Ball radar, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Gine and Celery appeared eager as well. Bulma, seemingly concerned that Tallet might abandon her, promptly snatched the radar from his hands and declared, "The radar is mine. If you're going to find the Dragon Balls, I want to come too." The little girl's assertiveness remained unchanged. However, this time, Tallet knew he could not take her along. Otherwise, their pace would be too slow. Moreover, he had already contemplated that even Gine and Celery could not accompany him. After all, the 4-star Dragon Ball was linked to Gohan and Kakarot at the Bowsy Mountain. Until he was certain that Kakarot's head had not been bashed in, he remained resolute in his decision. Tallet understood Gine all too well. "You may be disappointed, Bulma, but I truly cannot take you along on this quest for the Dragon Balls. The radar's scanning range is still too limited. If it could cover the entire globe, We might ascertain the Dragon Ball's locations and then leisurely make our way there together. However, first, there is no guarantee that the Dragon Balls will be waiting for us in fixed positions, and second, if I bring you along, our flying speed will slow down, complicating our search. Tallet articulated. This serves as both a consolation and a conveyance of certain truths to Bulma. Although she is young, she possesses an understanding of principles. However, having been indulged since childhood, she harbors the belief that everything should revolve around her. Upon hearing this, Bulma's eyes immediately glistened with unshed tears. After all, the Dragon Ball radar was indeed crafted by her, a testament to her considerable effort. Without it, we would have no chance of locating the Dragon Balls. Thus, when Bulma requested to accompany us, why not grant her wish? It would only slow us down a little. During their time together, Gine had developed a strong bond with Bulma. To her, Bulma was endearing and exceptionally bright. Despite being an Earthling, this did not hinder Gine from cherishing her, treating her as family. Indeed, Gine felt a pang of sympathy for her. Bulma embraced Gine tightly, as if seeking solace. Meanwhile, Sealer couldn't help but roll her eyes. Tarrot then addressed Gine directly, stating, "It's not that I am unwilling to take her. Rather, I could locate the Dragon Balls more swiftly on my own. It should only take a day to traverse the earth and gather them all. By yourself? Brother Tarrot, you intend to search alone?" Sealer exclaimed in astonishment. This has indeed set them aside. Janae seems to have grasped Tallet's intention. As you mentioned, it would indeed be swifter for you to search alone, given your current prowess. Traversing the globe would not consume much time. Tallet nodded. I understand. Bulma, you merely desire to embark on a journey of adventure. In the future, when the opportunity arises, may I take you along? Alternatively, I could arrange for Aunt Janae and Celery to accompany you on your explorations of other locales on Earth. Tallet's words struck a chord within young Bulma. The present Bulma is undoubtedly different from the Bulma of later years at 16. In the original narrative, her wish for the Dragon Balls stemmed from a longing for the legendary, a yearning to uncover the truth, as well as a desire to attain a perfect Prince Charming through her wishes. At this tender age, her pursuits are merely a quest to satisfy her curiosity about the unknown. Well, all right then, Bulma pondered for a moment before returning the Dragon Ball radar to Tallet. It won't take too much time. Once I locate the Dragon Balls, I shall return immediately, Tallet added. Janae nodded, as Bulma had accepted this arrangement. Celery, a bit bashful, spoke up. Why not let Tallet take me along? I can keep up with him and won't be a nuisance. Upon hearing this, Tallet gently ruffled her hair. You should stay with Aunt Janae. Searching for the Dragon Balls isn't particularly thrilling. With a few dismissive words, Tallet exchanged a few more sentences with Janae and Celery. Subsequently, he requested a backpack from Bulma and departed from West City. In truth, searching for the Dragon Balls was not particularly challenging for Tallet, who still remembered the original plot. However, the current timeline is 10 years prior to the original. And without the Dragon Ball radar, pinpointing several of the Dragon Balls would indeed prove quite difficult. The only ones whose exact locations he knew were the 4-star Dragon Ball at Baozi Mountain, the 7-star Dragon Ball at Nyo Imawang's place, and the 3-star Dragon Ball that Master Roshi had retrieved from the seabed a century ago. Departing from West City, he journeyed eastward, every few hundred to 1,000 kilometers. Tallet would utilize the Dragon Ball radar to verify whether there were any signals within the vicinity. Initially, his intention was to follow the map he was familiar with to retrieve the 4-star Dragon Ball at Baozi Mountain, while also encountering Kakarot and Sun Wukong. Although uncertain of the exact moment in the original story when Kakarot struck his head, any moment was plausible. To put it bluntly, the earliest assumption was that this incident occurred a month or two after Kakarot was found by Sun Wukong. Now, at this juncture, having spent over 3 months on Earth, it translates to Kakarot having arrived half a year ago. Continuing onward, Tallet unwittingly traversed for over 10 minutes, and after crossing an unknown number of kilometers, the Dragon Ball radar suddenly detected a signal from a Dragon Ball. This direction should not lead to Baozi Mountain. One must travel approximately 2,000 kilometers eastward from here to reach its location. If I am not mistaken, this position can be regarded as the northernmost point of Baozi Mountain. Indeed, in the original narrative, Bulma utilized the Dragon Ball radar to locate the first Dragon Ball, which appears to be situated within the vast mountainous valley in this direction, specifically the 5-star ball. With this thought in mind, Tallet surged forth, propelled by determination, toward the direction indicated by the Dragon Ball radar. Unbeknownst to him, he traversed over 1,000 kilometers and arrived amidst the northern eastern mountain ranges, where a narrow valley unfolded before him. Descending from the sky, Tallet precisely narrowed the scanning range of the Dragon Ball radar to a mere 100 meters. This is the limit after minimization. Bulma has always been devoted to expanding the scanning range, without considering precision down to the meter. Within 100 meters, it can be quite challenging to locate, but Tallet has his methods. He has brought Bulma's 2-star Dragon Ball, which emits a radiant glow when in close proximity to others. Thus, even within a 100-meter radius, it can be swiftly located. As Tallet traverses the valley, he encounters several mountain spirits and supernatural beings. In this era of Earth, particularly amidst the eastern mountains, there exist numerous such creatures. Ultimately, They are merely formidable beasts that have suddenly attained a level of intelligence comparable to that of humans. Of course, to Tallet, they are but insignificant insects. Even if their combat prowess reaches nearly 10 points, or perhaps even higher, such strength is merely formidable when measured against humanity. Upon discovering a 5-star Dragon Ball on a desolate expanse, Tallet did not linger, but rather ascended into the sky and departed without delay. Upon acquiring this Dragon Ball, the next step is to proceed towards the Baozi Mountain. Meanwhile, within the Divine Realm, the Supreme Kai, Piccolo, wore an expression of deep concern. He had never anticipated that a device such as the Dragon Radar could indeed be constructed by Earthlings, especially by a mere 5-year-old girl. Initially, he held on to the belief that it was a fabrication. Yet witnessing Tallet traverse nearly half the globe to locate the 5-star Dragon Ball left him no choice but to accept the truth. Supreme Kai, if this continues, Tallet will soon discover Baozi Mountain and encounter the child known as Kakarot, Bobo remarked beside him. The prolonged concealment now seemed futile, as the quest for the Dragon Balls was leading Tallet directly to Kakarot. With a heavy sigh, Supreme Kai Piccolo reflected, sometimes a single misstep leads to a cascade of errors. Bobo, do you think I should have divulged the child's whereabouts much earlier? His intentions were rooted in the welfare of Earth. Without the past few months of observation, no one could ascertain the true nature of Tallet and his companions. Bobo reassured him, nodding in understanding. Supreme Kai Piccolo sought equilibrium, yet his heart was troubled by the deception he had woven, causing feelings of guilt to surface as time revealed that his earlier caution had been unwarranted. I can only hope they do not harbor excessive desires. At this juncture, Supreme Kai Piccolo found himself entangled in thoughts regarding wishes. At Baozi Mountain, Tallet finally arrived at the genesis of the original storyline. Gazing from above, he felt no sense of familiarity. The reason was simple. The real world starkly contrasted the scenes depicted in the animated series and comics of his past life. Animation and comics could only portray a fraction of reality. What Tallet beheld were towering peaks stretching endlessly across the land. It was only through his ability to sense energy that he could pinpoint the locations of Son Gohan and Kakarot, ultimately identifying Baozi Mountain and Gohan's residence. Upon finally laying eyes on the simple yet unique dwelling, a smile graced Tallet's face. At last, I shall meet you, Kakarot. Are you still Kakarot? Or have you transformed into Son Goku? He mused internally, before swiftly descending from the sky to land in the clearing before the house. Inside, Son Gohan seemed to sense something amiss and stepped outside, encountering Tallet. How peculiar. I have never had visitors here. A half-year ago, a baby arrived unexpectedly. And now another child has come. Gohan's voice was warm and gentle, invoking an immediate sense of familiarity. Hearing this, Tallet turned to glance into the house. Recognizing the child crawling on the ground, who else could it be but Kakarot? Locking eyes with Kakarot, Tallet felt a profound intuition stirring within him. This individual must have encountered an unforeseen circumstance. Otherwise, there is no way he would be unfamiliar with him. Greetings, martial artist of Earth. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Tallet, a Saiyan hailing from a distant planet. I am truly grateful for your benevolent act of adopting my, shall we say, younger sibling. Tallet spoke up willingly. Upon uttering these words, Sun Wufan was immediately taken aback, and as he glanced back and forth between Tallet and Kakarot, recollections of the moment, he discovered Kakarot began to illuminate some of the mysteries in his mind. So that is the case. I always wondered how an infant could descend from the heavens in such a remote forest. It turns out he is an extraterrestrial, which explains his remarkable strength at such a tender age, along with his tail and voracious appetite. Sun Wufan crouched down to embrace Kakarot, and then inquired, a Saiyan then? Are you here to retrieve this child? Tallet was quite astonished by Sun Wufan's demeanor and composure. You must be able to sense my energy. Yet you show no fear at all. Tallet asked. Sun Wufan shook his head, maintaining his smile. Your energy is formidable, but it lacks any intent to kill. Therefore, you are not here for revenge, nor do you harbor ill will towards Wukong. Wukong? Tallet feigned confusion. I named him Sun Wukong. I am Sun Wufan, Sun Wufan replied. I wish to know what this child was originally called. After some dialogue, Tallet and Sun Wufan settled down to converse, while Kakarot affectionately rested his head on Tallet's shoulder, playfully tugging at his hair. Having grasped the intricacies of the situation, Tallet learned that Kakarot had indeed fallen from a cliff and struck his head 2 months after arriving on Earth, resulting in his current docile and obedient demeanor. Although he no longer recognized Tallet, Kakarot, now known as Sun Wukong, still instinctively sensed the warmth emanating from Tallet. There is a saying that blood is thicker than water. Although Tallet and Kakarot do not share a direct blood relation, one cannot dismiss the possibility that their forebears, even from generations past, may have been connected by blood. In essence, they are both Saiyans, united by a kinship in their bloodlines. Kakarot, that was his original name, but given the circumstances, let us call him Sun Wukong from now on. I believe you will thrive here, Tallet responded to Sun Wufan's inquiry, sharing his heartfelt reflections. Upon hearing Tallet's words, Sun Wufan felt a profound joy within. At his age, standing on the precipice of mortality, fate had graced him with a child, infusing his once mundane existence with vibrant hues. Though this child was a Saiyan, whom he had found, over the past 6 months. Sun Wukong had come to regard him as his own cherished grandson. Does the name Kakarot hold any significance? Or does it represent something? Sun Wukong did not question the authenticity of Tallet's statements. Rather, he was puzzled by the peculiar nature of the naming convention. Tallet, somewhat at a loss, explained that Saiyan names were derived from homophones of vegetables in English. However, this explanation stemmed from the creator's original conception, and in this world, it held no relevance. You may consider our naming conventions rather casual. There is no deeper meaning to this name, Tallet clarified. Sun Wukong nodded in understanding, not harboring any doubts. And then the conversation shifted to the topic of strength. Tallet was candid and forthcoming, allowing Sun Wukong to truly appreciate his formidable prowess. The perspectives and worldviews of Earthlings were limited by the constraints of their terrestrial existence. Nevertheless, Sun Wukong possessed remarkable wisdom. Upon sensing Tallet's energy, he was indeed astonished. Yet he remained composed. It must be said that martial artists of this era, particularly those who had attained a certain level of mastery, exhibited a strong capacity for acceptance. The original narrative provided scant detail about Sun Wukong, the only known fact being that Master Roshi recognized his immense talent, lamenting deeply his demise, a star of martial arts extinguished. In this era's martial arts community on Earth, Sun Wukong also held a notable reputation. This sentiment can be felt from the words spoken by Yamcha upon his introduction, reflecting a profound reverence for Sun Gohan. Seizing this opportunity, Tallet engaged in a dialogue with Sun Gohan regarding martial arts philosophies and sought guidance on training, particularly concerning the manipulation of ki. In Tallet's eyes, despite Sun Gohan's combat prowess being a mere 100 points, he had indeed forged a unique path in ki cultivation, akin to that of a martial arts master. Thank you for your guidance. I shall take my leave for now, as I need to seek out the remaining Dragon Balls. When we meet again, I will consult you further, Tallet expressed as he rose to bid farewell. Having spent nearly 2 hours at Bowsy Mountain, especially with the task of locating the last 4 Dragon Balls, he lamented, regrettably, I only know that one of them is in Master Roshi's possession, which may not be of great assistance to you. Upon hearing Sun Gohan's remarks, Tallet was momentarily surprised. However, after thoughtful consideration, he concluded that Master Roshi's Dragon Ball had been retrieved from the ocean depths over a century ago. It would indeed be peculiar if Sun Gohan were unaware of this. Notably, upon learning the true names and powers of the Dragon Balls, Sun Gohan realized that what he and Master Roshi had regarded as mere decorative items were, in fact, divine creations capable of summoning Shenron to grant wishes. Receiving the 4-star Dragon Ball from Sun Gohan was a gesture of gratitude for Tallet's decision not to take away Son Goku. Tallet discerned Sun Gohan's joy, as he had retained his beloved grandson. Yet, Tallet also conveyed a crucial message, urging Sun Gohan to remain vigilant. His choice not to take Son Goku did not imply that, in the future, Chi-Chi would refrain from doing so. Chi-Chi was Son Goku's mother. Regardless of his amnesia preventing him from recognizing her, the bond between them was an immutable truth. Should that time arise, Son Gohan would be powerless to resist, allowing Chi-Chi to take him away. Of course, Tallet would navigate the situation. Ultimately, the resolution of these matters would depend on Tallet's return to inform Chi-Chi, from which the course of action would become evident. We shall meet again soon, Tallet reassured as he ascended, addressing the young Son Goku. At that moment, Son Goku felt as though something of great significance was vanishing and reached out towards Tallet, babbling excitedly. Observing this, Son Gohan swiftly embraced Son Goku and gazed upward, watching Tallet depart until he vanished from sight. Only then did Son Goku quiet down, prompting Son Gohan to muse, our little Goku is, in fact, an extraterrestrial. His warm laughter echoed across the mountain, accompanied by Son Goku's gleeful giggles. As Tallet departed from Bowsy Mountain, he turned towards the southeast. This direction corresponds precisely to the location of Kame House, as articulated by Sun Wukong. However, during this endeavor, Tallet intercepted a new signal from the Dragon Balls, prompting a shift in focus. Within a quaint village, the 4th Dragon Ball was discovered. This 6-star Dragon Ball, without a doubt, is the very one encountered by the grandmother's grandmother in the original tale. However, it is now discovered by Tallet, and one cannot predict how the narrative will unfold in the future. After all, it was the Dragon Ball that brought Bulma and Sun Wukong together, leading them through countless adventures before they crossed paths with Oolong. Shaking his head vigorously, Tallet continued onward, making his way to Kame House. The storyline has already diverged significantly. There is little need for concern regarding its potential return to the original trajectory. In other words, he is living vividly in this world. And regardless of what the future may hold, he must first consider his present circumstances. Kame House. Approximately 1,500 kilometers from the mountainous edge of the mainland to the northwest lies a modest island, neither particularly large nor insignificantly small. Upon this island stands a rather ordinary seaside villa, which, in this era, is considered quite commendable. At this moment, it is 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The sea is tranquil, and the weather is splendid. Tallet arrived at Turtle Island, initially refraining from landing, opting instead to survey the entire island from the sky. The familiar sight of Turtle Island stirred deep memories within Tallet's heart. The initial appearance of Master Roshi, coupled with the subsequent narrative involving Sun Wukong on Turtle Island, is truly a classic. This marks the true inception of the martial arts narrative within the Dragon Ball universe. Suspended in midair, a surge of emotions surged forth uncontrollably within him. Ever since arriving on Earth, he had longed to witness its wonders, yet opportunities had eluded him, as numerous responsibilities demanded his attention, followed by a relentless dedication to gravity training. Ultimately, he had refrained from premature exposure, fearing that Gine and Celery's presence might prove distracting. In retrospect, it was indeed his former mindset that had constrained him. There was no necessity for such self-imposed restrictions, nor was it essential to remain in constant company with Gine and Celery. Naturally, with the tense period behind him and the absence of unforeseen events, his perspective had evolved. His initial caution stemmed from a desire for Gine and Celery to acclimate swiftly to life on Earth, although he now reflects on that as somewhat superfluous. Tallet harbors no regrets, believing it to be an essential journey. A whisper escaped his lips as he observed the scene before him. He had spotted Master Roshi, who looked at him with a blend of astonishment and disbelief. It was evident that the old sage had sensed his formidable aura. Grasping a broom, Master Roshi had been diligently tidying up the premises of Kame House. He had never anticipated that the tranquility of his existence would be so abruptly disrupted by an entity he could not fathom. Most astonishingly, this being appeared to be a child, seemingly no older than 10. Not only did he possess the ability to manipulate the air, but he also exuded an unfathomably profound energy. Who, then, was this extraordinary youth? Such a prodigy had emerged on Earth. Master Roshi pondered silently, his eyes concealed behind sunglasses, brimming with astonishment. He was certain that this overwhelming power far surpassed that of the legendary Demon King Piccolo from his earlier days. Is this a quality that can be found in humanity? Is this a power that a mere child might possess? What a jest! This old man has devoted countless years to his cultivation, achieving his current mastery, and has been lauded as a grandmaster of martial arts. In comparison, he is utterly insignificant. As their gazes locked, beads of cold sweat trickled down the face of the turtle sage. This unprecedented sensation is far more terrifying than the one experienced in the presence of the formidable Bic. It is utterly incomparable. Had it not been for the tranquil aura of the other party, devoid of any oppressive or murderous intent, he might have found himself paralyzed with fear. As he gazed at the newcomer descending slowly before him, Master Roshi made a valiant effort to maintain his composure and forcibly control his expression. You are? I apologize, but may I inquire about your purpose in visiting my Kame House? His words were somewhat disjointed, but he quickly regained his composure. Upon hearing Master Roshi's inquiry, Tallet offered a slight smile and replied, You are indeed the eminent master of Earth, renowned as the martial arts teacher. As Sun Wukong had indicated, your martial prowess surpasses his by a considerable margin. Sun Wukong? Is that the child? Master Roshi pondered as familiar images flooded his mind. Recalling that it had been many years since he last saw Sun Wukong, Tallet discerned his momentary distraction and promptly introduced himself. Allow me to introduce myself. I am a Saiyan from beyond Earth. I came to this planet in search of certain items, and upon encountering Sun Wukong, he informed me that you possess something similar. Therefore, under his guidance, I have arrived here. As he spoke, Tallet retrieved a 4-star Dragon Ball from his backpack, the meaning of which was abundantly clear. In conclusion, although he was well aware of everything and recognized Master Roshi, the formalities of self-introduction and elucidation of his purpose were unavoidable. From beyond Earth? So, you are an extraterrestrial? Master Roshi's keen intellect quickly pieced together the implications of Tallet's words. After a brief moment, he realized the familiarity of the Dragon Ball in Tallet's possession. Without hesitation, Tallet proceeded to explain his needs and the function of the Dragon Balls. He was not concerned that Master Roshi would refuse him, having considered that the Master might worry about the potential misuse of the Dragon Balls. However, with the Celestial Guardian's endorsement, there was no cause for concern. Interactions between individuals can often be less complicated than anticipated, particularly when certain preconditions exist. The communication with Master Roshi unfolded even more smoothly than Tallet had anticipated. It was evident that Master Roshi possessed remarkable insight. Even in the face of such an extraordinary situation, the reality before him left no room for doubt. Tallet successfully obtained the 3-star Dragon Ball from Master Roshi. Who would have thought that a ball I had collected for nearly a century would possess the power to summon Shenron for wishes? Moreover, it is astonishing to learn that our Earth indeed has a celestial realm and the existence of divine beings. Reflecting on this revelation, Tallet realized that the sage had not deceived him. Rather, he had simply failed to pass the trials that would have granted him access to the celestial realm. Master Roshi's reflections evoked a sense of regret in Tallet. Had Master Roshi ascended to the celestial realm in his youth, perhaps his current strength would have been even greater. Of course, such musings were futile. Had the young Master Roshi possessed the same mindset as he did now, it would have been quite extraordinary. Continuing their dialogue, Tallet gleaned insights from Master Roshi regarding his understanding and interpretations of Ki. Tallet found himself greatly enriched by the exchange and resolved to return for further guidance. Despite Master Roshi's comparatively weaker martial prowess, he was undoubtedly a master of martial arts. His knowledge of key cultivation was far more comprehensive than that of Sun Wukong. Though some of Sun Wukong's insights remained unique to him, as time slipped away unnoticed, nearly 2 hours had passed, and Tallet had acquired a new method of cultivation from Master Rashi. This particular method of cultivation perfectly compensates for Tallet's shortcomings in mental training. It is none other than the practice of meditation, also referred to as intention training. Within the realm of imagination, one can devise unique scenarios, establish distinct rules, and identify specific targets for specialized training. The most effective strategy involves pinpointing one's greatest vulnerabilities, such as the most daunting fears, thereby facilitating breakthroughs within the imagined world. Once success is achieved, both the mindset and strength will experience significant enhancement. Having departed from Turtle Island, dusk approached. The final 2 Dragon Balls posed little challenge for Tallet. Equipped with the Dragon Ball Rhaegar and well-versed in the original storyline, he now had the advantage of Gohan and Master Rashi by his side, allowing him to effortlessly acquire the 7-star Dragon Ball from the Ox King. During this venture, Tallet encountered Chi-Chi, who at this moment shared the same age as Goku. It is evident that the Ox King's genes are remarkably strong. Although Chi-Chi appeared somewhat delicate, she was far more robust than an average Earth infant. Not lingering long at Frying Pan Mountain, Tallet utilized less than half an hour to discover the final 1-star Dragon Ball within the ancient ruins hidden deep in the forest. Thus, the 7 Dragon Balls were gathered together. At the sacred temple, a group had assembled. Upon returning to West City, Tallet brought along Gine and Sealer, as well as Bulma, to this location. Rather than summoning the Eternal Dragon in a random spot on Earth, they sought out the deity, King Piccolo, in view at the sacred temple. The purpose was to leverage the deity's connections to pose a few simple inquiries to the Eternal Dragon. Otherwise, each question would count as a wish, and Tallet was reluctant to squander them in such a manner. As for the news regarding Kakarot, Tallet chose to withhold it for the moment, intending to reveal it to Gine only after making the wishes. After such a prolonged wait, what is a moment longer matter? The 7 Dragon Balls were meticulously arranged in the center of the plaza before the temple. Arise, Shenron. As Bobo recited the incantation to summon the dragon, the resonance emitted by the Dragon Balls intensified. A resplendent golden light blossomed from within each sphere, flickering incessantly until, ultimately, the brilliance of the 7 Dragon Balls became so dazzling that it was nearly blinding. Under Tallet's perception, in the gaze of all present, a mysterious force seemed to awaken, flowing forth from within the Dragon Balls. Although the Temple of the Gods was situated high above the clouds, dark storm clouds materialized in the sky, rolling in from nothingness and spreading rapidly. In mere seconds, the black clouds nearly enveloped the entire earth, casting shadows that barred the sunlight. The encroaching darkness rendered the scene unbelievable for Sealer, Gine, and Bulma, leaving them in a state of astonishment. This is merely the beginning. In the next instant, a radiant golden beam erupted from the 7 Dragon Balls, soaring toward the heavens and swirling the dark clouds, creating a breathtaking spectacle. The dazzling golden brilliance gradually coalesced into the form of a divine dragon, unleashing a surge of draconic majesty that hung majestically in the sky. As though the dragon god had descended, its emerald scales, razor-sharp claws, and blood-red eyes exuded an invisible pressure that instilled fear in those of lesser strength. However, for Tarrot, this pressure was insignificant. Even Gine and Celery felt similarly, though witnessing the arrival of the dragon for the first time undeniably left them in awe. This was the legendary dragon capable of granting wishes, a creature so incredible that it seemed almost unreal, residing within the Dragon Balls. Gine expressed her sentiments, reflecting on the long-anticipated moment that had finally arrived, feeling a sense of liberation as if the dragon could resolve all her dilemmas. Gazing at its formidable appearance, Celery found it hard to believe. Doubts lingered if one had not experienced it firsthand. In contrast, Bulma's thoughts diverged. She was already counting on her fingers, pondering what wish to make. Unbeknownst to them, the dragon could only grant one wish at a time. In truth, Tarrot, had he not been a traveler from another realm, would also have been unaware, as even the deity had never mentioned it. Gather the 7 Dragon Balls, and speak your wish. No matter what it is, I, the dragon, shall fulfill it, proclaimed the dragon with its iconic phrase. At this declaration, Gine, Celery, and Bulma were momentarily taken aback. Only one wish can be granted? Gine questioned skeptically. The deity, Kami Piccolo, stepped forward. The Dragon Balls I created can only be utilized once a year, and each time, they may fulfill but a singular wish. After a wish is granted, the dragon will revert to the form of Dragon Balls, scattering across the world. Before Kami could finish, Celery eagerly interjected. Then can't we just gather the Dragon Balls again to make another wish? Kami Piccolo, taken aback, quickly clarified. It would be futile. Once a wish is fulfilled, the Dragon Balls turn to stone, rendering them incapable of summoning the dragon again. Does that mean the wishes I had in mind cannot be realized? Bulma felt a twinge of disappointment. Being young, she had naively assumed that summoning the dragon would allow for the fulfillment of all her desires. With this revelation, her immature heart struggled to accept the outcome. Yet, despite her outwardly spoiled demeanor, Bulma was not truly unreasonable. At her age, she was already a considerate girl. Understanding the significance of priorities, she recognized that Tarrot and Gine needed to wish for their loved one's return, and thus felt compelled to yield. Especially since she regarded Tarrot and Gine as family, she had worked diligently to create the dragon Rhaegar, seeking both personal satisfaction and a means to assist them. What shall we do now, Tarrot? Gine asked, momentarily at a loss, though she maintained her composure as she looked to Tarrot for guidance. He had always taken the lead. I will devise a solution, he assured her with a reassuring glance. Tarrot turned to Kami Piccolo and inquired, although the dragon can grant only one wish. May we ask a few questions beforehand? You are the creator of the Earth-S Dragon Balls and the dragon itself. This should not pose a problem, should it? After posing the question, Tarrot gazed up at the imposing dragon and added, is that acceptable? At his words, silence enveloped the group. Kami Piccolo and the dragon both pondered for a considerable time. Ultimately, the dragon's gaze swept across the assembly, landing upon Kami Piccolo, who nodded in acquiescence. In theory, while Lord Kami created this dragon, the established rules do not allow for such inquiries. Your question could be considered a wish in itself. However, as Lord Kami has consented, and since this is a first, I can make an exception. Of course, this will not come without a cost. Your inquiries will consume a portion of the dragon's power according to the answers provided, potentially affecting the fulfillment of your ultimate wish. Are you prepared to accept this? The dragon's voice resonated in the ears of all present. Such a response was precisely what Tallet desired. I accept, Tallet nodded. Now, please articulate your inquiry, the dragon inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Tallet turned to Gine and Celery. Noticing Gine's nod, Tallet organized his thoughts and posed his question. This inquiry may involve considerable implications, as it transcends the confines of Earth. I wish to ascertain whether, in a distant galaxy, two Saiyans named Bardock and Raditz still exist. As the question was articulated, Gine and Celery's hearts tightened, while the deity, Piccolo, and Bobo perked up their ears. Upon hearing the query, the dragon remained impassive, seemingly unfazed by the unusual nature of the question. Time elapsed, yet the dragon remained silent, causing the hearts of all present to race with trepidation. If even the dragon could not provide an answer, it would mean the wish could not be fulfilled. What is your response, dragon? Tallet could not restrain his inquiry. The dragon lowered its head and addressed Tallet. The Saiyans you reference are the warrior race that once conquered Planet Plant and renamed it Planet Vegeta, correct? Hearing the dragon's response, Tallet instinctively nodded. Indeed, it appears you can answer my question. The dragon nodded and stated, I have located one of the two Saiyans you inquired about, named Raditz, who is still alive in this world, accompanied by 4 other surviving Saiyans. Upon hearing this, Tallet was taken aback, surprised to learn that in addition to Raditz and Vegeta, 2 more Saiyans were still alive. Perhaps these 2 Saiyans would meet their demise in battle soon. Gine, upon hearing this news, was overwhelmed with emotion and tears filled her eyes. At least she could confirm that her eldest son was alive, accompanied by 4 other Saiyans. However, the dragon's subsequent words plunged Gine into despair. As for the other Saiyan you inquired about, named Bardock, my abilities are limited. I can only ascertain that he is still alive, but I cannot determine his whereabouts. It seems he has completely vanished from this world, the dragon stated. Are you suggesting that Bardock, like Raditz, is still alive? However, you cannot ascertain his precise situation. Only affirm that he is alive? Tallet interjected. This has always been a perplexing issue for Tallet, and it seems he has finally found an answer. The Bardock of his world must have traversed time at the very moment of the planet's explosion, returning to the past on Planet Plant, just as depicted in the alternate storyline. Thus, even the Dragon Balls are unable to uncover this truth. Perhaps a more advanced dragon, such as Purunga, could accomplish this feat. But the current dragon on Earth is far too limited in its capabilities. The dragon nodded, effectively responding to Tallet's inquiry. Unable to contain her curiosity, Gine quickly interjected, Dragon, could you elaborate further on Bardock's circumstances? Or perhaps, could you provide a general idea of where he was at the moment of the planet's destruction? This line of inquiry showcases Gine's remarkable intelligence. By discerning Bardock's location prior to the explosion of Planet Vegeta, one can ascertain that Bardock was not imperiled by the cataclysm. However, the more one wishes to avoid something, the more likely it is to manifest. The last remnants of Bardock's existence were indeed on Planet Vegeta, yet post-explosion. A peculiar force impeded Shenron from further investigation. Once again, the dragon provided an answer. Is there a way to bring Bardock back? My wish is to have Bardock by my side. This declaration caught Tarrot off guard. Nevertheless, he refrained from intervening as a prior decision had already been made. Given the current circumstances, Shenron was unable to even probe, let alone bring Bardock back. Regrettably, my powers are limited. I can only ascertain that he is still alive. Bringing him here is beyond my capabilities. Please, consider a different wish, Shenron replied. The inability to fulfill her wish deepened Gine's despondency. Is it true? Even with the possibility of a wish, it remains unattainable. Observing Gine's dismay, Celery gently supported her arm, while Tarrot sought to console, though even Shenron cannot grant our wish. We can at least confirm that Uncle Bardock is alive. Perhaps one day, he will find his way to Earth through his own strength. Will that truly happen? Gine questioned. Her doubts evident, yet she found herself without alternatives. It will. Absolutely. As long as he is strong enough, Tarrot assured her. After absorbing his words, Gine took a deep breath to regain her composure and pondered further. Then, could you share news of Kakarot? Upon uttering these words, Tallet swiftly interjected before the dragon could respond. There is no need for you to answer that question, dragon. by preventing the dragon from replying. He conserved some of the wish energy that would have been expended in inquiries. Tallet then turned to the astonished Gine, saying, "And Gine, I have yet to inform you about Kakarot. During my quest for the Dragon Balls, I unexpectedly encountered him. Given the peculiar circumstances, I shall share the details after the wish is granted." "Really? You found Kakarot?" Gine's emotions surged once more. Tallet nodded, choosing to say no more. Beside them, the Supreme Kai, Piccolo, had intended to speak but ultimately refrained. "Now, you may express your wishes. If there are none, I shall take my leave," the dragon urged. Having finally escaped the interrogation phase, although it had been many years since he last emerged from the Dragon Balls, he was growing impatient to conclude his duties. Upon hearing this, Tallet had already contemplated his wish. Although he knew it would alter everything, he had come to terms with it and felt indifferent. "Dragon, since you cannot bring Bardock back, could you perhaps transfer Raditz to Earth?" As his words resonated, both Gine and Saiyan focused their attention. They had been so engrossed in the notion of Bardock's inability to return that they had completely overlooked Raditz. The prospect of having Raditz back was something Gine had longed for relentlessly. Upon hearing Tallet's wish, the dragon fell silent. After a moment, he spoke. "I regret to inform you that this wish also surpasses my capabilities and cannot be fulfilled." Tallet was taken aback by the dragon's response. Was the Earth-S dragon truly so inadequate? Although he was aware that the Earth-S dragon paled in comparison to the Namekian dragon, Purunga. He also knew that during this era, the Earth-S dragon had been responsible for resurrecting all lives on Namek that had perished at the hands of Frieza. Transferring a single individual should not be beyond his reach. While I can accept that Bardock cannot be brought back, why is Raditz impossible? Wait. Could it be that the earlier inquiries consumed a significant amount of wish energy, rendering the wish unachievable? Gine inquired of the dragon. This inquiry has indeed unveiled the perplexities within Tallet's heart. Simultaneously, Celery and Bulma gazed earnestly at the dragon, eagerly awaiting its response. Beside them, Kaioshin, along with Bu, shared a similar sentiment of astonishment. The dragon's ability to locate targets implied that it should be capable of transporting individuals. Regrettably, the dragon lamented its own limitations, confessing that it was unable to fulfill such a request. Although the Saiyan named Raditz was merely 6 years old, his strength vastly surpassed that of the dragon. The powers bestowed upon the dragon by Lord Kaioshin restricted it from transferring beings more formidable than itself. Furthermore, the planet where Raditz resided was far too distant from Earth. Were it situated a bit closer, the dragon might have had the opportunity to inquire whether Raditz would consent to being transported to Earth. Thus, it requested a different wish. The dragon's response illuminated the situation for all present, and disappointment was inevitable. Tallet understood the reasoning behind it and began to contemplate alternatives. The wish most likely to be realized had ultimately not come to fruition, indicating that none of the wishes intended to be granted had been fulfilled. Such circumstances led to a profound silence, leaving everyone at a loss for words. Even Tallet found himself at a loss for how to express his thoughts. In truth, he had anticipated this scenario and had indeed prepared his own desires for realization. However, he was never a self-serving individual, and thus could not focus solely on his own wishes. The atmosphere was tranquil, yet the scene felt extraordinarily desolate. Until the dragon god once again inquired about what wish should be granted, Janae suddenly turned to Tallet and said, "Tallet, why don't you make a wish? Surely you have something you wish to fulfill?" Upon hearing Janae's words, Tallet was subtly moved. This directly presented him with an opportunity. Tallet glanced at Celery, then at Bulma, who was also fixated on him. A peculiar emotion began to blossom within him, rapidly taking root. At this juncture, Tallet felt emboldened. "Then I shall make my wish." In response, he perceived the eager expressions they conveyed, clearly curious about his desire. The previous wishes had proven unattainable, and honestly, he held little hope. However, since the moment had come for him to make a wish, what I most urgently required was the ability to survive in the cosmos. "Dragon, can you bestow upon me this ability?" Tallet voiced his wish. Having entered the world of Dragon Balls and summoned the Earth-S dragon, the primary wishes were limited to a few essentials. First, the ability to survive in the universe. Without this capability, he would undoubtedly face significant challenges in the future. Should a planet explode, even the mightiest would find themselves at a loss. Survival in the cosmos would only be temporary. Second, the ability of instant transmission. This would eliminate the hassle of attending lessons on Yardrat. Mastering this technique would greatly facilitate his endeavors, freeing him from the anxiety of time constraints. Third, the acquisition of an ample supply of Senza beans. With Senza beans at his disposal, he could continuously revive himself as long as he remained alive, whether in training or battle. However, this wish was of little consequence to Tallet, for he had reached an agreement with the Guardian. The Senza beans would henceforth be reserved for him, and the Guardian would dedicate himself to their cultivation. As for Tallet's obligation, it entailed periodically delivering a selection of fish from Earth to the Guardian, and perhaps, if opportunities arose, bringing back fish from other planets for him to savor. After all, even a deity has their preferences. Additionally, there were desires such as self-healing abilities, cellular regeneration, akin to Majin Buu's capacity to resurrect as long as a single cell remained. To be honest, Tallet felt that the Earth-S dragon could indeed fulfill the wish for self-healing. However, cellular regeneration might be challenging, even for the Namekians. He decided to articulate his most fervent wish first. If that proved impossible, he could gradually settle for lesser desires, for there would surely be something achievable. Under Tallet's gaze, the dragon responded, "Understood. This wish can be granted, and in the process, it shall also enhance your physical strength. Given your current prowess and condition, you can withstand most adversities in the universe." With the dragon's words, Tallet felt a surge of joy and relief. At the very least, he would not have to alter his wish. The first desire would indeed come to fruition. Meanwhile, Gine and Celery, along with Bulma, were wide-eyed with astonishment. They were unaware of Tallet's reasoning behind this wish, yet they were eager to witness how the dragon would fulfill it. As a crimson light flickered in the dragon's eyes, an invisible force enveloped Tallet. With this newfound power, he could distinctly sense changes occurring within his body. Not only did his physical strength amplify, but he also seemed to awaken a unique ability, thereby enhancing his overall power. Most importantly, he acquired the capacity to exist without the need for breathable air. As long as he possessed sufficient energy, he could now accomplish feats previously deemed impossible. Your wish has been granted. Farewell. With that, the dragon did not linger. Amidst the astonished gazes of all present, it transformed into a golden light. The dragon's silhouette vanished, ultimately returning to the 7 Dragon Balls. Not good, Tallet exclaimed, springing into action with remarkable speed. In less than a tenth of a second, he leaped to the height of the 7 Dragon Balls, locking his gaze on 2 of them, grasping the fleeing 4-star ball and 2-star ball with both hands. Regrettably, he could only seize those 2. Otherwise, he would have also retrieved the 3-star ball to return to Master Roshi. According to their agreement, the 2-star ball was to be returned to Bulma, while the 4-star ball was borrowed from the grandfather who had adopted Kakarot. Tallet stated. Upon uttering those words, G's heart was once again stirred. Kakarot had been adopted by an elderly gentleman. Brother Tallet, has the wish truly come to fruition? Can you now exist in the vastness of space without relying on a spaceship? Celery inquired anxiously, her concern solely focused on the realization of their aspirations. Observing the serious expression on her youthful visage, Tallet nodded slightly, affirming, "Indeed, it has been realized. It is quite remarkable, although nothing overtly has transpired. I can undeniably feel the transformation. In other words, Brother Tallet can now survive without any apparatus, not even requiring breath, nor fearing the harshness of a vacuum or extreme temperatures." Bulma pressed for more details. It was hard to fathom that a child of merely 5 or 6 years could pose such an array of questions, were it not for the vast reservoir of knowledge contained within her small mind. Theoretically, it should be so. However, I must ascertain the limits of this ability myself. I have a premonition that the power bestowed upon me by the dragon will continue to evolve and transform as my own strength grows. Tallet elucidated in response to Bulma's inquiries. Such an answer plunged her, a genius in her own right, into a realm of imagination. For Bulma, the breadth of her experiences was still limited. As her worldview gradually expanded, her intelligence continued to ascend. The dragon Shenron fulfilled this desire, delivering a profound shock that utterly dismantled the notion that humanity could not survive in the cosmos. Tarrot, you must have experienced the explosion of Planet Vegeta, which is why you chose this wish, Gine inquired. While others might remain oblivious, she felt assured in her deduction. Tarrot, wishing to avoid further elaboration, acquiesced to her interpretation. It would be unwise to disclose that it was for future adversaries, much like Frieza and King Cold, who could thrive in the vastness of space. Now that the wish had been granted, what plans do you have for the future? The god of the north, Piccolo, unwittingly broached an uncomfortable topic, fully aware that Tarrot and his companions had already established a home on Earth. Yet, he posed the question nonetheless. Perhaps, in his view, it would be beneficial for Tarrot and his companions to depart from Earth, sparing it from the threats lurking in the universe. After all, Tarrot had just revealed that he had located that child, Kakarot. This can be considered their primary objective for arriving on Earth. Clearly, the deity Piccolo has underestimated the complexities of the situation. For an extended period, it seems we shall remain on this planet. As the Earth's guardian, you are already aware that our home planet, Vegeta, has been obliterated, and we are among the few surviving Saiyans. We must take refuge and recuperate on Earth. Tallet candidly expressed. Having been on Earth for 3 months, any further pretense would be overtly contrived. Gine did not oppose, nor did Sealer. Upon hearing this, the weight of despair settled heavily upon Piccolo, yet he found himself powerless to alter the course of events. This was the last thing he wished to witness. Yet he was powerless to intervene, forced to allow Tallet and his companions to remain on Earth. To put it simply, the arrival of Tallet and his associates illuminated a stark reality for him. Without strength, even the highest status is rendered futile. It was precisely because he, as the Earth's deity, was too feeble that he found himself unable to command the situation. The atmosphere grew somewhat tense. However, the deity, Bick, was no stranger to the intricacies of existence, having lived for many years. After exchanging a glance with Bobo, he formally extended a welcome to Tallet, Gine, and Sealer. It felt rather insincere. Nonetheless, it mattered little to Tallet, as Gine and Sealer held no particular affection for the deity Bick, opting instead to remain indifferent. Departing from the Divine Hall, Tallet, Gine, and Sealer took Bulma with them as they left. This episode has come to a close. However, the deities, Beak and Bobo, are acutely aware that this is merely the beginning. The future of Earth is destined to become increasingly tumultuous, especially considering there are currently only 4 Saiyans. It remains uncertain how many more may arrive as time progresses. Of course, they cannot yet fathom what lies ahead. The arrival of Tarrot and his companions will undoubtedly transform Earth, perhaps even more swiftly than the original narrative unfolded. Meanwhile, atop the Korin Tower, the immortal sage, sensing the distant energy signatures of Tarrot and his companions fading, murmurs to himself, has the wish finally concluded? I wonder what desire took so long to fulfill. He understands that this pertains to the wish made with the Dragon Balls that Tarrot had gathered, and his curiosity is piqued. After all, the process of wishing should, in theory, be relatively swift. The passage of time indicates that numerous unforeseen details have transpired. After pondering for a moment, the sage concedes that many matters cannot be accurately assessed without first-hand experience and auditory witness. Back in West City, it is precisely 5 o'clock in the evening. Due to the hemispherical time differences, there is a slight delay compared to when Tarrot located the final Dragon Ball. After escorting Bulma home, Tarrot refrains from directly seeking out Kakarot with Gine and Sariel. Instead, he informs them of Kakarot's current circumstances, ensuring they comprehend the situation fully to prevent any irreparable misunderstandings upon their eventual meeting. Gine is fiercely protective, especially towards her youngest son, whom she perceives as the most vulnerable and in need of safeguarding. Thus, after Kakarot's arrival on Earth 6 months prior, he was discovered and adopted by an elderly gentleman named Son Gohan, a martial artist with a combat power of approximately 100, who has taken great care of Kakarot. Gine repeatedly confirms this, particularly upon learning that Kakarot had suffered memory loss due to a fall, which sends a pang of anxiety through her. It is only through Tarrot's comforting words that she is calmed, preventing her from rushing off to find Kakarot immediately. Ultimately, Tarrot will not obstruct Gine from reuniting with her son. However, he must ensure that she is prepared to make a thoughtful decision before embarking on that journey. Thus, unexpected incidents shall be averted, and the emotional collapse of Gine due to Kakarot's inability to remember her will no longer pose a threat. After all, he is now Sun Wukong, and within the confines of his current memory, he may only recognize Sun Wufan. While he might feel a certain affection for them, it is likely that this pales in comparison to the deep reliance he has on Sun Wufan. Thankfully, a considerable amount of time has been allowed for preparation. Otherwise, how could Gine, as a mother, manage to remain calm? After a long while and a careful conversation, Tallet finally inquired, Aunt Gine, have you decided what to do? Will you acknowledge him, or will you not? Will you intervene, or will you let Kakarot develop on his own? Gine found herself in disarray, uncertain of her choices. Abandonment was certainly not an option, yet after listening to so many of Tallet's suggestions and analyses, she felt that allowing Kakarot to grow beside Sun Wufan would be more beneficial than keeping him sheltered by her side. Their Saiyan clan has always been a brutally competitive one. The notion of survival of the fittest is not merely a phrase. Aunt Gine, have you made your decision? Will you refrain from disturbing Kakarot's life? Will you only protect him from the shadows? Tallet reiterated, gazing at Gine. Upon hearing this, Gine slightly nodded. Though she did not speak, her expression and gaze conveyed her response. Merely 2 days had passed, and Tallet was uncertain how Gine had come to her conclusion. Nevertheless, the development of events had taken Tallet by surprise. She had anticipated Gine's acceptance, but did not expect it to occur so swiftly. Ultimately, after sharing all the news regarding Kakarot, Gine found a sense of tranquility. It seemed that confirming Kakarot was alive and thriving lifted a heavy burden from her heart. Reflecting on the situation, Tallet had told Gine in response to her inquiry, if it were me, I would seek him out and acknowledge him. However, I would not impose my views to constrain or alter what has already transpired. After all, each individual has their own path to tread. Perhaps it was this very influence that led Gine to gradually shift her perspective. With the passage of time and her myriad experiences, Gine had transformed entirely from her former self. Now, with her husband missing and Raditz unreachable, she developed a mindset willing to sacrifice everything for her younger son. As for Kakarot's future, she did not harbor expectations for his grand achievements. Her only desire was for him to live safely and peacefully. At Baozi Mountain, Tallet, accompanied by Gine and Celerui, finally arrived at their destination. Having made a decision beforehand, both Gine and Celerui remained remarkably composed, although Kakarot no longer recognized them. This did not diminish their affection for him. Fortunately, despite his memory loss, the innate bond of blood still persisted. Days passed at Baozi Mountain, and after receiving a message from Brief, Tallet departed and returned to West City. Meanwhile, Gine and Celerui had settled in comfortably at Baozi Mountain. The reunion of mother and son was complicated by the fact that the current Sun Wukong lacked any concept of such a relationship. Initially, Gine planned to refrain from acknowledging him, but upon seeing her son, circumstances shifted dramatically. Of course, this was after considerable restraint. Ultimately, the rapid acknowledgement was influenced by a poignant remark from Sun Wufan that imparted a lesson to both Gine and Tallet. Henceforth, they would refrain from interfering in Kakarot's growth. Yet they could choose to accompany him silently. Gine could easily remain there as an inconspicuous mother, quietly supporting her child. Perhaps with Gine's presence, Sun Wukong would flourish even more. Gine embraced this way of life, demonstrating a remarkable openness of spirit. After all, she managed to accept that her son had been named Sun Wukong by Sun Wufan. Ultimately, it was due to Sun Wufan's actions that Kakarot fell from the cliff and lost his memory. Yet, Sun Wufan did save her son, and in a sense, Gine felt gratitude towards him for this. Additionally, she found it heartwarming to witness Kakarot's affectionate bond with the elder Sun Wufan, accepting the name Sun Wukong. Thus, the reality emerged that Sun Wukong is Kakarot, and Kakarot is also Sun Wukong. In West City, upon arriving at Bulma's backyard laboratory, Tallet immediately sought out Brief. After a period of absence, Brief had made significant progress in his research. Firstly, advancements in the construction of the spacecraft had finally materialized, and according to his best-case scenario, a new type of spacecraft would undoubtedly be completed within a few months. Secondly, during the process of researching the spacecraft, he experienced a sudden epiphany regarding improvements to the gravity training chamber. He had successfully enhanced the gravity apparatus to a level capable of generating 100-fold gravity. This is not yet the limit. With a little more time, the gravity training chamber can be further refined. According to the calculations provided by Bulma, the ultimate gravity multiplier could reach between 300 and 500 times. It must be said that this news exhilarated Tallet immensely. Simultaneously, it astonished him how much assistance someone so young as Bulma could provide. A genius is indeed a genius, incomparable to an ordinary person. At least in this regard, Tallet felt that even 100 of himself could not match the prowess of a single finger of Bulma. In his endeavor to assist Brief to the best of his abilities, Tallet found himself unable to contribute to the research directly. Yet he could offer a few ideas and imaginative concepts. These notions, of course, stem from the inherent insights possessed by a time traveler. Furthermore, I have actively brought the spacecraft of Kakarot, which had fallen on Baozi Mountain, to this place for Bulma's research, striving to enable her to produce superior spacecraft at an earlier date. As for the spaceship that the deity Piccolo used to travel to Earth, it has been entirely disregarded. Presently, the existing spacecraft are the most advanced of the Frieza force in this era, even with Piccolo's vessel. The enhancement of knowledge regarding blind spots would only amount to a mere 1 to 10% improvement over the existing foundation. Such a minor breakthrough pales in comparison to allowing Bulma more time and creative freedom, which might lead to unexpected innovations. For the next 2 months, Tallet reverted to his previous training regimen. Apart from his training, he found himself unable to engage in other activities. The only advantage he had over the past was the separation of the gravity training rooms, allowing him to train extensively in the 100 times gravity chamber. Every day, Sealer would also enter the gravity training room, albeit in the previous 50 times gravity chamber. For Tallet, he occasionally invited Sealer to join him in his training. However, in pursuit of greater progress, he felt compelled to exert himself more vigorously, often at the expense of Sealer's pace. In a certain sense, Sealer understood that her presence might hinder Tallet's training progress. Thus, she would quietly wait for him to finish his training after completing her own. In summary, during these 2 months, Sealer focused on self-improvement while silently accompanying Tallet, offering timely support and concern. Battle power, 3,000 points. This is the value that Sailor has arduously achieved over 2 months. She has already adapted to 50 times the gravitational force, even if she cannot attain perfect adaptation. For a 6-year-old, this is quite an impressive feat after all. Not everyone can be compared to the matured forms of Sun Wukong and Vegeta during the original storyline. Even Tarrot is unable to accomplish such a feat over the course of the past 2 months. Tallet has gradually advanced, currently adapting to a gravity of 70 times. In the first month, he completely surpassed 60 times, and in the second month, he achieved a full breakthrough at 70 times. At last, his battle power has stabilized at an impressive 12,000 points. Within the confines of the 100-fold gravity training chamber, the space is suffused with a rich crimson light. The gravity display screen ominously indicates a value of 75G. On the foundation of seeking stability, Tallet progresses step by step. Not only did he accomplish his second significant life goal over a month ago, but he also made a remarkable leap to his current level, breaking the 10,000 mark in battle power. To put it simply, in the past, while watching animated series, reading comics, or indulging in fan fiction, he believed it was merely a matter of continuously increasing numerical values. However, the actual challenges are far more daunting. It involves transcending limits in various aspects of oneself to fully overcome this hurdle. After this breakthrough, Tallet distinctly sensed an elevation in his life level, a unique sensation he had never experienced before. At that moment, he realized the realm that Bardock had attained after surpassing the 10,000 battle power threshold. It was as if a lock had been opened, revealing a new world, where subsequent strength would escalate even more rapidly. One can imagine that after a month and a half of grappling with 60 and 70 times gravity, he had barely increased his battle power by 2,000 points to surpass 10,000. In the following half-month, even a mere increase to 75 times gravity yielded a remarkable 2,000 points in battle power enhancement. Through this experience, Tallet gained a deeper understanding of martial arts within the Dragon Ball universe. particularly regarding the original narrative where Goku achieved substantial increases in power with a mere 100-fold gravity training, prompting a fresh perspective. Various factors can interfere with and restrict the enhancement of one's strength. In similar circumstances, Tallet believes he would not be outmatched by anyone. Yet, comparing his current state to that of Goku in the original story would be inviting suffering. At the very least, even if he completed the 100-fold gravity trainings, Tallet would find it impossible to reach a battle power of 90,000 points. Not to mention 90,000. Even achieving 50,000 points would be an arduous task, akin to a fantastical dream for him at present. Even after completing the 100-fold training, an enhanced gravity training with added weight would yield similar results. Of course, given more time, he could accomplish it. Concluding his training and shutting down the gravity system, Tallet exhaled a sigh of relief and commenced his reflections for the day. This is a daily review. Otherwise, cultivation merely enhances brute strength without any growth in one's realm, rendering one incapable of fully mastering their own power. This can be considered as a time when he sought to engage in martial arts training with Sun Wukong, learning from him. Naturally, the pivotal guidance came from Master Roshi. In terms of enhancing his martial arts prowess, Master Roshi provided substantial assistance. Therefore, Tallet would periodically visit Master Roshi to engage in discussions. The knowledge possessed by this martial arts master far exceeds what is commonly acknowledged. It is no wonder that he is destined to grace the stage of the power tournament in the future. He has been making consistent progress. Albeit the initial demands for combat prowess on Earth were not particularly high, limiting his potential. As the narrative of Z unfolded and the era of the vast universe commenced, Master Roshi has been secretly enhancing his strength, although he pales in comparison to the Z fighters, rendering him unable to compete in the grand arena. Times have changed. The older generation has retreated from the annals of history, making way for the youth. It was not until the era of the power tournament, extending into the super timeline, that Master Roshi's circumstances were revealed. In conversing with Tarrot, he sought not only to elevate himself through this engagement, but also harbored genuine admiration for Tarrot. Had Tarrot not possessed such formidable strength, he would have undoubtedly taken him as a disciple. Who wouldn't cherish a gifted prodigy? Who wouldn't appreciate a student who has traversed the path of martial arts to such an extent? Alas, Tarrot showed no inclination toward apprenticeship, addressing him only as Master Wutian. Having solidified his realm, Tarrot emerged from the gravity training chamber. The first sight that met his eyes was Sealer, perched on a swing, awaiting his exit. Her long, shapely legs were strikingly beautiful. Sealer's physique has always been well maintained, and at her age, it is evident that she will undoubtedly possess a stunningly voluptuous figure in the future. Coupled with her exquisite facial features, her beauty needs no further embellishment. Though it is often said that girls change greatly as they grow, Saiyan beauty is practically predetermined from birth. Regardless of gender, barring any significant upheaval, their appearance remains largely stable. Upon witnessing Tarrot conclude his training, Sealer gracefully dismounted from the swing and approached him with a radiant smile. "Tarrot, brother," she greeted, prompting Tarrot to nod instinctively. Her voice was melodious and pleasant to the ears. "Wait for me to freshen up and change before we head to Bowsy Mountain to see Aunt Gine and Kakarot." "Sure. No rush, Tarrot, brother," Sealer replied, leading the way as they conversed. Since Aunt Gine settled at Bowsy Mountain 2 months ago, their interactions have diminished significantly. Tarrot has only visited Bowsy Mountain sporadically to see Gine and Kakarot, at most once or twice a week, totaling fewer than a dozen visits, with frequency waning over time. Tarrot was aware that Sealer frequented the place nearly every day, as the distance was minimal, a matter of mere minutes. His reluctance to visit stemmed from his own plans, with occasional visits motivated by a sense of responsibility and familial affection for Gine. Before he knew it, he returned to his room, took a shower, and donned a refreshing set of casual attire. After bidding farewell to the brief couple in Bulma, Tarrot and Sealer departed from West City en route to Bowsy Mountain. Unlike their previous visit, this time, Tarrot intended to discuss certain matters with Gine. Although immediate action was not required, the time would not be far off. They would leave Earth for Namek. The pivotal moment would be when Brief completed the spacecraft, ensuring it was devoid of issues. As for the pretext, it would undoubtedly revolve around the Dragon Balls. The dragons summoned by Earth's Dragon Balls could not fulfill their wishes, yet the dragon from Namek might. Upon reaching Bowsy Mountain, Tarrot and Sealer descended from the sky. Gine had already received news from Sealer and had prepared a lavish feast in anticipation. Thanks to Gine, Kakarot now enjoyed a life enveloped in maternal love. Moreover, Gohan also benefited from Gine's nurturing. Were it not for Gohan's age, one might jest that Bardock would rise from his grave if he knew. Of course, that was merely a jest. For Gohan, in a sense, he has effectively recognized Gine as a surrogate mother. Upon seeing Gine, Tarrot greeted her cheerfully. It had been nearly a week since Gine last laid eyes on him. And after scrutinizing him from head to toe, she playfully remarked, Off to Namek? Are you certain, Tarrot?" After dinner, as they gathered around the table, Tarrot revealed his intentions, shocking Gine. Nodding slightly, he stated without hesitation, "As I mentioned, the dragon on Earth cannot grant our wishes, but perhaps the one on Namek can. Thus, this journey is imperative. When approximately will this be?" I wish to prepare in advance, Gine responded with straightforward decisiveness. Perhaps it was the mention of Bardock and Raditz that inspired such resolve. As for Kakarot, she had been with him for 2 months, although she would feel reluctant. Her immediate thought was that at least Kakarot would be safe on Earth, under Gohan's watchful care. Hearing Gine's words, Tarrot was not taken aback. He anticipated her instinctive desire to accompany him. In Gine's perspective, while she acknowledged his capabilities and decisions, she still saw him as a child, regardless of strength. As an adult, she remained concerned that Tarrot was still too young to fend for himself. Gently shaking his head, Tarrot asserted, this time, Aunt Gine should remain on Earth to care for Kakarot. Sealer and I will handle it. Besides, with my current combat power, even if the Namekians are not friendly, I am not afraid of danger. Gine was momentarily taken aback, while Sealer exhibited excitement, for Tarrot's departure from Earth would not exclude her. Though he did not plan to bring Gine along, Sealer was more concerned about whether she could stay by Tarrot's side. But was this truly acceptable? You and Sealer are merely 6.5 years old, Gine voiced her concern. Yet she understood Tarrot's meaning. His and Sealer's strength was formidable enough to face the dangers of Namek. However, she felt inadequate, her combat power stagnating at 1500. Having spent the last 2 months caring for Kakarot, hindering her progress, even if she exerted herself to catch up in the coming days. Various worries would impede her significant breakthroughs. Thus, her accompanying them would only be a burden. Observing Tarrot and Sealer, Gine suddenly felt at a loss for words. Since Planet Vegeta's explosion, everything seemed to have transformed. Times have progressed. Previously, she had not perceived the widening gap, but now, in comparison, Tarrot's power had surpassed 10,000, equaling Bardock's, while Sealer's strength was on par with elite warriors. Fear not, Aunt Gine. I shall ensure Sealer's safety, and do you not trust me? I would never undertake an endeavor without confidence. Moreover, let us not forget, we Saiyans are meant to venture into battle from a young age. Even when our combat power was low, we did so. How much more so now? Tarrot confidently reassured her. They were Saiyans. After all, a race known for their fierce warrior spirit. I will not be a burden to you, Tarrot brother. Following Tallet's words, Cellari made her promise. Observing her earnest demeanor, a smile danced in Tallet's eyes, tinged with a hint of affection. Gine and glanced around, ultimately sighing in acquiescence to Tallet's decision. In truth, Tallet had contemplated bringing Cellari along for quite some time. Firstly, Cellari had steadfastly remained by his side, tirelessly striving to catch up to him in her training. Even at great personal cost, simply to earn his regard. How could one overlook a girl so devoted, wholeheartedly devoted to him? At 30 years of age. Encompassing both his past and present, Tallet could hardly be indifferent. He would never intentionally wound her or give rise to feelings of resentment. Moreover, while Gine and might disrupt his future trajectory, Cellari would not. He felt no need to don a facade around her. Just as in the past 2 months, free from Gine and presence, Tallet found himself liberated, able to act without excessive contemplation. This was not a complaint. Rather, it was a recognition that Tallet must mature, and he would eventually take that step. In other words, Gine and had her own path to follow, her own future. Tallet and Cellari had their destinies to forge as well. Secondly, it was to ensure that Cellari would possess greater self-defense capabilities in the future. In their journey to Namek, aside from wishing upon the Dragon Balls, they would undoubtedly need to harness the Elder's abilities to unlock their potential. Bringing Cellari along would also allow for the development of her abilities, at least enhancing her strength. It was inconceivable that Cellari lacked potential. After all, having engaged in gravity training for so long, how could there be no accumulation of strength? Why, then, had they not yet sought the super divine water? This has always been a point of hesitation for Tallet, ultimately leading to the decision to reserve the divine water for future use, at least for the moment. Utilizing the divine water to explore one's own potential seems rather inconsequential, especially considering that if the divine water were employed for development now, allowing the Grand Elder to undertake it subsequently would render the effort superfluous. Having reached an agreement, Tallet and Cellari spent the night at Bowsy Mountain. It was not until the following day that they returned to West City. To facilitate communication with Brief and Bulma, they chose to reside at Brief's home, not the large roundhouse, but rather the cozy little abode Brief had thoughtfully prepared for them. For Brief, this was merely a trifling task. As for the departure, it would not be too early, yet not overly late either. The timeline could range from half a month to a month. The spaceship has been completed to 90%. The final 10% appears somewhat troublesome, yet consists merely of minor issues. Most importantly, once the spaceship is fully constructed, it will require short-distance flight tests to ensure 100% safety. Interestingly, in the original story, Brief constructed the spaceship within a month, along with a gravity training chamber of 100-fold intensity. However, such comparisons are hardly equitable. The span of 20 years has transformed Earth's technological advancements beyond mere words. Moreover, the specifications and models of the spaceship are entirely distinct. As time passed day by day, Tallet and Cellari continued to wait while steadily enhancing their strength through the gravity training chamber. After more than half a month, Both Tallet and Celery experienced a notable improvement in their abilities. However, the most significant advancement was not merely in combat power, but in the innovation of techniques and battle strategies. On this day, the spacecraft was finally completed. Under the guidance of Brief and Bulma, Tallet and Celery engaged in a meticulous exploration of the vessel. Although Tallet had frequently visited during the manufacturing process and listened intently to Brief's introductions, witnessing the finished product before their eyes presented an entirely different concept. This was the site of the Universal Capsule Private Estates Research Facility. A vast expanse of land is owned by the Universal Capsule Group. The Research Institute, already substantial in size, is further complemented by an expansive square that encircles it. Centrally located between the Institute and the Signal Transmission Tower lies what was once the original rocket and satellite launch site of the Universal Capsule Group. In the present day, it has been transformed by Brief into a launch base for spacecraft. Upon closer inspection, the enormous spacecraft far surpasses the medium-sized vessel once owned by Tallet, rendering even the larger spacecraft somewhat inferior. Towering at 10 meters, it is equivalent to a typical three-story building. The interior of the spacecraft is divided into 2 levels, with a diameter nearing 40 meters. In simpler terms, this vessel resembles a mobile super fortress, equipped with everything imaginable. There is nothing it lacks. Under the collaborative vision of Brief and Bulma, although the spacecraft serves merely as a means of cosmic travel, interstellar journeys are inherently different from terrestrial excursions, devoid of scenic views. Moreover, the duration of travel increases with the distance to the destination. To alleviate the monotony of space travel, they conceived the idea of constructing various facilities to occupy their time. The layout is straightforward. The second level features a relaxation area that includes 10 comfortable lounges and various entertainment zones. The first level, apart from the cockpit and the central control chamber, is entirely devoted to 3 gravity training rooms. This is also a requirement of Tallet, ideally. There should be 2 gravity training rooms, each spacious enough to encompass nearly 10 meters. Otherwise, the limited space would significantly diminish the effectiveness of training. It is worth mentioning that these 3 gravity training rooms, under the collaborative transformation of Brief and Bulma, can now initiate a staggering 300 times the limit of gravity. 300 times. Currently, Tallet, at full power, might barely withstand the oppressive force of 100 times gravity. But adapting to such conditions is not achievable in a brief period. The challenge of 100 times gravity is formidable, and 300 times is a level he dares not approach. I recall a scene from the original animation where Yamcha, during a period when his battle power ranged from tens of thousands to over 100,000, took on the challenge of 300 times gravity while Vegeta was resting, nearly losing his life in the process. Indeed, Yamcha's strength at that time was not particularly formidable, but it was significantly greater than Tallet's current capabilities. Prepare yourselves. We are about to commence our first test. The initial target planet is Mars, followed by Venus and Mercury, until we survey the Sun's proximity and assess the heat resistance level of the spacecraft. Finally, we will conduct tests for gravitational escape. After completing this series of operations, we shall return to Earth. At Brief's prompting, Tallet, Celery, and Bulma secured their seatbelts in their respective positions. Once the spacecraft systems were activated, it slowly began to levitate. The speed was not swift. This was merely the preparation for the ascent. After several self-checks of all the spacecraft's equipment, in just a few seconds, the enormous vessel soared into the sky, breaking through Earth's atmosphere and reaching the near-Earth space beyond. The velocity of this movement has undeniably surpassed that of Frieza's fleet. Although its stability does not quite match that of Frieza's vessels, this is merely the initial testing phase, and I am confident that Brief will promptly rectify any minor issues that arise. The short-range space travels, from Earth to Mars, and from Mars to Jupiter, are indeed ambitious. Jupiter? Indeed. Bulma is eager to witness the wonders of Jupiter. Thus, she has temporarily added this destination to the itinerary, which serves as an excellent opportunity to test whether the spacecraft system can handle unexpected changes in target. It turns out, there are no issues. The intelligence system is even more advanced than that of Tallet's ship. From Jupiter to Venus, and then to Mercury, they finally arrived at a position not far from the Sun, testing the spacecraft's heat resistance and its capability to withstand gravitational forces. Once the test concluded, Brief acquired the desired data, and the group returned to Earth, landing smoothly. In summary, this spacecraft, a product of an era-defining creation, possesses an unparalleled level of technology for its time. While some aspects may still be in their infancy, Brief and Bulma are already engaged in discussions to refine it further. It is anticipated that with Tallet's cooperation for 2 more space voyages to conduct various tests, solutions will be found. Time passes swiftly. Another 2 weeks have elapsed. After a total of more than a month, the spacecraft has been thoroughly perfected. Tallet and Celery are well prepared to set off for Namek. As for determining the coordinates of Namek, Tallet's Frieza fleet vessel possesses a star chart, perfectly compensating for the Earth's inhabitants' lack of cosmic knowledge. Based on calculations, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the journey should take no more than a week. I shall refrain from elaborating further. The spacecraft is equipped with real-time communication capabilities, And your combat power detectors have been enhanced by me, ensuring we can maintain contact and ascertain your safety, Brief stated. His words resonated with Tallet and Celery, who nodded in unison. After all, having resided here for such an extended period, it is impossible to be devoid of feelings. Why can't I go? Bulma pouted, a hint of frustration evident. She had initially thought that since her sister was embarking on a cosmic journey, her assistance in creating the new spacecraft would allow her to join as well. Yet, it turned out to be akin to having crafted the Dragon Ball radar without being included in the search for the Dragon Balls. Bulma, you must remain at home. Your brother Tallet and the others are on a mission, and bringing you along would be rather inconvenient, Genie reassured. In her eyes, it was only natural to bid farewell to two children who had grown up together, and she could not help but see them off. Please be cautious. If circumstances become dire, return to Earth promptly. Aunt Genie does not wish for you to undertake any perilous ventures. After bidding farewell to Tallet and Celery, Genie embraced them both. As they departed, myriad thoughts filled the air. Indeed, there was much to convey. Yet in the end, it all distilled into a singular expression of heartfelt concern. Upon boarding the spacecraft, Tallet and Celery entered the cockpit to initiate the systems. Tallet felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. Previously, on Planet Vegeta, he had always pondered how to leave for Earth. After arriving on Earth, he sought to enhance his strength swiftly so he could journey to Namek. It wasn't until the spacecraft entered a stable state of superspeed travel that Tallet and Celery exhaled in relief, unfastening their seatbelts. The voyage to Namek would take 7 days. 1 day longer than the original Goku's journey. Of course, the exact duration would depend on the spacecraft's condition and the circumstances encountered in space. For instance, when Tallet and his companions departed from planet Ayun to Earth, they should have arrived at a slower pace, yet due to favorable conditions, the navigation system automatically recalibrated to the fastest route, thereby reducing travel time. Tallet, are you already beginning your training so soon? As the spacecraft stabilized, Tallet shed his outer jacket and donned lighter, more agile attire. Strengthening oneself is not an endeavor to be accomplished in a day or two. Our continuous improvement stems from our relentless dedication to training. Moreover, we halted our training to test the spacecraft. If we squander the next 7 days on mere rest, we may find ourselves unable to unleash even 70 to 80% of our potential upon reaching Namek. Tallet conveyed to Celery, eager to set an example. If he were to succumb to laziness, the prospect of growth would diminish, leading to a life devoid of purpose. Since arriving in this world all those years ago, Tallet has never envisioned returning to an ordinary existence. His path must inevitably lead towards greater strength. Very well, I shall train as well. Striving to adapt swiftly to the 50-fold gravity, Celery nodded in agreement. Motivated by Tallet's enthusiasm, she appeared eager to commence. Observing Celery's spirited demeanor, Tallet was suddenly reminded of the female Saiyan from Universe 6. It must be said that Celery's personality bears a striking resemblance to Caulifla's. While it is crucial not to waste all time on rest, training must also adhere to a gradual approach. If necessary, time can be utilized for slow accumulation. In addition to physical training, mastering ki cannot be neglected. Tallet pondered for a moment and then cautioned Celery. To be candid, Celery is quite reckless, and he feared she might attempt to bear excessive gravity all at once, endangering her life. Such occurrences are not without precedent. At that time, it was fortunate that he sensed a sudden drop in the aura of Sairari and hurriedly rushed over to deactivate the gravity device. Otherwise, Sairari would have met with a fatal end. A gravity level of 100 times is lethal for Sairari, and with a combat power of merely 3,000 points. How could he possibly endure it? Tallet, after enduring nearly a month of rigorous training, could only barely adjust the gravity to 80 times. This is primarily due to the fact that his own strength has surpassed 12,000 points, which poses no significant issues. Nowadays, the maximum gravitational value of the gravity device can be elevated to an astonishing 300 times. Should Celery act recklessly, sustaining merely severe injuries could be remedied with the use of the magical beans. However, if such recklessness were to lead to a fatality, even though the Dragon Balls may grant resurrection, one death is no trivial matter. I understand, dear brother Tallet. Celery's response was rather dismissive, yet that is simply her nature. Tallet harbors faith that she will not act irresponsibly. In any case, faith must be accompanied by clear agreements. Thus, the journey from Earth to Namek officially commenced. For Tallet and Celery, it was merely a passage through time spent in training. Even during moments of rest, they refrained from indulging excessively in the earthly amusements. Despite the aid of the magical beans, human energy remains finite, and mental exhaustion cannot be replenished by beans alone. Aside from sleep, only slumber can restore vitality. In the blink of an eye, nearly 7 days passed. Within the 27th main star system of the Lyra constellation, a spacecraft, trailing a long tail, traversed the cosmos. As it entered the target star region, the spacecraft gradually reduced its speed until it finally came to a halt upon reaching the fourth planet of the star system. The spacecraft undoubtedly belonged to Tallet and Celery. Upon the vessel's arrival, they stood within the holographic projection area, gazing down at the immense emerald-hued planet below. Encircling this magnificent orb were 3 radiant stars, casting their brilliant light upon it. It was precisely due to these three colossal suns that the vast jade planet was perpetually illuminated, devoid of night, existing only in a state of perpetual daylight. Is this the famed Meek star? It dwarfs Earth by several magnitudes. Cellari was the first to express her astonishment. Her eager demeanor revealed her intense desire to set foot upon the planet. Clearly, even within such an expansive spacecraft, one could not escape a sense of monotony. According to the information available, Meek star, continuously bathed in the glow of its three luminous suns, not only lacked night but was also entirely dissimilar to ordinary planets. The hue we observed from space was merely a fade. The internal landscape of the planet may not align with the vista our eyes currently beheld, Tallet remarked. A portion of this text consists of descriptions of the Namek planet from star charts, while another part reflects Tallet's understanding of the Namek planet from his previous life. In a certain sense, it is precisely due to the illumination from three suns that the species on this planet are markedly distinct from life on ordinary planets. The survival of the Namekians in such an environment is entirely attributed to the unique nature of their existence. According to the original text, Namekians can thrive merely through the process of photosynthesis. To elaborate, as long as they consume water, they can utilize photosynthesis to produce starch, thereby fulfilling their physiological needs. They may be regarded as plant-like beings, yet Namekians are oviparous. As Tallet gazed upon the Namek planet before him, memories surged within his mind. Arriving on Namek 20 years prior to the events of the original text, he pondered what the Namekians of this era might be like. He recalled that the Namekians had experienced several generations of prosperity and decline. The technology of the Namekians in bygone eras was exceptionally advanced. However, the flourishing of technology led to severe pollution, and after the destruction of the carbon dioxide protective layer, cosmic radiation rendered Namek a lifeless world. At that time, the Namekian population faced near extinction. Fortunately, their space travel technology was sufficiently advanced, allowing a handful of Namekians to survive on other planets through arduous times. Eventually, the surviving Namekians returned to their planet, vowing to rectify past mistakes by abandoning technological advancement and cultivating vast quantities of greenery to restore the carbon dioxide barrier. Tallet, are you all right? You seem to have something on your mind, Cellari remarked, shifting her attention to Tallet. Upon hearing her inquiry, Tallet was momentarily taken aback, realizing he had once again fallen into contemplation of the original text-S information. It's nothing, merely a reflection on how a planet like this should, in theory, be devoid of life, he said, shaking his head slightly before turning towards the pilot's seat. Cellari, upon hearing this, did not delve deeper into the matter. Following Tallet to take her seat. Fasten your seatbelt. We are about to descend onto Namek, Tallet reminded her, prompting Cellari to buckle her safety belt and nod in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, on Namek, within the dwelling of the Great Elder residing on the planet's largest island, the aged elder stirred from his slumber, seemingly sensing something amiss. His expression grave. Laga, he called out. Mere seconds after his utterance, Laga, who had been stationed at the entrance, hurriedly entered the room and stood before the Great Elder. Great Elder, do you have any instructions for me? Laga inquired respectfully, bowing slightly. Despite the apparent disparity in their status, he was the Great Elder's son and the strongest warrior among the Namekians of this era. Laga, there is a matter that requires your attention. 2 visitors from beyond our world have arrived on Namek, and I need you to bring them here, the Great Elder commanded, his voice imbued with a weighty seriousness. Compared to the Great Elder in the original narrative, this version appeared similarly aged but lacked the frailty depicted previously. He spoke with vigor. 20 years is not a long span for Namekians, yet for a life nearing its end, it is not insignificant. Visitors from another world? Aliens? Laga expressed surprise. He wished to inquire further but was met with the Great Elder's stern demeanor. Do not worry, they are not foes. Go and escort them here, the Elder instructed. Understood. I shall comply immediately, Laga replied, suppressing his curiosity as he exited the Elder's quarters and soared into the heavens with astonishing speed, propelled by an incredible force. Racing thousands of miles away. At that moment, Tallet and Cellari successfully navigated their spacecraft through Namek's atmosphere, locking onto a vast, flat island. As the vessel landed, the hatch opened swiftly, allowing Tallet and Cellari to step out and breathe in the air of Namek. This is the true terrain of Namek. The air is quite refreshing, Cellari remarked. Observing from space, the planet appeared emerald green, yet the land itself was not genuinely verdant. Instead, the sky seemed to be shrouded in a greenish veil. Aligning closely with Tallet's expectations, as they surveyed the surroundings, the landscape revealed a series of circular islands with land masses disconnected from one another, resembling a fragmented terrain filled with water. Despite the scarcity of flora and fauna, the scenery was rather pleasing. Present-day Namek mirrored the images Tallet had retained from the original text, indicating that, despite the passage of 20 years, the planet's environment had not significantly improved. Indeed, 20 years may be a lengthy duration for ordinary life forms, yet for the natural world, it is but a fleeting moment. Suddenly, a formidable presence emerged in their senses, prompting both Tallet and Cellari to heighten their vigilance. A powerful entity approaches. It has detected our presence, Tallet remarked, his expression shifting as he gazed towards the distant sky. The overwhelming aura enveloped them, leaving Tallet gasping in astonishment. Judging by the intensity of the energy, its combat power must exceed 40,000 points, according to his knowledge. The only Namekian with such formidable strength in the original narrative was the Great Elder's guardian, Neru. However, had Neru been born yet? The current year was merely 738 in the Age of the Dragon. Neru should not come into existence until 744. Tallet, are Namekians truly this powerful? Celery, sensing the approaching force, paled in response. The shock was inevitable, the disparity was too great. This level of aura was an unprecedented experience for Celery. A combat power surpassing 10,000 left her utterly astounded. Do not fear, remain calm, Tallet reassured her. She had once believed that her current combat power of 14,000 would suffice to face the warriors of Namek without trepidation. However, her plans had been entirely upended, revealing her underestimation of the Namekians and exposing a gap in her understanding. As the two exchanged glances, a streak of light materialized from the horizon, approaching with astonishing speed, culminating in the arrival of a robust Namekian who landed on the ground. An overwhelming sense of dread washed over them. Not only did Celery find herself paralyzed, but even Tallet furrowed his brow, feeling a chill run down his spine. The disparity was immense. The combat power detector in front of them emitted a series of alarming warnings, swiftly calculating and displaying the combat power index before their eyes. 55,000. This formidable combat power surpasses the future Neru's 42,000 points from the original work by an astonishing 13,000 points. Who is he? His existence is not mentioned in the original narrative. Could it be you? Visitors from another planet. Rhaegar's gaze swept over Tallet and Celery, a flicker of surprise igniting in his eyes. He had not anticipated that the visitors to Namek would be two young children. Tallet, brother, the battle power is 55,000. Celery's internal dread magnified, reaching unprecedented heights at this moment. Tallet was acutely aware of Celery's mental turmoil, for he too harbored a sense of trepidation. Should this Namekian decide to strike, both he and Celery would meet their end, utterly defenseless against such an onslaught. Clutching Celery's hand, Tallet forced himself to remain composed, regulating his breath. The Namekian race is known for their amicable nature, at least in the era depicted in the original work. There was no room for error in his understanding. Coupled with the visitor's words, Tallet believed this individual would not harm them. Otherwise, he would not have referred to them as guests from another world. Tallet was taken aback, despite the absence of concealed energy. The ability to constantly sense the arrival of extraterrestrial visitors globally seemed utterly implausible. Yet, the Namekian's statements clearly indicated prior awareness of their arrival. Could it be that the Grand Elder of Namek had foreseen their coming and arranged for him to greet them? This notion seemed utterly absurd. Tallet pondered silently. Receiving no reply, Rhaegar could distinctly sense the tension and caution emanating from Tallet and Celery. Realizing that only two extraterrestrial children had arrived, whose strength was far inferior to his own, Rhaegar ceased to exude the overwhelming power he had previously displayed. Once he reined in his aura, he spoke again. I sincerely apologize for startling you, esteemed guest from another world. I am a Namekian, and you may call me Rhaegar. Welcome to the planet Namek. As his words settled, Rhaegar revealed a friendly smile, no longer appearing as intimidating as before. Tallet and Celery exchanged glances before inquiring, how did you know we had arrived on Namek? Without hesitation, Rhaegar responded, as you approached the planet Namek, our Grand Elder sensed your presence and knew of your arrival, hence arranging for me to guide you. Internally deeming this scenario absurd, Tallet's mind began to race. At the very least, it was certain that they were not in immediate danger. With this alleviation of concern, the sense of panic within Tallet and Celery gradually subsided. While a trace of vigilance lingered, it seemed rather futile. The disparity in power was so vast that pretense was unnecessary, even if Rhaegar harbored ulterior motives. In light of such a significant power gap, maintaining 100 layers of caution would prove futile. Yet, the existence of such a powerful Namekian was an unexpected twist, as he had not appeared in the original narrative. Greetings, Rhaegar. My name is Tallet, and this is my companion, Celery. He introduced himself and Celery sincerely, aiming to facilitate smoother communication moving forward. We have come to the planet Namek to seek your assistance in making a wish using your Dragon Balls. Rhaegar nodded in understanding, his reaction devoid of surprise. After all, the only allure that could draw outsiders to Namek was indeed the Dragon Balls. The origins of this news remain a mystery, with no clear source of its dissemination from years past. Despite the passage of time, some still possess knowledge of it. Since you have arrived on Namek, as long as your intentions are not malevolent, you shall be regarded as guests of the Namekian people. As for the matter of borrowing the Dragon Balls, I am not in a position to decide. That responsibility lies with the Elder once you meet him. As he spoke, Rhaegar took to the skies once more, gesturing for Tallet and Celery to follow. Prompted by Tallet, Celery swiftly transformed their spacecraft into a multifunctional capsule, and together they pursued Rhaegar towards the Elder's location. As Rhaegar mentioned, only the Elder has the authority to permit the Dragon Balls to be lent to outsiders. In truth, even they had refrained from using them over the years. Under Rhaegar's guidance, Tallet and Celery navigated smoothly through the terrain. Even without Rhaegar's assistance, it was unlikely they would encounter conflict with the Namekians. However, they would still need to clarify their origins and intentions. With Rhaegar present, all potential troubles seemed to dissipate. Tallet gleaned from Rhaegar's interactions with the other Namekians that he was indeed a distinguished figure among them, akin to the esteemed Neru of later times. Serving as the Elder's personal guard, guided by Rhaegar, Tallet and Celery arrived at the Elder's sanctum, where they beheld the Elder in all his grandeur. The Elder, towering like a small mountain, left Celery in awe, his mouth agape in astonishment at the sheer size that set him apart from other Namekians. Tallet, however, was not taken aback, as the sight aligned closely with his previous impressions. The sole distinction from the original narrative lay in the Elder's demeanor. What truly astounded Tallet was the profound depth of the Elder's energy signature when he probed with his senses. While it was impossible to ascertain the Elder's strength at his peak, the intensity of the energy he currently sensed suggested a formidable power level of at least tens of thousands. If one were to embrace various possibilities and expand their imagination, it would not be far-fetched to speculate that the Elder's might at his zenith could easily reach 1 million or even tens of millions. Greetings, and welcome to Namek. Dear children from beyond the stars, the Elder warmly addressed Tallet and Celery. As soon as the words were spoken, both Tallet and Celery's expressions subtly shifted. Being regarded as mere children was certainly displeasing, yet they were indeed youthful in spirit. Moreover, even if they were a century old, in the eyes of the Grand Elder, they would still be perceived as children. After all, the Grand Elder's age could be measured in the thousands. Greetings, esteemed Grand Elder of Namek. Tallet interjected, curbing Celery's potentially eruptive emotions. Since you are aware of our arrival, you must also have surmised our purpose for coming. I have a general understanding of your intentions, however. My foresight does not grant me complete clarity. Therefore, might I inquire if you could provide me with answers? The Grand Elder continued, additionally, I have detected traces of wish energy upon you, indicating that you have utilized the Dragon Balls. The Grand Elder spoke all at once, revealing the questions that lingered in his heart. The ability to discern that Tallet had made a wish, particularly one that affected him directly, underscored the profound depth of the Grand Elder's mastery. Indeed, I have made a wish upon the Dragon Balls. During my time on Earth, I encountered a Namekian and located the Dragon Balls there. At his request, I journeyed to Namek, agreeing to assist him in meeting his compatriots from his homeland. As he spoke, Tallet swiftly retrieved a capsule from his bag, extracting the virtual video communicator contained within capsule number 1. The Grand Elder observed in silence, refraining from interruption. Nearby, Rhaegar tensed momentarily but fell quiet once the Grand Elder signaled for him to remain still, maintaining his watchful stance as the protector of the Elder's safety. As Tallet operated the device, memories of the events leading to this moment flooded back. Remarkably, had he not experienced it firsthand, he would never have contemplated interstellar communication. Over a month ago, the Supreme Kai, Piccolo, had reached out, seeking assistance from him and Brith. Thus, the series of events unfolded. Tallet was not devoid of empathy. Although the Supreme Kai had not rendered him extensive aid, he had nonetheless played a beneficial role. Thus, he was willing to assist with this minor matter. Placing the interstellar video communicator on the ground, Tallet swiftly activated it. Recalling the operational procedure, after a flurry of adjustments, far away on Earth, the Supreme Kai, Piccolo, approached the video communicator promptly at Bobo's behest. In recent days, he and Bobo have been eagerly awaiting news from Tallet. Now that the message has arrived, Bobo is filled with joy for the deity, Bick, who is overwhelmed with emotion, tears brimming in his eyes. Although he cannot return to his homeland, the moment has finally come for him to behold the faces of his kin and the world he once knew. Through the marvels of virtual video communication, the visage and demeanor of the Grand Elder and deity Bick are captured and projected onto their respective devices. Thus, two Namekians, separated by unimaginable light years, are able to face one another. It feels as though they are in each other's presence, the only barrier being the inability to physically touch. The atmosphere grows delicate. Tallet and Sealer remain silent, while Rhaegar, though astonished, also keeps his lips sealed. Gazing upon deity Bick, he experiences a sensation that is both familiar and alien, ineffable in nature. So it is, you are the child sent to Earth during that great catastrophe. Your father must be Kadaj, even in age. He bears an uncanny resemblance to you. I am the Grand Elder of Namek, my child. Despite the vast distance that separates us, I have always felt that there are still brethren surviving on the distant side. The Grand Elder speaks with a benevolent tone. It seems that upon encountering deity Bick, a knot within him has been untied, rejuvenating his spirit. Grand Elder, you may call me Bick. It is truly a pleasure to meet you. The deity Bick respectfully bows in homage from afar on Earth. At this moment, he no longer assumed the identity of a deity but rather that of Piccolo, the Namekian. Subsequently, the two engaged in a dialogue. Their conversation revolved around shared memories. The deity Piccolo sought to delve deeper into the history and present circumstances of the Namekians. The Grand Elder, in turn, was eager to learn about Piccolo's experiences on Earth. Upon discovering that Piccolo had ascended to the status of a deity on Earth, the Grand Elder felt a profound sense of pride, reassuring him to remain on Earth. Despite the vast distance separating them, a deep mental connection had already formed between them. This is the remarkable strength of the Namekians. The interstellar dialogue persisted for nearly a quarter of an hour. During this exchange, the Grand Elder learned from the deity Piccolo the purpose of Tallet and Celery's arrival. They sought to find their family, hoping to utilize the wish-granting dragon of planet Namek to reunite with their long-lost kin. As the interstellar video communicator was turned off, a brief silence enveloped the atmosphere, after which the Grand Elder's gaze returned to Tallet and Celery. Concerning the Dragon Balls, I shall contact the elders of each village and request that they bring forth the Dragon Balls they safeguard. However, I cannot guarantee that your wishes will be fulfilled. The Grand Elder spoke once more. His willingness to provide the Dragon Balls was likely a gesture of gratitude towards Tallet for helping him resolve his inner turmoil, allowing him to reunite with Piccolo. Despite having anticipated the ease of acquiring the Dragon Balls, Tallet was still taken aback by the turn of events. Thank you, Grand Elder. I am grateful for your generosity, Tallet said, his thoughts shifting momentarily before he inquired. By the way, Grand Elder, with your remarkable abilities, I wonder if there exists one that could assist me? Do not feel constrained. If I can be of help, I shall not refuse. The Grand Elder replied with a gentle smile. In that case, I shall speak candidly. May I inquire if you possess the ability to unlock human potential? If so, could you assist me and Celery in developing our latent abilities? Tallet asked, framing his request in a tentative manner, avoiding any direct assertion of prior knowledge. After all, such an ability had only appeared in the original narrative. Who could truly know? Upon hearing Tallet's words, a flicker of surprise crossed the Grand Elder's eyes. He had not anticipated that the Saiyan child possessed such a nimble mind. His thoughts were meticulous and measured, devoid of any sense of coercion. Yet they compelled the Grand Elder to reconsider the notion of deception or refusal. Such a remarkable ability to communicate is hardly reminiscent of the utterances one would expect from a mere child. Perhaps this child is destined to become the savior of our mech star in the future. For the Elder, cultivating benevolent relationships during his remaining days is of utmost importance. Should Mechstar face an insurmountable crisis, he could seek assistance from others to navigate through the turmoil. The foresight granted to the Elder reveals glimpses of the future for the Mechstar people, although it is but a fragment. He is acutely aware that great calamity is not far off. I can perceive that within each of you lies immense potential, and I possess the ability to unlock that potential. Regrettably, given my current state, I can only harness a fraction of my capabilities, merely 2 or 3/10, perhaps insufficient to effect significant improvement for you. As the Elder spoke, he disclosed the unfortunate nature of his condition. Upon hearing this, Tallet responded nonchalantly, "It matters not, as long as it does not adversely affect your lifespan. A slight enhancement of our potential would suffice. If that is the case, I shall endeavor to assist you." The Elder raised his hand, gesturing for Tallet to approach his side. Sirari observed from the side, uncertain of Tallet's intentions and feeling a twinge of concern. On the other hand, Rhaegar felt a weight in his heart. He was well aware of the Elder's condition. While utilizing his abilities might not impact his lifespan, it would undoubtedly exacerbate his state. However, before he could intervene, the Elder preemptively severed their connection through telepathy. As the Elder's large hand rested upon Tallet's head, an extraordinary sensation surged within him. It was a refreshing and comforting wave, as if his entire being was being liberated. Tallet felt as though a lock was being undone within him, the constraints that had previously bound him dissipating, as energy flowed forth like a tangible flame, roaring with intensity. Moments later, Tallet sensed a terrifying power surging uncontrollably within him, a relentless eruption that continued to escalate. His body was undergoing a transformation, and his soul was being nourished. This feeling was truly ineffable. Combat power, 22,000 points. 45,000 points. Tallet, your combat power has reached 45,000 points. Sirari exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment at the readings displayed on the combat power detector. This is simply astonishing. Furthermore, among the Saiyan race, no individual has ever attained a battle power of 45,000. Boom. Accompanied by an overwhelming tempest of energy. It was unleashed from Tallet at its epicenter. The nearest and weakest, Celery, was forcefully driven back to the corner by this terrifying force, her beautiful eyes flashing with profound astonishment. This surge of energy is overwhelmingly powerful. Indeed, it can now be compared to that of Rhaegar. Even Rhaegar, the Elder's guardian, is astonished by the might emanating from Tallet. In comparison, he is not far behind. Tallet's energy continues to swell, seemingly boundless, until the Elder finally relinquishes his control, ceasing the ascension. Is this the power I now possess? Extraordinary. I feel as though I could defeat 100 versions of my former self. As Tallet revels in the ceaseless surge of strength coursing through him, he realizes that he has increased his abilities severalfold. During the nearly 7 days of interstellar travel, he had adapted to a gravity training regimen of 100 times Earth's gravity, which had only elevated his combat power to just over 14,000. Yet now, after the Elder's enhancement of his potential, it has surged beyond 3 times that. Such an enhancement is truly terrifying. Just as Tallet was overcome with excitement from the surge of power, the voice of the Grand Elder interrupted his thoughts. Your potential is unfathomable, if fully realized. Your strength could multiply exponentially. However, my abilities are limited, preventing me from further unlocking it. Moreover, considering your youth, overexerting your potential could significantly impact your future. And it may even lead to your body being unable to withstand the power. Upon hearing the Grand Elder's admonition, Tallet's thoughts returned to clarity. He understood the Elder's intention and surmised that the Elder had deliberately chosen not to push further. Nevertheless, Tallet respectfully bowed to the Grand Elder in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Grand Elder." The Grand Elder replied calmly, nodding before shifting his gaze towards Celery. "It is your turn now, child, come forward." Celery hesitated briefly, but upon seeing Tallet nod, she trotted over eagerly, her worries dissipating. Tallet had already set the precedent, and his combat power had soared to 45,000 points. Buzz. As the potential unlocking proceeded, excitement radiated from Celery's face. An indescribable sensation spread from the crown of her head throughout her entire being, and she could distinctly feel her body undergoing continuous transformation. A torrent of energy surged forth from within her, akin to an erupting volcano, seemingly originating from nowhere, yet undeniably her own power. The sensation of this explosive surge of power allowed her to experience the exhilarating thrill akin to that which Tarrot felt upon his own ascension. As the potential development reached a certain pinnacle, the Grand Elder paused. Similar to the assistance provided to Tarrot in unlocking his potential, the Grand Elder, taking into account the future of Celery, had numerous considerations and thus only partially unlocked her latent abilities. "This is the power I possess now. It is almost unbelievable that I too can attain such formidable strength." Celery gasped in awe, feeling the ceaseless torrent of energy within her, now imbued with the sensation that a mere flick of her wrist could obliterate a planet. This feeling is unprecedented, leaving even her astonished as if she were dreaming. "Tarrot, please help me check my current combat power," Celery asked with palpable eagerness. In truth, she could easily measure it herself, however. Having acquired a combat power detector through potential development, she was now wholly intent on showcasing her abilities. Tarrot donned the combat power detector and activated the measurement button to assess Celery's combat prowess. A series of crisp beeps echoed, and the mirror displayed Celery's current combat power value. It had surged from 3,800 points to an impressive 10,500 points. "You've surpassed 10,000. Remarkable, Celery. Your combat power now stands at 10,500 points. I recall that Bardock's combat power upon returning from his mission was roughly this figure." Tarrot congratulated her. The sensation of this achievement felt entirely distinct from her previous experiences. However, it must be noted that despite the impressive numerical value, Celery's actual strength could not yet manifest at such a level. Rigorous training was imperative for her to adapt and stabilize her newfound power, lest it diminish swiftly. The same applied to Tarrot. What they truly needed at this moment was combat. "Really? I've broken the 10,000 mark." Celery's heart swelled with joy, rendering her almost incoherent. It dawned on her why Tarrot had persistently advocated for training, encouraging her to do the same. It was all for this moment. The Grand Elder, witnessing her excitement, chose not to interrupt and remained silent until both Tarrot and Celery had fully composed themselves. He then remarked, after such an enhancement in strength, "Maintaining your true self so swiftly will undoubtedly lead to even greater accomplishments in the future." Upon hearing this, Tarrot expressed his gratitude once more to the Grand Elder. However, his gaze soon shifted to Rhaegar. Following his potential development, Rhaegar's combat power had reached an impressive 45,000 points. For Tarrot, Rhaegar, with a combat power of 55,000 points, represented an excellent opponent. Despite the disparity of 1,000 points in their combat power, it was possible that Rhaegar had yet to reveal his full strength. Nevertheless, the Saiyans' inherent combative nature compelled Tarrot to engage in a duel with Rhaegar, both to familiarize himself with his current strength and to gauge where he truly stood. Rhaegar, noticing Tarrot's eager eyes filled with a longing for battle, felt the intensity of the moment. However, he could neither respond nor act on a whim. Should they engage in combat, it would require the Grand Elder's permission. "The Dragon Balls will take some time to arrive, so during this interval, you may step outside and spar, but keep it light," the Grand Elder announced suddenly. He was acutely aware of the shift in atmosphere, since Tarrot wished to duel Rhaegar, and Rhaegar was inclined as well. It seemed fitting to allow it. "Yes, Grand Elder," Rhaegar replied, his excitement evident though he maintained a composed exterior. Tarrot's face lit up with joy upon hearing this. As the two prepared to spar, Celery's earlier excitement faded, replaced by a hint of concern. After all, even with their enhanced potential, Tarrot's combat power still lagged behind Rhaegar's by 1,000 points. Yet, she could not intervene, she could only follow them. The Grand Elder also rose, ready to join them outdoors. His enormous form moved with the gravitas of a small mountain, creating a striking visual impact. Compared to the Grand Elder of the original tale, this version had not yet weakened to the point of being unable to walk. Once outside, Tarrot instructed Celery to stay by the Grand Elder's side to ensure his safety. In the heat of battle, without anyone to protect him, the Grand Elder could easily be harmed. Such occurrences, once they transpire, are certainly unwelcome to all. With Tallet's arrangement in place, Rhaegar felt no further apprehensions. The two made their way to a distant island, maintaining a certain distance between them. During the preparatory phase, Tallet engaged in warm-up exercises, flexing his limbs. Rhaegar found this rather peculiar, yet chose to dismiss it without comment, acknowledging that each species possesses its own idiosyncrasies. Please enlighten me, he stated. As Tallet assumed a combat stance, fully prepared for the ensuing confrontation. This battle holds profound significance for him. This marks his first confrontation with an outsider since his journey commenced and his training began. Moreover, his opponent is the formidable Namekian, Rhaegar, possessing a staggering combat power of 55,000. Now that he is prepared, let the assault commence. Indeed, your strength has significantly increased following the awakening of your potential. Yet in comparison to mine, you still fall considerably short. Rhaegar assumed a battle stance, his expression remarkably calm, granting Tallet the opportunity to initiate the attack. It has been quite some time since he engaged in a serious battle, though the battle was meant to be restrained. The elder was nonetheless eager to discover just how formidable Tallet had become after unlocking his potential. His only disappointment lay in the fact that Tallet was still a child. If he were to truly engage, he would have to worry about a myriad of concerns. At that moment, he remained blissfully unaware of the fact that he had underestimated Tallet. Very well, I shall not hold back. In the face of Rhaegar's disdain, Tallet remained unfazed, acknowledging the significant disparity in their strengths. With a slight shift in his gaze, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he channeled his energy into his legs, shattering the ground beneath him. In an instant, he surged forward, launching an assault on Rhaegar. In the blink of an eye, he had closed the distance, unleashing a punch imbued with all his strength, aimed directly at Rhaegar's face. Rhaegar, having discerned Tallet's trajectory and technique, raised his hand to block the extraordinarily powerful strike. A resounding explosion echoed as the impact resonated. The terrifying force caused the entire island to tremble, and the nearby waters surged with frothy waves. However, such a level of fist was insufficient to shake Rhaegar. Upon sensing the eruption of Tallet's power, a flicker of astonishment passed through Rhaegar's eyes. Even after the elder's potential had been unlocked, Tallet's diminutive frame could unleash such a formidable level of strength, which was truly astounding. Having failed to land a blow, Tallet chuckled and exerted himself once more. A swirling aura of pure white energy enveloped him as he launched another assault on Rhaegar. With a series of resounding impacts, Tallet relentlessly attacked, his powerful strikes fierce and unyielding, showing no signs of restraint. The disparity in strength, coupled with the difference in size, rendered any concession pointless. This extraordinary combat technique left Rhaegar astounded. To put it simply, it is truly astonishing that such a fighting style could be executed by a mere child. Tallet's assaults were fierce, and Rhaegar's defense was equally impenetrable, regardless of the angle from which Tallet launched his attack or the nature of his offensive maneuvers. Rhaegar was able to respond with timely defenses, effectively parrying Tallet's strikes. As the great elder had proclaimed, he was indeed the only combat-oriented Namekian on Namek. And such prowess was undeniably impressive. Tallet felt a surge of shock within, coupled with an exhilarating rush of adrenaline. Such feelings are rarely experienced in the past. They would only surface gradually, yet now they emerge even in the warm-up matches. Tallet has shifted his strategy. If close combat cannot penetrate Rhaegar's defenses, then a different approach must be employed. Suddenly, he leaps into the air, his legs coiling with power, and with a powerful thrust. There is a resounding bang. Though the force of this strike was formidable, it was, as expected, deftly blocked by Rhaegar. However, the doubled strength caused Rhaegar to stagger back slightly. Taking advantage of Rhaegar as a springboard, Tallet created some distance between them. Seizing the opportunity, Tallet clenched his right hand, allowing waves of energy to swirl within his palm, coiling like a cyclone, transforming into a spiraling energy sphere. The spiraling energy sphere. With a single hand, Tallet cast it forth. And in the moment it broke free from his control, it surged forth with a terrifying velocity, hurtling directly towards Rhaegar. As he observed the approaching sphere, Rhaegar's keen battle instincts detected an unusual trajectory. He condensed an energy sphere of equal mass and swiftly hurled it forth. Boom! The moment the two energy spheres collided, a stunning spectacle unfolded. Rhaegar's energy sphere was utterly shattered by Tallet's spiraling projectile. Thus, it became clear, what a remarkable technique. A realization dawned upon Rhaegar. In just a fleeting encounter, he had discerned the potency of Tallet's move. In the next instant, he unleashed a fraction of his strength, channeling energy into his right hand, transforming it into a blade that cleaved downward, directly bisecting the approaching spiraling sphere. As the spiraling sphere was severed, no explosion occurred. Instead, it emitted a dazzling, peculiar radiance, fracturing into starlight. While Tallet stood astonished, his mind raced to comprehend the occurrence. Undoubtedly, in that instant of division, Rhaegar's power had dismantled the spiraling sphere. As the strongest Namekian of this era, such a display was truly extraordinary. How powerful! Not only Tallet, but Rhaegar was astonishingly strong. Surrounded by the elder, Salarian was rendered speechless by witnessing such a caliber of combat. The elder nodded slightly and remarked, "This is merely the beginning. They're only utilizing a tenth of their power in this exchange. Only a tenth, and yet so formidable?" Salarian was even more astounded. On the island, the atmospheric pressure grew increasingly oppressive due to the fluctuations of their energies. Neither Rhaegar nor Tallet made a move, instead facing each other in a tense standoff, their sharp gazes scrutinizing one another, reassessing their opponent. To possess a unique fighting style and special techniques at such a young age, truly, you are a combat genius. After a considerable pause, Rhaegar finally spoke to Tallet. Such commendation seldom escapes the lips of Rhaegar. He indeed holds a profound admiration for Tallet. Although the source of his enhanced power is derived from the potential unlocked by the Grand Elder, in terms of combat techniques and strategies, Tallet's prowess is undeniably remarkable. Rhaegar can sense that Tallet has undoubtedly devoted years to training. Otherwise, such feats would be unattainable. Flattery is unwarranted. I still fall considerably short compared to you, Rhaegar. Tallet humbly responded. Upon hearing this, Rhaegar chuckled. He appeared relaxed, yet beneath the surface, he was far from it. As Rhaegar revealed his true self, his presence surged dramatically. A formidable aura unleashed itself without restraint, signaling to Tallet that he was about to get serious. Has the warm-up concluded? Excellent. What I crave is a genuine battle. Tallet's expression grew grave, a flicker of excitement glinting in his eyes, well concealed. The earlier skirmish had merely been a playful exchange, a mutual probing. Rhaegar had remained on the defensive, not even retaliating. Now, with Rhaegar initiating the assault, the dynamics had irrevocably changed. Little one, you must exercise caution. I shall not show mercy simply because you are a child. The moment Rhaegar's words fell, he launched an attack, unleashing an astonishing speed that hurtled towards Tallet. I shall not allow you to close the distance so easily. Tallet concentrated intently, swiftly retreating while simultaneously channeling energy into his right hand. In but a fleeting moment, a golden spiral energy orb coalesced, its size tenfold that of the previous spiral energy blasts. Spiral split bomb. He raised his hand and hurled the massive golden orb, which instantly fragmented into numerous smaller spiral energy projectiles. Like an intricate web, they bombarded towards the advancing Rhaegar. In the face of this onslaught of concentrated energy projectiles, Rhaegar exhibited an unparalleled speed. His agility was truly beyond Tallet's reach. As the strongest warrior of Namek, his movements were the result of rigorous refinement. Even against such an attack, he reacted instantaneously. Like a phantom, Rhaegar wove through the dense barrage of spiral energy blasts, evading each projectile with ease, and in an instant, he closed the distance to stand before Tallet. This time, Rhaegar showed no mercy. Although the strength he employed was not significantly different from that of Tallet, it was a direct offensive. His enormous right hand transformed into a sharp blade, descending toward Tallet with a fierce slash. A whooshing sound of air being cut through echoed in the air. Rhaegar's hand appeared to strike Tallet. However, no tangible sensation followed. It wasn't until Tallet completely vanished from sight that Rhaegar comprehended the situation. An afterimage had his speed increased 2 or 3-fold. Rhaegar was startled by this realization and quickly assessed the circumstances. In the next moment, sensing something, he abruptly raised his head. He beheld Tallet, who had somehow ascended into the air, hands charged with a sphere of terrifying golden energy. Explosive strike. Tallet bellowed, thrusting his hands forward, unleashing a golden energy cannon that surged down with unparalleled might. For a warrior of Rhaegar's caliber, giving his all was the greatest form of respect. In this strike, Tallet held nothing back, unleashing all of his energy to fully realize his current power. As he sensed the might of Tallet's full-force attack, Rhaegar's expression turned serious. Not out of fear for his own injury or inability to withstand it, but rather out of concern for the Namek planet beneath his feet. However, it wasn't long before he broke into an excited smile. The exhilarating thrill of combat, intertwined with hesitation and anxiety, had long since faded from his consciousness. Now, the pressure exerted by Tallet had ignited within him a fervent desire to engage in a true battle. Such opportunities were rare. After all, in terms of his prowess, there were no equals on the planet Namek. His existence had always been marked by solitude. An extraordinary strike. You shall receive this blow as well, murmured Rhaegar. In the next instant, the muscles of his right arm swelled, and a tremendous surge of energy erupted from his palm, colliding violently with Tallet's explosive assault. With a thunderous roar, the atmosphere roiled and darkened. The collision of their energies unleashed ripples akin to a tempest of unprecedented magnitude. The sheer force of their clash caused the entire island to tremble, sending shockwaves through the surrounding land. Countless rocks and trees were hurled into the sky, while the waters churned violently, unleashing whirlpools and monstrous waves, each more fearsome than the last. The scene before us is undeniably apocalyptic. A cacophony of cries erupts from Tallet, who unleashes his emotions and power into the air, further amplifying his energy output. As his ferocity intensifies, Rhaegar begins to feel the mounting pressure. His smile becomes increasingly pronounced, and the energy waves in his palms grow ever stronger. The air crackles with the collision of energies, sending forth countless electric whips that lash out through the space. With battle power exceeding 10,000, they have already breached the threshold of star annihilation. When these two forces converge, while they may not reach the magnitude of 100,000, they certainly attain a formidable standard of 60 to 70,000. The residual waves ripple and expand, creating a storm of ever-widening proportions. Standing beside the Grand Elder, Celauri struggles to maintain her energy barrier against the encroaching storm of power. Following Tallet's instructions, she is resolute in her duty to ensure the Grand Elder's safety. At this moment, her worldview has been irrevocably transformed. The ferocity of the battle, with power levels soaring to 40 or 50,000, far exceeds her expectations. Though her own strength has surpassed 10,000, the disparity remains vast. A profound yearning arises within Cellari. Her next ambition is to reach the same heights as Tallet. With a fierce competitive spirit, Cellari is as capable as anyone else. Brave, diligent, and audacious. Who would have imagined that your brother could wield his power with such effortless control? I must admit, I underestimated him, the Grand Elder remarked to Cellari. Indeed, Tallet has been diligently honing his skills without respite. This is merely the tip of the iceberg, Cellari responded with pride. The Grand Elder smiled in silence, his gaze drifting once more to the horizon. He sensed that, over 100 miles away, his 4 children were approaching with the Dragon Balls from 2 villages. However, the fierce battle here had compelled them to halt, leaving them hesitant to advance, clearly intimidated. What caliber of combat is Rhaegar engaged in? It is certainly not against our kin, mused the Namekian leader, Ika, astonished. Although not as formidable as the super warrior Rhaegar, he was well aware of the terror that this energy exuded. What a powerful aura. Could it be the offspring newly birthed by the Grand Elder? One of the 2 elders among the 4 murmured to himself after a moment of contemplation. No sooner had he spoken than a vigorous wave of residual energy struck them, catching them off guard. The intensity of the energy's impact is overwhelming. We should seek refuge for now, Elder, suggested the younger Namekian, Aerie. If this energy storm continues to intensify, it will undoubtedly become insurmountable for them. As Aelie suggested, we shall wait for the energy shockwave to subside before seeking an audience with the Grand Elder. Another elder concurred. Soon, 2 young Namekian guardians descended upon an island peak shielded from the storm's fury, where they exchanged glances, having received an alert from the Grand Elder, engaging in continuous discourse. Ika and Aelie, however, were oblivious to the message and thus were filled with curiosity regarding the unfolding events. After the elders elucidated the situation, it became apparent that the fierce battle against Rhaegar was waged against extraterrestrial visitors. The confrontation between Tallet and Rhaegar persisted, with the energy clash remaining at an equilibrium. The forces collided, neither side gaining a definitive upper hand. If this stalemate continued, one of them would either exhaust their strength or the energy would reach a saturation point, resulting in an explosion. Neither scenario promised a favorable outcome, thus both parties needed to devise a means to shatter this deadlock. It seemed the only course of action was to proceed in this manner. Otherwise, once the energy wave concluded, I would be depleted. With a decision crystallized in his mind, Tallet murmured under his breath. In the next moment, he resolutely detonated the energy cannon he had unleashed. A tremendous explosion erupted, abruptly interrupting Rhaegar's energy output. The fiery blast enveloped the surroundings, thick smoke rising in the air like a colossal wall, obstructing Rhaegar's line of sight. What is happening? Rhaegar exclaimed in surprise, unable to comprehend Tallet's reckless decision to forcibly detonate the energy, a tactic that would inevitably cause self-harm. The energy clash had been forcibly interrupted, and Tallet, high above, felt a trickle of blood escape from the corner of his mouth, a consequence of his own shockwave. Yet, this injury was of little consequence. Despite being only 6.5 years old with a petite physique, he had been training under gravity, his strength bolstered by the Earth's dragon, far surpassing that of an ordinary warrior. With a glimmer of determination in his eyes, Tallet wiped away the blood with his thumb and launched himself into battle once more. His hands moved in a flurry, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts that rained down upon Rhaegar, engulfing the island. This offensive was indeed somewhat unexpected, catching many off guard. However, after enduring a relentless barrage of attacks, Rhaegar swiftly regained his composure and began to counter. Despite sustaining minor abrasions, he adeptly evaded the onslaught. Cunning will not avail you here, he thundered, unleashing a terrifying aura. As his power surged, a tempest erupted alongside his presence, not only thwarting the assault of energy projectiles, but also dispersing the smoke generated by the explosions with remarkable speed. With the veil of smoke lifted, obscuring vision and disrupting perception, Rhaegar swiftly pinpointed Tallet's location. Channeling energy into his legs for a powerful strike, he launched his assault against Tallet. So swift, Tallet exclaimed, sensing the gravity of the situation as he assumed a defensive stance. The thrilling contest reignited once more. In this encounter, Rhaegar launched a vigorous offensive, delivering powerful strikes that relentlessly battered Tallet's physique. Confronted with Rhaegar's aggressive onslaught, Tallet exhibited an extraordinary combat instinct. Fortuitously, his physical resilience was formidable. Otherwise, under the immense pressure exerted by Rhaegar, he would not have withstood even 3 blows. As the fierce battle raged on, Tallet progressed, gleaning insights from the combat experience Rhaegar provided, which enhanced his mastery over strength while simultaneously refining his fighting techniques throughout the skirmish. Transitioning from passive defense to a gradual counterattack and ultimately achieving a state of equilibrium, Tallet's rate of growth was astonishing. What? His movements have altered again. Is this boy truly a prodigy? Rhaegar astutely perceived the changes in Tallet. He recognized Tallet's exceptional talent. Yet he was astounded by the sheer ferocity of this young man's combat aptitude. While Rhaegar himself was indeed a genius, The rapid development Tallet displayed under immense pressure left him in awe. Not only had Tallet upgraded his combat style, but he had also discerned the nuances of Rhaegar's various attacks. After experiencing a setback, he vowed never to fall victim to the same tactic twice. Gradually, this ignited a greater intrigue within Rhaegar. He was eager to witness just how far Tallet could evolve under the duress he imposed. Rhaegar pinpointed Tallet's vulnerabilities and unleashed a powerful punch with his right hand, channeling strength that surpassed his previous level. A sharp whoosh echoed through the air. Tallet narrowly evaded Rhaegar's serious strike. Was it merely avoidance? No. Seizing the opportunity, Tallet ensnared Rhaegar's wrist with his long-trained tail. What? Your tail can also attack. Rhaegar was taken aback, caught off guard by this unexpected maneuver. As he attempted to break free, the constricting force of Tallet's tail proved formidable, rendering Rhaegar's right hand momentarily uncontrollable. The time was too brief. Even as Rhaegar sought to retaliate with his other hand, he could only use it to block Tallet's counterstrike. A resounding impact echoed as Tallet's concentrated strike collided with Rhaegar's arm, channeling all his strength. Although Rhaegar succeeded in parrying Tallet's earth-shattering kick, the force compromised his stability, sending him plummeting from the air onto the island. The immense impact fractured the island, causing a significant portion to submerge beneath the waves. But the ordeal was not over. In midair, Tallet inhaled deeply, spreading his hands wide as potent energy coalesced within them. Once the energy reached its zenith, Tallet swung his arms with ferocity, unleashing a crescent-shaped energy wave imbued with unparalleled cutting force, slicing through the air with lethal intent. The force of this strike is hardly inferior to the previous energy wave. The mere alteration in the mode of attack results in a distinct kind of devastation. Amidst the ruins of the island, Rhaegar suddenly unleashed his aura, breaking free from the wreckage. He sensed the imminent threat posed by Tallet's technique. Without hesitation, he thrust both hands forward, conjuring an energy barrier to shield himself. In an instant, the already devastated island was cleaved once more by the crescent cross slash, severing it into quarters, and even Rhaegar's energy barrier was effortlessly sliced apart. Feeling the sting of pain coursing through his body and face, Rhaegar instinctively glanced at the source and raised a hand to wipe away the evidence. The purple blood was as striking to the Namekians as crimson blood would be to Earthlings and Saiyans. He was injured. Rhaegar was utterly taken aback. He had attempted to evade that last attack, yet still found himself wounded by the residual force of the strike. A gash marred his cheek, while a long wound adorned his arm. Although such injuries would heal in the blink of an eye for his kind, it was undeniable that his power surpassed Tallet's. At that moment, even the elder, who was merely an observer, was left astounded, along with the other Namekian elders and warriors escorting the Dragon Balls to the elder's position. The mightiest warrior of Namek, Rhaegar, had been harmed by a mere extraterrestrial child. What an astonishing occurrence this is. Here, the only one who excitedly shouted was undoubtedly Sailory. In her eyes, Tallet appeared even more exceptional due to his advantage. The disparity in combat power was a staggering 10,000 points. Sailory remained oblivious to the fact that this battle was merely a sparring session. If it were a real fight, Rhaegar would not be so lackluster. Tallet slowly descended from the sky, finally standing upon the shattered remnants of the desolate island, locking eyes with Rhaegar. After a brief moment of astonishment, Rhaegar began to reassess Tallet. The damage he had sustained rapidly healed under the influence of his energy manipulation. This is the remarkable self-healing ability of the Namekians. Impressive. You have once again astonished me. To be honest, it has been quite some time since I last experienced the thrill of battle. You have also made me realize that I have been blindly confident, and there is still ample room for my improvement. Let us proceed. I wish to witness your limits. And I shall summon even greater strength. A fierce desire to battle ignited in Rhaegar's eyes, and he developed a profound interest in Tallet. At the onset, the emotional zenith seemed unattainable. Yet, let it be. I, too, have fully relinquished restraint. Tallet smiled serenely, acknowledging his first true formidable adversary in a certain sense. He would not shy away from the continued challenge posed by Rhaegar. Assuming a combative stance, both Rhaegar and Tallet unleashed their auras simultaneously. In an instant, their energies converged, unleashing a powerful impact akin to a whirlwind. The intertwined auras rampaged momentarily, morphing into a devastating storm that swept across all directions. As the intensity of their auras surged, both warriors lunged at one another with full force, their feet obliterating the very ground beneath them, rendering the island non-existent. The fierce battle reignited, marking the commencement of a brutal melee between Rhaegar and Tallet. This time, Rhaegar held nothing back, fully immersing himself in the assault, unknowingly unleashing a staggering 50,000 points of combat power, almost 90% of his total strength, relentlessly pressuring Tallet. In response to Rhaegar's formidable onslaught, Tallet adeptly countered, leveraging his agile physique to both deflect Rhaegar's attacks and deliver counterstrikes. Amidst the fray, Tallet's latent potential surged forth, momentarily augmenting his prowess. The resounding bangs echoed continuously as Tallet, utilizing the agility and speed afforded by his slender frame, matched Rhaegar blow for blow, neither able to truly dominate the other. as their speeds escalated. The force of their collisions intensified correspondingly. The battlefield morphed incessantly, with Tallet and Rhaegar becoming mere afterimages, soaring between the sky and earth, engaging in repeated clashes. To the naked eye, the sheer velocity of this contest, a pure battle of power and speed, overturned all preconceived notions of combat. Particularly for Cellari and the recently arrived elders from 6 villages, as well as the Namekian warriors escorting the Dragon Balls and elders, the spectacle was almost imperceptible. Cellari's large, luminous eyes darted around, yet the vast disparity in strength rendered her unable to discern the details. Focus your mind, control your aura, and attune yourself to perceive. The Grand Elder advised Cellari, urging her to track the unfolding battle with her energy. This can be regarded as his guidance to Cellari. Upon hearing the Elder's words, Cellari was momentarily taken aback. In the next instant, recalling Tallet's prior remarks, she took a deep breath and swiftly regained her composure. Her tendency to forget important matters in moments of urgency was indeed a flaw, though it could be attributed to her youth. With time, this would surely change. As she concentrated all her energy and calmed her emotions, her sensitivity to the surrounding aura began to return, allowing her to perceive beyond mere sight. Soon enough, she discerned the presence of Tallet and Rhaegar. Your potential is as remarkable as your brother's, the elder remarked with a benevolent smile. In midair, the fierce battle between Tallet and Rhaegar raged on, their contest having persisted for an extended duration. Countless exchanges had occurred without a definitive victor emerging. Tallet's prowess continued to ascend amidst the conflict, fully embodying the fighting spirit that grows stronger in the face of adversity. Rhaegar, ignited by the thrill of combat, unwittingly slipped into a state of complete immersion. From initially holding back, to becoming somewhat earnest, and finally exerting his utmost effort, the evolution of his engagement was evident. After exchanging blows 1,000 times, both Rhaegar and Tallet found themselves sharing a common thought. They concentrated their energies to the utmost, unleashing a powerful strike. With a resounding boom, the moment their fists collided, an overwhelming force surged forth, simultaneously pushing both combatants back. Rhaegar stumbled backwards for several meters before regaining his balance, while Tallet was propelled 20 meters away before he steadied himself. Once both had stabilized, they refrained from further attacks. Meeting each other's gaze, they exchanged smiles before descending gracefully onto another relatively intact island. This sparring match has come to a close. Such a thrilling battle evokes memories of the past. When I was your age, my strength was but a mere fraction of what you possess now, hence your victory in this contest is well deserved. Rhaegar suddenly conceded defeat. These words resonated in the ears of the Namekian brethren, endowed with extraordinary auditory perception. Whether among the youthful warriors or the venerable elders, astonishment was etched on every face. How could Rhaegar, the mightiest warrior of Namek, audaciously concede defeat? Such an act was nothing short of incredulous. Even Tallet was taken aback by Rhaegar's voluntary surrender. You are exceedingly modest. It was you who deliberately held back, allowing me to gradually acclimate to this formidable power and even progress during our battle. Had you genuinely fought with full seriousness, I fear I would have succumbed long ago, Tallet expressed. Rather than accepting Rhaegar's concession, he elucidated the reasons behind it, thereby garnering the admiration and approval of all the Namekian spectators. Rhaegar no longer viewed Tallet as merely a child. This battle, along with Tallet's performance, earned him recognition. Thus, the contest between Rhaegar and Tallet concluded in a draw. Following this stalemate, Tallet and Rhaegar swiftly returned to the side of the Grand Elder. At that moment, the Dragon Balls had been escorted by 6 Namekian warriors and 6 elders. With the addition of the Dragon Ball from the Grand Elder's residence, the 7 Dragon Balls were finally gathered. Despite knowing their immense power, Tallet could not help but express his astonishment at the Dragon Balls of Namek. Sylar was equally taken aback. Previously, she had not fully grasped the situation, but now, upon comparison, the disparity with the Dragon Balls of Earth was striking. The 7 Dragon Balls were arranged neatly, resonating together, their internal orange pentagrams shimmering with golden light intermittently, radiating a breathtaking allure. This scene stirred all the Namekians present into a heightened state of alertness. For the Namekians, the Dragon Balls are sacred. In the ritual to summon the dragon is utterly inviolable. Even among them, not all have witnessed the spectacle of the dragon summoning. The elders who have seen it are nearly oblivious to how many years have passed since their last wish was granted. As the Grand Elder articulated the incantation in the Namekian tongue, the 7 Dragon Balls resonated in unison. In an instant, an invisible force expanded, and tumultuous black clouds surged forth, casting a shroud of darkness over the skies of Namek. With a crackling explosion, the center of the 7 Dragon Balls erupted with dazzling lightning, followed by an immense pillar of energy that soared skyward, becoming the most resplendent light amidst the shadows. As the golden radiance gradually dissipated, a fearsome and imposing figure emerged. The dragon, Purunga, made its grand entrance. Enormous in stature, compared to it, the dragon from Earth appeared as diminutive as a mere worm, exclaimed Celery in astonishment. Having speculated about the nature of Namek's dragon even before her arrival, Celery now found her preconceived notions utterly overturned. The Earth-S dragon indeed seemed like a worm in comparison. This description, though startling, was undeniably apt, as the disparity in size was truly staggering. Previously, she lacked a tangible sense from watching cartoons and reading comics, but witnessing it firsthand allowed for a vivid comparison. The Namekian dragon, in terms of both size and majesty, far surpassed its earthly counterpart. The sense of oppression it exuded was countless times greater than that of the dragon from Earth. It was hard to fathom. Tarrot even pondered how astonishing the super dragon must be. Gatherer of the 7 Dragon Balls, state your wish. Regardless of what it is, this dragon can grant you 3. Purunga's commanding voice resonated, instilling a profound awe within every heart present. 3 wishes, not just one. Sibling exclaimed, now fully alert. The Namekian dragon, Purunga, could indeed grant 3 wishes. This is the authentic Shenron. She has increasingly looked down upon the insignificant green worm of Earth. Purunga has already appeared. Now, speak your wish, and I shall convey it to Purunga in the language of Namek. The Grand Elder beside them inquired about Tallet. It became apparent that there was concern that the Dragon Balls might be carelessly wished upon, hence the necessity for the Namekian language. Tallet feigned ignorance and remarked, before lifting his gaze towards the enormous Purunga in the sky, after a moment of contemplation, he stated, during the explosion of Planet Vegeta, a Saiyan named Bardock was seemingly transported to another world by some mysterious force. My first wish is to bring Bardock back. As the wish was spoken, Silarie's expression grew grave, revealing her tension. The Grand Elder and the others nodded in response, and soon after, the Grand Elder translated Tallet's words verbatim into the Namekian language to inform Purunga. Upon hearing the content of the first wish, Purunga fell into a contemplative silence. Regrettably, this wish is beyond my capabilities to fulfill. Purunga's response took everyone by surprise. A wish that could not be granted was a first experience for the Namekians. Even the Grand Elder was astonished. Tallet inhaled sharply, inwardly acknowledging, indeed, even Purunga cannot accomplish this. Although he had entertained such thoughts, the failure following an attempt still left a sense of disappointment. Please tell me the specific reason, Tallet inquired, quickly adding, lest it be mistaken for a wish. That this was not a wish. After all, the explanation of it being beyond capability is rather dismissive. In response to Tallet's query, Purunga provided a direct answer. Unneeding translation, the Saiyan known as Bardock was transported to a distant past during the planet's explosion by that mysterious force. To bring him back involves numerous regulations, and unfortunately, my powers are limited, thus I cannot fulfill this wish. However, if he wishes to return, I do have an alternative solution. Purunga offered Tallet another course of action. What is that method? Tallet asked. The Saiyan named Bardock currently resides in a far-off past. If he could gather the Dragon Balls of that era and utilize my powers from that time, perhaps he could return. Purunga's words left Tallet in shock. However, such a solution was tantamount to saying nothing at all, setting aside whether Bardock could even gather the Dragon Balls of that time. How he would reach Namek during that era was a significant issue. Without a means to bring Bardock back, even if they had a feasible plan, Bardock would be unaware of it. Tallet fell into silence, and Sibling wore a look of dejection. They had initially believed it feasible to accomplish this, yet ultimately, the wish remained unfulfilled. In light of this, there was little that could be done. Please state your other wishes, Purunga inquired. All eyes turned once more to Tallet, awaiting his response. After much contemplation, Tallet altered his original intent and, at this critical moment, revised the wish he wished to make. Originally, the first wish was to bring back Bardock or to transfer Raditz over. Anticipating that Bardock might not be brought back even by Purunga, the first wish should have been to utilize Purunga to transfer Raditz. However, this notion had now changed. Tallet suddenly realized that in the past, while making wishes on Earth, he had been somewhat influenced by Gine, feeling compelled to accommodate her. Now, with this newfound strength and the upgraded spaceship, he could actively track the movements of Frieza's army, pinpoint the Saiyan squad, and seek them out himself. To put it simply, using a wish to transfer Raditz was rather wasteful. Nearly 10 minutes passed, and as Tallet's wish concluded, Shenron Purunga took his leave. The golden light dissipated, and the 7 Dragon Balls, having lost their wish energy, turned to stone, requiring a cooling period of 180 days on Namek to restore. It is worth noting that the Dragon Balls of Namek do not scatter across the world after a wish, thus there is no need to search for them. With the disappearance of Shenron Purunga, the shroud of darkness enveloping Namek also lifted. Tallet felt the changes within his body, marveling at the remarkable abilities of Shenron Purunga, which were infinitely superior to that of the insignificant green worm on Earth. It vividly illustrated that those with lesser abilities often exhibited greater arrogance, while those with greater power remained humble and approachable. 3 wishes. For the first wish, Tallet obtained the instantaneous movement skill of the Yardrats. Not only was it granted, but Purunga also provided a complementary upgrade. After the enhancement, he could complete ultra-long distance spatial leaps by locking onto the energy of a target and could traverse different degrees of space depending on his own strength, all without the need for a medium. No need for a medium. What is this concept? Essentially, as long as Tallet wishes it, he can activate his skills and transport himself to any desired location with a mere thought. In the heat of battle, such an ability is undetectable and can serve as the pivotal factor for victory. For his second wish, Tallet initially sought a method to cultivate divine power. After all, in the latter stages of the original narrative, it is the era of gods. However, this desire encroached upon the realm of divinity, even though Belunga's abilities are extraordinary. He cannot contravene the established rules. Furthermore, as Belunga explained, only deities possess the means to attain godhood. Belunga proactively engaged in dialogue with Tallet, ultimately revealing to him the transformation method into a Super Saiyan god, which could be regarded as an alternative pathway to divine cultivation. Yet, to assemble 5 Saiyans with hearts of justice in the current age to assist him in achieving the status of Super Saiyan god is an insurmountable task. Even with the assistance of Gine and Kakarot, it remains utterly unfeasible. After all, aside from them, only a handful of Saiyans are known. Moreover, Tallet himself is uncertain if he truly meets the justice criteria. Consequently, the second wish was amended to acquiring the most comprehensive method of cultivating ki. In a certain sense, Tallet's understanding of ki cultivation remains superficial. Despite his interactions with Earth's deities, Piccolo, Gohan, and Master Roshi, they too do not possess complete knowledge of ki mastery. The cultivation methods imparted by Belunga, which amalgamate ancient and modern wisdom, allow Tallet to glimpse a new world. For his third wish, he sought to endow his body with formidable self-healing capabilities. Without altering his original physique, Belunga granted Tallet a skill akin to self-regeneration. As long as he possesses sufficient energy, he can convert it into life force to heal his injuries. This ability is astonishing. According to Belunga, it can even facilitate the regeneration of severed limbs. In summary, after 3 wishes, Tallet has become even more perfect. As for any additional desires he wishes to fulfill, that will have to wait until next time. With the conclusion of the wishing ceremony, Tallet communicated with the Elder and, following introductions by the Elder and Rhaegar, became acquainted with the Namekian elders and warriors from various villages. Subsequently, they bid farewell, each taking with them the Dragon Balls they protected. Under the Elder's guidance, Tallet and Celery temporarily remained on the Namekian planet, with their powers enhanced and wishes granted. Although there is another goal in sight, they are in no rush to depart, especially since Tallet wishes to utilize the Dragon Balls for 3 more wishes. Moreover, having Rhaegar as a worthy opponent could significantly elevate his strength in a short span of time. The Namekian planet experiences no night, however. According to Tallet and Celery's biological clocks, it is indeed nighttime, a time for rest. Yet, unlike previous days, their newfound strength leaves them no inclination to rest. Both brimming with vitality, eager to test her abilities and gauge her newfound power, Celery initiated a spar with Tallet. After engaging in combat, Tallet suggested she utilize the gravity training chamber to refine her control over her strength. Seizing this opportunity, Tallet contacted Earth using the spaceship's communicator to update Brief and Bulma on the current situation, while also requesting Brief to relay some messages to Chini. Although the Namekian dragon could not fulfill the wish to bring Bardock back, it did present an alternative. Perhaps Bardock would return on his own in the future. As for Raditz, there was no need to rely on the dragon's wishes. With the spaceship's upgraded intelligence system, they could intercept and receive intelligence from Frieza's forces. By keeping track of Raditz's future movements, he could directly pilot the spaceship to find him. After ensuring the safety of Earth and severing the communication, Tallet exhaled deeply, feeling a significant reduction in pressure. The matters at hand were few yet exceedingly intricate. He is a straightforward individual, rarely overthinking, but since his arrival in this new world, he has found himself indecisive whenever it involves the original plot or the affairs of Chini and Celery. From this day forth, I must completely transform myself. One must look forward. Without personal evolution and change, progress will forever remain out of reach. This departure from Earth marks Tallet's resolute decision to remain away for the foreseeable future. Upon reaching the exterior of the spacecraft, Tallet leaped gracefully to the top, settling into a meditative posture with closed eyes to cultivate his energy and solidify his strength. Meanwhile, not far atop a cliff, Rhaegar, stationed outside the Grand Elder's door, became aware of Tallet's actions. The previous battle had greatly benefited him. With his innate talent and insight, a breakthrough in his power was imminent. Rhaegar, what is your opinion of these 2 children? Inquired the Grand Elder, his voice resonating nearby. Rhaegar, taken aback, responded respectfully. If I may speak frankly, esteemed Grand Elder, I am unaware of Celery's talent. However, Tallet's potential certainly surpasses my own. Given time, he will undoubtedly outpace me. The Grand Elder nodded slightly, a smile gracing his face. Do not belittle yourself. After all, you are the only combat-oriented Namekian I have created. Should you earnestly dedicate yourself, there is substantial room for your power to grow, and you may not be inferior to them. Our clan's future will face numerous crises. You must grow stronger, and we shall also require the strength of outsiders. As the Grand Elder spoke, Rhaegar listened intently, ultimately receiving his directive to maintain a positive rapport with Tallet and Celery. He was granted permission to engage with them frequently, even to lead them in exploring the wonders of planet Namek. Understood, esteemed Grand Elder. However, can they truly become the saviors of our clan? Rhaegar murmured, skepticism evident, though he dared not question further. In his view, Tallet and Celery's kindness stemmed solely from their desire for the Dragon Balls, as they were reliant on them. The Grand Elder offered no answer. merely bestowing upon Rhaegar a look that suggested he would come to understand in due time. Days passed swiftly. Tallet found himself upon a vast, uninhabited island, diligently refining his energy. Purunga's comprehensive technique for energy cultivation rectified all the misconceptions he had previously held. Now, having corrected these errors, he discovered that his strength could surpass his former limits. He had merely constrained his own power through excessive control, preventing the full release of his energy and inhibiting his ability to unleash his potential. The sounds of wind, water, and insects harmonized around him. So this is the essence of true energy control, executed with precision. He mused. His perception sharpened, revealing a world that was now vividly clear before him. His prior attempts at sensing and controlling energy had been merely rudimentary. In the ensuing days, Tallet experienced continuous revelations. He realized that energy and body must be in complete harmony. Every movement should involve instinctive adjustments. In stillness, he resembled a tranquil pond, reflecting all in motion. He became a force that amplified subtly, concealing all. Congratulations! You have ascended to new heights, a voice unexpectedly echoed from behind him. Tallet, having sensed the approach, stood and greeted Rhaegar with a smile. It is but a modest advancement, not as grand as you claim. Yet, your energy has intensified since our last encounter. You two have broken through. Shall we engage in another bout? This time, let us focus not on strength, but on technique and combat skills. I wish to witness your capacity for understanding, Rhaegar proposed eagerly. Having you as an opponent is a rare opportunity, Tallet replied with a smile. Despite their apparent age difference, Rhaegar communicated with Tallet as an equal, as strength held utmost significance, and Tallet exuded a sense of maturity. They exchanged knowing smiles. Unlike their initial clash, which had been a test of raw power, this encounter emphasized the subtleties of technique and energy application, devoid of the earlier grandeur. In essence, this exchange held profound significance for both Tallet and Rhaegar. Meanwhile, within the spacecraft, the clash of energies between Tallet and Rhaegar created an exceptionally potent aura, startling Celery, who was honing her own abilities. Quickly deactivating the gravity device, she rushed outside to the scene. By the time she arrived, she witnessed only the concluding moments of Tallet and Rhaegar's duel. The battle culminated in a draw. Although neither emerged victorious, each had gained an advantage in their respective domains. In this battle, there is no true victor or vanquished. It is merely a means for each party to validate their own progress. Brother Tallet, why are you two sparring again? Celery inquired, her voice laden with urgency and concern. Rhaegar chuckled without responding. Having discerned over time that the relationship between Celery and Tallet transcended mere sibling ties. Although the Namekians do not distinguish between genders, the Saiyans certainly do. It's merely a friendly exchange, nothing to worry about. By the way, since you are here, Rhaegar intends to take us to explore other regions of Namek. Upon hearing this, Celery felt a flicker of interest. After their journey from Earth to the Namekian planet, the experience had been rather monotonous. Despite encountering various events, it still felt dull to her. Now, the prospect of discovering other parts of Namek offered at least a reprieve from her ennui. Thus, time flew swiftly. 6 months on Earth translated to a quiet passage of 1 year on Namek. Immersed in the Namekian lifestyle, Tallet and Celery gained profound insights into the customs and culture of the Namekians. For both Tallet and Celery, the Namekians were a marvel. They possessed formidable abilities yet chose not to wield them, instead relying solely on their hands to restore and enhance the ecological environment of their planet. Initially, Tallet struggled to comprehend why the Namekians adhered so rigidly to this principle. However, upon witnessing their relentless dedication day and night to forge a brighter future without complaint, Tallet recognized that these survivors of devastation cherish life more deeply. All Namekians inherit the will of the Grand Elder, aspiring to one day restore their planet to its former glory. Although this aspiration was never realized in the original narrative, it is a sentiment deserving of reverence. Interestingly, it was Frieza who liberated the Namekians from their fate. Later, the Dragon Balls restored and relocated the Namekian planet, altering their destiny. In a certain sense, the death of the Grand Elder ushered in a new era for the Namekians, allowing them to bid farewell to their past. In the course of these 6 months, both Tallet and Celery have experienced a substantial enhancement in their prowess. Tallet's combat power has now reached an impressive 64,000 points, while Celery currently possesses a combat strength of 18,000 points, figures reminiscent of Vegeta's power index during his invasion of Earth in the original narrative. It is noteworthy that both Tallet and Celery are merely 7 years old at this juncture. The augmentation in their combat capabilities transcends mere numerical values. It is the elevation of their fighting abilities that holds paramount significance. Through the utilization of gravity training devices, the techniques imparted by the dragon, Purunga, and the rigorous sparring with the Namekians, they have honed their skills. Of course, the rapid ascension in their strength can be attributed not only to these factors but also to the influence of Rhaegar. As the sole combat-oriented Namekian, Rhaegar has been fervently training to enhance his power following his battle with Tallet. In recent days, Rhaegar and Tallet have occasionally engaged in friendly sparring, exchanging combat experiences and insights into their training. Tallet has also invited Rhaegar to partake in gravity training sessions, fostering a mutually beneficial relationship that encourages their growth. Just a minute ago, Rhaegar and Tallet concluded their 25th match. As always, their encounters remain controlled. However, this time, Rhaegar gained a deeper appreciation for Tallet's formidable talent. Tallet is indeed the most gifted warrior among the Namekians. A year ago, his combat power was recorded at an impressive 55,000 points. And now it has surged to nearly 69,000 points. Despite a disparity of 5,000 points in power, Rhaegar found himself unable to best Tallet in their recent bout. Through this exchange, Rhaegar clearly understood that Tallet had held back, refraining from using his full strength. You truly are becoming increasingly formidable. I am no longer your match. Rhaegar remarked in awe. You remain as humble as ever, yet you two have not unleashed your full potential, Tallet replied, not taking the comment to heart. The two stood together in contemplation, reflecting, having spent so much time on Namek, now that the Dragon Balls can be used once more. It seems we are nearing the time to wish for our departure, Tallet stated. It is for the sake of the Dragon Balls that we have lingered here for so long. All Namekians are already aware of this, and naturally, Rhaegar is no exception. Hence he pays it no mind. How swiftly time passes, Rhaegar muses. Before one realizes it, the moments slip away like fleeting glances, and many events, upon reflection, seem as if they transpired only yesterday. Rhaegar and Tallet lock eyes once more. Their time spent together has deepened their understanding of one another, forging a bond of true friendship. Unfortunately, all gatherings must eventually conclude. Tallet, after all, is not a Namekian and will not remain on Namek. Even if he lingers for a while following this wish, he must ultimately depart. Rhaegar is well aware of this reality. Thus, this 25th confrontation serves as their final duel before parting ways. The second wish is underway and proceeds remarkably smoothly. For the first wish, Tallet assists Celery in acquiring the ability to survive in the cosmos. After all, Celery is one of their own, and he intends to always keep her by his side. Never to abandon her. Granting her the capacity to thrive in the vastness of space also equips her with greater means of self-defense. The second wish entails obtaining the ability to leap through time or something akin to pausing time. This is a power that Tallet has desired for a long, long time. In any realm, the mastery of time is the epitome of true strength. Particularly in the original narrative, several forms of temporal abilities have been introduced. The first is the time-stopping ability possessed by Goku of the Ginyu Force, which, according to the original setting, determines the duration of time stasis based on his energy consumption. In the animated adaptation, this evolved into the notion that the longer one holds their breath, the longer time can be halted, regardless of the interpretation. It is undeniably a formidable technique. The second is the time skip from Universe 6, which allows one to leap through time, traverse its flow, bind it, or even conceal oneself within it, rendering others unable to reach them. While his strength may not be overwhelmingly powerful, his adeptness with the time skip elevates him to the ranks of top-tier warriors. The third ability, wielded by the angels, is the power of time reversal, which can turn back time. Although the original work only mentions a reversal of 3 minutes, the true extent of this power remains a mystery. Just as spatial manipulation allows for instantaneous travel, so too must time be mastered. Tallet has successfully acquired the ability to pause time. By harnessing his own strength, he creates a unique aura that enables him to freeze time within a certain vicinity, as long as he continues to grow stronger. The range of his time-stopping ability will expand accordingly. It must be said that Shenron, the Eternal Dragon, has been quite generous. With the third wish, Tallet gained a fleeting foresight into the future. This ability is significantly influenced by various elements in the original narrative, particularly the profound impact of the Grand Elder. However, what Tallet seeks is insight into imminent events rather than the Grand Elder's ability to predict distant futures. For instance, in battle, he can utilize this power to anticipate his opponent's attacks and respond preemptively. While this ability seems related to time, it is fundamentally different, as it merely grants foresight into impending occurrences. Of course, it is not infallible, and there exists a margin of error. Various factors can swiftly alter the course of the future. This is the butterfly effect. After the wish was granted, Tallet and Celery did not depart from Namek the same day. It was only 2 days later that Tallet, accompanied by Celery, bid farewell to some familiar Namekians before boarding the spacecraft, embarking on their journey to the next destination. In the vast cosmos, Tallet and Celery gazed back at the location of Namek. After all, it had been their home for half a year, a place where life was exceedingly comfortable, devoid of intrigue and deception. In a certain sense, their experience there was not dissimilar to their time on Earth. Unbeknownst to them, nearly a year and 9 months had passed since they left Planet Vegeta. Reflecting on the past, any comparison seemed utterly unfounded. Had they possessed such strength back then? The current circumstances might have been entirely different. Yet, what has transpired cannot be altered. All Tallet could do was face the future with unwavering resolve. Brother Tallet, are we going back to Earth next? Celery inquired suddenly, having refrained from asking earlier as she assumed it was a given. However, Tallet had yet to express any intention of returning, which piqued her curiosity. No, we must first train well in the cosmos. I have already decided on our next target planet. As Tallet spoke, he summoned the internal star map of the spacecraft and pinpointed the location of Adrat. Celery was momentarily taken aback and mused aloud. Adrat. I remember. Isn't that the race you mentioned when you wished for instantaneous movement? Precisely. Celery, your memory is remarkable. You still recall what I mentioned half a year ago when I made that wish. According to my knowledge, the Adrat people possess not only the ability of instantaneous movement but also numerous other skills. If we could learn some of them, it would greatly enhance our strength. Tallet had meticulously planned this endeavor. Ultimately, he wished to seize this opportunity to accomplish everything in one go. The journey to Adrat was essential, particularly to master the Splito-Force separation technique. This technique demonstrated terrifying power during the Moro saga following the Tournament of Power. It not only forcibly strips away the foreign energy absorbed by the target, but also can forcibly disengage fusion and assimilation techniques. Mastering this technique would serve as preparation for the future Android and Majin Buu sagas. After all, the Dragon Ball universe is rife with adversaries who absorb foreign powers to augment themselves. Tallet believed this technique would be undeniably effective against Cell and Majin Buu. While their absorption techniques are coercive, perhaps the Splito-Force separation technique could expel what they have absorbed, akin to disengaging fusion and assimilation. However, it remained uncertain whether it could counteract androids like number 19 and number 20, who absorbed energy mechanically. Having determined their destination, Tallet, accompanied by Celery, arrived at Adrat after 10 days of travel. Much like he had anticipated, the Adrat people, in contrast to the Namekians, did not perceive them as foes. In fact, due to the long absence of outsiders, Tallet and Celery were regarded as esteemed guests and graciously received by Elder Pibra. In the original narrative, it was this very Pibra who taught Goku the instant transmission technique and also imparted the Splito-Force separation technique and instant transmission to Vegeta. They expressed their intentions openly, without any concealment. To Tallet's surprise, Pibra was not only eager to teach him skills but also seemed genuinely enthusiastic about the transmission of knowledge. It appeared that once outsiders learned, they could perpetuate the abilities of the Adrat people. This transmission was referred to as the flame transmission, regardless of the race that learned. Should the Adrat people ever face extinction, each ability would serve as a testament to their existence. It must be noted that this was, in part, due to the Adrat people's excessive timidity. This is particularly evident in the original work. The days spent training on the planet Adrelat flew by swiftly. 6 months devoted entirely to cultivation felt like the blink of an eye. Initially, there was a sense of discomfort, as the Adrelations were exceedingly hospitable and kind. However, once familiarity set in, it resembled the experiences on Namek. Situated on the outskirts of the most bustling residential area of Adrelat, in a spacious training ground, Tallet is currently immersed in his practice. As the duration of his training lengthened, layers of verdant energy particles enveloped his entire being. These energies are not mere ordinary energies. They are vital energies. The vital energy of the planet Yadarat, in other words, is also a manifestation of natural energy. These natural energies are intimately connected to Tallet, manipulated by him through sheer will. They can be harnessed for offensive purposes or absorbed to enhance one's own strength. Currently, Tallet's cultivation has reached a critical juncture. Upon crossing this threshold, he shall master this technique. Simultaneously, within a nearby structure, Elder Pibra and the Supreme Leader Pabama of the Adrat people are engaged in conversation, with Celery also observing Tallet's progress. Tallet's innate talent is truly the most formidable I have ever witnessed. In comparison, the brilliance of our Adrat people seems dim. Not only among his peers, but within our entire race, there exists no one who can rival him. In this brief span of 6 months, he has mastered the Splito-Force separation technique, the far-sighted technique, and the spiritual manifestation technique, and he has now successfully integrated himself into the very fabric of nature. If he were to truly complete this endeavor, he could even achieve the elusive art of invisibility through the quantification of natural energy. Pibra could not help but exclaim in astonishment, reflecting on Tallet's arrival on Adrat 6 months prior, when he expressed his desire to learn the skills of our clan. Pibra had jested that it would be exceedingly difficult for someone of his stature to master even a single ability. Even among the Adrat people, each skill requires, at the very least, several months to grasp the basics. Particularly, the abilities Tallet has chosen to learn typically demand years, if not decades, of dedication. Who could have anticipated that, in just half a year, Tallet would have already acquired several of our most esteemed techniques? Such a pace of learning has utterly overturned Pibra's perception. Underestimating Tallet, are you now filled with astonishment? Tallet will inevitably become the mightiest warrior in the universe. Thus, acquiring your abilities will be a mere trifle. Serari proclaimed with immense pride. The mightiest warrior in the universe, you say? That is no easy feat to achieve. However, with such innate talent, it may indeed become a reality one day. Pibra regarded Serari as a child who lacked understanding. After all, his breadth of knowledge was quite extensive. As far as he knew, despite their formidable strengths, the gap to being the best in the universe was not trivial. Tallet, that little rascal, has succeeded once again. At that moment, the supreme leader of Adrat Star, Pabama, spoke up. To the naked eye, Tallet had vanished from sight, clearly having successfully implemented his invisibility technique. Pibra and Serari looked around, but where was Tallet's shadow? He truly succeeded, merging with natural energy, completely disappearing from sight and perception. Meanwhile, Tallet successfully controlled himself to blend into the natural energy, executing the invisibility technique with excitement and disbelief. Simultaneously, a bolder thought emerged in his mind. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Radiant emerald beams of light erupted and spread from Tallet's center. His aura rapidly expanded, transforming into an invisible field that enveloped the surroundings. After a considerable time of expansion, the aura swiftly retracted, drawing in all the natural energy within its range, ultimately sealing it within his body. At this moment, Tallet experiences a profound elevation in vitality and spirit, forcibly absorbing the pure essence of nature's energy. This not only catalyzes a qualitative transformation in his aura but also renders his physique increasingly robust due to the infusion of this natural energy. An invigorating sense of life pulsates throughout his entire being. The natural energy resonated profoundly with Tallet, reminiscent of the essence of life itself. Had it not been for the regenerative abilities bestowed by Belanga, he might not have perceived such intricacies. Indeed, natural energy is absorbable, at least, it is so for me. And thus far, without any adverse effects, he mused quietly. According to what Pibra initially stated, it was impossible for a single individual to forcibly absorb natural energy. However, it seems that absolutes are elusive. It is merely that no one has accomplished it before. Natural energy embodies the vital essence of the planet's life force. For Tallet, it felt akin to a potent elixir. With a sigh of relief, Tallet released his invisibility and carefully attuned himself to the transformations occurring within his body. Each cell brimmed with the formidable natural energy. Even a simple breath elicited a euphoric sensation from the surging vitality within. Calming his mind, Tallet gazed down at his hands. Through the surface of his skin, he could distinctly sense the natural energy he had absorbed, still in the process of merging with him, visibly coursing through his body, intertwining with his essence. Even before complete absorption, his strength had significantly surged. Should he fully assimilate this portion of natural energy, his combat prowess would ascend to an entirely new echelon. In the next moment, Tallet, with a mere thought, unshackled the natural energy, eager to witness its transformation. To his delight, the natural energy seemed to have acclimated to residing within him, refusing to depart. He had finally succeeded, and moreover, he had discovered a swifter method of cultivation. Enhancing his strength would henceforth be a simpler endeavor. Tallet's heart brimmed with exhilaration. During his 6 months on the planet Adrat, this was undeniably his greatest gain. His continuous cultivation of various abilities propelled him to remarkable heights, his combat power now exceeding 80,000 points. Recollecting his focus, Tallet swiftly honed in on Cellari, Pibra, and Pabama. A subtle smile graced his lips as, with a mere thought, he executed spatial teleportation, instantaneously traversing the ether to stand before the trio. Remarkably, this upgraded instant movement elicited not even the slightest ripple in the fabric of space, indicating his mastery of the technique had indeed progressed. With instant teleportation, coupled with the abilities he had learned, the complexities were now within his grasp, and the simpler skills he could experiment with independently. There was little more I could impart, Pibra reflected, a sense of inexplicable pride swelling within him as he observed Tallet. Though Tallet was a Saiyan, he was also a product of Pibra's guidance. In a sense, he considered himself Tallet's mentor. To nurture such an exceptional disciple filled him with immense honor. I owe my gratitude to you and the commander. Without your teachings, I would have struggled to learn even a single ability, Tallet humbly replied. Such words are immensely beneficial. Hipala expressed his joy, and Papama nodded with a smile. At least Tallet is not an ungrateful individual. It has been half a year since your arrival on the planet Yadrit. Now that you have mastered the skills you set out to learn, what are your plans for the future? Will you continue to remain on Yadrit to explore further techniques of our kin, or? Papama inquired. Each time a certain period arrives, such questions inevitably arise. After all, Tallet is an outsider. While he may choose to stay, he is destined to depart. Regarding his future plans, Tallet had already formulated his intentions. The abilities he has acquired thus far are sufficient for the time being. As for the future, he must rely on his own creativity. Over the past 6 months, I am grateful for the care provided by the elders and the supreme leader. I have made up my mind. I will remain for a maximum of 2 more days before departing Yadrit with Sailori to embark on the next segment of my cosmic journey. Tallet's sudden seriousness elicited a subtle shift in the expressions of the elder and the supreme leader. They had contemplated Tallet's departure, yet they were taken aback by the urgency of his decision. During the past 6 months of companionship, the bond between Tallet and them has naturally flourished, as they have, in a sense, nurtured Tallet as if he were their own child, imparting their skills without reservation. Are you truly leaving so soon? Would it not be wise to linger a while longer? You have been tirelessly training. A brief respite would do you good, Pabama implored. Tallet suddenly announced his departure, asserting that it was impossible to linger. Indeed, a mere 2 days of rest will suffice, and we have already delayed for quite some time. There are other matters that require our attention, Tallet replied. Pabama fell silent, unsure of how to persuade him to stay, ultimately resigned to Tallet's decision. Since you have made up your mind, we shall respect your choice. However, before you depart, allow us to prepare a farewell ceremony in your honor. After all, you have been our guest on Adrat Star, and in these 6 months, you have become like family, Pabala suggested. He held Tallet in high regard, certain that they would meet again in the future. Then it would be an honor to comply, Tallet agreed, not wishing to refuse their gesture of goodwill after having spent half a year together. To decline would be to appear unappreciative. As Tallet prepared to leave Udrat's star, time swiftly passed, and several days quietly slipped away. Tallet and Celery navigated their spacecraft through the cosmic expanse, traversing the starry heavens. The target planet for this journey is none other than Planet Cyril. The objectives are quite clear. Firstly, to investigate the specific experiences of Bardock on Planet Cyril and ascertain whether there are any discrepancies in our understanding. Secondly, to locate the survivor Namekian, Imminent, who is hidden on that planet. After all, the 2 Dragon Balls he created, in the current era, are arguably more powerful than the Namekian Dragon Balls. Aside from the Super Dragon Balls scattered throughout the 6th and 7th universes. The only disturbing aspect is that, while these 2 Dragon Balls possess immense power, they come with a fatal flaw. Every wish made requires the wishmaker to pay a corresponding price based on the content of the wish. Take, for example, the Granola arc during the latter part of the Super era. Granola and Gas paid a tragic price to acquire the strength of the universe's strongest warrior through the wishes made to the dragons summoned by these 2 Dragon Balls. While this may seem terrifying to the inhabitants of this world, for Tallet, simply sacrificing a significant portion of one's lifespan for the power of the universe's strongest warrior is not too daunting. It's akin to an ordinary person in Tallet's past life. If one could truly gain the strength of the universe's strongest warrior at the cost of their lifespan, surely many would willingly accept the bargain. Even if it meant trading their entire lifespan for just one more day, countless souls would flock to such an opportunity. Inside the spaceship, in the cockpit, Tallet and Celery had not engaged in training for the past few days. While navigating the ship, they exchanged lighthearted banter, reminiscing about their amusing experiences on planet Udrat. It has been over a year since they departed from Earth. The lengthy voyage through the cosmos has become a familiar routine for them. Yet they occasionally find themselves reflecting on their journey. Especially as Celery matures, her understanding deepens. Saiyans are inherently precocious, unlike any ordinary race, capable of engaging in battles from a young age. Fortunately, the spaceship is equipped with advanced technology, allowing them to maintain contact with Earth, alleviating some of the monotony of their space travels. In truth, returning home is quite simple. The journey takes merely half a month to a month. While one might question the absence of spatial teleportation, interstellar travel is indeed feasible, yet the distance to Earth renders it imperceptible. How could one traverse without sensing the presence of ki? As for spatial movement without a medium, it is limited to short distances. For instance, while on planet Udrat, Tallet attempted to sense the ki of Namekian Rhaegar, but the vast distance made it impossible to detect. Ultimately, it boils down to his insufficient strength, as his ki perception cannot cover such an extensive range. As for returning to Earth, the time is not yet right. Tallet has numerous tasks ahead, and Raditz remains unlocated. That said, although there is no news of Raditz, they have intercepted information regarding the Saiyan team of Frieza's army through the spaceship. Under Brief's modifications, this vessel has seamlessly integrated the greatest advantages of both Frieza's army spaceship and the Galactic Patrol spacecraft. Furthermore, Brief has encased the system in his framework, transforming Tallet's spaceship into a mobile main server. The spaceship system can automatically receive messages from surrounding factions, intercepting and reading all communications from the Frieza army and the Galactic Patrol. Remarkably, the spaceship is equipped with an automatic shielding function that can thwart all tracking attempts. However, the extent of its capabilities remains uncertain, as they have yet to test it. Given Tallet's current strength, he would face no danger unless confronted by foes with battle powers exceeding 100,000. Celery's battle power has also surpassed 20,000, having mastered instant transmission. She can easily escape from danger. After concluding their conversation, Tallet closed his eyes to meditate, delving into self-reflection. The very reason he dares to venture to Planet Cyril is due to his adequate strength. Strictly speaking, as long as he does not encounter Frieza, he is unlikely to face any peril. Even if he were to confront the Ginyu Force, he possesses the capability to fight back. Based on his estimates, most of the Cyrilians should have been eliminated by now. The Frieza soldiers stationed on Planet Cyril and the members of the Zeta organization are also part of Tallet's objectives. Brother Tallet, I have received a peculiar message. Take a look, Celery suddenly said as an urgent notification popped up on the spaceship system. Tallet opened his eyes and focused on the screen. The message appeared in encrypted universal galactic language, which the spaceship system translated into comprehensible text. I am Level 2 Galactic Patrol Officer Jack, to investigate the recent invasion of the life planet in the Rosa Galaxy. I am currently trapped on planet Shadow by a gang of galactic marauders. Their combat power exceeds 10,000. I request assistance from Level 1 and Special Galactic Patrol Officers. The planetary coordinates are 31445, 64555. Upon reading the content of the message, both Tallet and Celery were momentarily taken aback. They had encountered numerous pieces of intelligence from the Galactic Patrol, but this was different, as it involved Officer Jack. Jack, the Galactic Patrol officer who had visited Earth and with whom they narrowly missed an encounter. Dr. Brief had even helped him repair his spaceship. Celery's memory is remarkable. She recalled this detail vividly. It must be him. Who would have thought they would receive his distress signal at this moment? Is it sheer luck or perhaps fate? When they departed from Earth, Brief had tasked Tallet with seeking news of Ties, who had left with Jack. Finding him should lead them to Ties. With this in mind, Tallet immediately manipulated the system to alter the spaceship's course, redirecting it toward Planet Shatu. Brother Tallet, are you going to rescue him? The message indicated that the enemy's combat power exceeds 10,000, Celery remarked. Do not fret. With our strength, even if the enemy possesses 10,000 battle power, they are hardly a concern, Tallet reassured her with a smile. While Celery's power has indeed grown, she has yet to experience true combat, leaving her somewhat insecure about her abilities. Upon hearing Tallet's words, Celery finally grasped the reality of their situation and nodded. She had almost forgotten that the times had changed. In the past, a battle power of 10,000 would have been exceedingly terrifying to them Saiyans, an insurmountable challenge. Now, her own power stands at 21,000. Her brother Tallet's strength has reached an astounding 82,000. In her mind, he is the most powerful Saiyan in history. The distance is quite close. Right within our current star system, Tallet exclaimed in surprise as he observed the navigation system outlining the nearest route. It seems Jack's distress signal was intercepted by him just moments after it was sent. Jack has always exhibited a fortuitous nature in the original tale, possessing an extraordinary streak of luck. Fortune smiled upon them amidst peril, as Tallet and Celery fortuitously arrived just in time to rescue him. Concurrently, on the planet Shat, Gak and Tai Si sought refuge within a secluded cave, hidden deep within the verdant forest, evading the relentless pursuit of their adversaries. Initially, their mission on Shat was merely to gather intelligence and liberate the enslaved inhabitants of the planet. By the standards of a secondary mission, this seemed an effortless task. However, they were unprepared for the formidable strength of the galactic marauders enslaving the Shat people. What course of action shall we take next? Gak, do you truly believe assistance will arrive? Tai Si felt despondent, her heart heavy with despair. An adventurer at heart, she never envisioned that perilous encounters would be of such life-threatening nature. Who could have anticipated the notorious galactic marauder, Armando, would make an appearance here? His cohorts were infamous for their ruthless nature throughout the northern galaxy. Gak, on the verge of tears, lamented, Armando's combat prowess is unmatched, reaching a staggering 10,000 points. How could a mere secondary patrol officer like myself hope to contend with such might? His spirit faltered, uncertain whether the intelligence operative had deliberately led him into this predicament or if misfortune had simply befallen him. Cursed be the day, he had envisioned a simple task, a chance to impress Tai Si and establish his reputation. Yet, who would have foreseen that this band of marauders would be lurking here? Though internally distraught, Gak endeavored to maintain his composure. He held faith that reinforcements from headquarters would arrive promptly, and for now, their priority was to remain concealed and undetected. Gak reassured Tai Si. At this moment, despite being drenched in sweat from anxiety and fearing discovery, he maintained an admirable composure, soothing Tai Si. Upon hearing his words, Tai Si quickly calmed her frayed nerves, reassured at least by the fact that Jack had never deceived her. Unbeknownst to her, Jack was merely comforting her while gambling with their lives. Taking out her notebook, Tai Si transformed her previous demeanor, diligently recording the events unfolding around her. Are you perhaps a tad too dedicated? Jack couldn't help but remark, noticing her actions. I know you are someone who would forsake home for the sake of your writing. But this is not the time for such pursuits when lives are at stake. Ignoring Jack's comments, Tai Si persisted in her creative endeavor. This experience, instead, provided her with immense inspiration. Time passed unknowingly for half a day. Amidst their anxious waiting, suddenly, a spacecraft locked onto their location and descended from the heavens. This spacecraft is indeed the vessel piloted by Tallet. At that moment, it was Gak who first noticed the change, gazing at the descending spacecraft in the sky. The unfamiliar spacecraft left Gak in a state of bewilderment. It was certain that this was not a vessel belonging to the Galactic Patrol, nor did it belong to any faction he was familiar with. It bore some resemblance to the ships of Frieza's army, yet it was distinctly different. Was it a newly developed model? Or had a group of unknown extraterrestrial invaders emerged from the planet Shadow? Tai stood beside Gak, observing, until the proximity drew her attention to the emblem above. Was that the universal capsule logo of my family? In an instant, Tais recognized the emblem on the spacecraft. She briefly questioned her own vision, rubbing her eyes repeatedly. It was indeed the logo of the universal capsule. Oh my, did your father create a spaceship? With sharpened perception, Gak, upon receiving the hint, quickly spotted the universal capsule emblem as well. Simultaneously, he felt a sense of perplexity. Although brief was undeniably formidable, this seemed excessively extraordinary. Earth's technological advancements had only reached the level of manned space travel, far from the capacity to construct a spacecraft. Amidst Tais and Gak's confusion, the spacecraft locked onto their location and gracefully descended onto a nearby clearing within the forest. Gak remained vigilant, heightening his alertness. To him, the situation appeared suspicious. He drew the high-energy weapon from his waist, a tool of the Galactic Patrol. Though the spacecraft bore the emblem of the capsule company, its allegiance remained uncertain. Should the situation prove perilous, he would not hesitate to initiate an attack and flee with Tai Si. The door of the spacecraft slowly creaked open under the watchful gaze of Gak and Tai Si, accompanied by a series of sounds. Tallet and Celery emerged at the threshold, leaping down with agility. Two children? Gak stood dumbfounded, stunned into silence. He had braced himself for the worst, expecting foes to emerge from the craft. Yet before him stood two youngsters who appeared scarcely 10 years of age. No, these two children exuded an unsettling aura. Upon closer inspection, Gak was certain it was no mere illusion. Tai Si, upon recognizing the figures descending from the ship, was rendered speechless. Memories surged forth like a tide, and the likenesses of Tallet and Celery intertwined with the images in her mind. Although they had merely crossed paths a year prior on Earth, she remembered them distinctly. Is it truly them? Tai Si exclaimed in astonishment. Huh, you know them? Gak queried, bewildered. Tai Si nodded, but before she could elaborate, Tallet and Celery approached them. Just as I suspected, you are indeed here, Tai Si. I wonder if you still remember us. Tallet greeted them with a gentle smile. It really is you. So this spacecraft was indeed crafted by my father? Tai Si exclaimed joyfully. Tai Si, are they your friends? Gak inquired, confusion etched across his face. He had never heard Tai Si mention knowing such young individuals. Just days before you came to Earth to retrieve me, they had approached my father with inquiries regarding the construction of gravity devices. I never anticipated encountering them again on Planet Shade. If my memory serves me right, they are martial artists of considerable strength, Tai Si recounted, reflecting on every detail to clarify for Gak. As her words settled, Tallet, still smiling, remarked, due to certain circumstances, we were unable to provide a complete introduction earlier. We are not Earthlings, but Saiyans. After arriving on Earth, we learned of certain matters and sought your father's assistance. Indeed, this spacecraft was crafted by him. Gak, upon hearing this revelation, was left utterly flabbergasted, his mind in disarray. Saiyans. You are not Earthlings, but Saiyans. Gak exclaimed in shock. He was no stranger to Saiyans. A year ago, his primary objective in coming to Earth was to eliminate the Saiyan infant that had been dispatched there. However, due to a series of unforeseen events, he had failed to eradicate the Saiyans and had nearly been stranded on Earth due to a damaged spacecraft. Fear not, Gak. Though you have spoken of Saiyans as merciless, they should not be considered foes. This is Tai's intuition, despite her awareness of the terrifying tales surrounding the Saiyans. Gak regained his composure, casting his gaze up and down over Tallet and Celery. Surely, they cannot be foes. What am I afraid of? Even if they are Saiyans, they are merely children. How formidable could they possibly be? Gak encouraged himself inwardly. If he could not contend with a galactic thug like Amando, how could he be intimidated by two young Saiyans? Though the Saiyans are a warrior race, these undeveloped ones pose little threat. Suddenly, a troubling thought struck Gak, igniting a wave of anxiety as he regarded Tallet and Celery anew. Damn it, with such significant targets emerging, our whereabouts will be compromised. We have barely navigated the perilous phase. We are bound to be discovered now. By the way, how did you know that Gak and I were here? Tai inquired. Tallet explained the functions of the spaceship to Tai. Upon learning the specifics, Tai was even more astonished by the genius of her father and younger sister. Tallet, seizing the opportunity to inquire, sought to understand the circumstances surrounding them. He had initially assumed it was related to Frieza's army, only to discover it was a band of galactic thugs. The name seemed somewhat familiar. Who could it be? Tallet murmured to himself, recalling the storyline of the original work. A figure swiftly emerged in Tallet's mind. Isn't that the red-skinned minion of Dale's from the theatrical narrative during his invasion of Earth? I never anticipated encountering him in this location. No, it is more accurate to say that the realm of the theatrical version exists within this world as well. With a combat power exceeding 10,000, Amando indeed possesses such strength. Suddenly, Tallet and Celery's power detectors emitted alert sounds, promptly displaying two sets of combat power values, 5,500 and 5,600. Tallet, the detector indicates that two individuals are flying rapidly not far from us, Celery remarked. Tallet nodded in response. They must have detected our spaceship's landing and come to investigate. Nearby, Gak and Tai's expressions shifted dramatically, while Tai was oblivious. Gak understood the magnitude of power that surpassed 5,000. Had they truly been discovered? Gak's composure began to unravel. However, they are merely two insignificant figures with combat power just above 5,000. They will serve as suitable opponents for you, Celery, Tallet chuckled. Having honed her skills on Namek and Yadarat, Celery, even against these two lackeys, would find them no match, not even with Amando's assistance. All right, Tallet, Celery replied eagerly, ready to test her abilities. She immediately unleashed her flying technique and soared into the sky, as she had never truly engaged an enemy before. Observing this, Tallet followed closely to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Hey, wait, you too. Gak finally reacted, attempting to dissuade Tallet and Celery, but it was already too late. In his eyes, their audacity seemed reckless, akin to courting death. On planet Shatter, above the forest, Tallet and Celery encountered two blue-skinned extraterrestrials, obstructing their passage. Another pair of unfamiliar faces. It seems that many have recently descended upon planet Shatter. You little ones do not realize that this planet now belongs to us. One of the alien warriors inquired, his tone laced with seriousness, posing the most critical question. Though they were part of a rogue organization in the galaxy, they were mere underlings compared to Frieza's army. Bidar. Is it necessary to be so cautious? They are just 2 kids, another alien interjected, continuing vehemently. You two should summon your elders. To arrive on someone else's territory without showing yourselves is utterly disrespectful. If our leader Armando learns of this, you shall not have pleasant consequences. Even if you are with Frieza's army. With that, the two crossed their arms, gazing down at Tallet and Cellari with an air of arrogance. Upon hearing their words, Tallet and Cellari exchanged disdainful glances. Tallet refrained from acting and allowed Cellari to take the lead. You truly lack intelligence. Carrying a power detector yet failing to assess our combat strength while you boast is quite foolish. Moreover, to disregard Frieza's army with your meager power exceeding 5,000 is a bold move indeed, Cellari retorted with scathing sarcasm. A skill honed through frequent quarrels with Bulma back on Earth, managing to insult without resorting to foul language. Tallet admired Cellari's sharp wit. She was barely 8 years old. Little brat, do you seek death? How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Exclaimed one of the aliens, feeling humiliated by being belittled by a child. Both possessed combat powers reaching 5,000. Although they could not compare to those with powers exceeding 10,000, they were still elite warriors. However, as soon as one activated his power detector, Cellari, with unparalleled speed, dashed in front of him, delivering a swift punch. With a resounding thud. Her seemingly delicate fist contained an unfathomable destructive force. That casual strike penetrated his battle suit and severely injured his internal organs. Pooh. Blood spurted forth as the brave warrior's eyes widened in shock, his strength fading. Combat power. 10,000. His body trembled violently, he could no longer maintain his composure. And consciousness slipped away as he uncontrollably plummeted to the ground. Cellari chose not to take his life but rather to incapacitate him. In her inaugural engagement with outsiders, she misjudged the intensity, intending merely to have some fun. The opportunity for such a battle is exceedingly rare, igniting the warrior instinct within her Saiyan blood. Beside her, Brave 1-2 stood in stunned silence. Cellari's aura erupted, causing his power detector to emit alarming readings of immense strength. To their astonishment, this young rascal's combat power reached an astonishing 10,000 points. Their leader, Armando, also boasted a mere 10,000 points. However, it must be noted that claiming a power level of 10,000 is quite lofty, for Armando's actual combat data was only 9,100 points. This discrepancy had persisted, either through their consistent exaggeration or Armando's self-aggrandizing belief in his supposed might. As Cellari shifted his gaze toward Brave 1-2, the tension in the air was palpable. At this moment, Beta was drenched in cold sweat, thoroughly intimidated by Cellari. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he instinctively sought to flee. Yet he failed to comprehend that Cellari had no intention of letting him escape. In an instant, she launched another attack, teleporting behind him and delivering a swift chop with her hand. Her movements were decisive and unhesitating, executed with remarkable speed. With a dull thud, Beta, caught completely off guard, was struck by the blow, instantly overwhelmed by an immense force that clouded his consciousness. Like the previously courageous number 1, he plummeted from the sky to the ground below, landing precisely where the approaching Jack and Ties were situated. How utterly disappointing, Cellari remarked, a hint of disillusionment in her tone. These two are hardly as formidable as the warriors from Namek and Adrat, easily dispatched. The effortless defeat of the two adversaries was a testament to her overwhelming strength. It wasn't merely that their prowess was lacking. Rather, the disparity in their capabilities was staggering, facing an opponent with thousands of combat points. If one were unable to effortlessly eliminate them in a single strike, that would indeed signify true weakness. Merely two insignificant minions, let us now seek out Armando. Tallet nodded towards Cellari and spoke once more. Their exchange was overheard by Jack, who stood there, utterly bewildered. These two extraterrestrials possess a formidable combat power exceeding 5,000 points, rendering them utterly unbeatable. However, Cellari effortlessly dispatched them with a single strike. Now, they must seek out Armando. Am I perhaps dreaming? How can these two diminutive Saiyans be so terrifying? In the Saiyan clan, a battle power surpassing 5,000 points is considered that of a superior elite, yet these youngsters are elite warriors? Jack pondered silently. After this unforeseen turn of events, he no longer questioned the prowess of Cellari and Tallet. They were undoubtedly far more formidable than he. At this moment, he even began to anticipate the possibility that if Cellari and Tallet could assist him in eliminating the galactic marauder Armando, it would be a monumental achievement. In that case, he would be credited as a collaborator in the resolution, and upon returning to the Galactic Patrol headquarters, his rank would surely be elevated accordingly. At the very least, it would elevate him to the status of a first-level Galactic Patrol officer. Continuing onward, they emerged from the forest into a vast mining area, where Armando and his henchmen were enslaving the inhabitants of Planet Shate to extract resources. Here lies a mineral of exceptional value, capable of bestowing immense profit upon its discoverers. The unexpected revelation of this planet, inhabited by a frail and inferior race, echoes the adage that a common man is innocent, yet possesses treasures that may bring about his doom. It is indeed a pitiable populace, rendered enslaved due to their lack of self-defense capabilities, lamented Sillerai. Over the years, due to Tallet's influence, she has become anything but a typical Saiyan. In essence, a conventional Saiyan is characterized by ferocity and brutality, driven by an innate inclination towards conquest, rendering it inconceivable for one to express such sentiments. Thus, we must grow even stronger. The inhabitants of Planet Shat are reminiscent of the former Saiyans. In the presence of a more powerful entity, we are but weaklings, and we too have narrowly escaped annihilation, Tallet reflected. Following this revelation, the clarity of their objectives quickly caught the attention of Armando and his subordinates. Simultaneously, they confirmed the disappearance of Bida and Stir. Upon receiving his subordinate's report, Armando furrowed his brow. It was evident that his plans had been disrupted, and his minions had been eliminated. Armando donned a combat uniform reminiscent of the Frieza force. Though it was not the official military attire, it can be said that numerous extraterrestrial invaders throughout the cosmos are, in some way, connected to Frieza's army. No, that is incorrect. It should be the Colder Legion. Since Frieza usurped the Colder throne, all cosmic powers have either interacted with or relied on Frieza's forces for survival. Armando's team was no exception, hence their possession of battle uniforms and power level detectors. As he gazed upon Tallet and Sillerai, a cold smirk crept across Armando's face. He scrutinized them without restraint and ultimately noticed the tails entwined around their waists, instantly recalling a certain race. No wonder they effortlessly defeated my two subordinates. They are Saiyans. To exhibit such a degree of combat prowess at this age, could it be that Saiyan Prince, Vegeta, from the Saiyan squad? Armando developed an intense interest in Tallet and Sillerai, even mistaking Tallet for Vegeta at first glance. Though he had never seen him, he had heard whispers of his prowess. After all, the Saiyan race is nearly extinct, with only a scant few surviving. Moreover, to his knowledge, the only individual at this age capable of effortlessly dispatching his subordinates is none other than Vegeta. Through the power level detector, he observed that Tallet and Silari's combat strength was nearing 10,000 points. Rather than feeling fear, Armando was exhilarated by the prospect and suddenly conceived a bold idea. He could collaborate with these two Saiyans. Such formidable combat prowess, if it could be harnessed for his own purposes, even if only for a fleeting moment, would prove advantageous. Moreover, he could leverage the presence of these two Saiyans to establish a connection with King Frieza. With his capabilities, he was confident he could secure a significant role. At that moment, he remained oblivious to the fact that Tallet and Sillerai were observing him with the detached gaze reserved for the deceased. Armando was even less aware that the readings from his combat power detector merely reflected the superficial combat abilities of Tallet and Sillerai. Both had long mastered the art of controlling their energy, able to manipulate their power levels at will. Stay put and monitor these Shadonians, Armando instructed before slowly ascending into the sky, approaching Tallet and Sillerai. I apologize for my subordinates' foolish actions and for offending individuals we should not have. If I am not mistaken, you are Saiyans, are you not? You are Prince Vegeta. And that child with a power level exceeding 10,000 is indeed as the rumors suggest. To my surprise, there is also a female Saiyan with a power level above 10,000. Armando's confident remarks left Tallet and Sillerai momentarily bewildered, followed by laughter. They truly had not anticipated this. What are you laughing at? Armando's smile gradually faded, replaced by an ominous expression. He had already been quite courteous, and if they continued to disregard him, he would not offer them any more kindness. Even with a power level surpassing 10,000, he felt no fear. After all, he had spent years battling across the cosmos. With his skills, two mere children could not possibly rival him. Apologies, but we typically do not laugh unless we can no longer contain ourselves. Sir, it seems you have made a mistake. We are not the Prince Vegeta you mentioned. Sillerai responded with a dismissive smile, and then turned to Tallet, saying, Brother Tallet, it appears that Prince Vegeta's reputation in the universe remains quite high, and his power level has indeed surpassed 10,000. After all, he is an elite born with a power level of several thousand. It would be unexpected if he were not above 10,000. Tallet replied nonchalantly, unfazed by the conversation. Their exchange left Armando's expression frozen in disbelief. You are not Vegeta. So you are not part of Frieza's Saiyan squad? Are you survivors from another group of Saiyans? Upon uttering these words, Armando was struck with astonishment. The existence of one Saiyan child with a power level exceeding 10,000 was already astonishing. Now, two more Saiyan children with equally impressive strength had emerged. Now that you are aware of our identities, what do you intend to do? Tallet inquired, observing Armando with keen interest. Upon hearing Tallet's mocking tone, Armando suddenly grew serious. Yet his expression quickly shifted back to a smile. I have heard that King Frieza is quite interested in the surviving Saiyans. If you were to pledge your allegiance, you would undoubtedly receive significant recognition. What do you say? Are you interested in collaborating with me? I could take you to meet King Frieza. Perhaps in the future, you will surpass even that prince. Armando's words caused Tallet to regard him with newfound respect. The individual possesses a robust physique, and I initially presumed him to be one of those brawny yet simple-minded sorts. To my surprise, he is quite astute. Perhaps you wish to use us as a stepping stone? Tallet is not easily deceived, even if Frieza truly values the Saiyans. It is evident that someone as malevolent as Armando would not act out of goodwill. It appears you are unwilling to cooperate. In that case, there is little left to discuss. Having eliminated my subordinates, I must seek an explanation from you. I shall defeat both of you and present you to Lord Frieza, thereby demonstrating my capabilities. Amando, however, harbors little patience. Since Tallet and Celery are reluctant to collaborate, he shall resort to alternative methods. He firmly believes that even if Tallet and Celery possess slightly superior combat power, surpassing 10,000, when it comes to an actual confrontation, they are merely children. Brother Tallet, why waste words with him? A brute like this should be awakened by a fist, Celery asserted without hesitation, her aura radiating power. She was eager to ascertain the extent of Amando's strength, given his confidence. As Celery unleashed her energy, Amando took the matter seriously. Even if my combat power is merely 9,100, you two are exceedingly arrogant. Furiously humiliated, Amando leaped into the air above Tallet and Celery, launching an energy attack directly at Celery. The onset of battle was triggered by mere disagreement. This scene sent chills down the spines of Gak and Tais, who were concealed in the shadows below. Such a terrifying energy was beyond the level of a star's annihilation. If this force were to strike a small planet like Shade, the consequences would be catastrophic. However, for Celery and Tallet, such an assault would feel no more severe than a mere tickle. The intensity of the attack was so minimal that evasion was hardly necessary. A confident smile flickered across Celery's face as an intangible barrier formed around him, shielding him from harm. Just as Amando's energy attack was about to land, it was nullified by the unseen protective aura. Having trained in combat with Tallet for years, most of Celery's techniques were taught by him, including this one. What? Amando exclaimed in disbelief. He had unleashed nearly 80% of his power in that attack, fearful he might kill the two Saiyans. Yet, they remained unscathed. Is that all the strength you possess? Celery taunted. It was an unbearable humiliation to lose to a child. You are courting death. Amando's hands moved rapidly, unleashing a relentless barrage of energy beams that cascaded towards Celery like a meteor shower. With a thunderous boom, the explosive light surged forth, sending destructive shockwaves rippling in all directions, causing the earth to tremble. Below, in the mining area, Amando's subordinates and the enslaved Shade inhabitants were caught in the blast. Even Gak and Tais were engulfed by the residual waves of the explosion. Gak decisively moved Tais to the outermost edge of the battlefield. The disparity in power was overwhelming. Die, die. If I kill you, I have other means. At this moment, Amando was frenzied, continuously launching energy attacks. This extensive and cataclysmic explosion lasted a full minute before subsiding. A colossal mushroom cloud soared into the sky, thick smoke billowing thousands of meters high. The relentless bombardment had drained most of Amando's stamina. Now he gasped for breath, his red skin glistening with sweat. Even if your battle power reaches 10,000, what does it matter? A child is still a child, and under my full force attack, you will never emerge unscathed. An evil grin spread across Amando's face, convinced that Tallet and Celery were doomed. Yet, reality soon dealt him a crushing blow. As the smoke and flames dissipated, the sight of Tallet and Celery, both entirely unharmed, came into view. Amando's mouth fell agape, his pupils trembling violently, as if confronted with his greatest fear. Such a level of attack could barely stir up some dust. Tallet gazed disdainfully at Amando from above, arms crossed. Wait, you've even dirted my clothes. I'm quite upset. I only have one outfit. Celery exclaimed, brushing off the grime from his attire, his gaze sharpening as he locked onto Amando. The moment Amando felt Celery's unwavering focus, a chilling sensation coursed through him, sending shivers down his spine. Instinctively sensing danger, Amando attempted to flee, but it was too late. In an instant, Celery appeared before him. Now you're starting to fear me? A tad late. Celery mocked. Provoked by the taunt, Amando clenched his teeth, his inner fury swelling and erupting into a surge of power. With a furious roar, he swung his fist at Celery. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Celery moved with greater swiftness. With a resounding thud, Celery's powerful punch struck Amando's chest, shattering the armor of his battle suit. The brutal impact sent Amando reeling, his internal energy surging chaotically as he spat out blood, his vision blurring with crimson. The encounter was far from over. With a swift and powerful whip kick, Celery delivered a devastating blow to Armando's neck. The unparalleled force sent Armando's entire body tumbling backward, resembling a kite severed from its string as he soared through the air. Seizing the moment, Celery's aura erupted instantaneously, and with a terrifying velocity, he pursued the airborne Armando, landing yet another crushing strike. A resounding bang echoed in the aftermath. The blow struck Amando squarely in the back, shattering his protective armor and fracturing his spine. With such a devastating injury, Amando had no capacity for resistance. His consciousness faded into oblivion. With a resounding crash, Amando's body plummeted to the ground like a meteor, creating a massive crater 10 meters deep and several dozen meters wide. He was on the brink of death. I had thought this hulking figure was formidable, yet he proved equally vulnerable to assault. Celery descended from the heavens, landing beside the incapacitated Amando. She raised her hand, gathering a terrifying energy in her palm, clearly intent on obliterating Amando for having provoked her with his words and for ruining her only outfit of that style. Wait, don't kill him. At that moment, Gak, covered in filth and grime, rushed over with ties in tow. He intervened to save the barely conscious Amando. What is the meaning of this? Aren't you a galactic officer? Are you truly going to protect this galaxy marauder who nearly cost you your life? Celery questioned. Of course not. This group has wreaked havoc on many planets. Killing them would only grant them an easy exit. It is far better to send them to galactic prison, Gak replied. Upon hearing this, Celery was unwilling to hand Amando over to Gak just yet. She looked up at Tallet. Tallet appeared indifferent, but seemed to have guessed Gak's intentions due to his eagerness. Let him take care of it. You've already vented your frustration, Tallet said, stepping closer to Celery. Since Gak wanted him, it could be seen as a friendly gesture. After all, someone like Amando wouldn't stir up any significant trouble. It was a fortuitous opportunity to foster a friendship with Gak, which might be beneficial in establishing a connection with the intern angel, Melis, in the future. Very well then. With Tallet's endorsement, Celery lowered her hand, relinquishing the gathered energy. Gak swiftly produced energy-binding handcuffs and leg irons from his waist pouch, capable of restraining a person's abilities to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Thank you for your assistance. My task is now complete, Gak stated. While his exterior betrayed little excitement, he was eagerly anticipating returning with Amando to the nearest police station. However, before that, he needed to apprehend Amando's subordinates. With Tallet and Celery's help, the incident involving the galactic marauders on planet Shadow was resolved. Having aided Gak, Ties promptly reported their safety back to Earth. She was immensely grateful for Tallet and Celery's assistance, recognizing that without them, she and her companions would have never navigated through their perilous situation. During a video call with her father and sister back on Earth, Ties truly felt the warmth of concern, and she suddenly regretted leaving. Nevertheless, despite her sentiments, Ties aspired to carve out her own identity. While she had always been intelligent, she lacked her father's passion for scientific endeavors and knew she could not compete with her sister, Bulma. Thus, she was even more determined to achieve something significant of her own. Through her closer interactions, Ties learned that Tallet and Celery were honing their skills in the cosmos and expressed her desire to join them. Perhaps upon realizing Gak's inability to protect her, she decided to seek the capable Tallet and Celery. Tallet found it difficult to refuse her request. Although she might be a liability, she was asking to join, and Bulma had entrusted him with her care. To outright decline could jeopardize the goodwill he had established, especially considering the immense help Bulma and her father had provided him. Before he could respond, Celery eagerly took Ties' hand, clearly welcoming her into their ranks. Unlike her potential rivalry with Bulma, Celery harbored no animosity towards Ties, possibly due to the innate charm she exuded as the girl next door. The isolation of space travel made the prospect of companionship appealing, ensuring Celery's future would not be too dull. Bringing you along isn't an issue, but you must promise not to act recklessly. You will follow my orders, or I shall send you back to Earth. Don't worry. I'm not the type to act impulsively, Ties replied playfully, sticking out her tongue. She was a beautiful girl with a vivacious personality. Tallet shook his head, watching her engage in conversation with Celery about feminine topics, leaving him at a loss for words. Nevertheless, he and Ties reached an understanding. He could not allow her presence to disrupt his original plans. In fact, having her along would facilitate certain matters, such as piloting the spacecraft, which he would not need to oversee. However, the upcoming tasks would be perilous. For instance, traveling to Cyril would undoubtedly lead to encounters with numerous foes. Were it not for the consideration of his spatial teleportation and Celery's ability to teleport as well, Tallet would have needed to think twice about this arrangement. Furthermore, there was one significant reason for Ties' eagerness. She expressed that she had been in a creative process without a defined protagonist, and Tallet's emergence inspired her. In essence, she wished to portray Tallet as the lead character, believing that being by his side would facilitate her writing. Tallet had often fantasized about being a protagonist in his previous life, though he was curious about what kind of work Ties would produce. The only thing he remembered was that the version of Ties in the original story, inspired by Gak, was not particularly successful or well received. This was inevitable, for the strength of Gak is rather limited. Even if she were to accompany him on a cosmic adventure, what experiences could she truly encounter? What tales could be woven? If I were to be the protagonist, it would not do if I were to lack seriousness and end up resembling Gak. Contemplating this, Tallet found himself anticipating the narrative that Tai Si would craft regarding his confrontations with Frieza's army. One could only imagine the expression on Frieza's face upon witnessing the extent of his actions. Thus, the decision was made to temporarily bring Tai Si along, heralding the commencement of a new cosmic journey. After escorting the prisoners, including Amando, to Nazstar alongside Gak, the trio finally parted ways. Arriving at Nazstar, he was eager to observe the nature of this planet's galactic prison. After all, in the original tale, Dales had invaded Nazstar, thereby liberating Amando. To be frank, it was not that Dales was overly powerful. It was merely that the galactic law enforcement was exceedingly weak. Had it not been for the galactic patrols backing from the god of destruction and the presence of the apprentice angel, Mels, it is likely that the situation would have turned dire long ago. Subsequently, 3 months passed by imperceptibly. In the past 3 months, the most noteworthy event was undoubtedly the arrival of Tallet and his companions on Cyril Star, where they conducted a meticulous investigation. Upon reaching Cyril Star, the trio discovered that the entire planet had been transformed into a resource transfer station for the Frieza Force. Soldiers of the Frieza Force were ubiquitous, having constructed fortifications in numerous locations. Moreover, a considerable number of alien races had arrived, all of which maintained long-standing alliances or dependencies with the Frieza Force for their survival. Strangely, Tallet found not a single member of the Zeta organization, as if they had vanished without a trace. It remains uncertain whether their disappearance was due to fear of the Frieza Force's ruthless purges or other reasons. In any case, Tallet acquired the most accurate intelligence. Cyril had become Frieza's private real estate, designated as Frieza's number 1993 star. Over the course of 3 months, Tallet and Cellari concealed their identities, posing as members of a certain faction while simultaneously investigating and discreetly searching for the whereabouts of the Namekian Monet. During this time, they encountered numerous conflicts with the Frieza Force, all of which Tallet effortlessly resolved. The combat prowess of the Frieza soldiers on the planet was relatively modest, with the highest combat power barely reaching 15,000 points, and only 5 captains exceeding the 10,000 mark. Not to mention Tallet, even Cellari could easily defeat them. Of course, to avoid drawing too much attention, they would discreetly eliminate any Frieza soldiers who discovered their inquiries, but they would not expose themselves directly. After all, the search for Monet remained a priority. What astonished Tallet was that Monet seemed to have evaporated into thin air. Despite his meticulous mastery over sensing energy, he could not detect Monet's presence. It was certain that he was still on Cyril Star, never having left. The spaceship pierced through the atmosphere of Cyril Star, advancing towards the cosmic sea. There was no longer any need to waste time. The initial purpose of arriving at Cyril Star was for 2 specific matters. Yet the investigation into Bardock's information remained incomplete, and Monet was still unfound. Nevertheless, they had inflicted considerable damage upon the Frieza Force. To claim that there were no gains would be utterly implausible. As the spaceship accelerated, Tallet and Cellari reclined in their seats to rest, while Cellari conversed with Tai Si about their recent experiences. For Tai Si, the thrill was exhilarating. She had never imagined plunging headfirst into the domain of a malevolent force. And after causing so much destruction, they managed to retreat unscathed and unnoticed. Just as the two were engrossed in their conversation, Tallet suddenly widened his eyes, his body bristling with a chilling sensation. He sensed an incredibly terrifying energy manifesting directly in their path. This ominous aura. Is it Frieza? Tallet clenched his fist in silence, sensing a sinister malevolence akin to an abyss. Though he had never truly experienced Frieza's presence, he was unequivocally certain that this was indeed Frieza's essence. Tallet, what is wrong? Cellari inquired curiously, having noticed Tallet's unusual demeanor. However, it soon dawned on her, and she became utterly transfixed, cold sweat trickling down her brow. Clearly, she had sensed that terrifying presence. What is the matter? Thais questioned, bewildered and astonished, as she, being an ordinary person, felt nothing amiss. It was not until she piloted the spacecraft and noticed another vessel gliding past them at an alarming speed that she began to grasp the situation, asking, could there have been someone formidable aboard that spaceship? Understanding Tallet and Cellari's capabilities, she realized that only an immensely powerful individual could evoke such a reaction in them. Moreover, the expressions on their faces, cautious, serious, and even somewhat fearful, were unprecedented for Thais. Without uttering a word, Tallet and Cellari instinctively moved to the protective glass, gazing outward. As the spaceship whisked by, though they saw nothing tangible, Tallet envisioned Frieza and the soldiers aboard that vessel surely watching them intently. Frieza. Who would have thought they would encounter him at such a moment? The timing of their departure could not have been more fortuitous. Taking a deep breath, Tallet remarked that he had not had the chance to use his power detector earlier. Yet, he recognized the futility of such an effort. The distance was too great, and the speed too swift to trace. Frieza? The Cosmic Emperor? Hiss. Had they narrowly escaped a dire fate? Thais realized the gravity of their brush with Frieza's most fearsome legion. Tallet, was it truly Frieza? That aura was simply horrifying, Cellari gasped, contemplating how their combat strength still fell short in comparison to Frieza's. Let us depart swiftly and activate the cloaking feature. If we are tracked, it will spell trouble. Tallet advised Thais. The priority was to vacate this star system as expeditiously as possible, hoping Frieza would not deem them worthy of pursuit. Meanwhile, aboard Frieza's spaceship, in the control center, Frieza lounged in his exclusive hovering pod, flanked by his trusted subordinates, Zabo and Dodoria. There was something peculiar about that spaceship. It did not seem to belong to us, Frieza mused. Zabo, investigate to whom that vessel belongs. His sudden command startled Zabo and Dodoria, who were well aware of Frieza's temperament. Yes, Lord Frieza, I shall look into it immediately, Zabo responded, not daring to delay. He swiftly approached the control panel, following Frieza's orders to summon detailed information about the spaceship, using his authority to unearth further intelligence. Upon confirming that the vessel was not in their records and had emerged from Cyril Star, he quickly reported back to Frieza. Lord Frieza, that spaceship was not in our records. According to the intel, it last appeared at Cyril Star 3 months ago and then seemingly vanished until now, Zabo relayed, his heart racing with trepidation. As anticipated, upon hearing his words, Frieza let out a sinister laugh, his tone ominously low. Ha ha ha. A spaceship with no records. Appearing at Cyril Star and vanishing once more. Did I merely brush past them? Are the inhabitants of Cyril Star all a bunch of worthless fools? Self-proclaimed as the Cosmic Emperor, Frieza despised any semblance of error. Zabo and Dodoria trembled in fear. May I speak freely, Lord Frieza? A subordinate suddenly interjected. Zabo and Dodoria broke into cold sweat, while Frieza regarded the audacious pilot with keen interest. Oh my, I do enjoy when my subordinates volunteer their thoughts. Speak freely, you shall not be punished. Frieza's taunt was laced with menace. The bold individual was none other than Sorb, who had wished for Frieza's resurrection later in the original tale. Such a minor soldier, possessing barely a few hundred points of combat power. Who could have imagined that he would one day become the supreme commander of Frieza's remaining forces? Even after Frieza's resurrection, he continued to be held in high regard. One must acknowledge the audacity of Sorb, otherwise, he would not have reached such heights and would certainly not dare to speak now. Allow me to speak frankly. Could it be that the Zeta organization is concealing a spaceship? Although they collaborated with you, King Frieza, they have not truly submitted, especially after we occupied Cyril Star. The members of the Zeta organization vanished. Sorb's statement effectively diverted everyone's attention. Frieza was no stranger to the Zeta organization, nor were Salza and Dodoria. You have indeed reminded me. Well done. Henceforth, you shall be the commander of this flagship. A casual remark elevated Sorb from a mere control system soldier to the commander of a spaceship. Sorb was overwhelmed with excitement, bowing respectfully. While the other soldiers were consumed with envy and resentment, they had contemplated this as well, yet none dared to voice it. Shall I conduct a further investigation, my lord? Ignoring Sorb, Salza fervently sought to prove himself. Go ahead, investigate thoroughly. If they are indeed members of the Zeta organization, dispatch the Ginyu Force to eradicate them completely. Frieza's chilling laughter resonated. Long ago, he had perceived the grand ambitions of the Zeta organization's leader, Elec. That fellow aspired to usurp his throne and claim the title of Cosmic Emperor. Yet, the throne of the Cosmic Emperor is not something mere ants may covet. I shall instruct my subordinates accordingly. Upon hearing this, Salza departed the control center. As Salza left, Dodoria, perplexed, inquired, King Frieza, according to our reliable intelligence, the highest combat power possessed by members of the Zeta organization barely exceeds 10,000 points. Would deploying the Ginyu Force not be an excessive measure? Even Salza and I could handle it with just one of us. Dodoria's confidence was misplaced. Frieza chuckled heartily. Ha ha ha. Indeed. The Zeta organization is but a ragtag group. Deploying elite operatives does seem to bestow them with undue honor. However, Dodoria, it seems you have forgotten something. Back on Planet Vegeta, due to your negligence, a Saiyan managed to survive and nearly confronted me. As Frieza spoke, his blood-red eyes narrowed, causing Dodoria's complexion to change dramatically, and beads of cold sweat to uncontrollably slide down his forehead. To eradicate the roots of the problem, the Ginyu Force operates comprehensively, and their efficiency will not disappoint me. As for you, I have another task to assign. Frieza emphasized this point to Dodoria. At that moment, Dodoria was drenched in sweat, panicking as he replied, Rest assured. Such an error will never be repeated. Ha ha ha. That is reassuring. I still have great faith in you, Dodoria. Frieza's sinister smile lingered, and he chose not to pursue the matter further. Dodoria silently exhaled with relief. He had not expected that after such a long time, King Frieza would still remember the events of the past. He resolved not to make such a grave mistake again. Otherwise, given Frieza's temperament, even as a confidant, he risked being eliminated. Time swiftly passed. 10 days elapsed in the blink of an eye. Having narrowly avoided an encounter with Frieza's spaceship under Tallet's command, Tais piloted their vessel at breakneck speed away from the vicinity of Cyril Star. Of course, these 10 days were not solely spent fleeing from Cyril Star's star system. Even in fear, there was no need for such extreme caution. The first 3 days were indeed consumed with anxiety over potential surveillance, leading them to traverse 2 major star systems. However, this changed on the 4th day. Thanks to their advanced navigation technology, even with Frieza's forces in hot pursuit, they could not catch up with Tallet's ship. The following days saw the spaceship receiving reports of a Saiyan team invading a particular planet, prompting them to accelerate towards that destination. For Tallet and Sealer, much had already been accomplished, and their strength was sufficient. Knowing Raditz's whereabouts, neglecting to pursue him would signify a lack of concern on their part. Sometimes, fate intervenes fortuitously. On planet Datarol, under the assault of Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz, the native inhabitants were entirely eradicated, marking the completion of their current task. At this moment, the 3 gathered around a campfire, roasting the flesh of an unknown creature. Were they alone? Indeed. Originally, there had been another Saiyan, but he had perished over 6 months ago during an ambush on a high-ranking planet. Ironically, it was supposed to be Raditz who met his demise, yet he survived thanks to the intervention of that elite warrior, who ultimately lost his life. How tiresome. This marks the 3rd consecutive time they have invaded planets of the lowest caliber. Utterly worthless. Nappa grumbled in frustration, gnawing on his food. He was incensed. The lower the quality of their targets, the less reward they received. Moreover, Their combative nature led them to discover that the fighting prowess of the target species barely reached the dozens or hundreds, offering no enjoyment whatsoever. This was unavoidable. As King Frieza periodically assigned such tasks to them, Raditz remarked apprehensively. Since the death of that elite warrior, coupled with the experiences of the past year, he was no longer the same person. His weakness had rendered him insignificant in the eyes of Vegeta and Nappa, who regarded him as a burden. At times, when they conversed, they would lament the loss of a valuable warrior, leaving him, a potential failure, behind. The Saiyan team, led by Vegeta and Nappa, had relegated him to the status of a subordinate, forced to heed their command. Consequently, he bore the brunt of the most arduous tasks, merely cleaning up after their conquests. This only hindered his growth, ultimately leaving him further behind Vegeta and Nappa. Raditz was certain that if not for the fact that only the three of them remained of the Saiyan race, they would not care for his well-being. His former pride and dignity had been obliterated by the destruction of Planet Vegeta. After experiencing the merciless ridicule of others, he gradually realized that his initial status as a chosen warrior was solely due to his father Bardock's influence. Without the protection of his elders, he had devolved into an inconspicuous failure. Raditz, if only your strength were greater, you could undertake such tasks on our behalf, sparing us the trouble of wasting time on them, Nappa scoffed. Frustrated by his own inadequacy, unable to measure up to Vegeta, he wanted to delegate these tasks to Raditz. Despite Raditz's combat power barely reaching 900 points. Since last year until now, Raditz's combat prowess has seen little improvement. Raditz, on the verge of tears, feels an overwhelming sense of despair, yet finds himself unable to voice his grievances. Opposite him, Vegeta, nonchalantly enjoying his grilled meat, observes with a cold gaze, offering no words. He has no need for useless drags, especially someone like Raditz, who only serves to hinder his momentum. However, he refrains from expressing this sentiment, as Saiyans are indeed scarce. And an additional member, regardless of their capability, is still an addition. Just then, what is that? At that moment, Vegeta abruptly raises his head, noticing a fiery light in the sky. It is a spacecraft, descending rapidly. From whence does it come? Both Nappa and Raditz stand up, their eyes fixated on the heavens. It is not until the flames dissipate that the general shape of the spacecraft becomes discernible. The spacecraft appeared both alien and oddly familiar to them. It bore resemblance to the large vessels of Frieza's army, yet it was distinctly not one of theirs. With a resonating hum, the ship descended, sending tremors through the ground as a powerful gust of wind surged outward. The craft landed steadily in an open area not far from Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz. Was this a new type of spacecraft? What could its purpose be on this planet? Nappa stepped forward, muttering to himself. Logically, as part of Frieza's army, they should be aware that invading this planet was their mission, and reports of the completion of that mission had already been submitted. Vegeta's expression grew grave as he spat out a mouthful of flesh and raised his hand to activate his power level detector. A series of beeps echoed, and soon 3 life signs were detected. Power levels of 1, 1, 0, 0, 0, and 3, 0, 0, 0. Confirming that the newcomers posed no threat, Vegeta's demeanor shifted to one of disdain. Having yet to see the targets, he shared Nappa's suspicion that this spacecraft might be new, perhaps a logistics unit dispatched to retrieve the planet after their conquest. As the ship's hatch opened, 3 figures emerged before Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz. Undoubtedly, it was Tallet and Sealer, accompanied by Ties, who had come to find Raditz. The moment Raditz laid eyes on Tallet and Sealer, disbelief washed over him. Despite the passage of 2 or 3 years, the Saiyan appearance remains largely unchanged from birth. Any alterations are merely subtle. Tallet, Sealer, Raditz exclaimed, his voice brimming with excitement as he called out their names. This left Nappa and Vegeta momentarily taken aback. Followed by their murmured remarks, a compatriot? The name sounds somewhat familiar. After nearly 3 years apart, Tarrot and Sealer jumped down from the spacecraft and approached Raditz directly. It has been quite some time, Raditz. You appear to be faring rather ordinarily, Tarrot teased with a hint of jest. These words brought a mist to Raditz's eyes, rendering him momentarily speechless with emotion. However, he quickly became overwhelmed with anger and delivered a fierce punch to Tarrot's chest. You rascal, if you are still alive, why have you not shown yourself until now? And Serari, after nearly 3 years, it is truly wonderful that you both are still here. Tarrot is his brother. This is something Raditz has long acknowledged. Serari has grown up alongside Tarrot, and although she is a lower-class warrior, he has always regarded her as Tarrot's woman. Saiyans are inherently straightforward, their temperaments mature. Once they have made a determination in their youth, it rarely changes. Raditz, why don't you introduce yourself? Nappa stepped forward, gazing at Tarrot and Serari. His imposing stature loomed over them, akin to a small mountain. Nappa, they are my kin. Tarrot has been my companion since childhood, and he is a higher-class warrior. Serari may be a lower-class warrior, yet her inherent battle power is not insignificant, Raditz stated, turning to Tarrot and Serari. This is Nappa, an esteemed elite of our Saiyan clan. I mentioned him to you before. Do you remember, Tarrot? Upon hearing Raditz's words, Tarrot and Serari exhibited little reaction, merely nodding slightly. Being familiar with the original plot, they naturally recognized Nappa. However, Raditz had indeed previously mentioned Nappa's impressive combat abilities. Haha, how splendid. Just when we are in need of capable hands, you two little ones have arrived. Our Saiyan lineage is not yet extinguished, especially with a female Saiyan who is quite pleasing to the eye. Although her genes may be lacking, she is sufficient for procreation. As he spoke, Naba's attention fixated entirely on Sarari. His lecherous grin was unmistakably scheming. A lower-class female warrior, was she not a prime candidate for mating and reproduction? With Saiyans nearly extinct, this one woman bore the weighty responsibility of revitalizing their race. Despite her youth, in a few years, she would mature. Naba's brazen gaze and his words caused Tarrot to furrow his brow, while Sarari seethed with anger at Naba's repugnant remarks. My woman is not yours to touch. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Tarrot's eyes, and his fierce proclamation momentarily stunned Naba, who soon responded with a mocking sneer. Upon hearing these words, Sarari was enveloped by a sense of security, feeling an unprecedented warmth within her heart. It was the first time Tarrot had publicly declared her as his woman. Humph, you are Tarrot, are you not? Though you are also a higher-class warrior, it seems you are oblivious to the situation. I am a scion of elite lineage. Naba continued his unrestrained ridicule, intending to showcase himself through Raditz, enlighten this relative of yours. Let him understand that there is a distinction between higher-class warriors and elite lineage. Distinction? Is the distinction you speak of that you possess a battle power of less than 4,000? Sarari retorted without hesitation, launching a punch at close range. This scene left Naba utterly bewildered. Even Raditz and the distant Vegeta were taken aback. With a resounding bang, Naba was propelled backwards, crashing forcefully into several chunks of debris before finally coming to a halt. With a single strike, Celery, even without exerting much strength, had delivered enough force to leave Naba reeling. Fool, Tallet remarked critically, then turned his gaze towards Raditz. Raditz, we have come specifically to find you. I wish to accompany Vegeta and Naba. You must be suffering as well, am I correct? Come with us. Aunt Gine is waiting for you. At these words, Raditz's emotion surged wildly. You say my mother is alive. You came here specifically for me? At that moment, he was in turmoil. Yet his heart swelled with an inexplicable sensation. He had believed that after the destruction of Planet Vegeta, he was utterly alone. Yet now, not only were Tallet and Celery alive, but his mother Gine was also still among the living. What had once been a life shrouded in darkness was suddenly illuminated, pulling him from the abyss. Besides Aunt Gine, your brother Kakarot is also alive. So, will you join us, or will you remain here to suffer? Tallet inquired once more. It was imperative that Raditz consent before he could take him away. Otherwise, it would be futile to force him. I will go with you. But Prince Vegeta will not agree, Raditz replied, gesturing for Tallet and Celery to look towards Vegeta. The power Celery had displayed, knocking Naba away with a single punch, had indeed astonished Raditz. Nevertheless, the disparity between Naba and Vegeta was insurmountable. 4,000 power level versus over 10,000 was a stark contrast. I remember now. You are the one Raditz once mentioned. He had intended to invite you to join my team, but you declined. An elite warrior, Tallet. Vegeta interjected as events grew increasingly intriguing. Naba may be a fool, but you are not. It was evident that both Celery and Tallet possessed formidable strength, and their power levels were likely not fully detected. By the way, this is our first encounter, Vegeta. Tallet smiled, locking eyes with him. As an elite warrior, you seem to have forgotten your place. Do you believe that since Planet Vegeta has been destroyed and only a few Saiyans remain, you no longer need to pay homage to the royal lineage? Or should I remind you of your position, Prince? Vegeta declared arrogantly. As his words fell, the atmosphere thickened with tension. As the Prince of the Saiyans, Vegeta had always believed that all Saiyans should heed his commands, especially under the current circumstances. He regarded himself as the supreme Saiyan leader. In truth, had it not been for Frieza's oppressive reign, he would have long since proclaimed himself king rather than continuing to refer to himself as a prince. Oh, I am quite curious about how you intend to assist me in recollecting, Tallet replied, a mischievous smile flickering across his face. He crossed his arms, an unconcerned demeanor revealing his contempt for Vegeta. Tallet, Raditz interjected anxiously, wishing to dissuade him but feeling uncertain of how to proceed. Humph. This prince has granted you an opportunity, which you have failed to cherish. Before I discipline you for your insolence, let me remind you that my power level stands at 12,000. Vegeta proclaimed with immense pride, revealing his current power level. 12,000? Ha, ha ha. Celery could not contain her laughter. What are you laughing at? Vegeta snapped, his brow furrowing and a chilling malice flashing in his eyes. Were it not for the fact that Celery was the only female Saiyan present, he might have acted violently. I am laughing at your ignorance. Is a power level of 12,000 truly impressive? You dare to speak of it? I feel embarrassed for you. Calling yourself a prince, Celery taunted from the side. There was no need to waste words on a fallen Saiyan prince. Better to let him dwell in his own delusions. Otherwise, the disparity might be too great for him to accept, leading him to madness. Vegeta's harsh words did not intimidate Tallet, who was equally unyielding. In this exchange, Tallet would not offer Vegeta any favor, especially since Vegeta had initiated this confrontation. Such words thoroughly infuriated Vegeta. You two are courting death. Rage surged from within him, as a violent aura emanated, pressing down upon Tallet and Celery. Wait, do not. Raditz sensed the impending peril, just as the words were on the tip of his tongue. They were completely suppressed. Vegeta was genuinely enraged. In the next moment, as Raditz was engulfed in worry, he witnessed a scene that shattered his worldview. Not only was Tallet unscathed, but Celery, too, appeared entirely unfazed. They showed no fear of Vegeta's formidable power. It was truly disheartening. Did he think such a level of pressure could subdue them? He seemed oblivious to the extent of their strength. If that were the case, they would merely demonstrate a fraction of their might. Observe closely with your power scouter. Witness our true combat prowess. Celery and Tallet intended to impart an unforgettable lesson to Vegeta. Beep, beep, beep. As Tallet and Celery unleashed their power, the scouter Vegeta wore emitted a rapid alarm. In Vegeta's line of sight, the numbers on the scouter's display fluctuated incessantly. Tallet and Celery's combat power surged at an astonishing rate. In the blink of an eye, it surpassed 10,000 and continued to climb. What? How is this possible? Vegeta was stunned by the spectacle. Gazing at the ever-increasing figures on the scouter and feeling an overwhelming sense of pressure expanding around him, his body trembled uncontrollably. Combat power could be manipulated. Impossible. Even if you were an elite warrior, such strength was inconceivable. And her, she was merely a lower-class warrior. How could she possess such formidable combat power? Vegeta refused to accept this reality. His perception was utterly shattered, and through the scouter, he observed Tallet's combat power exceeding 15,000, still on the rise. And Celery was no different. The level of combat prowess exhibited has utterly surpassed that of this elite prince. Tallet and Celery, seemingly indifferent to his plight, wore faint smiles as they quietly observed his performance. Raditz was left utterly speechless. The terrifying aura emanating from Tallet and Celery was beyond imagination, casting him far into the distance, even overshadowing Vegeta's previous dominance over him. What on earth has transpired with you, Tallet and Celery? How have you become so formidable? A tempest of confusion surged within Raditz. In the nearly 3 years since the explosion of Planet Vegeta, what experiences had they undergone that led to such an alarming enhancement in their combat power? His father, Bardock, had only just surpassed 10,000. Raditz struggled to rein in his restless emotions. Under the overwhelming pressure radiating from Tallet, Vegeta's complexion turned ashen, sweat beading on his forehead. He felt an unprecedented weight bearing down on him. He was unwilling to concede. He was furious. Even if the Saiyan race had fallen into decline, he remained a prince of the Saiyan lineage. He was indeed a prince, of noble birth, coursing with the highest royal blood. Yet now, he found himself suppressed by an ordinary elite warrior and a lower-class fighter. This was unforgivable, absolutely intolerable. Do not think this prince will be easily subdued. Gritting his teeth, Vegeta's aura began to ascend. A terrifying energy erupted from within him like a torrent, enhancing his combat power in that very moment. Stung by a bruised sense of pride, Vegeta refused to be subdued, and at that instant, his potential was unleashed, channeling all the negative emotions he had accumulated over the past year. Just moments ago, his combat power was a mere 12,000, but now, in this explosive state, it surged to 14,000, and it continued to rise, striving towards 15,000. In terms of aura, he gradually began to catch up to Tallet and Celery. However, both Tallet and Celery had only released a fraction of their true energy. They were resilient, yet even with this breakthrough, Vegeta still fell short in comparison to them. Brother Tallet, I no longer wish to toy with him. It has lost its appeal. Tallet smiled calmly, not intending to crush Vegeta outright, yet Celery had other intentions. With a thunderous boom, Celery's aura surged once more, unleashing a cataclysmic force that sent shockwaves rippling through the surrounding kilometers. At that moment, Vegeta's expression underwent a dramatic transformation, as the readings on his power detector surged to unprecedented heights. With a resounding bang, the device erupted, having exceeded its computational limits. The explosion of the power detector unequivocally signaled to Vegeta that their combat power surpassed an astonishing 22,000 points. In truth, Tallet's fighting prowess was far greater than this figure, while Celery's strength merely registered at 22,000. It was precisely at this threshold that the power detector met its demise. This is impossible. How did you manage this? Vegeta's mind trembled as he cast a bewildered glance at Tallet and Celery, his eyes now filled with fear and disbelief. While he could somewhat reconcile the notion of a superior Saiyan surpassing him, the idea that a lower-class warrior, and a female at that, could unleash such terrifying power and outstrip him, the Prince of the Saiyans, was utterly inconceivable. It is indeed an impossibility. The unwillingness of Vegeta to accept the current reality compels him to suppress the fear within, though the source of his courage remains a mystery. With fists raised, he charges towards Celery, aiming directly at his face, as if to confirm the authenticity of the numerical value before him, not a figment of his imagination, nor a trick played by Celery and Tallet. Bang! This punch is effortlessly blocked by Celery's raised hand. The initial attack thwarted, Vegeta grits his teeth and, fueled by fury, launches a series of powerful assaults. His strikes, swift as lightning, continually rained down upon Celery. Despite his youth, Vegeta's innate combat prowess is quite formidable. In terms of his current fighting style, few among his peers can rival him, let alone surpass him. Unfortunately, Celery's combat power and abilities far exceed those of the present Vegeta. With a nonchalant grace, he evades all of Vegeta's attacks, and without hesitation, he counterattacks. A punch, as ordinary as it is, strikes with a resounding thud. The punch landed solidly on Vegeta's abdomen. In an instant, Vegeta's movements faltered, his body grew rigid. Blood vessels were prominent in his eyes, veins bulged on his forehead, and his facial expression was one of sheer ferocity. After a brief pause of 2 seconds, a sweet taste surged in his throat, and judging by his expression, he seemed on the verge of vomiting. Yet, through sheer willpower, Vegeta forced himself to swallow back the blood that threatened to erupt from his throat. To withstand my punch without collapsing earns you a modicum of respect, said Sealer, casually remarking before delivering a powerful kick that sent Vegeta flying. There was no mercy in his attack. It appeared Sealer had long since discarded the so-called hierarchical system of the Saiyans. Thus, even when he subdued Prince Vegeta, there was little sense of accomplishment. Bang. Vegeta, propelled backward, crashed into a nearby dilapidated building, suffering a fate far worse than that of the previous adversary. As he collided, the entire structure crumbled with a resounding crash, smoke billowed, and dust filled the air. The entire area trembled for an extended period. Was Vegeta truly so easily defeated by Sealer? Raditz, a mere observer, was now utterly stunned. If Sealer had attained such formidable strength, how powerful must Tarrot be? Is this still the familiar Tarrot? Is this still Celery? If it weren't for his combat power detector malfunctioning due to excessive calculations, he truly wished to continue probing to discern the astonishing combat power levels of Tarrot and Celery. How outrageous. At this moment, Tarrot turned to face Raditz, maintaining a smile. This was precisely the effect he desired. It should have been his undertaking, but instead, Vegeta had provoked Celery. Suddenly, the entire area began to tremble violently due to an overwhelming force. Tarrot glanced once more towards the ruins where Vegeta lay buried. As colossal waves surged, countless boulders flew through the air. At the center of the wreckage, a disheveled Vegeta soared into the sky. His visage contorted with rage as he glared at Celery. A white-purple aura enveloped him, energy coursing rapidly, igniting electric sparks. I am the Prince of the Saiyans, Vegeta roared. His voice strained as he assumed a stance to unleash his energy. Stimulated by the immense pressure from Celery, his potential surged to an extraordinary level, causing his combat power to skyrocket to a staggering 18,000 points. This is precisely the stage of the original narrative where he possesses his combat prowess. Driven to the brink, he exerts every effort to validate his existence. Alas, this strength is not steadfast. Rather, it is a temporary augmentation. Perish before me. Gallic Gun. After concentrating energy to its utmost, Vegeta thrust his hands forward, unleashing a devastating beam of white and purple energy imbued with cataclysmic power, directed towards Celery. At that moment, Celery exhibits no sign of trepidation. Even with a combat power of 18,000, the disparity between them remains vast. Be careful, Celery, Raditz exclaims, his heart racing with concern, urgently warning her. However, the scene that unfolds in the next instant etches itself indelibly into Raditz's memory. Vegeta's all-consuming Gallic Gun, just as it is about to strike Celery, is effortlessly swatted away by a single, forceful punch from her. With a thunderous roar, the earth trembles, and a conflagration engulfs the sky, as all energy dissipates in the aftermath of the explosion. This scene once again shattered the perceptions of Raditz and Vegeta. Impossible. How could my Gallic Gun be so effortlessly repulsed by you? Vegeta, utterly exhausted, spat out a mouthful of blood. Undoubtedly, he had lost the capacity to fight. The sting to his pride, coupled with the injuries he had sustained, and the overwhelming surge of power from his last-ditch effort, had placed an immense burden upon him. Even if he wished to act further, his heart was willing, but his body was incapable. Celery had refrained from striking again, and at that moment, Tallet approached him. That last attack was indeed impressive. The force it unleashed exceeded my expectations. However, all things considered, that is where it ends. Frankly, I am somewhat disappointed. Before coming here, I had thought that as the prince of our Saiyan race, and having served under Frieza all these years, your combat prowess would not be so feeble. The mocking words made Vegeta grit his teeth, unable to retort. In terms of strength, he was undeniably inferior to them. Meanwhile, amidst the ruins, Nappa had managed to regain his composure and shakily returned to Vegeta's side. He had witnessed everything unfold, and his previous hesitation to approach was born from a fear of being deemed worthless by Vegeta. Now that Vegeta himself was at a disadvantage, he felt assured he would not be implicated. It must be said, you are quite pitiable. You all are. Suddenly, Tallet unleashed the words he had long prepared for Vegeta. What do you mean? Vegeta furrowed his brow, struggling to maintain his composure. Nappa dared not interject, fully aware of the vast disparity in their powers. What I mean is that you remain oblivious to the true nature of the explosion of Planet Vegeta. Not only that, but you are still in servitude to Frieza. Tallet continued, narrowing his eyes. Do you truly believe in such a ludicrous and far-fetched excuse as a colossal meteorite impact? In that moment, as the words were uttered, Vegeta inhaled sharply, while Nappa and Raditz beside him were struck as if by a thunderclap, their minds momentarily paralyzed. Vegeta had once contemplated certain possibilities, yet he never delved deeply into them, for he felt unworthy. Now, upon hearing Tallet's words, He suddenly comprehended that Tallet was accusing him of aiding the enemy while remaining so ineffectual. Tallet, are you implying that Frieza obliterated our planet Vegeta? Is this true? Raditz pressed for answers. In response to his inquiry, Tallet chuckled. What else could it be? Do you genuinely believe a meteorite could appear without being detected? Moreover, that it could annihilate our Saiyan race. Doesn't that strike you as absurd? Raditz was rendered speechless, his astonishment only deepening. Thus, it can be inferred that they have been unwittingly serving the enemy, completely oblivious to being manipulated by Frieza. At this moment, even Nappa has contemplated several critical aspects. Although he appears brawny, he possesses intellect and has harbored doubts in the past. However, the findings from his investigations yielded this very conclusion. Nearly 3 years have now elapsed, and these suspicions have long been buried in the depths of his heart. The atmosphere has become exceedingly peculiar. Tallet has no intention of elaborating further. He merely wishes to unveil the truth, allowing them to comprehend the situation in advance. The primary motive behind this is to observe whether their future selves will emerge stronger. Come, Raditz. Remaining beside Vegeta and Nappa will stifle your growth. Join us, and you shall become far more powerful. I will assist you. Tallet's words resonated deeply within Raditz. To grow stronger. Who wouldn't he desire that? His perpetual lack of respect from Vegeta and Nappa stemmed from his own weakness. He yearned to become formidable, wielding the same power over his destiny as Sealer and Tallet. All right. Having made his decision, Raditz nodded in agreement to accompany Tallet. Receiving Raditz's affirmation, Tallet nodded in response. This marks the completion of the final task. Perhaps altering Raditz's current perspective will prove to be a cumbersome endeavor. However, many aspects of life transform gradually over time. If mere words could instigate a profound change in a person, then that individual would hardly be worth nurturing. Raditz is to depart with Tallet and Celery. In that moment, Nappa and Vegeta were suddenly engulfed by a sense of loss. The two who prided themselves as noble and royal found themselves at a loss for what to do. Wait a moment, with the Saiyans dwindling in number, why not take us along as well? Together, we could look out for one another. Nappa foolishly pressed on, completely oblivious to his previous arrogance and greed. Clearly, he had long grown weary of his current existence. Remaining with Vegeta, and with Raditz no longer around, he would be left to shoulder all responsibilities. Such a life was far from what he desired. He too yearned for strength. As an elite warrior, he considered himself undeniably on par with Tallet and Celery. If only he could discover the means to grow stronger, he believed he could surpass everyone, and at that point, both he and Vegeta's standings would undergo a monumental shift. Power reigns supreme. The mightiest among them holds dominion. Nappa's words prompted Tallet and Celery to glance in his direction. Yet neither chose to respond, dismissing him entirely. After all, they shared no connection. Even if Vegeta were to voice such sentiments, it would not inspire a unified thought among them. With Tallet and Celery unresponsive, Vegeta found himself growing increasingly impatient. Having long been subservient to Frieza, he had been seeking an opportunity to transcend himself. Now that Tallet and Celery had defeated him and possessed the means to rapidly enhance their strength, he was determined not to miss out. With Raditz joining their ranks, Vegeta began to question whether this individual might soon surpass him as well. At the very least, tell me the method by which you enhance your strength. Or do you fear that once we acquire the means to grow stronger, we will inevitably outpace you? Vegeta employed a provocative tactic, eager to uncover the secrets of their strength. Such words caused both Tallet and Celery to chuckle. Tallet's laughter was subtle, merely revealing his insight into Vegeta's intentions. In contrast, Celery displayed a palpable disdain. Raditz remained silent, observing Tallet and Celery with keen interest. He yearned to speak, for if he were to truly grasp the means to gain strength, it would be prudent to refrain from divulging this knowledge to Vegeta and Nappa. Nappa was ungrateful and exceedingly ruthless. Should he gain power, he would undoubtedly make their lives miserable. Vegeta, on the other hand, was aloof and prideful. Upon acquiring supreme strength, he would swiftly seek retribution, ensuring they paid dearly for their perceived transgressions. Do you aspire to grow stronger? Tallet mused, his expression tinged with amusement as he regarded both Vegeta and Nappa, the latter's eagerness evident. Without a trace of hesitation, he declared, if you wish to become more powerful, then strive diligently in your training. Our Saiyan potential is not dictated solely by our birth strength. With that pronouncement, Tallet did not linger. Leading Celery and Raditz aboard the spaceship, Raditz glanced back multiple times, and only upon fully entering the vessel did he find solace. He remained apprehensive about Vegeta and Nappa potentially sabotaging the ship. Yet Tallet was unperturbed, aware that the disparity in their strengths rendered Vegeta and Nappa too intimidated to act. Even if they dared to strike, Tallet was confident in his ability to defend against them. As the spaceship ignited and departed from Dad Al-Star, Vegeta clenched his teeth, his fists tightening in frustration. The events of the day would be etched in his memory forever. Damn it, just wait. One day, I shall discover the means to grow stronger on my own. Sooner or later, this prince will repay the humiliation I suffered today tenfold. Vegeta vowed silently. At their next encounter, he was determined to leave Tallet and Celery in utter disarray. Suddenly, an idea struck him as he turned his gaze towards Nappa, who appeared deep in thought. Nappa, Vegeta called out, jolting Naba from his reverie, his heart still racing with unease. Why yes, Prince Vegeta, Naba responded with a hint of trepidation. Vegeta nodded, his eyes flashing with a cold intensity. You would do well to forget everything that transpired today. Otherwise, you know the consequences. This is Vegeta's warning to Nappa. Upon hearing this, Nappa swallowed hard and nodded repeatedly, assuring, rest assured, Prince Vegeta, I have seen nothing. Not only did he claim to have seen nothing, but he also vowed to forget everything that the insufferable Tarrot had just said, especially regarding the explosion of our planet Vegeta and its connection to Frieza. Vegeta coldly continued to suppress any dissent. How could Nappa dare to contradict him? He continued nodding in understanding. After all, Vegeta's inherent strength could easily annihilate him. And now with even greater power, if he truly wished to eliminate him, it would be a trivial task. Meanwhile, far away on planet Cyril, within Frieza's main ship, an intelligence soldier, previously instructed by Frieza to monitor the Saiyan squad's activities, reported the unfolding events. Sabor, a close confidant of Frieza, immediately sought out Frieza upon receiving the information from his subordinate and conveyed the news. Upon learning of the situation, Frieza was utterly astonished. For the two Saiyans named Tarrot and Celery had exhibited power levels exceeding 22,000 before the destruction of the power level detector. This terrifying potential surpasses even that of Vegeta, the prince of the Saiyans. Are you certain the intelligence is accurate? The incredulous Dodoria interjected, noting that with a battle power of 22,000, he has caught up to us. At the same age as Vegeta, possessing such formidable strength seems implausible. There is only one genius among the Saiyans like Vegeta. He had always been astounded by Vegeta's battle power of 12,000 at the tender age of 8, but now his expectations have been utterly shattered. Although it is hard to believe, the intelligence is indeed correct. The detector exploded precisely at the 22,000 mark, and I have confirmed this multiple times. The latest information indicates that Vegeta and Nappa have not been killed and have safely departed from the planet Datalurl. However, the Saiyan with a battle power of 900, Raditz, was taken away, leaving one to ponder the motives of those two Saiyans for only abducting the weakest among them. As Sabo spoke, Dodoria's expression shifted dramatically, sweat beading on his brow. If even the young Saiyans possess such strength, their existence must be precarious. Previously, there were concerns regarding the ever-growing Saiyan race, with powerful warriors emerging in abundance. Now, the threshold of a battle power exceeding 10,000 is no longer the limit for the Saiyans, as warriors boasting over 20,000 have appeared, and they are survivors apart from Vegeta. Not only Dodoria, but Sabos also couldn't help but recall the legendary Super Saiyan they once investigated. Just as the atmosphere grew tense between the two, Frieza's laughter echoed ominously. This particular laughter sent shivers down the spines of Sab and Dodoria, overwhelming them with an immense pressure. Accompanying a ruler is akin to being in the company of a tiger. None can guarantee whether the capricious Frieza might unleash his wrath upon them in the next moment. After all, it is merely a paltry power level of 22,000. How easily they are intimidated, despite the fact that their combined strength could easily surpass this figure and eliminate their foes. They must not allow a mere number to bolster the confidence of others at the expense of their own prestige. If my royal intuition serves me correctly, Sab and Dodoria must have been reminiscing about that tiresome legend, the Super Saiyan. If its battle power were truly limited to 22,000, it would be laughably weak. Haha. As Frieza's words echoed, Sab and Dodoria found themselves half kneeling in fear. They are not fools, having long served alongside Frieza. They are acutely aware that one must not take Frieza's words at face value. His Majesty has spoken. Those insignificant Saiyan monkeys are nothing to him. Once a target is determined, his subordinates will personally ensure their demise to eliminate any future threats. Sab nodded in agreement. While Dodoria may genuinely be afraid, he is not. After all, his battle power stands at 23,000. Although the gap in strength above 20,000 differs from that below it, every increment of 1,000 represents a significant disparity. Moreover, with the ability to transform, his power can escalate to 28,000. Do not be anxious, Sab. I have faith in your abilities and do not doubt your loyalty to me. Frieza continued, expressing curiosity about the two unexpected Saiyans who had emerged. Pondering how they managed to attain a battle power exceeding 22,000, it would be prudent to capture them for interrogation. This thought reminded him of the Saiyan who valiantly resisted until the very end during the destruction of Planet Vegeta, whose power seemed to exceed 30,000. Frieza's musings also stirred memories in Sab and Dodoria. That scene remains vividly etched in their minds, as if it transpired yesterday. The Saiyan who fought until the last moment was reported to have a power level far beyond 30,000. Thus, from that time onward, Sab had vigilantly monitored the fluctuations in the battle power of the Vegeta team. Frieza's arrogance stems from his absolute strength, a privilege of his high position. To him, the Saiyan Prince is merely a pet. What tempest could those few surviving Saiyans possibly stir? Everything is but a plaything left behind by him. Yet, Sab understands that should the Saiyan team reveal talents surpassing his own, his status would be jeopardized. Dodoria, standing nearby, dared not interject. In contrast to Sab, he is considerably more timid and lacks the same intellectual prowess. Frieza wishes to capture them to inquire about their enhanced battle power, Sab ventured to ask. After a brief exchange of glances with Frieza, he comprehended his role and promptly declared, I shall investigate this matter and ensure their capture in the shortest time possible. Just as Sab prepared to act, Frieza jested with a smile, stay by my side for now, SAB. The forthcoming period entails a lengthy journey through the cosmos. My elder brother has summoned me to the West Galaxy, and I believe our father is also en route. Let the Ginyu Force handle the Saiyan issue. They were just assembled a few days ago to alleviate their boredom. Frieza's calm words carried a hint of coldness, directed not at Sab nor the Ginyu Force, but towards his elder brother, Cooler. Upon hearing Frieza's instructions, Sab respectfully nodded and promptly departed to convey the orders, while Dodoria remained anxiously at Frieza's side. A mere follower adhering to commands. Within the cosmos, the spaceship glided steadily through the starry expanse. One might ponder how the vessel has sustained its journey for so long, what fuels its energy. This is something that Tallet does not comprehend, in essence. The spaceship possesses the capability for self-absorption and energy conversion, even if there is indeed a deficiency of certain materials for energy transformation. It suffices to inject the raw materials prepared by Briff into the spacecraft. Within the confines of the spaceship, after a day's acclimatization, Raditz not only gained a certain understanding of Tallet and Cellari, but also acquired insight into the events that transpired over the past 3 years. Simultaneously, under the arrangements made by Tallet and Cellari, he engaged in a video call with his mother, Gine, on Earth, and was reunited with his brother, Kakarot. It must be said that this was nothing short of astonishing for him. He had believed that his family and brother were deceased. Yet, not only were they alive, but they were thriving far better than he could have imagined. Most notably, Tallet had surpassed him by a considerable margin, and Cellari's prowess had reached heights he could scarcely fathom. A sense of unease enveloped Raditz. Reflecting on the parting words they exchanged all those years ago, promising a good fight upon their next encounter, he realized that with his meager battle power index of less than 1,000, he was utterly inadequate, unable even to match Tallet in a mere spar. A single finger could easily dispatch him, fortunately buoyed by Tallet's encouraging words. He came to understand that he too harbored the potential to become immensely powerful. This filled Raditz with a profound sense of anticipation for his future. He firmly believed that he could achieve the same feats as Tallet and Cellari. However, Raditz's thinking was somewhat simplistic, for with his current abilities, even gravity training posed considerable challenges. To reach the same heights as Cellari would require at least a year or two of dedicated effort. Moreover, Cellari had undergone potential development under the guidance of the Grand Elder of Namek, and had also mastered the techniques of ki cultivation. Without such guidance, even if he could adapt to 100-fold gravity, Raditz's strength would barely reach 20,000 points. Is this the method of ki cultivation? Is this how you conceal your battle power? Raditz exclaimed in astonishment after hearing the foundational principles of ki cultivation imparted by Tallet. To him, it was utterly incredulous. He had never imagined that such a method to control battle power existed in this world. It was evident that ki cultivation was one of the means through which Tallet and Cellari had grown stronger. Concealing battle power was merely the most basic of techniques. The essence of ki cultivation lies in learning to control ki, to perceive it during training, and to continuously strengthen one's ki. In this way, one could freely manipulate their power in battle, allowing for instant retraction and explosive release. Imagine, when your battle power stands at a mere 1,000 points. Yet you can unleash 2,000 points of might. In such a case, you could effortlessly triumph over any opponent. Tallet continued to elucidate for Raditz, aiming to provide him with guidance that would spare him from unnecessary detours in the future. Tallet's words invigorated Raditz. I understand now. With you as my guides, I shall not lag behind. Raditz nodded, contemplating earnestly. For now, focus on sensing your ki. It should not prove difficult for you. He set a goal for Raditz to achieve before allowing him to experience gravity training. Ultimately, the journey of cultivation is reliant on oneself. How far Raditz can progress depends solely on his own efforts. Thus, Raditz's path of cultivation commenced at that moment. A week passed in the blink of an eye. Success. At last success. So this is ki. Gazing at the glowing orb of ki in his hands, Raditz exclaimed with boundless joy. His voice startled Tallet, Cellari, and even Ties. Throughout the past 7 days, aside from eating and sleeping, Raditz had devoted himself almost exclusively to sensing his own ki. Perhaps due to his youth, he was unable to fully grasp the meaning of ki as explained by Tallet, or perhaps he had become ensnared in his own misconceptions, believing that controlling the energy within him equated to controlling ki, leading to his lack of progress. However, at that moment, Raditz finally grasped the sensation of ki and discovered the means to perceive it. Congratulations, Raditz, you have finally taken your first step. Tallet did not discourage Raditz for his slow progress, but instead spoke in a congratulatory tone, letting Raditz know that his diligent training was yielding results. Otherwise, where would the motivation for future cultivation arise? Meanwhile, Cellari, observing Raditz's self-satisfied demeanor, couldn't resist teasing him. Aunt Kinia only took 3 days to perceive her ki. Though I lagged a bit, I managed to do it in 5 days, and you, Raditz, took 7 days. Cellari's words struck a nerve with Raditz, igniting a fiery sense of determination within him. Is this not a matter of killing both body and spirit? Tallet, caught in the machinations of celery, found himself at a loss on how to console Raditz. Fortunately, Raditz was not someone who could be easily defeated by mere words. Indeed, he had endured countless hardships over the years, and thus, the bitterness of such verbal blows would only transform into motivation. Just wait. It took you 3 years to reach a combat power of 22,000. I shall surpass you in attaining that strength even faster, Raditz proclaimed with fervor. Celery rolled her eyes, thinking to herself that by the time he achieved that power, she would likely have reached 50,000, who would wait idly for him. However, upon noticing Tallet's signaling gaze, she obediently closed her mouth. Taze, witnessing the competitive spirit among the group, rubbed her forehead. Since Raditz's arrival, their little community had become increasingly lively. While this was a positive development, the intense atmosphere of competition weighed heavily on her as an ordinary individual. Now that I sense the energy, Tallet, as you mentioned, teach me the other methods to enhance my strength, Raditz eagerly inquired. In response, Tallet did not hesitate, stating, the cultivation of energy is indeed a means of enhancing one's power, and it is currently the most critical one. As for other forms of training, I previously mentioned gravitational training. If you can endure 50 times the gravity in a short span, your strength will at least rival that of Ba. As they spoke, Tallet and Celery led Raditz into the gravity training chamber. Raditz had already learned much about various matters and had some understanding of the spaceship. However, he had never entered the gravity training room and lacked a precise concept of gravitational training. Let us begin with 10 times the gravity. It should be familiar to you, and you will quickly adapt given your strength. Opening the gravity apparatus, Tallet guided Raditz on how to utilize it. The environment of 10 times Earth's gravity had little effect on Raditz, prompting him to reminisce about his experiences living on Planet Vegeta. After leaving Planet Vegeta, they rarely encountered planets with equal gravity. Most had significantly lower gravity. I believe I understand the essence of gravity training now. 10 times is an insult to my capabilities. Let us increase it to 20 times. Raditz signaled Tallet for a more formidable challenge. Tallet, amused by his confidence, nodded and promptly raised the gravity to 20 times. This increase caused Raditz to feel a significant weight bearing down on him, making his breathing slightly labored. However, with his combat power just over 900, he was able to withstand it. Increase it by another 10 times. Raditz's boldness surprised Tallet. While he was not astonished that Raditz could endure 20 times the gravity, the fact that he wished to attempt 30 times before fully grasping the burden of 20 was indeed audacious. Celery watched on with interest. In her own training with Aunt Kenya, she had faced similar challenges as Raditz. She remembered how she had struggled to maintain her strength at 30 times gravity, eventually retreating to 20 times for gradual training, taking half a month to finally endure intense training at 30 times. At 30 times gravity, Raditz finally felt immense pressure. His movements were constrained, his legs unbearably heavy. The difficulty in breathing, coupled with oxygen deprivation, left him somewhat dazed, and the veins on his body began to bulge. How do you fare? If it becomes too much, you may reduce the gravity. After all, gravitational training emphasizes a gradual approach. And you have only just begun your energy cultivation, Tallet inquired. Raditz, however, did not respond. It was unclear where he drew his strength, but under such pressure, he surprisingly began to revel in the experience. This feeling is ineffable to him. Observing such a display from Raditz, Tallet and Celery were momentarily taken aback. Ultimately, neither of them chose to disturb him. If he could endure, then let him be. After all, striving for rapid enhancement of strength necessitates challenging one's limits. If one cannot even achieve this, what can be said about becoming stronger? Tallet's astonishment stemmed from the fact that this was Raditz's first encounter with the pressure of gravity. Yet he persevered. Returning to the cockpit, Taisi was engrossed in her creative endeavor while snacking. Tallet and Celery refrained from interrupting her, each settling into their respective seats. Raditz, we have been here for a week. Are we heading back to Earth now? Celery inquired. Originally, they were meant to define their objectives several days ago, but they had been adrift in the cosmos, allowing Raditz some time. Return to Earth? Now is not the moment. We cannot go back yet. Especially since we are currently at odds with Frieza's army, Tallet responded. Then where shall we go next? We cannot simply drift through the universe indefinitely, Celery interjected. Their conversation caught Taisi's attention, prompting her to lift her head and say, I believe we should hide for the time being. After all, we received news from Frieza's army days ago that the Ginyu Force is searching for us. Although I have never encountered the Ginyu Force, Gak once informed me that they are the most formidable special operations team under Frieza. As Taisi spoke, she manipulated the control system to pull up information on Frieza's army. Frieza indeed possessed intelligence, realizing that his subordinates, Sabin and Dodoria, were no match for us. Hence the deployment of the Ginyu Force. However, I am not intimidated by the Ginyu Force. Even if Frieza himself were to come, his combat power is only 120,000. Tallet declared confidently. But your combat power is merely 88,000. There is a difference of 32,000. How can you combat that? You should be grateful our spaceship is equipped with advanced cloaking technology, a fact that Frieza would never suspect. Taisi remarked, munching on chips. I have my methods. In any case, unless Frieza appears before me, no one else is worthy of instilling fear in me. Moreover, even if Frieza were to come personally, I would not be afraid. At worst, I could simply utilize spatial displacement or instant transmission to escape. Tallet's response made Taisi ponder thoughtfully. What do you plan to do next? Please do not tell me. Taisi's heart raced. Home is home. And she had already connected some dots in the narrative. Cellari, too, awaited Tallet's plans with curiosity. Rather than hiding, I have conceived a rather entertaining idea. Since Frieza wishes to capture us, I intend to present myself within his line of sight. This way, he will be aware that we have been lingering close by, yet remain futilely unable to locate us, while simultaneously creating some trouble and chaos for him. With that, Tallet revealed a glint of cunning in his eyes. This notion suddenly emerged not long ago. Although it had been contemplated previously, no concrete plan had materialized. Yet now, clarity has been attained. Since Frieza has taken the initiative to capture them, he cannot remain idle. Time flows swiftly, and 5 years and 3 months have passed in the blink of an eye. It is the year 745 of the age of the universe, on the planet designated as number 0003, Frieza's stronghold, within the grand and opulently adorned imperial palace. Frieza typically indulges in the pleasures of life or admires the vast expanse of his cosmic empire at this hour. However, today, he finds himself devoid of such leisure. This is due to a particularly revealing report he has received from his elder brother, Cooler, titled Saiyans, beginning with the escape from Planet Vegeta, which implicates the Saiyans and, most troublingly, involves him and his Frieza force. For 5 long years, he has been oblivious to the fact that a group of Saiyan monkeys has secretly opposed him and has been a source of great irritation. Most alarmingly, his loyal subordinates have concealed this information from him, resulting in significant losses for the army. In recent months, not only has he lost control over numerous planets, but countless soldiers have also perished as a consequence. As Frieza peruses the 5-year report, a dark cloud looms over his expression, reflecting a fury he has not experienced in quite some time. An oppressive atmosphere spreads throughout the palace. Who can enlighten me as to who is responsible for this? Who suppressed these tidings, preventing me, the king, from being informed? With a voice laden with intimidation, Frieza's words render all present in the grand hall speechless, too frightened to utter a sound. What infuriates him the most is that his brother, Cooler, has mocked him behind his back. He had been aware of everything all along. Yet Frieza remained in the dark. Had he been informed earlier, he could have nipped this issue in the bud. Instead, a series of minor incidents have compounded, allowing these foolish subordinates not only to fail in eliminating the Saiyan monkeys, but also to facilitate their growth during this time, ultimately culminating in the current predicament. This is truly despicable. Is no one willing to respond? Do you think I have become increasingly gullible? Or have you all forgotten how stringent I can be over the years? Enraged, Frieza's eyes emanated deadly glare. The soldier who delivered the report did not have time to utter a word before Frieza pierced his forehead with a lethal beam, sending him to his demise. A profound silence engulfed the room, with not a soul daring to breathe. Frieza's demeanor turned icy as he scrutinized each individual present, finally honing in on 2 subordinates who were sweating profusely and trembling uncontrollably. Is it you? I recall you were recommended by Captain Ginyu, touted as possessing a battle power of 30,000, worthy of my attention. The 2 core warriors, trembling even more intensely, protested. It is not us. We know nothing. We only recently acquired this information. Captain Ginyu instructed us to investigate, but we have yet to take action. Upon hearing this, Frieza suddenly smiled. Is that so? Then you have already begun to organize an effective counteroffensive, correct? Yes. Lord Frieza, grant us 1 month. No, half a month. We will certainly eliminate those Saiyan monkeys. Frieza chuckled menacingly. Is half a month sufficient? I detest those who make promises yet fail to deliver. As the atmosphere shifted dramatically, others remained oblivious, but as Frieza's confidants, Zarbin and Dodoria sensed the impending doom and were drenched in cold sweat, daring not to exhale. They were acutely aware that Frieza was in a volatile state. Anyone who provoked his ire would meet with fatal consequences. Even they, his trusted aides, were at risk of being eliminated. As anticipated, 2 more death rays extinguished the lives of 2 warriors, despite their battle power of 30,000. Frieza paid it no mind. Useless subordinates were merely a burden. 5 years. A full 5 years. Those few insignificant wild monkeys have managed to create such turmoil, each incident more significant than the last. You are all my capable subordinates. Have you now resorted to silence? Zarbin, Dodoria, tell me, what should I do? Frieza's low, menacing voice was rife with murderous intent. The ever-expanding fury within him was becoming increasingly difficult to contain. Were it not for Zarbin and Dodoria's presence, he would have likely turned his wrath upon them as well. This serves as both a reminder and a warning. Regardless of whether there are spies among us or how you have conducted yourselves in the past, I demand a suitable plan forthwith. I wish to see the corpses of those Saiyan monkeys in the shortest time possible. Frieza reiterated his warning. A piercing, killing intent flickered in his crimson eyes, and his tail lashed against the ground in agitation, creating numerous cracks. The pressure fell heavily upon Zarbin and Dodoria. They were acutely aware of Frieza's temperament. If they failed to provide a satisfactory answer, their fate would likely mirror that of the two useless fools from earlier. If even his most trusted subordinates were bereft of ideas, could they still be deemed reliable? Zarbin, though intelligent, found it burdensome to devise a strategy. Preferring to engage in battle, he turned to Zarbin, realizing that only he could help navigate this dire situation. Under the threat of death, Zarbin's mind raced, and soon, a brilliant idea blossomed within him, culminating in a comprehensive solution. Lord Frieza, I have a strategy that may be worth considering, Zarbin respectfully proposed. Oh, pray, elaborate, Frieza responded, his demeanor shifting from irritation to intrigue as he awaited Zarbin's answer. Since those Saiyans were capable of intercepting our intelligence, why not turn the tables and provide them with false information? We could disguise a desolate planet as our next mission target, claiming it harbors vital resources that must be seized. If we can lure those Saiyans into our trap, we can eliminate them all at once. As Zarbin laid out his plan, every ear in the room perked up. Frieza chuckled, clearly pleased with Zarbin's suggestion, for it aligned perfectly with his desires. Ha ha ha, excellent, as expected of my capable subordinate. But which planet do you intend to utilize? And what combatants will you deploy to lie in ambush there? According to the intelligence reports, a Saiyan named Tarrot had a combat power exceeding 40,000. Even with the combined strength of Zarbin and Dodoria, they would likely fall short against that Saiyan. Frieza's blood-red gaze scrutinized Zarbin and Dodoria with a mocking glint. Zarbin's expression soured. Facing an opponent with such formidable power was beyond his capacity. Even with Dodoria's assistance, they would be swiftly defeated. Noticing Zarbin's distress, Frieza chose not to press further, appreciating that his strategist had managed to conceive such a plan in a moment of crisis. I am aware of your combat capabilities. Taking on a Saiyan with over 40,000 power is indeed challenging. Not just you two, but even if we gathered all the captains here, it would be a daunting task. Inform Captain Jinyu of this plan. I trust he will not disappoint me. Furthermore, this plan must remain a secret among US, should our adversaries catch wind of it, or if outsiders become aware. Frieza trailed off, his laughter echoing ominously before he waved dismissively, signaling everyone to depart. Frieza was no fool. When it came to cunning, he was undoubtedly among the elite. With Zarbin's proposal, he had already begun to formulate additional strategies. Who was the traitor? He was genuinely curious. My dear little Vegeta, could the traitor be you? Or is there truly another within the ranks who has betrayed me? Or perhaps, dear brother, you are the one orchestrating this? Unbeknownst to him, there was no traitor. Their information network had long since been enveloped by the systems aboard Tarrot's spaceship, rendering all information accessible. Meanwhile, on planet Rhaegar, for over 5 years, since discovering Raditz and imparting the training methods, Tarrot and his companions had embarked on a covert mission of sabotage. While enhancing their own strength, they simultaneously undermined Frieza. During this time, Tarrot, Zarali, and Raditz experienced significant power increases. Raditz, in particular, soared from a combat power of 900 to a remarkable 7,500 after adapting to 50 times gravity in his first year and making substantial progress in ki control. By the second and third years, he mastered 100 times gravity and, under Tarrot's guidance, achieved meticulous control over his ki, reaching a combat power of 25,000. As he had asserted, he indeed surpassed Zarali within 3 years. Throughout the fourth and fifth years, Raditz's power continued to climb, albeit at a more measured pace, ultimately reaching 43,000. When pushed to unleash his full potential, he could strike with a combat power of 45,000. As for Zarali, her combat power had already surpassed 40,000 when Raditz reached 25,000 in his third year, now standing at an impressive 58,000. It could be said that Zarali embodied the archetype of a strong woman, as Raditz exerted himself to catch up but remained far behind. Their rivalry was serious. However, one discrepancy remained. Raditz had yet to undergo potential development. Once he embarked on that path, his strength would undoubtedly eclipse Zarali's current prowess. Unless Zarali also engaged in potential development, she would indeed risk falling behind. This is a matter that Tarrot has always hesitated to mention, not out of fear that Raditz's power would surpass theirs, but because a girl's self-esteem can often be more fragile. Otherwise, when he returned to Namek 2 years prior, he would have requested the Elder to assist in unlocking further potential. It is noteworthy that that visit to Namek was to aid the Namekians in fending off a crisis. This calamity was not orchestrated by anyone, but rather a colossal celestial body had veered off its original trajectory, disturbed by the gravitational pull of 3 massive stars, and was on a collision course with Namek. At that time, despite Rhaegar's strength exceeding that of his peak several years ago, he was still incapable of resolving the crisis alone. Thus, the Elder reached out to Tarrot. Upon learning of the impending impact on Namek, Tarrot readily agreed to assist. Ultimately, with the help of his companions, they obliterated the enormous celestial body. One might say that a battle power exceeding 10,000 is indeed capable of star destruction. And it is. However, there are distinctions within this category of star destruction. Eradicating a planet like Earth may not pose much of a challenge. Yet annihilating a celestial body 10 times, 100 times, or even 1,000 times the size of Earth is beyond reach. Following this encounter, the Elder resolved to create a truly combat-ready Namekian. That Namekian turned out to be Naru. From that moment, Tarrot grasped the reason for Rhaegar's absence in the original narrative. Without his intervention, Rhaegar would have perished in the effort to protect Namek from the colossal celestial body. Subsequently, in the year 744 of the Age of the Universe, the Elder created Naru, who became the sole combat-oriented Namekian. Due to Tarrot's intervention, the trajectory of fate was altered. Rhaegar not only survived, but Naru was also brought into existence nearly 2 years earlier. As for the current strength of Tarrot, in terms of battle power, he has reached an astounding 190,000 points. In the original narrative, when Son Goku arrived on Namek and unleashed the Kaioken ×2 against Jinyu, his battle power was merely 180,000 points. Over the course of 5 years, Tarrot has augmented his strength by 100,000 points, an impressive feat, albeit seemingly modest. On average, he has enhanced his battle power by 20,000 points each year, dedicating nearly every moment to training and continuously honing his combat skills against the soldiers of Frieza's army. The only regret is the absence of a worthy opponent to engage in a full-throttle battle. In the central region of Razor Star, a vast lake serves as the backdrop for a clash between two figures moving at supersonic speed. The immense force generates tumultuous waves that disrupt the previously tranquil surface of the water. A series of thunderous booms resound across the lake, echoing like the roar of an unleashed storm. The speed at which the two figures collided grew increasingly swift, sending shockwaves that cleaved the water's surface into numerous chasms. Boom. Another heart-stopping explosion resonated violently. Following this clash, Tallet and Raditz simultaneously retreated, hovering above the tumultuous lake. "Shall we continue, Raditz?" Tallet inquired, effortlessly adopting a stance. His demeanor relaxed and self-assured. This level of combat is merely a warm-up for him. However, at this moment, ordinary foes fail to provide him with any challenge. Only the occasional assistance from Raditz and Celery offers him a semblance of motivation. In stark contrast, Raditz has already unleashed his full potential, which is rather disheartening. "Over the past 5 years, I have not ceased my training for a single moment, yet I find myself lagging far behind you. Nevertheless, the battle is just beginning. Come now, let us continue." With a fiery spirit, Raditz is unwilling to bring the conflict to a close. Each encounter with Tallet leads to significant growth. As a white aura envelopes him, he enters a state of explosive energy and charges towards Tallet with renewed vigor. "This time, I shall accompany you for a thrilling fight." Tallet adjusts his combat power to match Raditz's level and retaliates with fervor. A resounding boom echoes as the battle reignites, with Tallet and Raditz engaging in a breathtaking exchange of blows. Confronted with Tallet's close-range assaults, Raditz counters with all his strength, sparing no effort. Although his abilities may not rival Tallet's, his fighting techniques are constantly evolving. And the plethora of new moves he employs is precisely why Tallet is willing to spar with him. After exchanging dozens of strikes in close quarters, Tallet senses the intense energy waves emanating from Raditz. "I was already prepared for this move." Tallet smiles subtly and swiftly retreats. In an instant, Raditz roars, unleashing an incredibly powerful aura that creates a massive whirlpool on the lake's surface. "Don't even think about escaping. Take this." As he speaks, Raditz continually raises his hands to unleash energy blasts. Although each blast lacks substantial power, their trajectories are exceptionally cunning. Tallet dodges repeatedly, ultimately choosing to confront the incoming energy blasts head-on, swatting them away with precision. The assault is far from over. Raditz raises his hand to release a formidable energy cannon, charging directly at Tallet with immense force. Observing this, Tallet responds in kind, launching his own energy cannon. With a thunderous collision, another violent explosion ensues. The intensity of the battle escalates, and Tallet and Raditz transition from the lake's surface to the skies above, their strikes growing ever more powerful and their speed increasing exponentially. This planet is inherently primitive, devoid of the emergence of intelligent life. Thus, the combat between the two posed no cause for concern. As the skirmish intensified, this scene caught the attention of Sealer and Ties, who were preparing lunch by the distant lakeside. Since their arrival on this planet for respite, such battles had become a regular occurrence, transpiring almost every other day. Sealer and Ties had long since grown accustomed to the clashes between Tallet and Raditz. Each time Raditz augmented his strength, he would seek to challenge Tallet. In truth, it was merely Raditz's penchant for self-inflicted adversity, exhausting himself through combat with Tallet, only to rejuvenate and enhance his own abilities thereafter. "Tallet's strength has surpassed that of the other day when he fought against me. Raditz is destined to face an even more humiliating defeat this time," Sealer remarked. Assessing the battle, although she was not a participant, she discerned the nuances of the situation. "You all seem to know nothing but training and fighting. Can't you take a moment to truly savor life?" Ties quipped, savoring the delicacies she had prepared. In response, Sealer chuckled softly. "We've discussed this numerous times. But it's simply our nature as Saiyans, dear sister Ties." All right, Ties replied dismissively. "Through the years of companionship, we have become so thoroughly familiar with one another that there is no room for further intimacy." Following the conclusion of the battle between Raditz and Tallet, it came as no surprise that Raditz once again suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of Tallet. This outcome was not only something Raditz had grown accustomed to, but also one that neither Celery nor Ties found remotely unexpected. Should Raditz ever manage to triumph over Tallet, it would indeed be an extraordinary turn of events. For Raditz, acceptance of defeat comes naturally. He does not allow the weight of failure to shatter his composure. The disparity in their strengths is glaring, and he is acutely aware that he cannot gain any advantage over Tallet. For Tallet, engaging in combat with Raditz is merely a playful exercise, a warm-up routine. Had it not been for Raditz's insistence, Tallet might not have even entertained the notion of sparring with him. After the battle, the two returned to the lakeside where Celery and Ties awaited them. The ladies had prepared a delightful meal, and the four of them shared lunch filled with laughter and conversation. The past couple of months spent on this planet felt akin to a vacation, devoid of deceit and the burden of scheming. As lunch lingered, Raditz, having regained his energy, sought to spar once more with Celery, leaving Ties at a loss for words as she retreated to pursue her own creative endeavors. Recently, she had encountered a creative block, struggling to master certain plot lines, and was diligently working to recalibrate her thoughts. Tallet too began to engage in his own form of training. Over the years, his strength has consistently ascended. Although he currently possesses a combat power of merely 190,000, Tallet believes that, given his age, he has exerted considerable effort. He has never resorted to exploiting the enhancements associated with the Scion's miraculous recovery from severe injuries. Nor has he sought to unlock his latent potential to surpass his limits in one fell swoop. Certainly, if he desired, he is confident that he could amplify his strength to more than double its current state. After all, with years of accumulation, he is convinced that the eruption of his potential would be extraordinarily formidable. It is noteworthy that Tallet does not wish to rely on such methods, at least, not at this moment. In recent days, Tallet has ceased his gravity training altogether. Over the years, the three of them have gradually acclimated to 100-fold gravity, with both Raditz and Celery now capable of training under 150 times the gravitational force. Tallet, in particular, has mastered the ability to adapt to an astonishing 200 times gravity. Indeed, gravity training significantly enhances one's strength at an accelerated pace. However, when one immerses themselves in rigorous practice for an extended period, the body's immunity inevitably imposes limitations on growth. Thus, Tallet has recently adopted a balanced approach, delving deeper into the cultivation of his energy. Additionally, he has been striving to break through the barriers of transforming into a Super Saiyan at regular intervals. As a Saiyan, achieving the form of a Super Saiyan is imperative. Yet, what is truly lacking? Is it merely insufficient battle power that hinders him from surpassing this threshold? Tallet clenches his fists tightly, holding his breath and focusing intently, gradually channeling the energy within him toward the center of his spine. Throughout this process, Tallet remains exceedingly cautious, pouring all his concentration into the endeavor. Once all the energy converges at his spinal center, a profound shout erupts from Tallet's lips. The accumulated power detonates in an overwhelming surge. With a resounding boom, a tempestuous aura radiates from Tallet, enveloping the land in a weighty pressure. The intensity of the energy continues to escalate, causing increasingly tumultuous upheavals around him. Such a situation drew the focused gazes of Raditz and Celery, who were engaged in combat from a distance. They were oblivious to Tallet's true intentions. Yet this kind of eruption had occurred numerous times recently. Was it happening again? What on earth was Tallet scheming? Raditz murmured. Celery, with a serious expression, replied. Brother Tallet must have some plan. It is futile to inquire further. Upon finishing their exchange, they ceased their battle. Had they known that Tallet was striving to transcend into a Super Saiyan, they would undoubtedly have been astounded. The legend of the Super Saiyan is familiar to all Saiyans. Yet no one truly envisions themselves in such a light. At this moment, Tallet's energy had reached its zenith. In previous instances, the eruption of energy would conclude at this threshold. However, this time was different. Amidst the searing, snow-white aura, a hint of golden radiance began to emerge. This is the prelude to a triumphant breakthrough. With newfound motivation, Tallet's eyes sparkled with excitement as he forcefully increased his energy output once more. The golden radiance intensified, more resplendent than before, as if the moment of transcendence lay just within reach. If he could surpass this threshold, he would successfully metamorphose into a Super Saiyan. However, this state was fleeting, lasting only a few seconds before the golden light dissipated, leaving Tallet's previously ascending aura to plummet dramatically. Had he failed again? Yet, this time, the sensation was clearer than before. With a reined-in energy, Tallet murmured to himself. Although the prospect of yet another failure brought a sense of despondency, the progress he had made offered him at least a glimmer of motivation to continue. The path of cultivation, the journey of enhancing one's strength, is indeed a gradual accumulation, is it not? As time trickled by, half an hour passed unnoticed. After deep contemplation, Tallet absorbed the lessons from this experience. It was at that moment that the battle power detector emitted a series of alert tones, prompting Tallet to focus and lift his hand to press the answer button. Tallet, You must return swiftly. We have intercepted crucial intelligence regarding Frieza's forces. They are about to make significant moves, came the voice of Ties from the battle power detector. Such news momentarily startled Tallet. Just 2 months prior, they had thwarted a grand scheme, and now there was yet another development. The Frieza force was indeed relentless. I understand. I shall come immediately, he replied, taking a deep breath, regulating his energy to a controlled level before soaring towards the spacecraft's location. Inside the spacecraft, upon Tallet's return, the four gathered closely to deliberate on the information they had received. It appeared that the recent disruptions had inflicted considerable damage on the Frieza force, prompting Frieza to orchestrate such a scheme to eradicate them completely. He failed to consider that, given their consistent awareness of his maneuvers, they would undoubtedly perceive this latest trap as well. Tallet dismissed Frieza's intentions. Ultimately, while Frieza was undeniably formidable, he posed no genuine threat to Tallet's life. It was merely that Tallet's current strength was insufficient to confront him head-on. Over the years, relentless destruction has persisted, and to be frank, what they have been awaiting is the moment when Frieza truly takes action against them. Given this situation, should we still proceed? Tallet inquired, aware that it was a trap. He thought it best to let Frieza and his cohorts waste their efforts. However, Tallet's response left him astounded. What of the trap? Of course, we shall go. And we shall do so with great confidence. Isn't it splendid to play along with them? With an absolute trump card in hand, even if Frieza himself descends, there is no need for trepidation. A look of astonishment spread across Celery and Ties' faces. They could not comprehend the notion of walking into a trap. After a few moments of bewilderment, Raditz suddenly grasped the concept and stated, "You intend to use the Ginyu Force to hone your skills?" Tallet nodded. Currently, we lack formidable opponents. Even when faced with beings whose power exceeds 10,000 or even 20,000, we feel no pressure. Thus, Frieza sends the Ginyu Force to confront us, unaware that our strength is sufficiently formidable to overcome even them. Upon hearing these words, Sailor Ray finally grasped the situation, her expression shifting. What are we waiting for? Let us proceed directly, she declared. Upon hearing this, Tai Si grew anxious, exclaiming, Wait. You mustn't act recklessly. If something goes awry, we could face total annihilation. Her words elicited laughter from Tallet and Sailor Ray. There's nothing to fear, if worst comes to worst. I can simply teleport us to another planet, Sailor Ray reassured. Upon hearing this, Tai Si found herself momentarily speechless. Indeed, she had experienced such instantaneous travel before and understood that accidents were unlikely. In this location, under the decisive command of Tallet, preliminary plans and strategies have already been established. As time passes day by day, half a month later, within another galaxy of the northern Milky Way, a death planet, meticulously disguised, has transformed into a seemingly prosperous and highly valuable orb. 18 elite combatants of the Frieza Force, along with the advanced members of the Ginyu Force, have gathered here. Acting on Frieza's orders, and more directly on Jinyu's command, they await the arrival of their target, striving to capture him in one swift motion. Unlike the Ginyu Force depicted in the original narrative, it is important to note that the current members are yet to attain their status as elite warriors. Clearly, the present Ginyu Force serves as a predecessor to those portrayed in the original story. Among them stands one towering figure, exuding an aura of sheer terror. In terms of combat prowess, his power level significantly surpasses that of the Ginyu Force members who appeared on Namek. Baz, with a power level of 68,000 points, contrasts sharply with another member, Kuz, who, though slender and remarkably tall, possesses a power level of 66,000 points. These two, though brothers, embody two entirely opposite extremes. Are there only two elite warriors? Indeed. As the first to arrive, they have been stationed here for several days, while the other members of the Ginyu Force, including Jinyu himself, are still en route. After all, this is a direct command from King Frieza, one that cannot be defied. I wonder when those Saiyan monkeys will arrive? I have grown weary of this barren planet. Baz grumbled within the makeshift fortress. What can be done? This is the command of King Frieza, as well as that of Captain Jinyu. Why must we be the closest? Let us be patient a while longer. I am quite curious if that Saiyan named Tallet truly possesses a combat level exceeding 40,000 points, as the intel suggests, Kuz remarked with his hands on his hips. Even if he reaches 40,000 points, so what? Even if he possesses 50,000 points, he would still be nothing more than an ant easily crushed by us. I cannot fathom how those arrogant captains manage affairs. After 5 whole years, they have yet to resolve this issue. Instead, they have allowed these Saiyan monkeys to grow to such an extent, Baz growled fiercely. At this moment, those captains with power levels of 10,000, 20,000, or even 30,000 were being berated as a pack of useless fools. Let us refrain from speaking too much. The more we talk, the less we prove ourselves. It would be better to anticipate the early arrival of those Saiyan monkeys, so we can seize them first and earn substantial merit, Kuz said with a sinister grin. Brushing off the dust clinging to his combat suit, they came directly, without delay, in pursuit of this very glory. Just then, in the near-Earth space of this planet, a large spacecraft, after days of travel, finally reached its destination. It was the vessel piloted by Tallet, Cellari, Ties, and Raditz. Observing from afar, the planet appeared a stunning azure, giving the impression of abundant resources, for it harbored the essence of life. However, beneath this surface beauty, the planet lay desolate. The blue hue observed was linked to the planet's unique geological structure, where a particular substance within the Earth refracted light, producing a water blue color. Frieza's army indeed selected a remarkable planet. They have put forth considerable effort, Tallet mused. In the next moment, he harnessed his energy perception, enveloping the planet. As he suspected, life forces were sparse, yet many powerful energies were present. In this latest encirclement, Frieza has invested heavily. Raditz and Serari are utilizing their energy-sensing abilities to probe the formidable auras present on the planet. For them, apart from two particularly formidable presences that pose a daunting challenge, the rest are mere trifles, lacking any significant threat. After all, Serari boasts a combat power of 58,000, while Raditz stands at 43,000. Even adversaries with combat powers in the range of 20 to 30,000 are inconsequential to them. There appears to be no exceptionally powerful auras, indicating that we have arrived ahead of schedule. Let us descend and engage them. As he spoke, Tallet turned to Ties, instructing her to pilot the spaceship for landing. Ties nodded in agreement, deftly maneuvering the spacecraft into the planet's atmosphere. As the vessel breached the skies of the planet, the true nature of the world was unveiled to Tallet and his companions. Stripped of reflective light, the entire planet was shrouded in a murky, deathly aura. Its hue transformed into a desolate ochre. The spaceship settled upon the planet's surface, and the awaiting combatants swiftly acquired intelligence through their power detectors. Locking onto Tallet and his companions, their energy surging in pursuit. Individually, their combat power cannot rival the 40,000 threshold. Yet their sheer numbers ensure that even a being of such strength would struggle to escape their clutches. Ultimately, Baz and Kiz joined the chase as well. The spacecraft landed smoothly upon a barren mountainous expanse. The hatch opened, and Tallet, Serari, and Raditz disembarked in swift succession, before they could fully process their surroundings. The 18 captains of Frieza's army, alongside 2 members of the Ginyu Force, descended from above. The display was indeed grand, with a total of 20 elite combatants present. It was evident that Frieza was intent on hastening their demise. Surveying the assembly, Tallet, with a smile, addressed everyone present. Soon after, the probing of combat powers commenced. The incessant beeping filling the air. The sole surprise for Tallet was Baz and Kiz, who indeed possessed considerable skill. Moreover, these two adversaries were beyond the current capabilities of Serari and Raditz. The greater the number of foes, the more it attests to my strength. Apart from those two formidable opponents, whom I do not regard as rivals, the rest, well, Raditz rubbed his fists together, excitement gleaming in his eyes, as he emitted a chilling laugh. Aware of his own limitations, Raditz was not the same as the original character. The gazes of these opponents were quite irksome. Tallet, brother. Aside from those two individuals posing a threat, the highest combat power among the rest was merely 32,000. A flicker of coldness crossed Serari's eyes as she signaled to Tallet. Tallet nodded in acknowledgement, his silence confirming their prior agreement. Those of lesser strength would be left to them, while he would confront the two strongest. On the opposing side, upon overhearing the brazen dialogue of Tallet and his companions, a wave of indignation erupted among them. They evidently overlooked a crucial detail. Tallet and his allies were well aware that this was a trap, yet they still chose to come. Conversely, Baz and Kiz, upon hearing Tallet's words, did not exhibit rage. Instead, they revealed a provocative smirk. Utilizing advanced power detectors, they gauged the combat indices of the trio. Of course, they were oblivious to the fact that the displayed values were merely a fade, casually exhibited by Tallet, identical to the intelligence they possessed. Tallet's combat power had reached 40,000. It seemed he was indeed the target, the Saiyan monkey known as Tallet. The Saiyan beside him, once rumored to possess a mere 900 combat power, now exceeded 20,000. It was perplexing how they had attained such strength. Kiz expressed his thoughts, relaying vital information to Baz, whose simplicity rendered him indifferent to such details. As long as the mission was accomplished, that sufficed. Humph. Regardless, we are exceedingly fortunate this time. If we eliminate them, Frieza will surely hold us in higher regard, Baz stated bluntly. Hearing his brother's words, Kiz nodded in agreement. That was indeed their objective. Shall you take action, or shall I? Baz displayed his fierce demeanor, already contemplating ways to torment Tallet and his companions until they begged for mercy or death. As a member of the Ginyu Force, Baz's methods were notorious for their brutality. You may proceed, but ensure to leave him with a breath. And perhaps inquire about his methods of gaining strength. Frieza would surely find that intriguing, Kiz remarked with a smile. Understood, I shall exercise discretion. Baz grinned cruelly. With the conversation reaching its conclusion, he advanced towards Tallet. As the other captain-level combatants continued their tirade of insults, Baz charged his arm and unleashed a powerful energy blast, aimed at the spaceship behind Tallet, anticipating that they might attempt to flee should the confrontation turn dire. although he believed Tallet and his companions had no chance of escape. He deemed it prudent to take such precautions. The energy projectile, possessing boundless destructive power, emanates a terrifying might capable of annihilating beings with combat prowess exceeding 20 to 30,000 in an instant. Baz's intent was to instill a sense of trepidation in Tallet, deterring him from engaging or obstructing. Little did he know that, for Tallet, such a degree of energy assault posed no genuine threat whatsoever. With merely a glance, Tallet redirected the oncoming energy projectile effortlessly. The trajectory of its rebound, however, was aimed squarely at the positions of the other 18 captain-level combatants. "Quick! Evade!" exclaimed the leader. A captain with a combat power of 22,000, suddenly sensing the impending doom and hastily retreating. The other captains, witnessing the unfolding peril, swiftly followed suit. Those who managed to react in time emerged unscathed, experiencing mere anxiety. Yet, 2 unfortunate souls were unable to escape the clutches of fate. With a thunderous explosion, the energy projectile detonated, unleashing a cataclysmic force that obliterated the 2 ill-fated individuals, leaving nothing but remnants of their existence. Before the battle had even commenced, 2 of the 18 captains had already perished in a most unjust manner. However, no one would dare place blame or harbor resentment towards Baz, for he was a formidable warrior with a staggering combat power of 68,000. Even when combined, their strengths paled in comparison to the might of Baz's singular finger. This situation left Baz in disbelief, while KZ was equally taken aback. Could this fellow truly deflect my attacks with such effortless ease? Baz expressed incredulity. Just moments ago, he had approached that strike with unwavering confidence. A mere 40,000 combat power should not be sufficient to withstand such an onslaught without considerable difficulty. Something was amiss. In that fleeting moment, the young man's combat power appeared to fluctuate. My intuition suggests it surged beyond 60,000. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to casually repel your energy projectile. Yet, after that instantaneous surge, his combat power reverted to its normal state. KZ furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss, and cautioned Baz. One must admit, he was remarkably astute and sagacious. Just a single move unveiled subtle clues, truly a prodigy. An instantaneous enhancement of combat power? Could this individual, much like Captain Jinyu, possess the ability to manipulate his power at will? Do Saiyan monkeys possess such capabilities? Baz gasped, recalling something significant. He reined in his arrogance. If Tallet were indeed akin to Jinyu, the challenge would be far more formidable than they had previously envisioned. Faced with Baz's newfound caution, Tallet remained unsurprised. After all, his combat power had reached an impressive 68,000. Although his intellect may be simple, he was by no means a fool. With a mocking gaze sweeping over Baz and KZ, Tallet refrained from making a move. Such an adversary is indeed rare, and he intends to engage them thoroughly. I will handle these 2 fellows. The rest, you may allocate among yourselves. With those words, Tallet allowed Celery and Raditz to take the initiative. Upon hearing Tallet's declaration, Celery and Raditz could hardly contain their eagerness. With the situation unfolding, there was no need for further idle chatter. In unison, they charged forth, targeting the scattered captain-level combatants. With a clear division of labor, each locked onto 8 opponents, commencing an overwhelming assault. Given their combat prowess, facing 8 adversaries posed no challenge. In a mere moment, the captains found themselves taken aback by Celery and Raditz's onslaught. Even if they managed to retaliate, their strength was inconsequential compared to that of Celery and Raditz. The combat power of the 2 Saiyan warriors had also undergone a transformation, surpassing 40,000 at the instant they struck. Thus, they could indeed regulate their own power levels. Cuz and Baz exchanged remarks. Unlike Tallet, Celery and Raditz's fluctuating combat power was accurately detected by their scouters. Stop dawdling. We must deal with this individual right away. Let us strike together, just in case. Cuz's gaze fixed on Tallet, preparing for battle. Unlike before, they could not afford to be careless this time. Humph. The notion of 2 of us taking on this Saiyan is utterly humiliating. Baz felt a deep sense of shame, yet the current circumstances compelled them to join forces. Their eyes were set on Tallet, searching for an opportunity, clearly exhibiting a cautious fighting style, unwilling to act recklessly. Let us commence our battle, Tallet proclaimed, choosing to take the offensive. With a mere thought, he vanished from his spot. Baz and Cuz did not hesitate. Their years of combat experience allowed them to instinctively perceive Tallet's movement, and upon locating him, they moved in unison. 2 beams of purple and bluish-purple energy surged towards Tallet. The battlefield transitioned to mid-air, where Baz and Cuz joined forces to apply pressure on Tallet. The atmosphere reverberated with the deafening sounds of their clashes. The aftermath of their conflict radiated outward, as the 3 figures darted through the air like lightning, continuously maneuvering. Baz and Cuz unleashed their full might, not underestimating Tallet. Reality confirmed their suspicion. Tallet's strength surpassed their expectations. Their coordinated assault was seamless, fierce, and lethal. As brothers in the Jinyu force, Baz and Cuz's flawless collaboration enabled them to unleash combat power far beyond their limits. Even formidable opponents with combat power exceeding 70,000 found themselves suppressed. struggling to retaliate within such a short time frame. Tallet had never witnessed such a ruthless approach to battle. This experience broadened his horizons. In response to the all-out offensive from Baz and Cuz, Tallet exhibited combat prowess commensurate with theirs. In summary, had he not possessed even greater strength, it would have been exceedingly difficult to manipulate them at will. As the battle persisted, Tallet gradually adapted to their onslaught, honing his instinctual combat skills and precognitive abilities to anticipate their attacks. He began to exert control over the engagement. With equal footing, regardless of how Baz and Cuz attacked, Tallet either deftly deflected their strikes or evaded them with precision. Their melee combat proved ineffective, causing a sense of despair to settle in Baz and Cuz. Telepathically connected, they swiftly altered their strategy, opting for energy-based assaults. Simultaneously, they unleashed energy attacks from multiple directions against Tallet. Faced with the relentless barrage of energy orbs, Tallet chose not to evade. This confrontation, pitting 1 against 2, served as a formidable trial for him. He unleashed the full extent of his 70,000 points of combat power, summoning an energy barrier to shield himself. Boom. The explosion of the energy orb unleashed a force reminiscent of a nuclear detonation, blooming in the air. Upon witnessing this, Baz and Cuz felt a surge of elation. They intensified their energy output, their hands moving with lightning speed. In a flash, dozens, even hundreds of energy orbs were launched, relentlessly bombarding Tallet. Rumbling. The intensity of the explosions escalated, the flames spreading wider, as if the entire sky had been engulfed in a sea of fire. This scene is profoundly shocking and terrifying, instilling a sense of dread. The two combatants unleashed their full energy attacks for a full minute before Baz and Cuz finally ceased their onslaught. Regulating their breathing and gazing into the flames and smoke ahead, smiles crept onto their faces. Surely, there must be nothing left but bones now, Baz laughed recklessly. Under such bombardment, no one could possibly survive. However, Cuz held a different perspective, quietly observing the heart of the smoke. Suddenly, the battle power detector emitted a response, prompting Baz and Cuz to focus once more, gasping in astonishment. Instantly, a terrifying aura surged forth, dispersing the thick smoke, revealing Tallet's intact figure before their eyes. Baz and Cuz were left dumbfounded. Impossible! How can you be unscathed? Baz exclaimed in shock. Damn it, just as I suspected. This fellow's combat power surpasses both of ours. Cuz braced himself, refusing to let his guard down. In the next moment, they exchanged a tacit understanding and positioned themselves to encircle Tallet from both sides, launching another assault. Bang! Boom! Two muffled sounds echoed as their fists were effortlessly blocked by Tallet. Before Baz and Cuz could fully comprehend the situation, Tallet exerted a slight force, sending them flying. As they soared backwards, both Baz and Cuz managed to stabilize themselves, their hearts ablaze with fury, and they unleashed their energy once more, attacking Tallet simultaneously. Their assault was even faster and fiercer than before. In that moment, they even resorted to their ultimate techniques. Yet, despite their efforts, they could inflict no substantial damage upon Tallet. This spectacle was keenly observed by Cellari and Rithys on the battlefield below. They were nearing the conclusion of their own battle. The disparity in strength was overwhelming. When they unleashed their full power, none of the 16 captain-level opponents could withstand even half a minute against them. As spectators, they found it more beneficial to observe this level of combat than to engage with weaker foes. They were aware that Tallet's combat power had reached 190,000 points. Thus, witnessing Tallet overpowering Baz and Cuz did not surprise them in the slightest. In the sky, 3 figures swiftly traversed the space, the battlefield continuously shifting, transforming amidst the heavens and the earth. The fierce contest persisted for a full 3 minutes. With a resounding bang, the 3 adversaries simultaneously descended to the ground, resuming their tense standoff. The relentless onslaught had drained Baz and Cuz of the vast majority of their stamina, leaving them panting heavily, their faces glistening with sweat, and their bodies equally drenched. It had been an eternity since they had fought with such fervor. How is it possible that our combined assault, even formidable enough to challenge Captain Jinyu, failed to inflict even the slightest harm upon you? Who on earth are you? You cannot possibly be a Saiyan. Baz bellowed in frustration. Indeed, while Saiyans are a warrior race, there cannot exist a being as powerful as you among them. Who are you truly? Cuz demanded, his worldview shattered. Unable to fathom being toyed with by Tarrot, especially considering that Tarrot was merely a boy in his teens. The intelligence reports indicated he was only 13 years old. How could they be bested by a mere child? Tarrot remained silent, a smile playing on his lips. To clarify or assert his identity as a Saiyan at this moment would be futile. Strength is the ultimate arbiter. There was no need for their belief. No. The information is entirely erroneous. This fellow's battle power must exceed 120,000. He is the legendary Super Saiyan. Yes, otherwise, how could our combined attack fail to leave a mark on him? Forcing himself to regain composure, Cuz wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Super Saiyan, over 120,000. What nonsense. Cuz, do you even believe what you were saying? Baz exclaimed in panic. At that moment, Tarrot instinctively cracked his neck. Such behavior coupled with that confident smile, once again instilled an overwhelming pressure upon Baz and KRZ, observing their incoherent speech and panicked expressions. Tallet realized that the battle was nearing its conclusion. Let the warm-up session come to an end. I shall no longer indulge in this play. Tallet's words reached the ears of Baz and KRZ, igniting a sense of unwilling resentment within them. They had always been proud super soldiers of the elite task force. For years, who dared to regard them with such disdain? Even Lord Frieza spoke to them with courtesy. The warm-up session has concluded. They completely disregard them. The recent battle merely treated them as practice opponents. Boy, even if you are that Super Saiyan, you are exceedingly arrogant. Baz growled in a deep voice. Arrogance is justified when one possesses the strength, and I indeed possess such strength. So must I not be bold. If you deem me unworthy, then I shall demonstrate my capabilities. As he spoke, Tallet clenched his fists, his arms bent at his sides. Observe closely with your power detectors. Take note of my battle power. Do not let it render you speechless. As the words fell, an overwhelming energy surged within Tallet. Whoosh. A brilliant white aura flowed forth from his body. In an instant, the entire area was engulfed in turbulent winds. The very heavens and earth quaking. Beep, beep, beep. The power detectors of Baz and crews emitted intense alarm signals. Upon witnessing Tallet's battle power numbers soaring incessantly, their expressions shifted dramatically. Mouths agape, fear glimmering in their eyes. What? 130,000, and still rising. This is impossible, even if you are a Super Saiyan. It is unfathomable for you to possess such formidable battle power. Bang, bang. As the detectors exploded from the overload of calculations, the fear within Baz and crews erupted uncontrollably. This is indeed the latest model of the combat power detector, with an astonishing maximum value reaching 160,000 points. The explosion of the combat power detector unequivocally conveyed to them that Tallet's combat strength far surpassed 160,000 points. Recognizing that the intended intimidation had been achieved, Tallet swiftly retracted his imposing aura, appearing unchanged. Meanwhile, the fear within Baz and Cuz rapidly spread, extinguishing any thoughts of resistance. The combat prowess displayed here surpasses that of their captain Jinyu by leaps and bounds. What a farce. From the very beginning, they were but ants, easily crushed at will. Yet, they remained oblivious to their own insignificance. Now, do you comprehend the chasm that lies between our strengths? Do you believe I possess the audacity to be arrogant? Tallet's gaze fixed on the two, a mocking smile gracing his lips. In the next instant, he advanced a step forward. A motion that instilled great fear in Baz and Kiz. Instinctively, they recoiled, their bodies drenched in cold sweat. And had it not been for their battle suits concealing their distress, they would have appeared utterly wretched. Wait. It was a misunderstanding. I never intended to attack you. Everything was at Frieza and Captain Jinyu's behest. I can join you. Together, we can confront Frieza. Yes, you are already aware of our combat capabilities. Spare us, and we can be of great service to you. Faced with dire straits, Kiz and Baz immediately switched to a mode of pleading. At that moment, any trace of their previous defiance had vanished, along with their earlier arrogance. Frieza's subordinates, regardless of their strength, never failed to surprise and astonish me. You two remind me of many others who, in their arrogance, sought my life, only to end up begging to become my subordinates after their defeat. One cannot help but feel a pang of pity for Frieza, surrounded by such fickle allies. Tallet's piercing words left Baz and Kiz gasping in shock. They attempted to respond. Yet Tallet denied them any opportunity to speak further. In an instant, Tallet moved with blinding speed, appearing before Baz. A resounding thud echoed as an overwhelming strike landed squarely on Baz's chest. The sheer force obliterated his battle suit, shattering his sternum and internal organs in the process. Pooh! A torrent of blood erupted from Baz's mouth as the devastating blow took its toll. At that moment, the specter of death loomed over him. His eyes widening in terror, veins bursting within his orbs. A pitiful whimper escaped his lips as his body fell forward uncontrollably. In the face of impending doom, he uttered his final words of defiance, only for his fading consciousness to succumb to the inevitable end. One strike, a swift execution, without a shadow of doubt. With a single blow, Tallet's might pierced through his body, obliterating everything in its path. Unless endowed with the ability of self-regeneration, survival was utterly impossible given the complete destruction of his internal organs. Baz, upon witnessing the fall of his elder brother, KZ cried out in terror. It's your turn. At the sound of this voice, Tallet shifted his gaze towards the disoriented KZ. Don't be ridiculous. Die for me. KZ erupted with a primal scream. Swinging his arm with tremendous force, confronted with death, KZ unleashed a power far beyond his limits, striving to break free from the chains of fate. A formidable energy surged from his hand, sweeping towards Tallet at close range. Yet, despite such desperate measures, it failed to inflict even the slightest harm upon Tallet. The explosive force, no matter how powerful or swift, could not hinder Tallet, who reached behind in a mere 0.001 seconds. In the blink of an eye, Tallet delivered a decisive elbow strike to the nape of KZ's neck, resulting in a muffled thud. With the impact of Tallet's assault, KZ was overwhelmed by an unparalleled weight. rendering him dazed. In the next instant, darkness enveloped him, and his consciousness faded completely. Like Baz, KZ collapsed to the ground, devoid of any capacity for resistance, and fell silent. The two super warriors of the Ginyu Force were effortlessly dispatched by Tallet. The disparity in power was insurmountable. From the very beginning, Tallet had toyed with them, engaging in combat merely to stretch his abilities. As Tallet dealt with Baz and KZ, Raditz and Celery, who had also finished their battles, approached. Even with Frieza dispatching 20 warriors to confront them, the ultimate outcome was total annihilation. To put it succinctly, not a single individual stood independently. Had Ginyu been present, such a catastrophic defeat would not have been so easily achieved. Is this it? The intel indicated that Ginyu would be waiting here with all his special forces, ready to ensnare us, Raditz remarked. Upon the utterance of those words, Tallet found himself perplexed. Logically, they had afforded Frieza ample time to prepare, and indeed, a considerable number of skilled warriors had gathered here. Yet, the pivotal figures were conspicuously absent. Was Frieza overly confident? That seemed unlikely, having endured numerous events. If Frieza intended to ensnare them with cunning, he would surely have more than this up his sleeve. But what could his contingency be? At this juncture, it appeared the matter was resolved. There were no enemies left on the planet. It seemed Frieza had underestimated them. Disregarding Tallet entirely, he had miscalculated. Indeed, it seems so, said Celery. Frieza's arrogance is not a novel revelation for us. I believe that after this setback, he will come to realize just how formidable we truly are. In summary, this encounter had inflicted significant losses upon Frieza, with so many of his captain-level subordinates eliminated, severely diminishing the strength of his forces. Celery and Raditz exchanged their thoughts, but Tallet was not inclined to share their views. Given that this was a trap of Frieza's own making, he was not the type to operate halfway. Suddenly, Tallet sensed an anomaly in the atmosphere, prompting him to abruptly lift his gaze skyward. Something felt amiss. They might have been deceived. The words escaped his lips, leaving Celery and Raditz momentarily stunned. Then, an overwhelming pressure enveloped them. They turned their focus outward into the vastness of space, having previously been preoccupied with the planet's surface, neglecting the cosmic circumstances. Upon closer scrutiny, an extraordinarily terrifying energy had already descended upon the nearby starry expanse. It seemed to be waiting for them to eliminate the ambushers on the planet. Moreover, in addition to that immense and malevolent aura, there were numerous other energies, each boasting a combat power of at least 40 to 50,000. Indeed, Frieza himself had arrived this time. Having previously sensed Frieza's energy, Tallet could not be mistaken. The intensity of the power suggested it could only belong to Frieza. Alongside Frieza, there were several other potent energies. Although they may not surpass him, they were certainly well beyond 100,000. They must be the Ginyu Force. Tallet could not identify anyone else beyond them. Yet, it was reasonable to assume that during this era of Frieza's rapidly expanding forces, there would be more than just the Ginyu Force. In the original storyline, only the Ginyu Force appeared on planet Namek, but Frieza's army was not limited to them alone. There were other elite battalions as well. This is Frieza's energy. It's utterly terrifying, Raditz exclaimed, chilled to the bone and sweating profusely. Through his energy perception, he could clearly feel just how formidable Frieza's power was. His own combat power was a mere 43,000. Yet, in the presence of Frieza's aura, he felt like an ant standing before a monstrous beast. The depth of that energy made him feel as though he were staring into an endless abyss, unable to escape. A typical person perceiving this would be engulfed by paralyzing fear. Brother Tallet, what should we do next? Can we defeat him in a direct confrontation? Celery asked, fear evident in his voice. Panic was inevitable. Their strength was still in its infancy. Even Tallet, at this moment, felt trepidation toward Frieza. His untransformed combat power of 530,000 was a benchmark he had yet to surpass in recent years. Frieza had indeed been wounded by their previous encounters. Thus, sending the Ginyu Force to intercept them was a ruse to mask his own movements. His personal arrival indicated his intent to eliminate them. Tallet gazed into the sky, making his final analysis. This was the only conceivable scenario. Moreover, he had yet to enter the planet, clearly indicating he wished to waste no time with them. A bold hypothesis took shape in Tallet's mind. Frieza intended to obliterate the entire planet, just as he had annihilated Planet Vegeta. He aimed to destroy this world, while simultaneously extinguishing the lives of these Saiyans. Unbeknownst to Tallet, Frieza had been inspired by the escape from Planet Vegeta that Ties had pinned, leading him to conceive a plan of planetary destruction. He wanted Tallet and the others to grasp the extent of his terror. What good was fleeing Planet Vegeta if they could not escape this world? Outside Planet Death, Frieza's spaceship lay anchored, neither advancing nor entering the planet. Inside, Frieza presided over a congregation of nearly all the elite warriors of his army, even his most trusted subordinates, such as Zarbon and Dodoria, with combat powers just over 20,000, found themselves relegated to lower ranks at this moment. Were it not for Frieza's familiarity with them, they would have stood on the outskirts. At this moment, Frieza's eyes flashed with boundless murderous intent. All news of the events on Planet Death had reached him. These mere wild monkeys had once again exceeded his expectations, evolving to such heights. Not only Tallet, But the other two Saiyans had also piqued Frieza's sense of danger, their combat power surpassing 160,000. It appeared that his decision to personally intervene was indeed justified. He had no subordinates with such high combat power. Had he not taken matters into his own hands, the Jinyu force would likely have perished by now. As Frieza spoke, Jinyu and the other elite squad members broke into a cold sweat, fearful of his words. Indeed, he dared not argue otherwise. What a pity it was to oppose him. Moreover, having killed so many of his elite subordinates, he would have genuinely considered recruiting a few. After all, the strongest warrior under his command possessed only 135,000 combat power. As Frieza surveyed those present, his gaze settled on a rather unique individual. Little Vegeta, I once held great admiration for your potential, but now, in comparison, I find myself somewhat disappointed. Had you boasted 160,000 combat power, you would have been the premier warrior under my command. Frieza's words dripped with mockery, a sardonic amusement evident in his tone. I truly apologize for disappointing you, Lord Frieza. Give me time, and I shall become stronger to serve you, Vegeta replied. His inner turmoil palpable, yet he spoke to alleviate Frieza's scrutiny. Nearby, Nappa trembled in fear. In truth, had Vegeta not been summoned, he would have been the last remaining Saiyan. Otherwise, he would never have found himself in such a situation. Haha, fear not, little Vegeta. I eagerly await the day you grow stronger. I firmly believe you can indeed become mightier in the future. Frieza chuckled dismissively, no longer paying attention to Vegeta. Of course, such words were merely spoken in jest. At this moment, Vegeta had lost his appeal to Frieza. Originally, Frieza had regarded Vegeta as a brilliant talent, akin to a pet monkey for his amusement. In the face of Frieza's scorn, the fire within Vegeta burned even more fiercely, though he exhibited not a hint of it outwardly. Over the years, accompanying the prince was akin to being in the presence of a tiger, teaching him the art of self-concealment. Only a fool would display the tumult of their heart upon their visage. After 5 years, having encountered Tarrot and weathered myriad experiences, they emerged even more formidable. Nappa's combat power surged to 7,500 points, while Vegeta stabilized at an impressive 25,000 points. The formidable barrier of 18,000 points that had once hindered him was now shattered. The greater the stimulus and pressure he faced, the more it propelled Vegeta to his current level of prowess. Yet now, upon learning of Tarrot, Raditz, and Celery's circumstances, his mentality erupted. The disparity was insurmountable. As the Prince of the Saiyans, a prodigy born with a battle power of 2,000, he found himself eclipsed by Tarrot and Celery, and now, even by the inept Raditz. That wretch Raditz had a mere battle power of 900 points 5 years ago. Vegeta was consumed by curiosity about how he had grown stronger. And what of Tarrot? How did he attain an astonishing battle power exceeding 160,000 points, compelling even Frieza to intervene personally? Tarrot, could it be that you truly are the fabled Super Saiyan? If so, then swiftly vanquish that scoundrel Frieza. Vegeta silently cried out within himself. Over the years, continuously subjected to ridicule and oppression, Vegeta's hatred for Frieza has reached its zenith. Very well, it is now time to impart a lesson to those 3 Saiyans. They were fortunate to have escaped from Planet Vegeta, but this time, I shall see if they possess the ability to flee from this Death Star. Ha 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 ha. Frieza's laughter is laced with a palpable sense of menace. At that moment, no one dared to interject, nor did anyone wish to speak and invite folly upon themselves. Meanwhile, Sabo and Dorian were already acutely aware of Frieza's intentions, having prepared themselves in advance. Sabo opened the hatch of the upper chamber. As you command, the hatch swung open, and Frieza maneuvered the stroller to the entrance, slowly levitating above the spacecraft. As he raised his right hand and extended his index finger, a crimson light flickered at his fingertip. An energy sphere, about the size of a ping-pong ball, pulsated at the tip of his finger. Was that all? No. This is merely the beginning. The death energy sphere rapidly expanded under Frieza's energy, soon reaching a diameter of 10,000 meters. Ever since the explosion of Planet Vegeta, it has been a long time since I last witnessed the fireworks produced by the destruction of a planet. How nostalgic it is, that sensation. Ha 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 ha. Amidst Frieza's chilling and terrifying laughter, he flicked his fingers ever so slightly. The colossal orb of death energy surged forward with remarkable speed, hurtling towards the planet of demise. Upon sensing Frieza's presence, Tallet, Celery, and Raditz on the death planet soon beheld the ominous energy sphere piercing through the planet's atmosphere, descending relentlessly towards them. In that moment, the 3 individuals felt an unprecedented sense of terror and oppression. The looming threat of death was palpable. It seemed as though they were on the brink of demise. How audacious it was of them to resort to a move capable of annihilating planets right from the outset. Indeed, unleashing planetary destruction is a hallmark of Frieza's character. Perhaps this is how Planet Vegeta met its end. Tallet gazed skyward at the impending death energy sphere, an overwhelming pressure igniting within him an insatiable desire for power. He had been waiting, eager to discern Frieza's intentions. Now, he could see and feel them, sparking a hint of breakthrough within Tallet. He had always immersed himself in rigorous training, diligently nurturing his strength. However, The diminishing returns led Tallet to realize that his stagnation was tied to the absence of formidable adversaries. This was Frieza's might. Such terrifying energy. Tallet. We must hasten our departure from this planet, Celery exclaimed, her face etched with urgency as she watched the solar-like death energy sphere in the sky. If they delayed any further, they would surely miss the opportune moment to escape. Damn that Frieza. Despite our strength, we lack the capacity to resist. Raditz clenched his fists in frustration. The dread of the death energy sphere only deepened Raditz's hatred for Frieza, confirming him as the perpetrator behind the destruction of Planet Vegeta. Now is not the time for such discussions. We must flee at once. Tice, witnessing the gravity of the situation, was overwhelmed with fear. She had already transformed the spaceship into a capsule, preparing for an immediate escape. Celery, use your instant transmission to take Raditz and Tice away from this planet, Tallet suddenly declared. Upon hearing this, Celery and Raditz were taken aback, while Tice looked at Tallet in astonishment. Tallet, are you planning to stay and confront Frieza? Celery asked. This is no jest, Tallet. We could wait until we are stronger before facing Frieza head-on, Raditz added, both recognizing Tallet's intent and urging him to reconsider. I merely wish to test whether I can withstand Frieza's attack with all my current strength. Rest assured, if I cannot endure it, I will instantaneously utilize my spatial teleportation to escape this planet. And do not forget, I can survive in the vacuum of space, Tallet replied. The notion of testing one's full power resonated with Celery and Raditz. Ultimately, under Tallet's unwavering insistence, Celery had no choice but to evacuate with Raditz and Tice. Although her instant transmission could not reach immense distances, she was capable of relocating them to other planets as long as she could sense their energy. With Celery gone, Tallet took a deep breath and raised his gaze to the heavens. Just moments ago, he had swiftly amplified his own energy. When the death energy sphere was merely 10,000 meters away, Tallet gritted his teeth and unleashed a tremendous surge of power from within. With a resounding boom, a brilliant white energy flame manifested on the planet teetering on the brink of destruction, shining like an indomitable beacon of hope. This is our first collision. Frieza, let me experience your might. With unwavering resolve in his eyes, Tallet spread his arms wide, energy coalescing around him. The pressure and lethal threat that had long restricted Tallet's growth began to wane. His power level surged to an astonishing 190,000, pushing toward the 200,000 threshold. With a powerful shout, Tallet's aura reached its zenith. In that instant, he could distinctly feel his strength soaring, breaking through limitations and experiencing a qualitative transformation. Energy erupted forth like a tidal wave. As an immensely destructive golden energy beam shot from his palm, the intensity of the aura was unparalleled, a height Tallet had never before attained. The energy beam hurtled toward the death energy sphere. With a thunderous explosion, the two forces of devastation collided. In an instant, a cataclysmic shockwave reverberated for miles, unleashing a world-shattering tempest that shook the very fabric of existence, as the planet, already on the brink of death, was engulfed in a maelstrom of chaos. This planet is inherently small, making the magnitude of such an energy explosion sufficient to cause global collapse in an instant. The violent clash of energies resulted in Frieza's death energy blast being intercepted by the full force of Tarrot's energy, suspended a kilometer above the ground. This was Frieza's death energy blast in its base form, exuding an oppressive force that was utterly staggering. However, with my current strength, I am capable of withstanding it. The pressure transformed into motivation, and Tarrot's power continued to escalate. In this moment, Tarrot found himself admiring Bardock even more. Although Bardock's strength was undoubtedly inferior, he possessed the courage to confront the blast, delaying the planet's destruction for even a fleeting second, an undeniable success. As the eruptive power intensified and reached a critical threshold, Tarrot fully absorbed the force of the death energy blast. With sustained effort, the golden energy cannon released by Tarrot began to push the death energy blast back. Unlike the continuous energy suppression, once the initial wave of the death energy blast was halted, it became significantly weakened. Frieza, overconfident, believed no one could withstand his attack, never considering that his death energy blast could be pushed back. In the original narrative, he unleashed an upgraded version of his supernova technique, convinced it would obliterate both Future Trunks and Earth. Yet, upon witnessing Future Trunks counter his formidable move, he was left utterly astounded. Although the current situation lacked the same dramatic impact, it still surprised Frieza. He recalled the time he destroyed Planet Vegeta, when a Saiyan had attempted to block his death energy blast. Now, another Saiyan had emerged capable of withstanding his attack. In light of this, Frieza felt fortunate to have heeded the words of the god of destruction, Beerus, and annihilated the Saiyan race. Otherwise, after years of development, they would have become exceptionally formidable adversaries. Not only can this individual withstand my death energy blast, but they can also push it back. Truly commendable. However, it is regrettable that opposing me will only lead to your demise. A cruel, murderous smile flashed across Frieza's face. In the next moment, he raised his index finger once more, and a deep crimson light flickered into existence. With a flick of his finger, an inconspicuous fiery red energy particle shot forth at tremendous speed, entering the planet's atmosphere and merging with the colossal death energy blast. Boom. In an instant, the volume of the death energy blast exponentially increased, its impact and destructive power multiplying several times over. A super death energy blast. Aboard the spaceship. Vegeta observed this scene with a stoic expression, yet his heart was engulfed in profound fear. Frieza's terror had once again redefined his understanding. Damn Frieza. Not even my battle power exceeding 160,000 can contend with you. Just how formidable is your strength? Will I ever have a chance to surpass you in this lifetime? Vegeta raged inwardly. His companion, Nappa, was already paralyzed with fear, trembling uncontrollably and struggling to remain upright. Nearby, Dodoria, Zarbon, Jinyu, and other combatants held their breath, transfixed by the unfolding spectacle. Although an unexpected turn of events had arisen, the ultimate outcome remained unchanged. They were about to witness the planet's explosion once more. On the Death Planet, feeling the pressure surge, Tarrot gritted his teeth, attempting to amplify his energy output once again. However, the magnitude of this super death energy blast had far exceeded his capacity to withstand. Regardless of how hard he tried, he could not halt the advance of the super death energy blast. The disparity was indeed too great. Even in my current state, I am no match for him. If only I possessed a technique that could exponentially boost my power in an instant, perhaps I could triumph over the untransformed Frieza. At this juncture, all efforts felt futile. Tarrot willingly dissipated his energy release, gazing at the sky where the super death energy blast radiated an aura of boundless destruction, without his energy to counter it. The super death energy blast surged forward, its arrival imminent, heralding the planet's final moments. In the face of despair, Tarrot remained composed, quietly resolving within himself that the next time we meet, I will undoubtedly be able to defeat the untransformed version of you. Drawing upon the reserve energy within him, Tarrot executed a spatial instant transmission, locking onto the distant energy signatures of Sealer and her companions, vanishing from the planet. Rumble. 1 second after Tarrot's departure, the death energy blast struck the surface of the Death Planet with unstoppable force. As the death energy blast continued its descent, the ground of the Death Planet fractured, fissures spreading in every direction. These fissures, wide and penetrating to the core, appear from the cosmos as if a glass orb has developed cracks. In reality, these fractures signify a series of divisions,